Chapter 1 The Survival Game Anthology of Talents. Her can tell how wary this places. Dressed in cartoon pyjamas and wearing panda slippers, with a peculiar backpack slung over her shoulder, Wu Jinyu stared vacant lie at the endless wasteland before her, blinking in confusion. She just returned to her home country after grueling study abroad experience, eager to indulge along at 4 hand-grabbed pancakes and hot pot. Yet, after only a day back, she had woken up in this strange place. Could it be that she was strapped in a dream within a dream? Gazing gathering conquer herself against her desolate backdrop, Wu Jinyu shook her backpack that they'd inexplicably appeared behind her. Just as she contemplated opening Jitosi Ua twice inside, a massive luminous screen suddenly materialized before her. A bright light colored orbed seed energetically in the screen, emitting a soft cheerful jiggly sassy voice filled with childlike wonder announced. Welcome, resident of Blue Star Toad Survival Game, dear player from Hwasha District 47. Please take a moment to adjust your emotions and cavalier eat the following emeralds. Wu Jinyu Wefero with her bro, here he's fixed on the lively orb, murmuring to herself. Survival game? 1. Player selected for this game must be between ages of 15 and 60, in good health. Once entered, players cannot withdraw the results in permanent elimination. 2. A 3-day beginner's protection period grants players 90 immunity from harm. Please collect or success swiftly, as the difficulty level will escalate from yes to hide after this period, accompanied by the sworn soft tasks. 3. Beginners must explore designated areas as per game settings. Entering restricted fog maps will nullify protection. 4. Players are encouraged to explore regions independent lighter essages may randomly spawn in certain areas, and defeating monsters may yield rewards. Caution be wary of life forms, including plants. 5. For civil communication, players can speak in the channel during the protection period. Daily messages are limited to 3 private messages and messages after the protection period have no limits, but spamming is prohibited. 6. Stay updated with gaming announcements, leaderboards, and tasks. 7. The initial player backpack contains materials for constructing a basic shelter plus foundation table or occasion to build your own haven. 8. A beginner's gift pack has been placed in your backpack. Players may open this temple to view their main game exit. Upon finishing her announcement, the blunt forward, sticking to the screen as its voice becomes sharp and urgent. Dear players, the survival game begins now. Wishing you a safe beginner period. Remember to survive. In the next instant, the screen erupted like starlight, coalescing and touring that seamlessly fitted onto Wu Jinyu's index finger. Astonished, Wu Jinyu lifted her hand, marveling at her sudden appearance so face-alluring. Recalling these stempenal mentioned by the orb, she focused her thoughts, and the luminous screen reappeared, springing forth from the ring. Messages in the server channel scrolled rapidly, the text becoming clear. Wu Jinyu traced her finger along the screen, pausing in a few players' comments. What's going? Are we being invaded by aliens? Survival game? This luxurialistic when did such immersive action games appear domestically? Oh no, let me go back. I'm allergic to all these flowers and plants. Is the Saturn's migration? Finally, it's mitty mettershini while carviat my ends pace in this world. Help! Any dog weedy to jetharm. There was no effective explanation regarding the current situation. Wu Jinyu observed that shouting suggests from the players, feeling it was a waste of time, she lie close at the screen and opened her personal profile. Player Wu Jinyu. Age 22. Stamina 4. Please replenish below 2 will result in sluggishness. Health 10. Strength 7. Mentality 20. Luck 12. Note can be improved. Seeing her mega stamina 4, Wu Jinyu felt shutterlight despondent. She had woken up early, not even having time for breakfast, and now found herself in this bizarre place. Yet, at least she's awake. Had Shiravid Hiru Hyla still in bed, she wouldn't even have her slippers. In the upper right corner of the screen was a function to hide attributes and location, which Wu Jinyu promptly activated. It's best to remain low, revealing her details would be different from playing cards face up. Aside from her personal information, her profile displayed additional function modules: friends, tasks, announcements, leaderboard, achievements, skills, guide, and trading mall. Unlike the other modules, the buttons for tasks, leaderboard, and trading malware record out, display name Esagu and clicked. Available leave to the begin protection period. As you still in the begin surface, the content of these module less remain blank, prompting Woojin Ueto close the screen. Having explored these stem panel, Woojin instinctively reached for the jade pendant and jing around her neck, on Lito finded missing. Panic surged within her. This pendant was a crucial item given to her by their orphanage director after she was found as a baby. The director told her that the unknown parent should place this jade in a letter in the cloth trap eater, explaining that they foreseed a grave misfortune and could not raise her, hoping a kind-hearted person would adopt her. The jade, rough and unrefined, resembled a dependent, appearing grey the worthless. The director dropped it in red thread and hung it around little Woojin's neck, where it had remained for over 20 years. All the sires, whenever she pondered, her fingers would instinctively caress the jade, tracing its patterns. Realizing that Judy was gone, she and Siosli patted her pajama pockets, finding nothing, she then removed her backpack, hoping that be automatically collected be it. The backpack contained 25 slots, including the beginner gift pack, 50 wooden planks, 60 hay, 15 iron nails, and the jade. Woojin quickly retrieved Judy from the backpack, and the moment it was in her hand, a voice seeked in her mind. ZZZ. Race human, no tribe, would you like to bind? Bind? Bind what? Bind this jade? Before Woojin could fully process this, the voice made it that SSI for her. Binding complete, host's physical condition issue optimal please echo so with her to immediately Droidland. Even if Woojin was low on tube take, Shralize it taught Judy her parent Shagivang here weighs anything beautiful. Considering her current circumstances, isolate hadn't helpless in an unfamiliar world, she gritted her teeth Hansel and lithe out. Draw immediately. A lottery box, adorned with 3 dandelion polka dots, suddenly emerged from the jade, growing tosizio for approximately 30 centimeters in length, width and height, with a golden light emanating from its opening, though its contents remained unseen. Woojin stepped forward, reaching into the lottery box while silently wishing, may fortune for Vorm. Feeling Gasmoot hope slip into her hand, she quickly withdrew it, watching as the brighter gradually emerged with her body. The mechanical voice from the Judy announced. Talent drawn horse whispering technique. Talent level 1. View range 500 meters. Upgrade requirement mentality 30. Talent analysis based on the level, higher mentality increases the view range and detail of objects, everything within the range's revialed. Note can evolve. Woojin was taken aback, feeling a refreshing sensation spreading through her body, her mind sudden lickly. Images resembling a topographical map began to materialize in her mind, marked with various symbols indicating nearby scenes. Unable to contain her excitement, Woojin widened her ears called no kikalilokata treasure chests. Chapter 2 The Beginner's Gift and Building a Shelter. With the ability to swiftly pinpoint the locations of treasure chests and other resources, Woojin ways are to gather supplies. Kissing the jade pendant twice for good luck, she held it up to these unlight, finally noticing its current appearance. Compared to its former stash in Blue Star, the jade now's imagery borne its dull exterior vanished, revealing a warm yellow. It felt smooth-to-thetic, and faint glimmers danced within its depths. Most importantly, the jade's description no reach when damaged. Damageden still a blitter grants a carry mark a bleatland. Water treasure. Woojin carefully took it back into a backpack. Having spent considerable time kicking the painland drawing her talent, Shralize the beginner protection period wason lie 3 days. She needed to gather supplies within the set 3 days to prepare for the difficult survival mode that would commence on the 5th day. Considering her dismal stamina of 4, Woojin had to find something to eat. Glancing at the luminous screen, she noted it was now 1000 am, checking these virtual, saw that perhaps due to the beginner protection period, the messages were less frequent, with each player limited to 3 daily posts. I'm starving, is any nearby her can spare some food. Why are you angry? Didn't you open food from my our beginner gift pack? 6 pancakes are in tinner to follow stomach. 6 pancakes, I only got a pack of toast, what's the look value to get some food? Seeing the messages, Woojin quickly retrieved her beginner gift pack from her backpack. Inside weighs a fletai unboxed. Did seem capable of holding 6 pancakes. Woldia liked up in the beginner gift pack. Yes. Obtained pancakes 3, toast 2, mineral water 8, workbench 1, grey dagger durability 701. Lu King art food in her backpack, combined with the commenced Synthual channel, Wujiniu speculated Tothi Quantachandra Chofatem Sopton Ed from Thegov Pakwara likely Tolak value. Their unbox had oper need Vinny shed from her hands with Ditem Sorto Maticalitransft to a backpack. Those with good luck received filling food, while others must lie into dupe with trivial items like toilet paper and dieties. It wasn't that the seasonal items were useless, but at a time when food was scarce and dangaloomed, a small piece of bread was far more valuable. Wujini took out pancake to eat, raising her head to skin tap the clear skaten in the morning. The ski was pristine, devoid of any impurities, and these shone brightly. Lowering her gaze, she opened at the luminous screen, accessed the guide, and located UTMS for day and night. Xiancao time zone 700 am 600 pm. Thun time zone 900 am 500 pm. Her homepage indicated her current time zone was Xiancao, and at 1 o'clock she still had 8 hours stout Elisa Todi. She needed to find a location to build Ashel to quickly. Old how Tige rules and guide didn't specify what would happen after dark, her instincts warned her. Being in an unfamiliar place, lingering outside felt perilous. Finishing her pancake in record time, she clapped her hands, raising her stamina from 4 to 7 it were stim a toast out. Wujini immediately activated her talent in her mind. Within the 500-meter detection range, a map for Medin Hermond, marking Garies with treasure chest sang various terrains, all surrounded by dense vegetation. She couldn't see in a strange beast saw plants, which Medea Fronch wondered if upgrading her talent level would reveal a more complete map. The beginnerships warned her to cautious for life forms, including plants. With no visible indicators in the map, she needed to be especially careful. According to a current position, the map indicated Totoro with treasure chests approximately 200 meters southwest, situated in a starforest. Wujiniu decided to advance first to retrieve the treasure chests before scouting for a suitable location for her shelter. Adjusting the straps of her backpack, script the newly acquired dagger from her beginner pack, mimicking a slashing motion. She had checked the beginner guide, which ranked weapons from Maestro stars S, A, B, C, A and D. Obtaining a grey weapon from the beginner park was already pleasant surprise. Wearing slippers armed with her hair and eyes RA, Wujiniu cautiously advanced, keeping a vigilante on her surroundings. As she encountered sparse bush along theory, she reached out to pluck them fallen sticks were automatically collected by her backpack. However, she did not reach into Thedden's thicket's visibility was poor, and Ifar's malbeast lurked within, it could spell disaster. Covering the distance of over 200 meters, Wujiniu soon arrived at the edge of the cedar forest, having collected wooden sticks 5 along the way. Despite the brilliant sunshine outside, the cedar forest appeared shrouded in shadow, devoid of light, and she felt her killing her even before stepping inside, as if she were entering another world. According to the beginner guide, treasure chests were reclassified as wood, iron, silver, and gold. At the forest's edge, Wujiniu spotted an iron treasure chest surrounded by weeds, leaning against a cedar tree partially buried in the soil, as if that just sprouted from the ground. About 7 or 8 meters from the chest, a wooden box was hidden among some rocks. For a novice, the lure of their chest was overwhelming. Yet, sensing something was about for stand different corning blaring in her mind urging her to flee, Wujiniu gritted her teeth and decided to remember the location instead. It was better to construct her shelter first. Next of the cedar forest flowed a small creek. Wujiniu followed the creek upstream for about 1,000 meters and found a flat area. Approximately 100 meters from the creek, when elevated, Wujiniu surveyed the open space before her and nodded in satisfaction. Would you lick it house 50 wooden planks, 60 hay, and 15 iron nail stobble dothached hut beginner? Yes. Construction complete thatched hut beginner. Arikatai thatched huter shelter tot can be constructed bunyan thornet sturdy, it at least provides some protection from thew and dandrain. Carefully, she pulled her penthuden door, wick creaky dominer slias hintered. Insidious amor 15 square meters, furnishedly with a wooden beaten-dorn dow frame diverdo fanny thingels. Woojini washi liard optab leaf to rar quickland seat the interior structure, spirgen to contemplate how to gather supplies. Food and water were offered most importance. Her backpack held in the pancakes 3, toast 2, mineral water 8, barely any to last duties. If she agijiden physical labor, event would ace would been sufficient. Moreover, aside from knowing that their treasure chests contain eat food, Shadner Diaf their reader saracies of sustenance. Should toast cure that ein to state all costs. Furthermore, as you still within the begina protection period, even if danger arose, she would be shielded from 90 off that image of fight became to Perilis, Shikeldal Westfleet. With determination, Woojini turned and exited her thatched hut, making her way back to the cedar forest. Chapter 3, The Treasure Chest and the Strange Beast. The cedar forest was not far from the sanctuary, and Woojinyu soon arrived there. From the outside looking in, the iron treasure chest was merely a dozen meters away from the outer edge of the cedar woods. After estimating the distance, Woojinyu dashed toward the forest. Suddenly, the chilling aura emanating from within the woods seemed to pause, as though someone had gripped its throat, only to erupt into an even more terrifying presence. The closer she approached the treasure chest buried beneath the trees, the more menacing the aura became. Just as she hesitated, contemplating abandoning the chest and fleeing, an orange and white rabbit fell from a tree with a resounding thud right before her, landing on the ground. The terrifying aura in the cedar grove vanished in an instant. Was this little creature the source of the overwhelming presence she had just felt? Observing the dazed rabbit, she seized it by the scruff of its neck before it could react and stuffed it into her pajama pocket, then grabbed the treasure chest and sprinted out of the cedar forest. As Woojinyu ran at full speed, the rabbit struggled to poke its head out, its fluffy little paw resting on the edge of the pocket, tilting its head in confusion. Bobo. After securing the iron chest in her arms, her backpack automatically collected it, and Woojinyu hurriedly dashed away in her flip-flops. While running, she mused to herself that it was fortunate she was wearing backstrapped Crocs. Otherwise, if she had been in ordinary flip-flops, she would soon find herself a shoeless wildling. Just as she was about to exit the cedar grove, a thought struck her. There was still a wooden treasure chest to acquire. Fortune favors the bold. With her eyes closed and heart steeled, she quickly darted toward the wooden chest. The moment her fingers brushed against it, the chest was successfully absorbed into her backpack. Thus, despite having no pursuers behind her, she and the rabbit accelerated away from the cedar grove, stopping after they had covered several hundred meters. After catching her breath, Woojinyu propped one hand on her knee and pulled the rabbit from her pocket, shaking it in front of her. The rabbit, like a toy with its batteries removed, allowed her to shake it, its dark eyes wide and unblinking, its three-part mouth making soft sounds. Bobo. Bobo, a little rabbit that can create a powerful aura. Woojinyu furrowed her brow. She was not naive. The rules of the game warned of the dangers posed by strange beasts. Yet, if this rabbit intended to harm her, it should have done so the moment she approached its hiding place, rather than putting on an act to inflate its aura before tumbling down from a tree. Oh, poor little rabbit, feeling its empty belly, it must have been hungry for quite a while. If she, sensing that aura, was frightened, then this little creature must have relied on such abilities to scare off other beings. Otherwise, how could it have survived looking so weak? However, it seemed she had discovered a way to avoid danger. A smirk crept onto Woojinyu's lips as she gently placed the rabbit in her palm, affectionately stroking its fur while reluctantly pulling out a packet of toast. The packet contained 6 slices. She took one out and tentatively offered it to the little rabbit. Have you been hungry for a long time, little rabbit? Can you eat this? The lethargic rabbit, resting in Woojinyu's palm, suddenly brightened at the sight of the toast, lunging for it and munching eagerly. As it ate, it emitted sounds of delight. Bobo, Bobo, ooh, Bobo. While the rabbit devoured the toast, Woojinyu chuckled, feeding it the entire slice. Watching the rabbit's satisfied demeanor, she poked its belly with her finger. The rabbit obligingly lay back in her palm, exposing its belly for her to pet. Woojinyu cautiously inquired, Can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, hop onto this palm. She extended her other hand. Upon hearing her words, the little rabbit immediately stood up, leaped back, and swiftly jumped onto her other palm. Such a good little one. If it could understand human speech, That would be advantageous. She could devise a way to have it assist her, gently stroking the rabbit. Wu Jinyue's expression turned melancholic as she lowered her head, feigning disappointment. Alas, I initially had little food today, and now I've fed you a slice of toast. Sigh, I wonder how I'll manage from here on. Upon hearing this, the rabbit perked up its ears and hopped around in her hand. What's this? You want to come with me, hopping so energetically? The rabbit nodded vigorously. But I cannot afford to take care of you. As you can see, I'm quite poor. Wu Jinyu pretended to be sorrowful, her eyes slightly reddening, projecting an air of self-blame, claiming she couldn't afford it was a stretch. A single slice of toast could suffice, and she could still provide for it. But she was not lying. She truly was quite impoverished at the moment. The rabbit grew anxious, raising its head as an overwhelming aura surged forth, calling out, Bobo, Bobo. As sensing the aura emanating from the rabbit, Wu Jinyu couldn't help but smile. Are you saying that you are quite useful and can help me? The rabbit proudly raised its chin and nodded, rubbing its little face against her. Overjoyed, Wu Jinyu exclaimed, then let us live together. As she spoke, she gently tapped the rabbit's forehead with her fingertip. Suddenly, where her fingertip made contact, a golden totem flickered to life. The rabbit, however, seemed oblivious, continuing to nuzzle against her with its fluffy face. Would you like to use the contract stone to bond with this advanced strange beast, juvenile? A contract stone. This little rabbit could be contracted. Wu Jinyu quickly opened her guide, discovering that strange beasts were categorized into 4 ranks, low, medium, high, and elite. It appeared this rabbit was of no low rank. Yes, contract failed due to lack of contract stone. There was no need to rush. She took the rabbit back into her pocket, soothingly stroking its head, then retrieved the iron chest from her backpack, saying, let us follow the stream through the cedar forest, Bobo, and see if there are any strange beasts nearby. Bobo was the name she had given the rabbit. Commanding such a seemingly soft and adorable creature, Wu Jinyu felt no guilt whatsoever. She intended to instill a spirit of work in Bobo, having consumed her food and accompanied her. It was only right that it contribute in return. Wu Jinyu opened the 2 treasure chests she had just acquired from her backpack. Opened wooden chest, obtained 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 red bean breads, 1 matcha cake, 10 iron nails. Opened iron chest. Obtained 8 bottles of mineral water, 3 steamed buns, 1 jar of honey, 1 flint, 1 pair of outdoor gloves, 1 D-class iron axe, durability 90. The food and water she had obtained would sustain her for some time. She donned the outdoor gloves, grasped the iron axe, and, with Bobo in tow, followed the stream downstream. The map in her mind indicated a treasure chest deeper in the cedar forest, but it was too perilous, so she chose to forego it. An unexpected mishap could leave her trapped within the woods. As she walked downstream alongside the stream, she decided to chop some wood whenever she encountered a tree, while also keeping an eye out for other resources. Although she knew that the aura in the cedar forest was released by Bobo, her instincts still warned her that the forest wasn't safe. She resolved to explore further only after acquiring better weaponry. Suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar area, she was hesitant to wander carelessly. After walking several hundred meters, Wu Jinyu finally spotted 2 oak trees. Excitedly, she rushed over and swung her axe at one, but the oak only sustained superficial damage. Wu Jinyu stared in disbelief at the oak, then at her iron axe, incredulous as she checked her strength value once more. Was a strength value of 8 so weak, or was the iron axe simply inadequate? Gritting her teeth, she had no choice but to continue, chopping at the trees with determination. After spending an hour on the 2 oak trees, Wu Jinyu examined her iron axe, which still had 80 durability remaining, alongside the 4 pieces of wood in her backpack, panting heavily. Her stamina had dropped by a point, and feeling thirsty, she took out a bottle of mineral water, pouring a little for Bobo to drink before downing the rest herself, preparing to set off again. At that moment, Bobo suddenly poked its head out of her pocket, letting out a low growl towards the dense thicket ahead. Bobo! Bobo! Wu Jinyu immediately raised her dagger, positioning it defensively in front of her, her gaze fixed on the thick underbrush ahead. Chapter 4: The Hunt for Exotic Beasts. Returned to the sanctuary. As Wu Jinyu cautiously stepped backward, her gaze remained fixated on the dense thicket, her mind racing with thoughts. She needed to enhance her mental fortitude swiftly and upgrade her steed summoning technique. Being unable to discern the map was truly a dire predicament. Even with Bobo by her side, her reflexes were being tested to their limits, yet, just as she had retreated a few paces, the rustling of leaves heralded the emergence of a greenish-blue serpent from the thick foliage. Its crimson eyes locked onto Wu Jinyu, its body coiling as its blood-red tongue flicked in and out, emitting faint hisses as if to ward off intruders. Suddenly recalling that within the 3-day protection period, damage immunity was at 90, Wu Jinyu halted, gripping her dagger tighter and pointing it menacingly at the emerald serpent. The serpent instantly ceased its hissing, arching its body into a striking posture. In the split second that the serpent lunged toward her, she deftly rolled aside, tumbling on the grass. At that opportune moment, Bobo erupted with a vigorous aura, prompting the serpent, sensing the shift, to pivot and retreat into the underbrush. Wu Jinyu sprang to her feet, her dagger striking true into the serpent's vital point, and swiftly sliding downward, she inflicted a grievous wound, a torrent of blue-purple blood gushing forth. The serpent writhed in agony, desperately attempting to escape back into the thicket, but the dagger lodged in its body rendered it immobile. In a final attempt to retaliate, it turned to bite, but Wu Jinyu yanked the dagger free and delivered a decisive blow to its head. Successfully slain the emerald serpent. Level. Awarded wooden treasure chest X1, snake meat X3, snake gall X1, emerald serpent venom X1, emerald serpent venom. A non-lethal toxin that can incapacitate movement. Congratulations, player, on completing the Hunt for Exotic Beasts achievement. Achievement points 1. Reward Iron Treasure Chest X1, Iron Blocks X10. Congratulations, player, for being the first to complete the Hunt for Exotic Beasts achievement in Huaxia Region 47. Additional reward of 1 achievement point, Iron Treasure Chest X1, and 1 distributable attribute point. Rewards for completing achievements. Wu Jinyu opened her personal profile. She stood tied for first in achievements with another player named Chen Linhan, both boasting 2 achievement points, with no one else in sight. First-time achievers received rewards, but only the first in the region earned extra bonuses. Treasure chests could be obtained with effort, but the distributable attribute points were her sole means of enhancing her mental value and upgrading her steed summoning technique. Motivated anew to gather resources, Wu Jinyu rolled her hands together, grasping Bobo's rabbit head, and with a fervor reminiscent of youthful exuberance, she exclaimed, Bobo, you were amazing. Your cooperation was impeccable, and you even warned me of danger. Let us keep up the momentum, and tonight we shall reward ourselves with red bean bread. Bobo, brimming with excitement, poured out the pocket, chirping joyfully. Wu Jinyu gazed at the diminutive creature, struggling to comprehend how this seemingly harmless little rabbit could be a high-level exotic beast, while the serpent she had just vanquished was merely a low-level one. Dismissing the perplexity, she allocated the distributable attribute point to her mental value, successfully elevating it to 21. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already noon. With her stamina dwindling to 5 points, she retrieved a flatbread from her backpack, tearing off a piece of the flaky crust to feed Bobo, before swiftly consuming the remainder herself. For the next 2 hours, Wu Jinyu encountered no more exotic beasts, and the treasure chest did not reappear on her mental map yet. She refused to forfeit any opportunity to gather resources, donning outdoor gloves as she walked, plucking at the surrounding underbrush and hay. Acquired wooden stick X15, dry grass X20. After an extended period of searching, Wu Jinyu finally spotted a treasure chest in the northwest corner of her mental map. Realizing she needed to return to the sanctuary by 6 p.m., she quickened her pace, breaking into a light jog. She preferred to arrive early rather than cutting it close. Soon, she reached the designated spot on the map, only to find the ground barren before her. Puzzled, she scratched her head. Where was the chest? The map indicated it was right here. She circled the marked area, which was overgrown with weeds. Could the map have been mistaken? However, recalling her previous accurate findings, she speculated that perhaps the chest was buried beneath the earth. Without hesitation, Wu Jinyu retrieved her workbench. Workbench, place materials to synthesize items. There is nothing that cannot be synthesized, only users lacking materials. She quickly consulted the beginner's guide for the materials needed to craft a shovel, which required 2 pieces of wood. Extracting the wood from her backpack and placing it on the workbench, she heard a satisfying ding. Successfully synthesized D-grade wooden shovel, durability 50x1. Lifting the wooden shovel, Wu Jinyu assessed its weight. It was manageable and easy to wield. Time was of the essence. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she began to dig. The soil, being further from the stream, was quite hard. After 40 minutes of labor, her shovel finally struck something solid. Carefully, she cleared the dirt away to reveal a wooden treasure chest before her. Upon touching the chest, it automatically vanished into her backpack. Squinting, Wu Jinyu noticed 2 earthworms writhing in the soil beneath. Perhaps due to favorable growth conditions, the earthworms in this world were at least 3 times the size of those back on Blue Star. Previously trapped beneath the chest, they now appeared half alive, their bodies entwined and feebly wriggling. Bending down, she resolutely extracted the worms from the earth, adhering to her principle of resourcefulness. Acquired Earthworm X2 earthworm can be used to craft low-level bait. After collecting the earthworms and drinking a bottle of water, Wu Jinyu checked the time. It was already 3 p.m. With 3 hours remaining until 6 p.m., she could not afford to venture further. Having strayed far from the sanctuary, she needed to hurry back. Fortunately, with her steed summoning technique, albeit limited to a 500-meter range, she could easily navigate her return by remembering landmarks every few hundred meters. Moreover, her backpack was filling up. Even if she had time, she couldn't continue gathering resources. Contemplating the 4 treasure chests she had acquired, Wu Jinyu felt a thrill akin to that of a lottery winner, quickening her pace toward the sanctuary. She decided against picking up any more materials along the way. She had only 3 hours left and needed to return swiftly. This minor collection was not worth her life. On her return journey, Wu Jinyu thoughtfully plucked a few large, soft leaves from a tree, intending to fashion a nest for Bobo. While she could endure the discomfort of the hard wooden bed, the little creature deserved a cozy place to rest. With both girl and rabbit hurrying back, they finally arrived at the sanctuary before nightfall. Securing the thatched door and fastening the nearly dislodged latch, Wu Jinyu found herself once again within the sanctuary's embrace. Glancing at the system, she noted there was still 20 minutes remaining until 6. After a long day of exertion, she could finally rest. Chapter 5, Unlocking the Treasure Chest. Entering the night, Wu Jinyu flopped onto her bed with a satisfying stretch, while Bobo crawled out of her pocket, collapsing into a heap resembling a tired rabbit. Reclining on the wooden bed, she absent-mindedly stroked Bobo, gazing up at the thatched roof above, which appeared so thin it seemed to let light through. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was amiss with the shelter. Had she ever encountered a refuge described as a rickety thatched hut? It sounded far too unreliable. She decided to check the upgrade requirements for the shelter. Thatched hut, basic, upgrade to thatched hut, advanced, requires wooden planks 60, hay 80, iron nails 30. Hay could be easily gathered from the bushes. As for the iron nails, they were processed items, and she wondered if they could only be obtained from treasure chests. The wooden planks, however, seemed only a single character different from the wood she had acquired from chopping trees today. Perhaps it was best to consult the beginner's guide. Wu Jinyu swiftly opened the beginner's guide. Iron nails can be crafted from iron blocks at the workbench. 1 iron block can produce 10 iron nails. Wooden planks can be crafted from wood at the workbench. 1 piece of wood can produce 4 wooden planks. With the 10 iron blocks she had gained today, she could make 100 nails. As for the wood, she would have to chop trees gradually. Having contemplated the shelter's issues, Wu Jinyu set Bobo aside and sat up with excitement, pulling out the 2 wooden chests and 2 iron chests she had obtained today from her backpack, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Finally, it was time for the exhilarating treasure draw. Bobo watched Wu Jinyu as if she were performing an invisible act, tilting its head in confusion when she pulled an unseen object from her backpack and placed it on the bed. Bobo. With curiosity, it observed her hand. Wu Jinyu waved the wooden chest in front of Bobo. Bobo, what is this? Bobo tilted its head in bewilderment, then sprang forward, colliding with the wooden chest. Wu Jinyu barely had time to move it away as Bobo zipped through the air, passing right through the chest and landing on the wooden bed, bouncing happily. Wu Jinyu's eyes widened as she stared at the chest in her hand. It felt undeniably real to her. Yet Bobo couldn't see or touch it, though it could see and consume the food that came from within. Perhaps this chest was not a product of this world. Otherwise, how could Bobo, a native creature, be unable to see or touch it? Observing Bobo's eager calls, Wu Jinyu retrieved a red bin bun, placed it on a leaf that had just returned, and then offered it to Bobo, deciding to quiet its inquisitive nature with food. Watching Bobo joyfully munch away, Wu Jinyu felt a sense of relief. If Bobo insisted on knowing what the ERE in her hand was, she would find it difficult to explain. It was best to open the treasure chests first. Wu Jinyu wiped her hands on her pajamas, then pressed her palms together, silently reciting a mantra in her heart: "Wash away the misfortune, bless me with luck, bless me with luck." After completing her self-made incantation, she devoutly opened the 2 wooden chests. "Would you like to open the wooden chests too?" "Yes, you have obtained bottled water 8, steamed buns 4, toast 2, egg yolk puff 1, packaged ham sausage 1, honey bread 2, tube socks 1, men's vest 1, candles 5. The items spilled onto the wooden bed as her backpack could not accommodate them all. Bobo, who had been lost in its feast, looked up in astonishment. Bobo, Bobo, so much food." With drool almost pooling, Bobo glanced at the half-eaten red bin bun, then back at the bounty of food, and without hesitation, sprang up to dash towards the delicious spread. It recalled the bitter days it had endured. How could there suddenly be so much delectable food? Just as Bobo was about to pounce on the feast, Wu Jinyu swiftly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up and giving it a gentle tap on the head. "No eating. This is our future rations. Only if Bobo helps me diligently can we procure more delightful treats." Upon hearing this, Bobo's spirited demeanor sagged, letting out a sorrowful whimper. "Bobo, Bobo," setting Bobo back down in front of the red bin bun, the disheartened creature stared at the delicious bun with a furrowed brow, unable to enjoy its meal. Reflecting on how Bobo had alerted her to danger when encountering a strange beast today and even assisted her in defeating the green snake, Wu Jinyu took the only egg yolk puff she had obtained from the wooden chest, broke it in half, and placed one piece on a leaf, gently stroking Bobo's fluffy fur. This half of the egg yolk puff is a reward for Bobo's vigilance today. Bobo, previously despondent, brightened at the sight of the half egg yolk puff, its gloomy mood dissipating. It excitedly hopped onto Wu Jinyu's leg, rubbing against her affectionately. After expressing its joy, it leaped back onto the leaf to continue devouring its dinner. Wu Jinyu also consumed the remaining half of the egg yolk puff, restoring 1 point of stamina. Recalling that she had only eaten 2 pancakes and 2 bottles of water today, Wu Jinyu took out a slice of toast from her backpack that she had intended to give to Bobo and finished it along with a bottle of water, restoring her stamina back to 8 points. She needed to constantly monitor her stamina, otherwise, if it dropped below 2, she might succumb to sluggishness. Although she was unsure what it felt like to be sluggish, she imagined it would mean her actions would slow down. Wu Jinyu shook her head. Sluggishness was clearly not a desirable state. Since her skill could not detect strange beasts, she would have to rely on Bobo for warnings and be generous towards it. However, she resolved to open the treasure chests only in places where Bobo could not see. Bobo could not see the chests, yet it could see the items within. Given the food she had just acquired, she could certainly feed Bobo, but she did not wish to establish a habit of rewarding it with food every time a chest was opened. She wanted Bobo to understand that only through hard work could they earn their meals. Wu Jinyu checked her backpack, which was completely full, and then opened both the workbench and beginner's guide to see if there were any items she could craft for storage. A small storage box can be crafted from wood at the workbench. 1 piece of wood creates 1 small storage box, while 2 pieces create 1 large storage box. A small storage box has a capacity of 20, while a large storage box has a capacity of 50. With 2 pieces of wood remaining in her backpack, she resolved to create a storage box today. The thatched hut was already small. If everything was left scattered on the ground, she would have nowhere to step. Wu Jinyu considered the workbench, stroking her chin. A small storage box holds 20, while a large storage box holds 50. How about crafting a large one to save 10 units of space? Would you like to spend 2 pieces of wood to create a large storage box? Yes, creation successful. Before her stood a square wooden box. Wu Jinyu placed all the items from the bed into it, including everything from her backpack except for food and water, as well as the workbench, axe, and dagger. Sitting on her wooden bed, she turned to the window, where a massive shadow loomed over the land, and the sky outside gradually darkened. Night had fallen. Chapter 6, World Channel. Adding friends, Wu Jinyu took out the candle she had just lit and ignited it with a flint. To prevent Bobo from seeing the items she had obtained, she resolved to open the remaining 2 iron chests within her storage box. Would you like to open the iron chests too? Yes, you have received 14 bottles of mineral water, 2 steamed breads, 3 toasts, 6 honey buns, 1 pack of rice, 1 Swiss roll, 1 grilled eel, 2 herbal medicine bottles, 1 air conditioning blanket, 1 set of women's underwear, 6 candles. Wu Jinyu pondered. The drop rate for mineral water from the chest seemed rather high. After stowing these supplies in her container, she glanced at the food within her backpack and conducted a quick inventory. Mineral water 39, sesame cake 1, toast 4, red bean bread 1, matcha cake 1, steamed breads 9, honey 1, packaged ham sausages 1, honey buns 8, pack of rice 1, Swiss roll 1, grilled eel 1, snake meat 3. Except for the raw snake meat, which required cooking, all the other food items were ready to eat. After organizing the contents of her box and backpack, Wu Jinyu exhaled deeply, placed the box and backpack neatly, and climbed onto her bed with the air conditioning blanket. Having labored throughout the day, her body finally relaxed, and she became acutely aware of the soreness in her leg muscles. After massaging her thighs, she performed a series of full-body stretches on the bed, then leaned back. In the not-so-sturdy shelter, the dim candlelight flickered, while Bobo lay nestled on the soft leaves. Wu Jinyu opened the World Channel to surf the internet and see what others in her district were discussing. The limit of 3 messages per day effectively curtailed the refresh rate of the World Channel. To her astonishment, the number of participants in the channel had plummeted from 1 million in the morning to under 900,000. It was only the first day of survival, and over 100,000 individuals had already perished, even during the novice protection period when there was a 90% immunity to damage. Once the 3-day protection period elapsed, casualties would undoubtedly rise. Upgrading the shelter and enhancing her strength had become an urgent necessity. I want to go home. I want to return to Blue Star. Who can take me back? Thank goodness for the novice protection period. I encountered a rabid porcupine today. If it weren't for the 90 damage immunity, I would have been among those 100,000. Is anyone looking to expand their friend circle? Let's support each other and share experiences. What should I do? The items from the novice gift pack need to be consumed by tomorrow. If I can't find any chests by then, I'll be finished. Hey, you up there. Don't harbor any illusions about going back. Open your eyes and see how many people are missing from our District 47. You can't possibly think you can return to Blue Star, can you? While chopping trees, a wooden chest fell. Why do these chests always seem to hide in corners, and when I open them, there's hardly any food inside? Your luck is remarkable. Has anyone else found a chest? In the afternoon, someone posted a picture of a wooden chest. Has anyone discovered an iron chest? What does it look like? At that moment, someone with the ID Chen Jing posted a picture of an iron chest, causing the refresh rate of the channel messages to suddenly accelerate. Why, a big shot. I haven't found a wooden chest today. How could someone have already found an iron chest? Could you please share what's inside the iron chest? How much more resources does it contain compared to the wooden one? Please, big shot, add me as a friend. Not to mention, your friend requests must be overflowing right now. Please share your coordinates. I want to ride your coattails. Amidst the flurry of messages, Chen Jing spoke up again. I was fortunate. I got chased by a beast to a steep slope and happened to spot this iron chest wedged between some rocks. Please stop sending me friend requests for resources. The trading mall's novice protection period isn't open yet, so even if I have supplies, I can't trade. Following Chen Jing's statement, the tone of the messages shifted. Why trade? Aren't we all from Blue Star? You could share your coordinates or disable the hiding function. If someone is nearby, they could ask you for supplies. Since you found an iron chest, can we trade after the novice protection period? I'm quite poor and haven't found a chest yet. Can I exchange 10 bundles of hay for you, Chen Jing? Hey, I've been lurking here for so long and finally caught you guys, I swear, moral kidnapping. If I get to you, I'll make you pay. Player Xiao has been muted for 1 day for violating channel rules and insulting other players. Wu Jinyu chuckled. This person certainly had a fiery temperament. She clicked on Xiao's profile, only to find a blank due to privacy settings. However, before exiting her profile, Wu Jinyu casually gave her a thumbs up in the upper left corner. Glancing at the time, it was only 8 p.m, after calculating that she would wake up at 7 a.m. the next day and sleep for 10 hours, she decided to browse for another hour before heading to bed. Wu Jinyu absent-mindedly patted Bobo beside her and continued scrolling through the channel messages. At that moment, an individual named Ding Sharn posted a rather dubious comment, igniting yet another wave of activity in the channel. The top achiever, Chen Lihan, and the second, Wu Jinyu, have been silent all day. Why haven't you spoken up? Right, big shots. Please share your experiences. How did you complete your achievements? I only gathered some hay today. I wanted to chop wood but had no weapon, so I ended up napping in a thatched hut all afternoon. You can obtain an axe from the novice gift pack. Why didn't I get one? Is it because my luck is only 2 points, preventing me from getting good items? Wu Jinyu reopened the achievements list and noticed that Chen Lihan, who had been tied with her for first place earlier, had gained an additional point and now held the top position, while she fell to second. Observing the cacophony of voices in the channel, she temporarily silenced it and opened her personal profile, which displayed 99 friend requests. Some friend requests contained polite notes, with the most common being a big shot, please help. However, others were far less cordial. One individual, after multiple failed attempts to add her, left a message filled with aggressive remarks towards her family. Wu Jinyu refused to indulge such behavior. After reporting the offensive comment, she blocked the user and added a few others with similarly vile messages to her blacklist. Just as she was about to exit the friend request page, she noticed a familiar name, Chen Lihan. After considering this individual who shared the top achievement with her, Wu Jinyu accepted his friend request. She wasn't fond of indiscriminately adding friends, but she noticed that his message read, trading resources. The trading wall had yet to open. What could he possibly want to trade with her? Upon accepting the friend request, Chen Lihan was the first to initiate a conversation. Did you find any chests today? Wu Jinyu frowned. Why was he prying into her private affairs right away? Just as she was about to unfriend him, he sent another message. I killed 4 venomous scorpions and a porcupine today, and found a wooden chest. Aside from that, I only got toxic meat and venom. However, I didn't trigger the achievement for being the first to complete hunt exotic beasts. I suspect you must have killed the beasts before me, so please don't unfriend me. Meanwhile, Chen Lihan, devoid of candles and engulfed in darkness, was nearly pounding his fingers into submission. Feeling that Wu Jinyu might unfriend him for not responding to his initial message, he hastily typed, I'm here to discuss trading resources after the protection period ends. Chapter 7. Trading food, purchasing information. Upon reading Chen Lihan's last remark, Wu Jinyu raised an eyebrow and remarked, your note indicates the exchange of resources, yet here you are, inquiring whether I possess a treasure chest. Chen Lihan replied, No, my intention is to exchange resources. The food I currently have is merely sufficient for my novice protection period. I wish to wait until the trading wall opens to barter with you. Wu Jinyu countered, so you killed 4 venomous scorpions and a hedgehog, only to receive a single wooden chest. Chen Lihan responded, the drop rate for treasure chests is rather low. Wait, how many exotic beasts did you slay today? Wu Jinyu stated, 1. Chen Lihan exclaimed, how is this fair? I vanquished 5 beasts, nearly perishing at the hands of the scorpions, yet I only obtained 1 chest, while you secured 1 with just a single kill. Wu Jinyu retorted, well, you are quite fortunate. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Jinyu recalled that her luck stat stood at 12 points. She had recently observed in the chat that someone else had also discovered a wooden chest, but the food inside was barely enough to sustain them for a day. In contrast, the food she procured from her wooden chest was sufficient for her to labor for over a day. It seemed her luck was relatively high among the players. However, she refrained from inquiring about Chen Lianhan's luck stat and simply responded, What resources do you possess that you could trade for food? Chen Lianhan replied, I am in need of food. Could I exchange toxic scorpion meat or raw meat with you? I can offer a 1:2 trade. Wu Jinyu asked, how much does each portion of toxic scorpion meat and raw meat weigh? Chen Lianhan explained, each portion of toxic scorpion meat weighs 200 grams, and I have 4 portions. The raw meat is hedgehog meat, weighing 300 grams. After pondering for a moment, Wu Jinyu decided to proceed with the trade. With her treasure hunting skills, she was able to locate chests more swiftly than others, and the food she obtained was in surplus. Having collected numerous chests today while accompanied by Bobo, she no longer felt the pangs of regret she once experienced when feeding Bobo a slice of toast. Although she could not consume the toxic meat, it could be utilized against other exotic beasts. Wu Jinyu stated, I am willing to trade. For the toxic meat, I shall give you a bottle of mineral water and 2 steamed buns. As for the raw hedgehog meat, I will roast it for you, but you must cover the processing fee. She had no desire to consume hedgehog meat. The snake meat she acquired from slaying a green snake was sufficient for her appetite. However, having once raised a hedgehog prior to her arrival in this otherworldly realm, she found it distasteful to eat a creature she had once cared for. It was better to have Chen Lianhan pay for the labor of cooking it for himself. After sending her trading terms, several minutes passed without a response from the other party. Wu Jinyu gazed at their dialogue box, lost in thought. She made a simple deduction regarding Chen Lianhan. He likely lacked fire-starting tools, otherwise, he would not have proposed trading raw meat. His strength must be considerable, as defeating 5 exotic beasts is no trivial feat. His luck stat must be low, considering that 5 beasts yielded only 1 chest. At that moment, a message arrived from the other side. Chen Lianhan wrote, Agreed, once the trading mall opens, we shall proceed with this exchange. I have another question, do you possess any fire-starting tools? Wu Jinyu replied, Are you conducting a census here? Chen Lianhan responded, I apologize for the intrusion. I was merely contemplating whether, if you have fire-starting tools, I might also trade for a fire pit when the trading mall opens. The synthesis requirement for a fire pit is for wooden planks combined with some fire-starting tools. A single fire pit can burn for 24 hours. Wu Jinyu stated, 1 fire pit in exchange for 3 pieces of wood. Chen Lianhan countered, that is not acceptable, it should be 2. The 4 wooden planks required for the fire pit can be crafted from just 1 piece of wood. If I offer you 2 pieces of wood, you still profit from 1. Wu Jinyu replied, I believe a single fire pit for 3 pieces of wood is already a loss on my part. If you wish to trade, that is up to you. This statement was untrue. Wu Jinyu had no intention of revealing the truth. The flint she possessed had no usage limit, it was simply a matter of rarity. Flint. An heirloom fire-starting artifact that remains functional even when wet. With it, one need never worry about lacking fire. It took her half an hour to fell a tree, and upgrading to a high-level thatched house required 60 wooden planks, equivalent to 15 pieces of wood. Let us first consider the fact that chopping down 15 logs requires her to fell 5 trees, which will take nearly 4 hours of her time. More importantly, she currently possesses only an iron axe with a durability of 80. While this axe is sufficient for gathering wood to upgrade her shelter, she has discovered in the guide that numerous items require wood for crafting. Collecting the wood herself is one method, but exchanging her surplus resources could save her considerable time in searching for treasure chests. While Wu Jinyu is caught in this dilemma and calculation, Chen Lianhan on the opposite side is also deep in thought. He too possesses only a single axe, one obtained from a treasure chest, with a mere durability of 40, making it nearly impossible for him to fell many trees. Recalling his discoveries in the woods that day, he finally musters the courage to speak. Chen Lianhan, I shall maintain the exchange rate of 2 logs for 1 campfire, but please do not dismiss me just yet. May I inquire if there is a jungle near your shelter? Wu Jinyu, how is this relevant to our trade of campfires? Chen Lianhan, I can offer you a piece of information in exchange. My terms are 2 logs for the campfire, along with some additional food. Seemingly anxious that Wu Jinyu might doubt him, Chen Lihan hastily continues. Chen Lihan, the information pertains to the tasks that will be released after the 3-day novice protection period. I am aware of what it entails. Wu Jinyu, what information? How do you know? Chen Lihan, while I cannot guarantee its absolute accuracy, I am certain that the tasks post-protection period, even if slightly varied, will not deviate significantly. This is the information I acquired in the jungle. Wu Jinyu, if your information proves to be accurate, I can offer you additional food and favorable trading terms. After sending this message, Wu Jinyu gazes intently at the system interface, contemplating her next move. 5 minutes pass with no response from Chen Lihan, and she quickly deduces that he has become wary. He claimed to possess information, and she immediately promised him food, which certainly feels off. Moreover, it is evident from the World Channel that everyone is struggling with food shortages. The fact that she even has surplus food to trade for scorpion meat is rare. How could she possibly have enough to buy information? With this thought in mind, Wu Jinyu swiftly rises from her bed and approaches the storage box, retrieving some toast and steamed buns to take a photograph, which she sends to him. Wu Jinyu, I have food for trade. You must choose to trust me. Can you truly find someone in the World Channel right now who possesses both excess food and flint, who will not deceive you after the protection period and will trade honestly? Wu Jinyu believes herself to be a person of integrity. Despite being trapped in this wretched otherworld, she would not betray her compatriots too harshly. After a few seconds, a message finally arrives from Chen Lihan. Chen Lihan, what if, after the protection period, you fail to fulfill the trade? Wu Jinyu, I am unsure. Perhaps you could go to the World Channel and berate me. Chapter 8, Win-Win Transactions. The day after the protection period. Chen Lihan, if I scold you, I would be silenced. Never mind, I shall share my thoughts with you. I have 2 hypotheses regarding that task. One is the attack of the exotic beasts, and the other pertains to the protection of the shelter. Wu Jinyu, why? Chen Lihan, seated before the luminous screen, scratched his head thoughtfully, then continued to articulate his thoughts. Chen Lihan, my point of origin is deep within the jungle, a place fraught with peril, teeming with exotic beasts. In order to establish the shelter, I fled to the edge of the jungle. There I encountered a nest of scorpions. Before I could construct the shelter, they merely raised their stingers to ward me off. Once I completed the shelter, it was as if they awakened, launching an assault on the entrance, attempting to dismantle the door. The novice protection period not only provides a 90 immunity to damage, but likely also diminishes the aggression of the exotic beasts. However, upon noticing individuals within the shelter, their aggression seems to return to normal. I surmise that the rules of this world are not malevolent enough to allow the beasts to attack while we rest at night. We must remain vigilant for nearby threats. There must exist some means to repel the exotic beasts. Yet, until we acquire that means, we must survive the beasts' onslaught during the protection period. The increasing difficulty of survival, as mentioned by the little sphere, may indicate that the beast's attack power is returning to its original state. Based on my experience in vanquishing for venomous scorpions, their innate attack power is exceedingly high. Without weapons, it is quite challenging to defeat them. So, after all this discourse, are you paying attention? Wu Jinyu, IAM.SO, you hypothesize that the exotic beasts will attempt to attack the shelter during the protection period. Once it expires, their likelihood and ferocity of assaulting the shelter will significantly increase. Chen Lihan, precisely. Moreover, a mere basic thatched hut will be insufficient to withstand their onslaught. From my observations, even this wooden door would succumb to prolonged attacks. Perhaps it is merely my misfortune. My point of origin is surrounded by jungle, one forest connecting to another, where exotic beasts abound. I can only reside at the periphery. This afternoon, while gathering resources, I noticed exotic beasts emerging from the depths of the jungle. If I observe an increase in their numbers tomorrow, I would be confident that my hypothesis is entirely accurate. The protection period is far more advantageous than we initially perceived. Once it concludes, it is not merely a matter of heightened aggression from the exotic beasts, it is conceivable that they could follow our scent to the shelter. Wu Jinyu, the exotic beasts I encountered today initially sought to expel me, but once I resolved to slay them, they retaliated. Chen Lianhan, the shelter needs to be upgraded promptly, lest we be unable to fend off the exotic beasts. If we can elevate the basic thatched hut to a higher level after the 3-day protection period, our safety should be considerably enhanced. Wu Jinyu, I have noted your information, thank you. Chen Lianhan, I do not seek your gratitude. I only implore you to honor your promise and provide me with food, lest I truly face ruin. Wu Jinyu, rest assured, I am a person of integrity. Let me calculate. After the protection period, I will exchange for 4 portions of scorpion meat, which would require 2 bottles of mineral water and 1 steamed bun. For the information I provide, it would be 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 piece of toast, and 1 steamed bun. How do you wish to account for the processing fee of the roasted meat? Chen Lianhan, for the campfire transaction, we shall count it as 2 pieces of wood. I shall not barter for raw meat. Once we complete the exchange of the campfire, I will roast it myself. Wu Jinyu agreed. Wu Jinyu had not intended to barter information with Chen Lianhan, but upon reflection, she realized that possessing the ability to slay 5 exotic beasts, even with low luck and fewer treasure drops, could compensate for the lack thereof. Yet, the high number of kills also implied considerable energy expenditure for Chen Lianhan. The food he acquired from treasure chests would not suffice to meet his needs. Having previously slain a green snake, she was aware of the valuable resources that exotic beasts could yield. Letting him know she had food, she thought that if he could provide something of sufficient value in return, she could supply him with the food he desired, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. As for the tasks beyond the protection period, she believed that the venom she had obtained today along with the toxic scorpion meat she had just traded would prove useful. She resolved to seek out more treasure chests and gather additional resources. Wu Jinyu glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. Were she still on Blue Star, she would likely be indulging in the nightlife at this hour. With a sigh, she closed the luminous screen and reclined on her bed, gazing at the precariously swaying thatched roof above. Though she repeatedly reassured herself that living anywhere was still living, being in this perilous alien world stirred a sense of melancholy within her. Would her efforts bear fruit, allowing her to savor the crayfish and hot pot she had longed for during her studies abroad? Wu Jinyu extinguished the half-burned candle with a flick of her hand, plunging the room into darkness, and suddenly, fatigue washed over her. In a daze, she clutched her air-conditioned blanket, her face nestled against Bobo, and gradually closed her eyes. In the fleeting moment before slumber claimed her, her final thought was a relief that it was not cold. Merely covering herself with the air-conditioned blanket sufficed. Bobo had fallen asleep long before Wu Jinyu had finished browsing online. Sensing a soft presence drawing near, it instinctively stretched its paws, snuggling closer to Wu Jinyu. In the tranquil darkness of the night, the girl and the rabbit found warmth in each other's proximity and drifted into slumber. Before 7 the next morning, Wu Jinyu was roused by the soft, furry weight upon her face. Bobo. Bobo, as Bobo called out, it attempted to nudge her awake with its paws. Even in the depths of sleep, Wu Jinyu stirred. After gently lifting Bobo from her face, she squinted and opened the luminous screen. It was just 10 minutes to 7. Due to the previous day's strenuous activities, even after stretching her muscles last night, Wu Jinyu felt a pervasive soreness throughout her body. Yawning widely, she ruffled Bobo's fur and greeted the day with a soft good morning. Opening her treasure chest, she retrieved a honey bun and a bottle of water, pouring out a portion before placing the food before Bobo. Bobo, it's time for breakfast. Bobo chirped happily and began to enjoy its morning meal. Had it been 5 days ago, it could scarcely have imagined that, having lost its kin, it would find such delectable sustenance. Who could fathom the depths of its hunger over those many days? What a delightful breakfast this is. Chew, chew, chew. Wu Jinyu rinsed her mouth with the remaining water and splashed some on her face. She then organized her backpack for the day, gathering essential supplies and tools, and also pulled out her own breakfast. 1 Swiss roll, 1 honey bun, and 1 bottle of water. She planned to eat heartily, for the tasks ahead were arduous. After breaking off a few crumbs of Swiss roll for Bobo to taste, she swiftly finished her own meal. She hoped that the treasure chests she would uncover today might yield a complete outfit or suitable shoes for climbing and running. as wearing the same sleepwear and slippers was hardly practical. Given her current level of activity, her attire would soon become unwearable. With all preparations complete, Wu Jinyu glanced at the time. It was precisely 7 o'clock, and daylight had fully arrived outside. Nestling Bobo back into her pocket, she opened the door and set out. Her primary task for the day was to chop wood, followed by searching for treasure chests and other resources. Her instincts from the previous day had been validated by Chen Yianhan's information. She felt a sense of urgency about upgrading the shelter. Activating the mental map in her mind, Wu Jinyu resolved to take a different route today. Chapter 9, Education of Bobo. Material collection within a 500-meter radius centered on the shelter. No treasure chests were discovered on the map. Yesterday's route followed the stream downstream, but today, Wu Jinyu decided to change direction and head eastward. After securely closing the wooden door, she grasped her dagger and ventured east. As she walked, she meticulously observed her surroundings in search of hay. Her task for the day was to gather sufficient materials to upgrade the shelter. The quantity of hay in the east was less abundant than that found in the thickets, and the amount collected each time varied unpredictably. Some small patches of hay yielded only 1 or 2 stalks, while in sparsely populated areas, she could gather 3 or 4. After traversing several hundred meters, Wu Jinyu had collected 12 stalks of hay and 18 sticks. Suddenly, she noticed a treasure chest appearing within her map's vicinity, located over 200 meters away, adjacent to a small grove. The novice guide indicated that the locations of treasure chests appeared randomly and refreshed in real time each day. The spot where a treasure chest appeared yesterday might not necessarily yield one today. While flora and exotic beasts did not refresh, they would migrate. If a particular area was cleared of exotic beasts, it wouldn't be long before new ones arrived to claim the territory. Observing this, she felt reassured that the resources around the shelter would not be entirely depleted, especially since she currently lacked the means to search further afield for supplies. As she approached the treasure chest's burial site, Bobo suddenly stirred restlessly in her pocket, his paws clinging to the pocket's edge, his little head peeking out, nostrils flaring as he sniffed eagerly. Bobo. 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 Wu Jinyu quickly restrained the eager creature, halting her steps as she glanced down to see his little head stretching forward. This sight mirrored the moment last night when she had placed the food from the treasure chest on her bed, and Bobo had dashed over in excitement. Sighing in exasperation, she gently tapped his small head with her knuckles and spoke, "No wandering off, Bobo, turn around and look at me." Still entranced by the alluring scent, Bobo momentarily halted his attempts to leap from the pocket upon hearing Wu Jinyu's somewhat stern tone. With a pitiful look, he turned around and gazed up at her, emitting a soft, plaintive sound. Bobo. Bobo. Wu Jinyu lifted Bobo from her pocket and placed him on her shoulder, continuing to walk as she inquired, "Bobo, did you catch a whiff of something delicious?" The little rabbit's eye sparkled at her words as he nodded vigorously, pointing ahead with his paw, then animatedly demonstrating how enticing the food appeared. He first mimicked the shape of the object with his paw, and upon finishing, affectionately nuzzled against her neck. Observing Bobo's abstract gestures, Wu Jinyu understood that the delectable treat he sought was in the same direction as her treasure chest. Since they were aligned, she could first retrieve the treasure and then accompany Bobo to investigate further. However, his habit of wanting to leap from her pocket at the mere scent of food was somewhat concerning. Casting a glance at Bobo's moist, pleading eyes, Wu Jinyu steeled herself and asked, "Bobo, do you want me to search for something delicious with you?" Mistaking her words for an affirmative response, Bobo excitedly darted from her left shoulder to her right, then back again. "Bobo, Bobo." He seemed as if he would leap onto Wu Jinyu's head at any moment. "Then why didn't you make a sound to alert me, instead of trying to jump out yourself? Were you not satisfied with your breakfast?" The once enthusiastic little rabbit paused, tilting his head in confusion, then shook it. Bobo had indeed eaten well that morning. The breakfast was incredibly delicious and sweet. Yet, in the next moment, Wu Jinyu's words cut through, "But Bobo, if you don't listen, a disobedient little rabbit cannot have its wishes fulfilled." The rabbit, previously tilting its head cutely, appeared as if struck by lightning, rendered utterly still. He hadn't realized that in his eagerness for a tasty treat, he had momentarily forgotten that he was bound to live alongside the bipedal creature before him and had instinctively wanted to explore. It was an involuntary reaction. Bobo's little eyes reflected shock, confusion, and a sense of grievance. After a few seconds of silence, noticing that Wu Jinyu had not rescinded her statement and continued to walk resolutely forward, he slumped down dejectedly, burying his head in his soft fur. Bobo felt wronged, perceiving the discontent emanating from the little creature on her shoulder. Wu Jinyu paused, gently lifting Bobo from her shoulder and cradling him in her palm. Disobedient little rabbits cannot have their wishes fulfilled, but obedient little rabbits can. If Bobo wants to be a good little rabbit, he should call out once. If he wishes to remain disobedient, he should call out twice. The little rabbit nestled in her palm emitted a low sound. All right, then what should an obedient little rabbit do upon sensing something delicious? Initially resting in her hand, Bobo stood up, gazing up at Wu Jinyu with a soft noise, then climbed back into the pocket of her sleepwear, his little paws clutching the edge of the pocket, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Wu Jinyu extended her finger to stroke his soft fur, speaking gently. Bobo is such a good boy. How about this? Once I finish chopping wood, we will go in search of something delicious, all right? Upon hearing her words, Bobo, who had been blinking with a pitiful expression, immediately perked up, transforming from lethargy to vibrant energy. Bobo! Bobo! He patted the pocket as Wu Jinyu continued onward. After walking several hundred meters, she finally arrived at the location marked on the map where the treasure chest was buried. In the distance, a wooden chest lay. Wu Jinyu approached and stowed the wooden treasure chest in her backpack. Then, she activated her skill once more, surveying the map in her mind. To the right lay a grove, with another treasure chest located. It was best to chop wood first. Switching her dagger for an axe, Wu Jinyu began her labor for the day. Just as she reached the trees and swung the axe upward, the ring on her hand vibrated unexpectedly. Odd, could someone be messaging her? Setting down the axe, she opened the holographic screen, and a message popped up from her friend's module. It seemed she had only added Chen Lianhan as a contact. What could he want? Wu Jinyu clicked on their chat window. Chen Lianhan, a more exotic beasts have emerged from the depths of the jungle. I recall encountering a blind leopard when I initially fled from the jungle. Now that leopard has reached the forest's outskirts. Wu Jinyu understood. After sending the message, she reviewed her conversation history with Chen Lianhan. Surviving in such a harsh starting environment meant that he either possessed extraordinary strength or had obtained special items from treasure chests. She couldn't fathom how he managed to evade the exotic beasts that surrounded him. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that this was not the time for such musings. She needed to gather materials promptly. Wu Jinyu picked up the axe again, chopping away methodically. Chopping wood was a tedious task, but Wu Jinyu was remarkably patient. Even while wearing outdoor gloves, she could feel the slight sting in her palms from the prolonged friction. After 2 hours of labor, she successfully felled 4 trees, stowing 8 logs in her backpack before setting down the axe and wiping her brow. Phew, I'm exhausted. It feels as though my hands may break. I should take a short rest. Chapter 10, The Pile of Rocks and the Great Battle with the Crab. Wu Jinyu stowed her axe into her backpack and approached a tree, retrieving a bottle of mineral water. After pouring a few caps of water for Bobo, she drank the remainder in one swift motion. With a gentle pat on her pocket, Bobo's rabbit head promptly popped out. Let us go. Bobo will lead the way to find some delicacies. Wu Jinyu harbored doubts that anything in the wild could excite a high-level beast, except for the addictive processed sweets she had unearthed from her treasure chest. Perhaps it was something truly remarkable. Calculating the time, she figured a quick trip with Duo would suffice before returning to continue chopping wood. Bobo joyfully climbed out of her pocket, leaping onto the ground with a little bounce, and scampered off in another. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the temperature noticeably dropped. After a while, Wu Jinyu could no longer contain her curiosity. Bobo, are we almost there? Bobo, who had been bounding ahead, came to an immediate halt. Once Wu Jinyu caught up, the little rabbit hopped onto her slipper, nuzzling against her pant leg, and then shook its head. Is there still some distance to cover? Can you sense any dangerous creatures nearby? The little rabbit nodded. Seeing Wu Jinyu's puzzled expression, Bobo climbed up her sleeve and tapped its tiny paw on the dagger she held, gazing up proudly. Wu Jinyu couldn't help but chuckle. So Bobo means there is danger here. but the two of— After all, the well-fed Bobo was no longer the creature that had fallen from the tree after using its ability just once. Through the day spent with Bobo, Wu Jinyu had come to understand the gluttonous rabbit's character. She promptly lifted Bobo from her sleeve and placed it back on the ground. Then lead the way, but remember to steer clear of any formidable beasts. After calling out a couple of times, the little rabbit resumed its lead. It seemed Bobo was deliberately adjusting its speed for Wu Jinyu, pausing every so often to wait for her to catch up before continuing on. After several minutes of travel, they approached a pile of jagged rocks, where Bobo halted, extending its paw to point at a small— It was nearly imperceptible at first glance. Bobo, wow! Bobo, Wu Jinyu exclaimed, surprised at how quickly they had arrived. She gazed at the small opening and leaned down to inquire, is there something delicious inside that hole? Bobo shook its— She hefted her dagger and cautiously advanced. So Bobo is saying there is something in that hole. The rabbit nodded and swiftly climbed back into her sleeve, poking its head out with eager eyes fixated on the front. Wu Jinyu observed Bobo's timid yet bold demeanor and couldn't suppress a smile. She had just advised Bobo to avoid formidable creatures, and it had clearly understood her words. It seemed Bobo was confident it could handle whatever was in the hole. Wu Jinyu carefully picked up a stone and hurled it towards the pile of rocks, then quickly concealed herself behind a tree, straining to catch any sounds from the pile. The pair remained still, listening intently as the stone struck the ground with a thud, followed by a rumbling noise. Soon, a scratching sound echoed from the pile, akin to claws scraping against stone, sending an unsettling chill down Wu Jinyu's spine. Peeking out cautiously, she squinted her eyes and spotted a crab emerging from the hole. Who could explain why a crab was here? Crabs did not dwell in the woods. Outside the opening was a crab roughly the size of 2 palms, its body square-shaped, adorned with fuzzy patches on its legs, and its shell decorated with mottled grey-green patterns. Its tiny green eyes darted around, scanning the surroundings, yet another crab leg was visible at the entrance of the dark hole. Although the body remained hidden, it appeared that there were only 2 crabs in the hole. However, just because 2 had emerged did not mean there were only 2 inside. After all, no one knew how deep the hole went. Well, let us first deal with these 2 and see what resources they yield. Wu Jinyu picked up another stone and threw it in the opposite direction of herself. The crab outside scuttled towards the sound, abandoning the one that remained at the entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Jinyu brandished her dagger and dashed toward the crab at the entrance. The creature sensed danger, its mouth parts writhing and producing a foamy hissing sound. The other crab, having followed the sound, turned back to investigate. To her dismay, a bipedal creature had approached its dwelling. In a panic, the crab spun around, raising its pincers in defense. Time was of the essence. Wu Jinyu lunged forward, half kneeling at the entrance, and yanked the crab that had just retreated into the hole. Fearing a bite, she slammed it onto the ground instead. The crab flipped onto its back, its belly exposed, pincers flailing helplessly. Wu Jinyu swiftly stabbed her dagger into its abdomen, and the crab instantly transformed into a pile of resources, which automatically collected into her backpack. Without a moment to spare, she turned to face the other crab that was rushing toward her and grabbed a handful of pebbles to throw. The pebbles merely clattered against the crab's shell without causing any damage, not even a scratch. Wu Jinyu sprang to her feet, while Bobo instinctively activated its ability. The crab, initially charging forward, suddenly halted, feeling an overwhelming aura of fear. As it turned to retreat into the hole, Wu Jinyu It seemed she would have to execute the same maneuver as with the first crab. Wu Jinyu thrust the dagger into the crab's underbelly and heaved upward. The crab was swiftly flipped onto its back, legs flailing wildly, pincers desperately trying to regain its footing. Wu Jinyu would not afford it the chance to struggle. She raised her dagger and swiftly plunged it in. The second crab too transformed into a pile of resources, seamlessly absorbed into her backpack. Without pausing to inspect the collected items, she leaned down to ask Bobo, "Can you sense if there are more crabs in the hole?" Bobo nodded, its paws scratching at Wu Jinyu's pocket, eyes gleaming with excitement as it gazed at the crab's den. It understood that if the bipedal creature dealt with the beasts, it would be rewarded with its favorite delicacies. Having just witnessed the crabs being subdued, all that was left was the delectable crab meat and other mysterious items, all stowed away in Wu Jinyue's backpack. How splendid! Convinced of its own cleverness, Bobo unilaterally resolved to assist Wu Jinyu in hunting down more beasts for a bounty of delicious food. Chapter 11, The Smoked Crab Hole. A bountiful 2 minutes elapsed, yet no crab emerged. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, she stowed her dagger. She could not afford to linger by the hole waiting for the crabs to surface. Time was of the essence. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She produced 2 pieces of dry grass and a flint, igniting one piece and inserting it into the hole. If they chose to remain hidden, then she would force them out. Dealing with them one by one would be cumbersome. Better to smoke out the crabs from their burrow. After stuffing the ignited grass into the hole, Wu Jinyu rose to survey her surroundings. No smoke emerged from any nearby locations, indicating that these crabs had only excavated a single entrance. Thus, she ignited the second piece of grass, inserted it into the hole as well, and piled stones around the entrance to partially obstruct it. Completing her task, Wu Jinyu sat down in a sheltered spot, retrieved a honey bun from her backpack, tore off a piece to feed Bobo, and then flattened the remainder between her palms before consuming it. Their honey bun was surprisingly delectable. Having replenished her sustenance, Wu Jinyu stood up, dusted off her backside, and placed Bobo beside the hole. Bobo, keep watch here. If any crabs venture out, call out to me loudly. Time is tight, and the task is substantial. I shall go chop wood nearby. After assigning Bobo a task, Wu Jinyu took up her axe and approached a large tree near the pile of rocks. An hour later, having felled 2 trees and replenished the burning grass in the crab hole once more, Wu Jinyu raised her hand to check the time on her system. It was 15 minutes until noon. After over an hour of smoking the crab hole, even if the crabs possessed 8 lives, they ought to be dead by now. Enthusiastically, Wu Jinyu produced a wooden shovel and plunged it into the earth. Bobo, move to the side. It's time to collect our spoils. Bobo. The little rabbit hopped excitedly, climbing up her pajamas to perch on her shoulder, its small eyes fixed on the crab hole. Crabs, crabs. Bobo wanted to eat crabs tonight. After only a few shovels, resources began to leap from the soil, instantly collected by her backpack. The more she dug, the more exhilarated she became, reveling in the delightful sensation of resources bursting forth from the earth. These crabs were indeed adept at burrowing. Judging by the rapid emergence of resources, there must be quite a number of them in this hole. Wu Jinyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Fortunately, these crabs were timid. After she had dispatched 2 of their kind, the rest dared not show themselves. Had they swarmed her, she would likely have only been able to flee. Bobo on her shoulder was equally joyous, now fully aware of one crucial fact: the more resources this bipedal creature acquired, the better the delicacies it would be able to enjoy. After a leisurely digging session that lasted over half an hour, during which she also consumed a bottle of water, Wu Jinyu reached the end of the crab hole. Retrieving her shovel and gazing at the nearly 20 square meter cavity before her, she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. These crabs were indeed proficient diggers, creating such a vast space. After collecting all the resources, Wu Jinyu opened her backpack, eager to tally her loot. Wooden treasure chest 9, iron treasure chest 2. My goodness, so many treasure chests. Based on her luck, the number of crabs in this hole, plus the 2 she had defeated outside, must total at least a dozen or 20. Crab meat 36, crab roe 14, crab shell 9, crab claws 7, filtration gills 3, crab shell. The large shell that adorns a crab's body, collect several and stitch them together, and you shall be as resilient as a crab. Crab claw, a sturdy tool, perhaps you may wear it and become a crab yourself. Filtration gills. A type of filtering material, albeit with a distinctly seafood aroma. Wu Jinyu. The material descriptions in this world appear rather peculiar. Gazing at the bounty within her backpack, she couldn't resist scooping Bobo into her hands and planting 2 hearty kisses on it. Bobo, you are an exceptionally skilled treasure-hunting rabbit. Bobo nestled in Wu Jinyu's palm, pulling its ears down to cover its face, bashfully squeaking. How could one kiss Bobo? The bipedal creature was utterly oblivious to shyness. Wu Jinyu reached out to scratch Bobo's belly, and upon witnessing the little rabbit's bashful demeanor, she teased, Bobo can feel shy, huh? Shall we seek out more delicious treats now? Upon hearing the phrase delicious treats, Bobo sprang to its feet, chattering eagerly. Bobo, Bobo. Bobo was eager to find something tasty. Oh, so Bobo desires tasty treats. Then shall Bobo continue to lead the way. Bobo. The little rabbit nimbly leapt from Wu Jinyue's palm, merrily bounding ahead while occasionally glancing back to ensure she was keeping up. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Wu Jinyu followed Bobo while checking the map in her mind. They had ventured quite deep. Approximately 200 meters from her current location lay a treasure chest. Positioned along the same route Bobo was leading, she would collect the treasure chest as well. Soon, the pair arrived near the treasure chest, and Wu Jinyu called out to Bobo. Bobo, wait a moment, I need to grab something. The little rabbit promptly halted, turning to squat in place as Wu Jinyu approached a tree to the west. Swiftly, she dashed to the underbrush at the base of the tree, cautiously using her dagger to probe a couple of times, ensuring no beasts were concealed within. As she parted the underbrush, she discovered a wooden treasure chest partially buried in the soil. After swiftly stowing the chest in her backpack, Wu Jinyu returned to Bobo's side and crouched down to pet it. Bobo, how much further? We must manage our time wisely and not spend too long searching for delicacies. Bobo, 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 the little rabbit began gesturing animatedly before shaking its head and pointing ahead with its paw. Does Bobo mean it's not far? Bobo nodded emphatically. After giving Bobo a gentle pat on the tail, Wu Jinyu stood up. Then let us hurry, we still need to chop wood, and it is best we gather enough materials to upgrade the shelter today. Bobo. 15 minutes later, Bobo led Wu Jinyu to a patch of land. In the center of the grassy area stood two peculiar plants, one slightly shorter, its leaves somewhat withered, bearing 5 enticing orange-yellow fruits, while the other, devoid of fruit, displayed a dark green trunk adorned with deep red veins. The fruitless plant appeared to siphon vitality from its neighbor, with some of its branches entwined around it. Upon observing these strange plants, Wu Jinyu felt a sinking sensation in her heart, not due to the sight of one plant entangling another, but rather because she spotted the skeletal remains of exotic beasts across the grassy expanse. Their number was substantial, with most of the fragmented bones scattered near the dark green plant. It was evident that those beasts had likely been devoured by that very plant. Carefully lifting Bobo, who was fixated on the orange-yellow fruits, Wu Jinyu began to retreat slowly until she was far enough away that the two plants were barely visible. Only when her instinct to flee subsided did she set Bobo down. Bobo, is that orange fruit what you referred to as delicious? Chapter 12, The Orange Fruit and the Venom of the Green Serpent. Bobo nodded emphatically, its short legs clinging to Wu Jinyue's pant leg as it hopped upward. Bobo, Wu. Bobo. Wu Jinyu pressed her forehead, her delicate brows furrowing. The object beside the orange fruit appeared to be a strange plant, with so many carcasses of exotic beasts littering the ground. This peculiar flora posed a guarded by such a terrifying plant, the orange fruit undoubtedly held great value. If she failed to acquire it during the novice protection period, once that shield was lifted, the number and ferocity of the beasts in the woods would increase, making it exceedingly difficult for her to even approach this spot. She yearned for that orange fruit. She needed to devise a plan to seize it. Wu Jinyu rummaged through her backpack, first extracting a crabbed shell, then tearing two thin strips from the hem of her pajamas. She secured the 2 pieces of crab shell tightly around her body. Even without a mirror, she knew she must resemble a turtle at that moment. She still recalled the peculiar description of the crab shell. Crab shell, the hard exoskeleton of a crab, gather several and sew them together, and you will be as tough as a crab. This crab shell was impervious to her dagger, and coupled with the 90 damage immunity of the protection period, it should adequately shield her. Fortune favors the bold. She understood that if she remained timid during the protection period, survival would only become increasingly difficult. The current situation was akin to a snowball effect. Only through the continuous accumulation of resources in the early stages could the snowball grow larger later on. Donning her outdoor gloves and stowing her dagger in another pocket of her pajamas, Wu Jinyu retrieved the snake meat and the venom of the green serpent. She possessed 3 portions of green serpent meat. 2 for bait and 1 saturated with venom. The green serpent's venom was a minor toxin, not lethal but likely capable of incapacitating the plant, or at the very least, delaying its movements. Wu Jinyu scooped up Bobo and placed it in her pocket, then leaned down to instruct, "Bobo, hold on tight to the pocket. If I have to run later, I may not be able to look after you. And listen to my commands. When I tap you, you must assist me immediately, understood?" The little creature poked its head out of the pocket, nodding seriously before retreating back inside. Having prepared everything, Wu Jinyu took a deep breath, snake meat in hand, and retraced her steps. Without the snake meat and venom, no matter how much Bobo pleaded or how her heart fluttered, she could never entertain the idea of confronting that strange plant. With cautious steps, she returned to the spot where she first encountered the peculiar flora. Standing 100 meters away, she tossed a portion of the non-toxic snake meat. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Neither plant stirred. Wu Jinyu remained patient, refraining from moving closer. She simply waited quietly in the area littered with the bones of exotic beasts. 3 minutes passed, and suddenly, the dark green plant began to stir. It slowly loosened its grip on the branches of the fruit tree, two tendrils creeping along the ground toward the snake meat. The snake meat was pierced by the sharp ends of the branches, torn in half, and dragged back to the body of the strange plant. Just as Wu Jinyu pondered how the plant would consume the snake meat, she witnessed the tendrils exuding a white liquid, visibly digesting the meat at an astonishing speed. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had seen similar carnivorous plants on Blue Star, such as the Venus flytrap, but none digested their prey with such rapidity. In under 10 minutes, the strange plant devoured the snake meat entirely. Wu Jinyu gazed at the peculiar scene before her, feeling a sense of eeriness. In other areas, the trees flourished, standing closely together, yet these two plants monopolized such a vast expanse of land. She tore another piece of non-toxic snake meat in half, tossing one piece into the grass and the other outside of it. Then she took a few steps back. The plant on the grass, akin to a cat catching a whiff of fish, instantly flicked a tendril, wrapping around the snake meat within the grass and devouring it with efficiency. Meanwhile, another tendril lingered around the periphery of the grass, refusing to extend further. Wu Jinyu tugged at the straps of her backpack, excitement bubbling within her as she bit her lip. This strange plant could not leave the grass. With the knowledge of its weakness, Wu Jinyu grasped the piece of snake meat soaked in venom, swung her arm, and hurled it to the closest spot near the strange plant, then swiftly concealed herself behind a tree, peering out. Although she had conducted her tests, and this plant could not venture beyond the grass, who knew how it would react once poisoned? Better safe than sorry. As she tossed the venomous snake meat to the ground, a tendril swiftly seized the meat, delivering it to the plant's body for consumption. Watching the plant's animated branches, it appeared to be relishing its meal. Wu Jinyu remained patient behind the tree, barely daring to breathe. 10 minutes passed, and the previously energetic branches swayed drunkenly in the air. Another 5 minutes elapsed, and the once vigorous branches fell to the ground with a thud. Observing the plant, which seemed to have succumbed to the poison, Wu Jinyu cautiously approached the edge of the grass. Uncertain if the plant was genuinely incapacitated or merely feigning death, she retrieved a piece of crab meat from her backpack and forcefully tossed it beside the strange plant. 2 minutes passed, and the branches remained still. Wu Jinyu gripped her dagger tightly and tapped her pocket. Bobo obediently released its ability, sensing the presence of the strange plant as if it still retained some awareness. The branches twitched a couple of times before settling down once more. The immediate threat averted, Wu Jinyu swiftly dashed toward the fruit, running from the farthest point away from the strange plant. She gazed at the fruit-bearing plant before her, intent on collecting the entire specimen in her backpack. With her gloved hands, she tugged at the plant with all her might. Hiss, it's so tight. After several attempts, realizing she could not uproot it, Wu Jinyu promptly altered her strategy. If the roots proved stubborn, surely she could pull down the branches. With a ruthless determination, she swiftly yanked down the branch bearing 5 fruits, stowing it in her backpack. Just as she contemplated whether to retrieve a shovel to excavate the plant and see if it could be cultivated, the dark green tendrils beside her twitched ominously. In a flash, Wu Jinyu drew out her shovel, but before she could secure it in her backpack, she turned and fled. Had the effect of the green serpent's venom worn off so quickly? Her legs propelled her into a frantic escape, and Wu Jinyu felt as though the seemingly small patch of grass stretched endlessly. Just as she was about to cross the boundary of the strange plant's territory, an overwhelming force pushed against her back. Her body lurched forward, the crab shell encasing her upper half, rolling like a marble for 2 rotations. Dazed and disoriented, Wu Jinyu flipped over, clutching her head as she sat up, her mind racing. Although the crowd shell offered protection, it was excessively cumbersome. Rubbing her forehead, she lifted her gaze. Upon looking up, she was unable to suppress a gulp. The strange plant had regained its composure. Once limited to 2 branches, it now extended a third, a fourth. The entire patch of grass had been claimed by its tendrils, which intertwined around the tree that bore the fruits, wrapping and twining. Suddenly, the branches appeared to panic, repetitively circling the area where the fruits had once hung, where, by all that is holy, had its fruits gone. Chapter 13, Sunfruit and Upgrading the Shelter. Wu Jinyu gazed at the anomalous plant, only to discover that the fruit had vanished. In a fit of frenzy, she waved her branch wildly, then patted the backpack slung over her shoulder, silently reflecting, "My apologies, I seem to have pilfered your fruit." At that moment, the peculiar plant appeared to realize that Wu Jinyu had taken its cherished fruit. It furiously swung its branches, launching an assault upon her. The branches whipped through the air, yet at the edge of the grass, they could not traverse beyond that boundary, halting within the verdant expanse as if they possessed a consciousness, swaying menacingly, attempting to pierce Wu Jinyu's form. She had secured the fruit, though lamentably, she had not excavated the tree bearing the fruit to take with her. Wu Jinyu gazed wistfully at the tree and sighed. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dirt from her attire, grasped her dagger, and resolved to return to her lumberjacking endeavors, waving a farewell to the anomalous plant. "Farewell," she said politely before turning and striding towards the edge of the forest. Bobo, her clever companion, poked its head out, clambering onto her shoulder, proudly surveying the path ahead. "How remarkable the 2-legged beasts are, and Bobo is the best," as she mused. "Tonight, we shall feast on delightful treats, he he he." Upon exiting the woods, Wu Jinyu activated the system, which indicated it was already 2:30. She unfastened the crab shell from her back, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. Goodness, this crab shell is so cumbersome, tied loosely yet uncomfortably tight. Taking out the fruit she had just acquired, she lifted it towards the sun, squinting her eyes to examine it. The translucent orange-yellow fruit appeared to be quite delectable. Sunfruit, a fruit that allows one to savor the taste of sunlight, possessing extraordinary nutritional value, it is said to be a favorite delicacy among the Lickwing race. Lickwing? Which tribe is that? Wu Jinyu turned her head to glance at Bobo, who was drooling on her shoulder. "Bobo, do you know of the Lickwing race?" Upon hearing the name, Bobo shook its small head. The name Lickwing sounded familiar, as if she had heard her mother mention it before. The little rabbit nodded, then shook its head, appearing quite perplexed. Unable to decipher Bobo's intentions, Wu Jinyu merely scratched its head. If only she had a contract stone, perhaps she could comprehend Bobo's words. Never mind, there was no need to dwell on that now. Wu Jinyu stowed the fruit away and gently tapped Bobo's nose. "Shall we save the fruit for when we return to the shelter?" Upon hearing that they could indulge in delectable treats upon their return, Bobo let out a few joyful squeaks, obediently clambering back into her pocket. Opening her backpack, she noted that she needed 2 more trees and 50 strands of hay to upgrade the shelter. Let us keep pushing forward. Though Wu Jinyu despised chopping trees, the thought of the task due in 3 days compelled her to diligently pick up her axe and toil away at the trees. An hour later, she had successfully gathered 4 pieces of wood. Checking her backpack, she saw with 16, enough to craft 64 wooden planks. With over 2 hours remaining before nightfall, she needed to hasten her collection of hay. She retrieved a bag of toast from her backpack, feeding a slice to Bobo and consuming the rest herself. Having only eaten honey bread at noon, she felt a twinge of hunger. After drinking a bottle of mineral water, Wu Jinyu immersed herself in the task of gathering hay. Putting away her axe, she donned her outdoor gloves and tirelessly searched the area, bending down to pluck the grass, moving back and forth in a rhythmic motion. In less than half an hour, she had only managed to collect hay 14. This is unacceptable. The hay is too scattered, and the drop rate is abysmally low. Relying solely on her efforts, she doubted she could complete the collection in 2 hours, especially considering the time necessary to return to the shelter. Patting her pocket, she resolved to enlist Bobo's help. "Bobo, come out." With a nimble leap, the rabbit's head popped out of her pocket. Do you see this kind of grass on the ground? Bobo, please help me look nearby for any larger patches. If you find some, return and let me know. Bobo. The little rabbit hopped out of her pocket, bounding off in a different direction. Wu Jinyu resumed her hay gathering in the meantime. Half an hour later, Bobo returned from another direction, tugging at Wu Jinyu's pant leg with its three-pronged mouth, indicating it had found something. Wu Jinyu glanced at her backpack, which now contained hay 52, crouching down to pat Bobo's back. No need to pull me along, Bobo, lead the way, and let us move swiftly. One person and one rabbit raced ahead, and after a brief sprint, they finally arrived at the spot Bobo had discovered. What a vast expanse of grassland! Time was of the essence. Wu Jinyu quickly bent down, repeating the action of collecting hay in rapid succession. Observing her efforts, Bobo bounded a few paces, then seized a strand of hay in its mouth, pulling with all its might. The hay did not yield, causing the rotund little creature to stumble. Wu Jinyu caught sight of Bobo's antics and couldn't help but laugh. Bobo, you're trying to help me gather hay with a piece no larger than your paw. Come now, hop into my pocket. I'll finish up quickly, and then we can enjoy a feast at home. Bobo let out a few more squeaks before obediently climbing back into her pocket, leaving only its head poking out. After collecting only a handful of hay in the previous half hour, Wu Jinyu was grateful for Bobo's discovery of this expansive patch, as she managed to gather the remaining 20 strands in just half an hour. With over half an hour until 6 o'clock, Wu Jinyu retrieved her dagger, brushed off the grass from her clothes, and placed Bobo back on her shoulder. Time to head home. Bobo bounced joyfully upon her shoulder, scampering from her arm to her head, displaying an exuberant demeanor. Wu Jinyu made her way towards the shelter, allowing Bobo to frolic freely about her. Her current principle was to arrive early rather than on time. The unknown dangers lurking in the darkness made her wary, and she was not equipped to spend the night alone outside. Today, she had gathered sufficient materials to upgrade the shelter, and she could not contain her excitement at the thought of doing so. With ample time to spare, she retraced her steps back, thanks to Bobo's assistance. She had indeed reaped a bountiful harvest today without Bobo's help. Her level 1 foraging skills would have left her legs weary and her resources scant. Tonight, she would reward Bobo with extra treats. With a light-hearted stride, she plucked several large leaves along the way for Bobo's resting and dining needs. Just 15 minutes before nightfall, the duo successfully reached the shelter. Wu Jinyu did not enter but instead embraced Bobo outside, retrieving the workbench. Would you like to spend wood 15 to craft 60 wooden planks and iron blocks 2 to produce 20 iron nails? Yes, crafting successful. Gazing at the accumulated materials for the upgrade within her backpack, Wu Jinyu eagerly clicked to upgrade the shelter. Would you like to spend wooden planks 60, hay 80, and iron nails 30 to upgrade the thatched cottage, basic, to a thatched cottage, advanced? Yes. Submission successful. Please wait patiently for 5 minutes while the shelter undergoes optimization and upgrading. Another 5-minute wait. Chapter 14, The Transformation of the Crab Barbecue and the Shelter. Wu Jinyu attempted to tug at the door handle, only to discover it would not budge. It appeared that during the upgrade, players were unable to enter the shelter. Fortunately, she had returned just in time. Otherwise, as darkness fell, she would have found herself locked out. One could only wonder if future upgrades to a higher tier shelter would require an even longer duration. In any case, with still over 10 minutes before nightfall and a mere 5 minutes for the upgrade, there was no rush. Wu Jinyu retrieved her last piece of wood. Would you like to spend 1 wood to craft for wooden planks? Yes. Would you like to spend for wooden planks and 1 flint to create 1 campfire? Yes. A campfire materialized before the shelter. Upon seeing it, Bobo immediately leaped from Wu Jinyu's arms, its head raised as it gazed at the crackling flames before it. Bobo. It was fire, warm and inviting. Wu Jinyu settled down, producing 3 pieces of crab meat and 3 sticks, skewering them together. Thankfully, she had occasionally foraged some bushes. These sticks were perfectly suited for grilling. As she held the 3 skewers of crab meat, she continuously flipped them over the fire while grilling. She mused about how delightful it would be to have some seasoning, as it would undoubtedly enhance the flavor. The crab meat quickly cooked through, and Wu Jinyu spread out a leaf, placing 1 skewer before Bobo. Bobo, it's time to eat. The little rabbit had been entranced by the sight of the crab meat sizzling, its eyes sparkling with excitement. As the crab meat was finally ready, it pounced eagerly, relishing every bite. Bobo, Bobo. Its little tail wagged incessantly, ears perking up with each delicious morsel. Wu Jinyu took the remaining 2 skewers and savoured her own portion. Delicious. The crab meat was imbued with a natural sweetness and saltiness. Even without seasoning, it was delectable. After grilling, a smoky aroma lingered. Thankfully, it was crab meat. Were it another type of meat lacking salt or any odor-masking spices, the taste would surely be less pleasant. It was likely akin to the pork she had eaten abroad. Having swiftly devoured the crab skewers, a sudden rustling sound caught her attention from behind. Wu Jinyu turned to behold the once rickety thatched cottage had undergone a remarkable transformation, now far removed from the description of being on the verge of collapse. The campfire she had made, initially situated a fair distance from the shelter, was now noticeably closer. Visually, the shelter appeared larger, with the wooden walls significantly smoother than before. A sturdy thatched cottage. Although constructed from common materials, it is remarkably solid and will not easily succumb to a kick. At that moment, Wu Jinyue's ring chimed. Congratulations, player, for completing the achievement upgrade shelter. Achievement points 1, reward. Iron treasure chest x1, iron ingots x10. Congratulations, player, for being the first to complete the upgrade shelter achievement in Huaxia District 47, receiving an additional reward of 1 achievement point, iron treasure chest x1, and 1 attribute point to allocate. The commentary remained as acerbic as ever. The silver lining was that she had completed yet another achievement, earning herself a point to allocate. She would distribute it later. For now, she was eager to inspect the upgraded shelter. Wu Jinyu scooped up Bobo, who had just finished the crab meat, and perched it upon her shoulder as she strode towards the door, pushing it open with one hand. Bobo, come see our new home. Still licking its lips, Bobo looked up curiously, surveying the house before them. Upon opening the door, the wooden structure was notably stable, devoid of the previous creaks and groans. Standing inside, Wu Jinyu immediately felt the most significant change was the increase in space. The thatched cottage had expanded from 15 square meters to 30, and the single window had transformed into 2. The interior appeared sturdier, the wooden boards tightly fastened. Glancing up at the ceiling, it lacked the previous flimsy straw appearance, now distinctly thick and layered. The single room had been divided into 2, one was their living space, approximately 20 square meters, while the remaining area, less than 10 square meters, served as a storage room. She spotted her storage box relocated to this space. The wooden bed had also grown larger, now accompanied by a newly added bedside table. Setting Bobo down on the bed, Wu Jinyu promptly opened her backpack, eager to unveil the contents of 2 treasure chests. Previously, she had opened a treasure chest and acquired a men's vest and undergarments. Currently, she was in dire need of a pair of trousers. Having worn this set of sleepwear for 2 days, she could not bear to don it for a third. Not to mention, after 2 days of battling beasts, her clothing had developed numerous tears. The crab shells had further wreaked havoc, leaving her attire in tatters. With the sweat accumulated from her exertions over the past 2 days, her current outfit was beginning to take on an unpleasant odor. With no spare clothing, Bobo might soon voice its discontent, especially since she frequently tucked it into her pockets. Would you like to open wooden treasure chests x2? Yes, you have obtained. Bottled water x7, sparkling water x1, steamed buns x5, honey bread x2, donut x1, sugar x1, iron bucket x1, rubber bands x2, women's pajama set x1, candles x2. Her luck was splendid. She had acquired clothing and an iron bucket to assist with fetching water for bathing, yet, why was the clothing still sleepwear? Was she destined to be forever clad in pajamas? Never mind, now was not the time for complaints. Wu Jinyu glanced at the time. Only 8 minutes remained until 6 o'clock. The shelter was a mere 100 meters from the creek, and she quickly grabbed the iron bucket, dashing towards it. Today, she absolutely must take a bath. After swiftly filling the bucket with water, Wu Jinyu carried it back with both hands and placed it over the campfire to heat. Although the creek's water appeared pristine, she preferred not to take any chances. It was best to boil it and allow it to cool before use. This iron bucket likely held about 20 liters, which should suffice for a simple wash and bath. With just a minute to 6 o'clock remaining, the water came to a boil. Wu Jinyu hurriedly entered the shelter with the steaming water. Securing the door latch, she set the hot water in a corner of the room to cool. Outside, the sky darkened as night slowly enveloped the horizon. Wu Jinyu retrieved the half-burnt candle from the previous day, reigniting it and placing it on the bedside table. While waiting for the water to cool, she opened her backpack to review her recent acquisitions. Just moments ago, she had opened 2 wooden treasure chests, leaving her with 9 wooden chests and 2 iron chests remaining. Today had indeed been bountiful. Wu Jinyu reached out and gently ruffled Bobo's little head, unable to resist praising it once more. Bobo, you were truly amazing today, helping me with the hunt. Bobo had been lazily sprawled on the leaves, yawning, but upon hearing this, its confidence soared. It sprang to its feet, head held high, exuding an aura of pride. Bobo. Wu Jinyu suddenly recalled that she would be bathing shortly. It was one thing to be alone in the shelter, but with the addition of a little rabbit, it struck her as somewhat peculiar. Bobo, are you a boy or a girl? The little rabbit was momentarily taken aback by the question, its previously radiant demeanor vanishing in an instant. It sat dumbfounded on the bed, blinking its eyes. Wu Jinyu approached, lifting Bobo to examine it closely. How does one determine the gender of a rabbit? Chapter 15. The significance of the sunflower fruit. She decided to wait for a while before heading to the storage room to clean herself up. After all, it was merely a matter of wiping down and tidying her hair. With this thought in mind, she gently placed Bobo back onto the bed. That moment, Bobo finally processed what had transpired, its dazed mind reawakening. Stunned for a brief 10 seconds, it swiftly flipped over and stood up, its fur bristling as it emitted a loud, disgruntled grunt. Bobo, Bobo. How annoying those 2-legged creatures were. Observing the little rabbit's ruffled demeanor, Wu Jinyu affectionately stroked Bobo's fur, offering reassurance. All right, there's nothing to be alarmed about. Bobo is indeed a beautiful little rabbit. Yet, seeing that the rabbit still appeared flustered, Wu Jinyu decided to soothe it with a treat. Would Bobo like to indulge in some delicious sunflower fruit right now? Bobo was a rather easy creature to appease. Upon hearing the enticing words, its tone shifted from disgruntled grunts to a more endearing coo. Bobo, Bobo. Its head instinctively nudged against Wu Jinyu's wrist, its eyes sparkling as it gazed up at her. Bobo was eager to eat. Wu Jinyu retrieved a sunflower fruit and placed it on a leaf. Bobo immediately approached, sniffing it cautiously before rapidly retreating, maintaining a serious gaze upon the fruit. After scrutinizing it for a full minute, the little rabbit still hesitated to devour the sunflower fruit. Just as Wu Jinyu could no longer resist the urge to reach for it, Bobo sprang into action, leaping around the sunflower fruit. It danced in circles around the fruit, reminiscent of a lion dance. She had only witnessed dogs perform such joyful antics upon receiving their favorite treats. How was Bobo behaving like a puppy? Wu Jinyu couldn't help but chuckle, covering her forehead. What's this? Is Bobo celebrating the sunflower fruit's birthday? If you don't eat it soon, I might just take it away. Upon hearing this, the little rabbit sat up straight on the leaf, let out a couple of endearing grunts, then lowered its head, beginning to eat with a hint of reverence. Oh my, how delightful it was! This was far superior to anything it had tasted in its previous clan. Bobo no longer disliked the 2-legged creature. Witnessing the little rabbit nibbling on the sunflower fruit with glistening eyes, Wu Jinyu took a bite of her own. Instantly, her mouth was filled with a sweet, luscious flavor, the juices abundant. As she swallowed the fruit, a warm sensation enveloped her from throat to stomach, akin to sipping a bowl of hot soup. Wu Jinyu's eyes widened as she stared at the sunflower fruit that bore her bite. No wonder Bobo was so excited today. It was imperative to find this fruit. It indeed tasted just as described, imbued with the essence of sunshine. The sunflower fruit was not large, and in a few bites, Wu Jinyu reduced it to merely a pit. Suddenly, her ring vibrated. Assuming it was Chen Lianhan sending her another message, she opened the holographic screen and checked her friends list. There were no new messages from Chen Lianhan. Had he not messaged her, then why did the ring vibrate? Exiting the Friends module, Wu Jinyu entered her personal profile and was taken aback when she saw her attribute values. Player, Wu Jinyu. Age, 22. Stamina, 9 health, 10 strength, 7 mentality, 21 luck, 13. Note, can be increased. Her luck had increased by 1 point. Wu Jingyu gazed in disbelief at Bobo, who was still munching on the sunflower fruit, and quickly retrieved 2 more from her backpack. First, she allocated the 1 point earned from completing the achievement to her mentality. Then, holding the fruits in her hands, she devoured both sunflower fruits in one go. Following Bobo in the pursuit of delectable treasures today was simply fortuitous. After finishing the fruits, she reopened her personal profile, and her attribute points had changed. Player, Wu Jingyu, age, 22, stamina, 9 health, 10 strength, 7 mentality, 22 luck, 14. Note, can be increased. Having consumed 2 fruits, her luck had only increased by 1 point. It seemed that the sunflower fruit had a limited effect on luck, with each individual able to benefit only twice. However, Wu Jingyu pondered, should such a miraculous fruit have the potential for unlimited increases in luck, how extraordinary would that be? Although the sunflower fruit no longer held any effect on her, she carefully stored the last one in the storage box. A good treasure is worth keeping. On the leaf, Bobo finished the fruit in small bites, its little paws still clinging to the pit, reluctant to part with it. Wu Jingyu approached and gently took the pit from Bobo's grasp, then affectionately patted its head. All right now, you've nearly gnawed through the pit of the sunflower fruit. With the pit taken away, Bobo lowered its head in disappointment, looking quite pitiful. Never mind, today we managed to find such delectable sunflower fruits. I am certain we will discover equally delightful treats next time, right, Bobo? Wu Jingyu ruffled its fur. Upon hearing those words, Bobo lifted its head once more and licked Wu Jingyu's hand. Together, Bobo and the 2-legged creature would undoubtedly uncover even tastier treasures. Wu Jingyu casually collected the 4 pits from the sunflower fruits they had consumed into the storage box, considering the possibility of planting them in the future. Seeing Bobo regain its lively spirit, she turned to check the temperature of the water in the iron bucket. It was quite warm, but just right for her. Wu Jingyu carried the bucket to the storage room and spent 15 minutes giving herself a quick cleanse. Donning the freshly acquired pajamas, she emerged with damp hair and a hint of steam enveloping her. The sensation of bathing was simply delightful. Seated at the edge of her bed, Wu Jingyu turned her gaze towards the window. Outside, the darkness enveloped the land, the only light emanating from the flickering campfire, casting a small glow and accompanied by the crackling sounds of embers. Listening to the gentle crackle of the fire, she felt a greater sense of security with its presence tonight. Turning her attention back to the room, Wu Jingyu was reminded of her source of joy in this world during the night. Opening treasure chests, Wu Jingyu transported the storage box from the storage room to her chamber, retrieved her backpack, and filled the storage box with all the treasure chests, rubbing her hands in anticipation. She decided to open the wooden treasure chest first. On one hand, the iron treasure chests would undoubtedly yield superior items, which she preferred to save for later. On the other hand, by opening the wooden treasure chest first, if her large storage box filled up, she could simply place the iron treasure chest in her backpack for later. After transferring some items from the chest to her backpack, reminiscent of the previous night, Wu Jingyu first wiped her hands on her clothing before bringing her palms together in contemplation. Wash away misfortune, grant me luck, grant me luck. Having recited her incantation, Wu Jingyu devoutly opened the 9 wooden treasure chests. Do you wish to open 9 wooden treasure chests? Yes, you have obtained 40 bottled water, 17 steamed buns, 9 loaves of toast, 10 honey bread, 6 red bean bread, 4 brown sugar bread, 5 hand-torn bread, 5 meat floss pastries, 3 donuts, 2 blueberry toasts, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 packets of ham sausages, 20 iron nails, 1 C-grade fishing net, durability 120, 1 D-grade iron axe, durability 70, 1 C-grade iron axe, durability 120, 1 bandage, 1 floor mirror, 1 mattress, 1 thermos, 1 blanket, 1 disinfectant tablet, 2 sealed jars, 1 deck of cards, and 14 candles. Wow! It seemed to her that the contents of these 9 wooden treasure chests were considerably richer than those she had previously opened. Chapter 16, Mountain Bike Blueprint. The bustling world channel gazing at the storage box filled to the brim with supplies. Could it be the result of the 2 points of luck bestowed by the sunflower fruit? Wu Jingyu couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. Thankfully, she had consumed the sunflower fruit before opening the treasure chest. Otherwise, she would have suffered a significant loss. she placed the landing mirror on the opposite side of the room, securing a rubber band around her wrist. Cradling Bobo from the bed, she set the newly acquired mattress atop the wooden bed before gently placing it back down. "Bobo, we have a mattress to sleep on tonight." As soon as Bobo's paws touched the mattress, he instinctively stepped on it a few times, bouncing up and down like he was on a trampoline. What a soft thing, softer than the leaves he had slept on yesterday. Bobo was determined to sleep on this tonight. Wu Jinyu allowed Bobo to frolic on the bed, then resumed organizing the storage box. The backpack had 25 compartments, while the large storage box boasted 50. The supplies from the 9 wooden treasure chests were nearly filling them to capacity, with only 19 compartments remaining. Fortunately, each type of supply occupied just a single compartment, otherwise, her 82 bottles of mineral water alone could have overstuffed the storage box. Observing the 4 unopened iron treasure chests, Wu Jinyu contemplated whether this large storage box could accommodate the supplies from all 4 iron chests. Most likely not. Tomorrow, she would have to continue chopping wood, as both the campfire and large storage box required timber. Currently, she had no wood on hand, leaving her to ponder alternative solutions. After a moment's thought, she retrieved all the tools from the storage box, such as axes and fishing nets, and temporarily set them in the corner of the room. Some food items were stuffed into her backpack to clear out space in the box. Once she had freed up half of the storage box, Wu Jinyu redirected her focus to the iron treasure chests. She was determined to open all the treasure chests today. "Would you like to open the iron treasure chest 4? "Yes. You have obtained mineral water 25, steamed buns 5, flour rolls 4, toast 3, red bean toast 2, honey bread 5, chocolate cake 1, popcorn 1, beef jerky 2, candles 4, tissue 2, iodophor 1, cotton pants 1, decorative painting 1, bedding set 1, C-grade iron axe, durability 101, C-grade dagger, durability 100, iron pot 1, iron nails 20, tomato seeds 2. Pumpkin seeds 1, mountain bike blueprint 1. The drop rate for food compared to the wooden treasure chests had significantly decreased. However, while the food quantity diminished, she had acquired something she did not comprehend. She was familiar with seeds, but what was this mountain bike blueprint? Mountain bike blueprint enables effortless traversal in harsh environments. Speed depends on the vigor of your legs. As long as you dare to ride. The south no place you cannot reach. Required materials: iron blocks 10, copper blocks 2, leather 2, plastic 6, rubber 8. The materials needed to craft the mountain bike were not listed in the novice guide. Wu Jinyu opened the novice guide, attempting to search for a mountain bike crafting materials. The search yielded no results. Previously, she had been able to find the crafting materials for the campfire. Retrieving the blueprint from the box, she discovered it was merely a slightly thick piece of paper. It seemed not every item's crafting recipe could be found in the novice guide. Some items with more complex crafting processes required a blueprint. The low drop rate for food from this iron chest was likely influenced by the seeds and the blueprint. Nevertheless, she was not concerned, as food was not a current scarcity for her. Given that she would no longer need to worry about sustenance, it was time to begin enhancing her survival capabilities. This blueprint appeared to be a valuable asset. If she could obtain a mountain bike as a means of transportation, her resource-gathering speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, she scrutinized the required materials, noting that 4 out of the 5 were unfamiliar to her. She only possessed iron blocks 10. The endeavor to create a means of transportation seemed fraught with challenges. Undeterred, Wu Jinyu safely stored the blueprint and continued organizing the storage box. At that moment, her ring vibrated. Upon opening the light curtain, she found a message from Chen Lihan. "Chen Lihan, do you still need poisonous scorpion meat?" Wu Jinyu: "Yes." Chen Lihan: "Then I'll trade it for food as per our previous agreement." Wu Jinyu: "That works." Wu Jinyu was not one to dawdle. After a brief exchange, she intended to close the light curtain and resume her task of organizing the storage box. With a penchant for orderliness, she felt compelled to categorize the jumbled supplies within. Just then, Chen Lihan sent another message. "Chen Lihan, haven't you checked the World Channel today? It's abuzz with chatter." Fearing Wu Jinyu might not understand, he added, "Because your achievements just increased by 2 points, placing you at the top of the leaderboard." Wu Jinyu: "8? Why are they so idle?" Wu Jinyu found it perplexing that while she was out in the wilderness risking her life, relentlessly collecting resources, others in the World Channel had the leisure to discuss her. Were they not gathering supplies? Chen Lihan, it's obvious you haven't opened the World Channel. They're clamoring for you to share your experiences. Oh, and me too. Wu Jinyu, is so you shared? Chen Lihan, in no way. Share what? I haven't even encountered a flat patch of grass, surrounded by dense jungles filled with exotic beasts. The fact that I'm still alive is sheer luck. Do they expect me to share why I started off in such chaos? Wu Jinyu, I'll check the World Channel. Closing the Friends module, Wu Jinyu opened the World Channel. She only had the opportunity to access the World Channel in the evening upon returning to the shelter. When out gathering resources, there was hardly any time to check. As she walked and glanced at the light curtain, was she tempting fate for a quicker demise? Upon opening the World Channel, the first message that popped up was from a familiar individual, Xiao Xiao Xiao, to the person a few floors above. I can see you're not quite mentally developed. How can you not comprehend straightforward talk? And yet you boldly claim that if you don't share experiences, you should just go away. If you want to leave, just knock your head against a wall, all right? Those I've scolded can fill in the blanks. Don't pretend. In just a day, Xiao 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 had been unmuted, and her cursing skills had evidently upgraded. Her method of cursing in a fill-in-the-blank style allowed her to vent without risking a mute. Impressive. Thankfully, the novice protection period limited each player to 3 messages per day. Otherwise, she suspected the World Channel would be overwhelmed with her tirades. Chen Jing, everyone should gather more resources. Once the novice protection period ends, it won't be so easy. Is collecting resources as easy as you say? I have neither an axe nor food. Where am I supposed to gather resources? The woods are teeming with exotic beasts. I have nothing on me. How can I compete with them? I'd rather just lie in the shelter and sleep. This shelter bed is truly hard. Lying on it every day leaves me sore all over. To those above, if you lack axes and food, just roam around more to find treasure chests. Do you think lying in bed all day will bring you pies from the sky? I'll F you, and you F me back, and now you're lecturing me, ho. Player Legion Hao has been muted for 1 day for violating channel rules by insulting other players. Wu Jinyu observed the chaotic World Channel, unable to suppress a click of her tongue. What a lively scene. Chapter 17, Surfing the Web and Trading Leather. Wu Jinyu momentarily ceased her efforts to organize her storage box, clutching a comforter as she ascended to her bed, leaning against the headboard. The tidying had been suspended. It was time to indulge in a bit of online surfing. The axe can only be crafted from 2 iron blocks and 1 piece of wood, in addition to being found in treasure chests. But without iron blocks and with wood requiring an axe to chop, isn't this a vicious cycle? Thus, the only option now is to seek out treasure chests. Only then can we obtain the tools necessary for survival. Chen Jing remarked, the treasure chests I have discovered over the past couple of days were all located in perilous areas or hard-to-reach corners. Perhaps others might explore this direction. Chen Jing, esteemed player, once the protection period concludes, could you possibly procure some food for me through the trading mall? I am running out of the provisions from my starter pack. Chen Jing, might I trade some hay for food later? In the World Channel, whenever someone requested food, a swarm of voices inevitably followed suit. Wu Jinyu had discerned that the player with the ID Chen Jing was benevolent. His suggestions in the World Channel were always sound. With such a wealth of experience, his survival skills were undoubtedly remarkable. Yet, she pondered whether some of the individuals in the World Channel were actually paying heed to his advice. Scrolling through a few more comments and finding little of substance, Wu Jinyu decided to shut off the holographic screen altogether. She touched her hair, still damp. Once more, she reached for the storage box, organizing while contemplating. Tomorrow marked the final day of the novice protection period. Reflecting on the task Chen Lianhan had mentioned, Wu Jinyu set down her belongings and retrieved her dagger. If indeed there were monstrous creatures attacking the shelter, should she remain within this thatched hut, or venture out to slay these beasts? While hiding in the shelter was relatively safe, it certainly wouldn't allow her to complete the task or acquire materials dropped by the creatures. However, facing the beasts outside with only 2 daggers in hand left her utterly defenseless. She had no medicine. A mere injury could cost her dearly, whether it be a severed limb or a simple infection that could claim her life. Wu Jinyu pressed her forehead, yearning to hunt the creatures, but without adequate defenses for herself or the shelter. The risks were far too great. Suddenly, she recalled the crab shells she had obtained today. Neither her daggers nor the attacks from the strange plants had harmed her yet. The crab shell, bound only with strips of cloth, was unwieldy and lacked agility. Should a beast attack, she feared she would be unable to evade. Was it possible to craft a lightweight crab shell armor at the workbench? Wu Jinyu retrieved the workbench and crab shell, activating the holographic screen to search the guide. Searching for protective gear yielded no results. Searching for protective clothing also returned blank. After attempting several keywords, she finally stumbled upon an array of crafting methods for soft armor. When searching specifically for it, sea turtle armor, lizard armor, deerhide armor, cowhide armor, bone armor. Wu Jinyu gazed at the seemingly endless list on the holographic screen, unable to suppress a gasp. The materials required for soft armor varied with each level. The higher the armor's grade, the more complex the materials needed for crafting. Glancing at the crab shell on the workbench, she resigned herself to begin her search. After all, the crab shell was the only material she possessed for making armor, yet she couldn't find any results for armor crafted from crab shell. Pondering, she wondered why armor made from crab shell wasn't called crab shell armor. After 15 minutes of searching the holographic screen, her eyes weary, she stifled a large yawn and finally discovered what she sought. Sea-grade hard crab armor, a defensive armor primarily crafted from crab shells. A friendly reminder: the usable area of crab shell is limited. It is advisable to have an ample supply of crab shell for crafting. If you possess enough crab shell, you can envelop yourself like a crab to terrify others. Materials required: crab shell 8, leather 3, nails 10. Wu Jinyu had crab shells and nails, but where could she procure the leather? She began rummaging through the guide once more, but this time, no matter how she altered her search terms, she could not find any results. Just as she contemplated her next move, the holographic screen seemed to lose its patience. When she searched whether killing cows might yield leather, a message abruptly appeared. Unable to search for this resource collection channel. Wu Jinyu refused to be deterred, changing several synonyms in her search. Invalid search, invalid search, invalid search. Continue searching incorrect keywords 3 times, the guide will be revoked. Seeing that her access to the guide would be revoked, Wu Jinyu finally ceased her attempts. This guide was rather stingy. Sighing, she acknowledged her own impatience. Since the guide could not provide a means to acquire leather, she would have to rely on treasure chests and the creatures to fulfill her needs. Suddenly, she thought of Chen Lianhan. He resided in the jungle, having encountered and dealt with more creatures than she had. Perhaps he might possess leather. With this thought, Wu Jinyu promptly opened her friend's module and messaged Chen Lianhan. Wu Jinyu, are you asleep? Chen Lianhan, not yet, what's up? Wu Jinyu, do you have any leather? After a brief pause, a response came through. Chen Lianhan, image, this. Seeing the image of leather sent from the other side, Wu Jinyu felt a surge of excitement. She knew that this lucky one who had stumbled upon a beast's lair would have some. Wu Jinyu, how much do you have? I'd like to trade. Chen Lianhan, 5 pieces, how many do you want? Wu Jinyu, 3 pieces. On the other side, Chen Lianhan gazed at the holographic screen, his fingers brushing against the leather beside him. He felt a strong urge to demand more. Chen Lianhan, what do you have to trade? Wu Jinyu inwardly cursed. Instead of proposing terms for the trade, he was inquiring about what she had. Cunning fox. Wu Jinyu, what do you wish to exchange for it? Seeing that she wasn't falling for his trick, Chen Lianhan pondered how to ascertain what valuable items Wu Jinyu possessed when the holographic screen vibrated again, and she sent another message. Wu Jinyu, food. Chen Lianhan, I need weapons. Wu Jinyu, in that case, let us not trade, I want that too. With only 2 daggers in her possession, each use diminished their durability, making any trade impossible. Chen Lianhan, do you have any men's clothing? Wu Jinyu rummaged through her storage box and found the men's vest she had previously obtained from a treasure chest. Wu Jinyu, I have a men's vest, image. Chen Lianhan, this vest can only be exchanged for one piece of leather. Do you have any other food, preferably something that significantly restores stamina? Wu Jinyu, you are asking for quite a lot. Chen Lianhan, there's no choice. I've slain so many beasts to acquire just a few. Slaying beasts, you say? Wu Jinyu decided to subtly extract information. Wu Jinyu, I only get meat from the beasts I kill. I've hardly received any leather. Chen Lianhan. Spare me the humble brag. You find treasure chests, while I get worthless items from the beasts, and I had to deal with a pack of cunning foxes to acquire these. Chapter 18. The third day of the protection period, returning to the cedar forest upon hearing Chen Lianhan mention a group of foxes, Wu Jinyu's estimation of his combat prowess was once again recalibrated. Just how formidable was his strength? Wu Jinyu, a group? How many does that entail? With so many foxes, the amount of meat would surely suffice for your consumption. Chen Lianhan, eat? Not a chance. The stench is unbearable, and besides, I currently lack a fire. There are hardly any edible creatures in this world. Having gleaned some useful information, albeit temporarily, Wu Jinyu resolved to engage in a straightforward exchange of leather. During her treasure hunts over the past couple of days, she had yet to encounter any foxes. Wu Jinyu, a 6-inch chocolate cake, even if you have but 1 point of stamina left, consuming half will restore you completely. Upon seeing the chocolate cake, Chen Lianhan's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, just how much food did Wu Jinyu possess to offer this in trade? And it was his favorite chocolate at that. Wu Jinyu, will you trade? It wasn't that she wished to flaunt her wealth. After organizing her storage box, she realized that food alone occupied half of it. Presently, she lacked not for food but for items that could enhance her survival capabilities. Chen Lianhan, I will trade, but it's insufficient. Do you have anything else to offer? Wu Jinyu, I can add a bottle of water, but nothing more. Seeing that further demands might lead to her deleting him from her contacts, Chen Lianhan decided to contribute something as well in a bid to preserve their non-existent friendship. Chen Lianhan, how about some fox meat? While it may not be edible, you could explore alternative uses for it. Wu Jinyu, no, thank you. The previously acquired scorpion meat still had its uses, but she couldn't think of any for the fox meat at present. Chen Lianhan, I'll give it to you for free. Wu Jinyu, deal, please give me extra. Chen Lianhan, she retracted her earlier thoughts. One should never refuse free offerings. Chen Lianhan, it's settled then. Remember to survive until tomorrow. Don't he end up like my last trading partner? Wu Jinyu. Chen Lianhan, expression, it's quite troublesome that trading malls are not open. I had arranged a trade with someone, only to find them grey and gone from my friend list upon my return that night. Wu Jinyu, this game seems to revel in its dark humor. Although new players receive starter packs, the inability to trade and share survival resources forces one to rely solely on oneself to survive the beginner phase, evidently sending those incapable of independent survival to their doom. Chen Lianhan, if one does not leave the shelter, the food from the starter pack can barely sustain them through the protection period. However, entering the true survival world with nothing will inevitably lead to failure. Wu Jinyu, then remember to survive tomorrow, don't perish. Chen Lianhan, okay, I'm going to sleep now. Wu Jinyu closed the light curtain and lay back down, scratching the head of her little companion, Bobo. Her defensive gear seemed to have found a resolution. With only 1 day left in the protection period, her urgency grew. She longed for safety while also desiring to gather more resources. After considering her plans for the next day, she realized it was time to rest. She laid out her bedding meticulously, then formed a cozy nest for Bobo within a blanket. Bobo, your new home, do you like it? In the dim candlelight, the little orange rabbit first stretched lazily before flopping into the nest, rolling onto its back and clutching her wrist with its paws, emitting soft sounds of contentment. Bobo? Wu Jinyu gently stroked the rabbit's soft belly before extinguishing the candle and lying down, closing her eyes. Just as she was on the verge of sleep, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to exclaim, Bobo, are you a boy or a girl? The once sleepy Bobo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but wiggle its little body over to her hand, nibbling at it. Hey, 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 That was a mistake. I won't ask again. On the third day of the protection period, Wu Jinyu was once again awakened by Bobo's gentle nibbles. Without a phone or alarm clock, in the few days since arriving at this home, Bobo had dutifully assumed the role of a living timekeeper. The bipedal creatures worked hard, ensuring Bobo's meals. After her usual morning routine, Wu Jinyu rummaged through her storage box, casually inquiring, Bobo, what would you like for breakfast? As soon as the word "a breakfast" reached its ears, the little rabbit perked up, swiftly climbing onto Wu Jinyue's shoulder. In her left hand was a youtiao, fried dough stick, and in her right was a meat floss bun. Bobo contemplated seriously for a second, then pointed with its tiny paw towards the meat floss bun. Bobo wanted that. Wu Jinyu placed the meat floss bun on a leaf for it to enjoy, while she quickly consumed some toast herself. With still 5 minutes until 7 a.m., Wu Jinyu organized her backpack and tossed her laundry from the previous day into a metal bucket. She then carried the bucket to the stream, swiftly washing the items before soaking them in a bucket of water. Lacking detergent or similar cleaning products, she had to make do with this method for the time being. After completing her tasks, Wu Jinyu utilized her mental projection technique. The direction in which she would venture today depended on where the treasure chests were located. Observing the map in her mind, she discovered that the only treasure chest within a 500-meter radius was situated in the cedar forest she had glimpsed upon her arrival. Recalling the unsettling aura of that forest, she glanced at Bobo.it. Was from that very place that she had brought Bobo home. After much contemplation, Wu Jinyu resolved to explore the cedar forest today. With the final day of the protection period upon her and a 90 immunity to damage, venturing there seemed prudent. She no longer felt the trepidation she had on her first day. Moreover, her luck had been favorable over the past few days as she explored routes leading to treasure chests. Amassing a considerable amount of materials, she believed that her luck would continue at 2 p.m. With Bobo perched on her shoulder, Wu Jinyu grasped her axe and approached the cedar forest's entrance. Wood was the foundational material for her survival at present. After laboriously felling for trees and gathering 8 pieces of wood, she switched her axe for a dagger and ventured inside. The damp and chilly air clung to her unprotected skin as if it were an inescapable shroud. It felt as though an invisible presence was blowing cold air toward Wu Jinyu. Despite the bright sunny weather outside, the dense foliage of the cedar forest prevented sunlight from penetrating, casting a slight gloom within. Wu Jinyu proceeded cautiously, her previous swift in and out movements due to treasure chests having dulled her sensitivity to the atmosphere inside. However, this time, her instincts instinctively told her that this forest would be a fitting backdrop for a horror film. Such whimsical thoughts flitted through her mind as she followed the mental map step by step. Bobo, perched on her shoulder, mirrored her caution, its ears perked high, attentively listening for any sounds around them. Not long after, Wu Jinyu spotted an iron treasure chest. Uniquely, this chest was suspended from the branches of a cedar tree. Chapter 19, The Peculiar Squirrel. Why does this treasure chest always hide in such strange places? As Wu Jinyu approached the cedar tree, she tilted her head to look up. Had she not noticed something glinting in the distance on the tree, she would have instinctively taken out her shovel to dig, wasting her precious time once more. With no long branches in her backpack to poke down the iron treasure chest, Wu Jinyu stretched her arms back briefly and resolved to climb the tree herself. Rubbing her hands together, she embraced the trunk, pushed off with her legs, and pressed her body tightly against the cedar, alternating her legs to scale the bark slowly. Seeing Wu Jinyu struggle, the little creature perched on her shoulder, Bobo, leaped off and began to climb the tree. Just as Bobo was nearing the middle of the cedar, a sudden whoosh echoed, followed by Bobo's loud cries. Bobo! Wu Jinyu immediately looked up, only to see a small orange object tumbling down. Reacting instinctively, she reached out to catch it, but without the support of her legs, she found herself sliding uncontrollably downwards. With quick reflexes, she managed to brace herself against the tree with one hand, attempting to slow her descent. Thud! Wu Jinyu landed on a patch of grass beneath the cedar, holding Bobo in her hand. Hiss! Fortunately, thanks to her immunity to damage, the ground covered in grass cushioned her fall. Otherwise, this tumble could have cost her dearly. She was grateful for the protective period, the grassy mound, her gloves, and her supportive backpack. After a few seconds, Wu Jinyu rose gingerly from the ground, grimacing, while Bobo quickly wriggled free from her grasp the moment she landed. The little rabbit, looking guilty and concerned, crouched nearby, nuzzling her garment before raising its head to angrily call out at the cedar. "Bobo, Bobo." It was then that Wu Jinyu realized something was amiss. When she first encountered Bobo, it had been perched on the cedar. There was no reason for it to fall while climbing now. As she observed the little rabbit yelling at the tree, Wu Jinyu understood that something was obstructing their ascent. Scooping Bobo back onto her shoulder, she cautiously retreated from the cedar that harbored the treasure chest, casting a wary glance upwards. Whoosh, whoosh, suddenly, 2 yellow objects shot toward her position, swiftly dodging aside. 2 pine cones struck the very spot where she had been standing. Looking up, she beheld a creature resembling a squirrel, yet possessing 3 tails, perched on a branch, nonchalantly holding a pine cone. Upon recognizing the source of the ambush, Bobo, perched on Wu Jinyu's shoulder, began to berate the creature with fervor. "Bobo! Bobo, Bobo!" The creature, noticing the little rabbit, paused for a moment, its paw still clutching the pine cone, before pointing at Bobo with a mocking grin as if it found the rabbit's indignation utterly amusing. Even from a distance, Wu Jinyu could sense the creature's derision directed at Bobo. Gently patting Bobo to soothe it, Wu Jinyu scrutinized the creature in the tree, clenching her fists. She was at a disadvantage, being on the ground while the squirrel was above. After just having fallen from the tree without injury, she considered herself fortunate. It was not worth risking her safety for the sake of the iron treasure chest. Resolving to move deeper into the cedar forest with Bobo, she decided against further entanglement with this peculiar creature. Armed with a dagger, she pressed onward, but the creature, seeing that the rabbit and the biped were ignoring it, grew increasingly agitated. Thud, thud. Another pine cone was swiftly hurled in Wu Jinyu's direction. After sidestepping, she turned to regard the strange squirrel. With its 3 tails and patterned fur, she could not identify the species. It resembled a squirrel, yet it harassed her repeatedly during the protective period, using pine cones as its feeble means of attack. Wu Jinyu picked up the fallen pine cone, weighing it in her hand. With a sense of determination, she returned to the base of the tree and collected the other 3 pine cones that the squirrel had used as weapons, stowing them in her backpack. Though they were referred to as pine cones, they were, in fact, pine cones with dry, open scales, quite hefty in her grasp. She wondered if there were any pine nuts inside. As she pried open the scale-like structures, she discovered numerous pine nuts nestled within the crevices. Wu Jinyu extracted a few, cracking one open and tossing it into her mouth. A wave of fresh, sweet aroma flooded her palate, far superior to the roasted pine nuts she had tasted back on Blue Star. She casually cracked open 2 more to feed to Bobo, who relished them with delight. Wu Jinyu continued to enjoy the pine nuts as if they were mere snacks. "Bobo, do you know it?" Unlike her previous encounters with other creatures, Bobo displayed anger upon seeing this peculiar squirrel. Wu Jinyu was skeptical that they had no prior grievances. The little rabbit, still savoring the delicious pine nuts, raised its head, angrily called out once more, and nodded vigorously. Then, as if recalling something, Bobo felt wronged. Wu Jinyu gently stroked its back, attempting to reassure it. "Did it bully you with that pine cone? Then you should eat more pine nuts, and when we return to the shelter tonight, I'll help you eat the pine cones, all right?" It was unrealistic for her to seek vengeance against the squirrel at that moment. A little indulgence in its pine cones would suffice to vent her frustration. Regrettably, she could not obtain the iron treasure chest. After all this time, she had only gathered a few pine cones. Bobo, lacking any guile, perked up at the prospect of devouring the pine cones it despised, nodding enthusiastically and casting a haughty glance at the squirrel in the tree. Tonight, Bobo would feast on your pine cones. Wu Jinyu, unwilling to squander any more time in this place, finished the pine cone in her hand and turned to leave the base of the tree. Regardless of the squirrel's incessant chattering behind her, she chose not to look back. As the pair of them, 1 person and 1 rabbit, slowly walked away, the squirrel on the tree could no longer capture their attention. In a fit of irritation, it leapt down from the cedar, hopping around at the base a few times before turning to stealthily follow Wu Jinyu from behind. Not far into their journey, Wu Jinyu sensed something trailing her. Without a doubt, it was that squirrel. Attempting to shake it off proved futile. The squirrel was far too swift, keeping pace with her even as she gasped for breath. Resigned, Wu Jinyu decided to temporarily ignore its presence and focus on seeking out resources instead. After traversing a considerable distance, Wu Jinyu finally spotted 2 treasure chests on her mental map, conveniently located side by side. Without delay, she set off toward that direction. The squirrel, observing the duo's continued venture deeper into the cedar grove, became increasingly agitated, scratching its head in confusion. A self-proclaimed navigator, it had been trailing Wu Jinyu for so long without realizing any issue. It wasn't until Wu Jinyu abruptly changed course that the squirrel finally recognized just how far it had strayed. In an instant, it forgot its stealthy pursuit and leaped from the bushes. Thud. Thud thud. Why must they court disaster? Chapter 20. The Iron Treasure Chest Obtained. Unexplored map. Wu Jinyu gazed at the chattering squirrel before her, its tiny arms flailing about, and she furrowed her brow in confusion. The incessant babble was incomprehensible to her. Her companion, Bobo, perched on her shoulder, stood up cautiously upon hearing her plight and barked a couple of times at the squirrel. Bobo, Bobo, Bobo. The squirrel, upon noticing that Bobo seemed to understand its words, grew increasingly animated, vigorously pointing towards the direction they intended to traverse while shaking its head fervently. In that moment, not only Bobo but Wu Jinyu also grasped its meaning. Are you saying I cannot proceed in that direction? The squirrel, relieved that the biped finally comprehended its message, nodded affirmatively. Wu Jinyu regarded it with a blank expression. Having already lost 1 iron chest, she deemed this squirrel a hindrance to her resource gathering. After so long with nothing to show for her efforts, her mood soured considerably. Yet, the squirrel's vehement opposition to her advance made her wonder if there truly was a danger ahead that she ought to avoid. Pausing for a moment, Wu Jinyu looked at the squirrel blocking her path and suddenly had a thought. Why can't I go in? Is the area ahead one you have opened? The squirrel's already prominent eyes widened even further, its trembling hand pointing at her face in disbelief. How could this biped be so dense? Just like that foolish rabbit, equally foolish. Wu Jinyu spread her hands in a gesture of defiance, continuing, I was perfectly engaged in my search for items when you suddenly appeared to interrupt me. Step aside. The squirrel, exasperated by Wu Jinyu's obstinacy, jumped up and down in frustration, then pointed a shaky finger at Bobo, shouting loudly, Totter, totter, totter. Bobo, hearing the squirrel's words, clutched Wu Jinyu's clothing with its front paws and barked back at the squirrel, Bobo, Bobo, Bobo. Totter. Totter, totter. Bobo. Enough. Seeing the 2 small creatures escalating their vocalization, even without understanding their words, Wu Jinyu could tell they were engaged in a heated exchange. She quickly interjected to halt the escalating argument. If they continued to shout so loudly, they risked attracting unwelcome attention, putting all 3 of them in jeopardy. Wu Jinyu extended her hand, pointing at the squirrel. The reason I attempted to climb the tree was to pluck leaves from it, and you forced me down. Now, as I seek to traverse this path, I care not for your prohibitions against climbing or walking. I will proceed regardless. What an absurd biped, with identical trees surrounding them. Couldn't he simply ask for leaves? The squirrel swiftly ascended a nearby cedar, its sharp claws gripping a branch before snapping it off and jumping down in front of Wu Jinyu, laying the branch down. Totter, totter. With so many leaves on that branch, it should suffice for her needs. However, Wu Jinyu turned her head away, remaining obstinate. I specifically want the leaves from that tree I was climbing earlier, 4 meters from the ground, located at the 9 o'clock position to the left, on the 4th forked branch. The squirrel was taken aback. How could this biped be so unreasonable? What other species could be more obstinate? Wu Jinyu observed the squirrel's expression, which was a mixture of disdain, speechlessness, and shock, and coolly stated, You can either let me proceed or I insist on obtaining the leaves from that previous tree. Faced with this relentless biped, the squirrel fell silent. However, it knew that if this creature encountered danger in that place, it would surely not intervene. But what if that foolish rabbit got into trouble? That tree was its resting place. Now, it was left with no choice but to let this biped retrieve leaves once more. Had it known she would come this way, it would have never obstructed her ascent. Resigned, the squirrel turned away, yet, as it gazed back at the path it had just traversed, confusion washed over its face. Which route had it taken to arrive here? Wu Jinyu, observing the dejected squirrel, knew her plan was succeeding. Iron treasure chests were notoriously elusive. The ones she had recently acquired were primarily rewards for achievements bestowed by the system. Discovering one in the wild was indeed a rarity. With this newfound opportunity to reclaim it, she was determined not to let it slip away. As for whether she would continue onward after obtaining the chest, that was a matter for another time. Wu Jinyu glanced at the map in her mind. The location of the chest had exceeded her map's boundaries and was no longer displayed. However, relying on the markers from her journey and her memory, returning to the treasure's location presented no challenge. Thus, Wu Jinyu, accompanied by the directionally challenged squirrel, spent half an hour retracing her steps to the prior location. The squirrel watched in awe as this biped was able to navigate back so effortlessly. How could she retrace her path? Upon reaching the base of the tree, Wu Jinyu cracked her knuckles in anticipation. With the squirrel no longer obstructing her, she should be able to ascend and retrieve the chest without issue. The squirrel and Bobo perched below, observing Wu Jinyu wriggle her way up the tree like a worm. Bobo exclaimed, "The biped is incredible." "Starry eyes," the squirrel scoffed, just as foolish as the rabbit. Contemptuous. After enduring the discomfort of scraped hands and trembling legs, Wu Jinyu finally secured the iron treasure chest into her backpack. Securing a treasure chest was no small feat. Having casually snapped a leaf from the branch, she took her time descending, brushing off the wood shavings from her clothing. Facing the squirrel, her expression softened considerably. "All right, I've obtained the leaves I desired. You may stop following me now," Wu Jinyu said, gently patting Bobo on the shoulder. The squirrel, squatting to the side, watched as Wu Jinyu carefully placed the branch into her backpack. After acquiring the chest she had sought, Wu Jinyu reflected on the path she had just traversed. Possessing the skill of tracking, albeit at a lower level, only a portion of the locations were marked. She pressed on, undeterred by the unknown dangers that lay ahead. At the very least, the map would indicate the nature of the territory. Moreover, since the squirrel had jumped out to warn her of potential dangers, it must have knowledge of what lay ahead. Curiosity piqued, she wished to explore further. Having already secured the treasure, the prospect of encountering two treasure chests was tantalizing. Should danger arise, she would simply flee. With renewed determination, Wu Jinyu unsheathed her dagger and retraced her steps toward the area she had just left. Even the squirrel, typically directionally challenged, recognized that the biped was heading back toward that location. "Totter, totter, totter. I even let you take leaves from my sleeping tree, and yet you still seek peril." The squirrel was on the brink of losing its mind. This biped seemed utterly devoid of reason. Most infuriating was that insufferable rabbit trailing behind her. The squirrel caught up with Wu Jinyu, clutching her pant leg and pulling back with all its might. "Totter! Totter, totter." Yet Wu Jinyu appeared oblivious to the squirrel at her feet, resolutely continuing toward the very spot she had just vacated. In the first 10 minutes, the squirrel had desperately tugged at Wu Jinyu's trousers. In the subsequent 15 minutes, it had surrendered, grasping the hem of her clothing, allowing Wu Jinyu to lead it along. Fine, if they were to meet their demise, they might as well face it together. After following the map in her mind for quite some time, Wu Jinyu finally discerned what lay ahead. The map revealed a shrouded expanse, marked with the inscription, "Unexplored Map, Chapter 21, The Misty Area. Crafting a wooden boat. Newcomers are required to explore within the designated game zones. Entering the uncharted Misty Map will result in the automatic deactivation of protective measures." Wu Jinyu still recalls the third rule of the game that the little ball mentioned on her first day. The immunity to damage during the protection period would automatically lapse, which sounded perilously ominous, yet her gaze was drawn to the treasure chests visible at the periphery of the misty area. Estimating the distance between the chests and the mist, it appeared to exceed 50 meters. Wu Jinyu pondered whether approaching the vicinity of the misty area would count as entering the mist map. For now, she had no desire to venture into this so-called uncharted territory. When faced with uncertainty, she turned to the guide. Wu Jinyu activated the holographic panel and began searching for information regarding the misty map. Strangely, the available information was scant. It either warned of dangers or spoke of mysteries, but offered no guidance on how to gain entry. Was it truly necessary to step into the mist to be considered inside? She glanced down at the squirrel clutching her garment, giving it a gentle pat. "Little squirrel, what lies ahead?" The squirrel, which had been feigning death, jolted at her touch, losing its grip and tumbling to the ground. Wu Jinyu. Where had the lively squirrel gone? After rising slowly, it realized that Wu Jinyu could not comprehend its speech, thus, it attempted to convey its thoughts through rudimentary gestures. It first took 2 steps, then fell to the ground, and subsequently mimicked swimming. The squirrel waved its arms a few times, then slowly collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. Wu Jinyu furrowed her brow at the squirrel's abstract pantomime. Are you suggesting that ahead lies a body of water? A lake? The squirrel immediately sprang to its feet, shook its head, formed a circle with its paws, and then spread them wide. Wu Jinyu quickly grasped its meaning. It was not a lake, but a place far larger than one. Without a second thought, she blurted out, larger than a lake, is it the sea ahead? The squirrel nodded emphatically, then pointed at the little rabbit before gesturing towards Wu Jinyu's pocket and mimicking a running motion in the direction from which they had come. Its implication was clear, to tuck Bobo away in her pocket and flee with it. Wu Jinyu glanced at the little rabbit perched on her shoulder and gently stroked its fur. She could sense that the squirrel, aware of the impending danger, had followed her solely for the sake of Bobo. She did not believe for a moment that the squirrel was following out of concern for her. A conflicted creature, it had bullied Bobo yet seemed unwilling to let it fall into peril. Wu Jinyu sighed. I do not intend to plunge into that sea, I merely wish to retrieve something from the vicinity. If it too poses a risk, I shall not take Bobo with me. Wu Jinyu was not one to knowingly walk into danger, understanding the necessity of retreating from threats. Moreover, after spending the past 2 days with Bobo, she did not wish for the little rabbit on her shoulder to encounter any hazards. The squirrel gazed up at the bipedal creature before it, finding her perplexing. One moment she wished to proceed, the next she hesitated. Had Bobo truly followed such a foolish being? The squirrel peered ahead at the path, then back at Wu Jinyu, shaking its head. If she were merely retrieving an item nearby, she would not fall into the sea. Seeing the squirrel shake its head, Wu Jinyu felt a measure of relief. Nearby, the cedar tree found a slightly even patch of ground, prompting Wu Jinyu to sit down and gently place Bobo beside her. She opened her backpack and retrieved her lunch from earlier that day. Tearing open the packaging of the Swiss roll, she set it before Bobo as a makeshift bowl. Bobo, meanwhile, the squirrel, observing Bobo's enthusiastic consumption, finally grasped why it had chosen to accompany this bipedal creature. This glutton, a mere morsel could win it over. Just as the squirrel was mentally chiding Bobo for its lack of dignity, a sizable treat appeared above it, descending from on high. Here, your lunch, a honey bun. The squirrel gazed at the aromatic food before it, unable to resist swallowing hard as it instinctively grasped the offering. This item appeared to be somewhat delectable. Wu Jinyu, oblivious to the squirrel's expression, busily extracted a bottle of water, a youtiao, and a meat floss pastry, preparing to indulge in her own lunch. Bobo, spotting the remnants of its breakfast, lifted its head and called out, Bobo. Wu Jinyu patted the little rabbit's head. What is it? Do you want more of this? She gestured towards the meat floss pastry. After a moment of deliberation, Bobo nodded gently. Wu Jinyu stroked its belly and tore off a small piece of the pastry, placing it in the rabbit's bowl, muttering to herself, Bobo, you're so small. Where does it all go? This Swiss roll is nearly half your size. Observing the tender interaction between the two, the squirrel glanced at the honey bun in its grasp and, blinking, took a substantial bite. All right, perhaps not a foolish creature. It seemed this dim-witted rabbit had grown a bit smarter. Having concluded her lunch, Wu Jinyu stood up, stowed Bobo in her pocket, and retrieved her workbench. It was prudent to prepare for the future. Although she had consulted the squirrel, if she inadvertently entered the Misty Map, she ought to possess at least one tool for survival. After locating the crafting materials for a boat in the guide, Wu Jinyu discovered among the array of fanciful vessels the only one she could currently create. Smiley, would you like to use 6 wood to craft a wooden boat, beginner? Yes. Crafting successful. Wu Jinyu gazed at the wooden boat occupying a slot in her backpack, scratching her head in confusion. She had anticipated that this wooden boat would be classified by level and durability, much like the dagger and axe. To her surprise, it seemed to share the same classification as the shelter. Might she one day choose to survive at sea? Shaking her head, she momentarily cast aside her whimsical thoughts. Focusing on the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Wu Jinyu tidied up her workbench, glanced at the mental map she held, and continued onward. The squirrel, having just finished its honey bun, licked its lips, observing Wu Jinyu as she set off with Bobo. Without a second thought, it leapt onto her backpack, settling atop it. It too wished to accompany her, not out of concern for the little rabbit, but rather because it had not gathered pine cones from that area in quite some time. What had begun as a duo had transformed into a trio. Before long, they traversed the cedar grove and beheld a vast expanse of mist ahead. It was unlike any fog found on Blue Star. Even from a distance of approximately 100 meters, the density of the mist was such that Wu Jinyu could guarantee visibility would drop below 1 meter upon entry. The thick fog appeared less like vapor suspended in the air and more akin to undulating waves of water. It looked perilous, and she had no intention of stepping inside. Wu Jinyu examined the map, cautiously sticking to the edge of the cedar grove in an effort to keep as much distance from the mist as possible. A wooden treasure chest lay on the grass, and not far from it, the corner of an iron chest peeked out from the ground. She felt a surge of delight in her heart. Luck was on her side. It seemed she had stumbled upon an iron chest. Chapter 22 Dragged into the mist. The mysterious jade. Wu Jinyu hastened to the wooden treasure chest, first stowing it away before proceeding towards the iron chest. Once both treasures were secured within her bag, she promptly turned around, intending to retrace her steps. At that moment, her backpack inexplicably felt as if it had been equipped with a magnet, swiftly pulling her towards the dense fog. What on earth is happening? Why am I being forcibly drawn in? In less than 2 seconds, she found herself dragged to the edge of the mist, one hand already reaching into its icy depths. The straps of her backpack were tightly bound, rendering her unable to free herself. In a moment of urgency, she hastily retrieved her bobber from her pocket, intending to toss it into the fog. The squirrel, previously resting atop her backpack, also attempted to leap down. However, the velocity of the backpack's pull was too great, akin to an invisible hand casting her into the abyss. Before either she or the rabbit could fully comprehend their predicament, the backpack propelled all three deeper into the mist. Oh no! This was the last thought that crossed Wu Jinyue's mind before she succumbed to a wave of dizziness. As the world spun around her, she realized it was too late to throw the bobber away, so she clutched it tightly and shouted, "A squirrel, hold on tight." With 3 distinct splashes, they were unceremoniously tossed into the ocean. Suddenly dropped, Wu Jinyu flailed for a moment, choking on a few mouthfuls of seawater, yet she quickly regained her composure, lifting the bobber above the water's surface before retrieving a small wooden boat from her backpack. Cough, cough. Wu Jinyu held onto the bobber with one hand while gripping the edge of the boat with the other. After coughing a few times, she exerted herself to toss the bobber onto the boat and slowly climbed aboard. Soaked to the skin, she lay on the vessel without having had a chance to assess the conditions of the bobber and the squirrel when her ring chimed. Congratulations, player has successfully completed the achievement of Mist Pioneer. Achievement points 1, Reward. Iron Treasure Chest X1, B-Class Dagger, Durability 180, Iron Blocks X10. Congratulations, player has become the first to complete the Mist Pioneer achievement alive in Huaxia Zone 47, receiving an additional reward of 1 achievement point, Silver Treasure Chest X1, and 1 attribute point to allocate. Wu Jinyu keenly noted that the announcement for this achievement completion was markedly different from previous ones. Previously, it had simply stated it completed, but this time it specified it completed alive. The system had indeed been meticulous, announcing the achievement only after she had safely boarded the boat. If she had perished within the fog, would that still count as completing the achievement? Wu Jinyu couldn't help but indulge in wild conjectures. Stop cursing yourself, she admonished herself, followed by a few dismissive sounds. The reward for this initial completion was a silver treasure chest. Tonight, she would finally be able to open a new chest. Wu Jinyu sat up in the boat, shook her head, and vigorously wrung out the excess water from her hair. Then, she pulled the 2 small creatures towards her, gently poking the bobber's belly. "Bobber, did you accidentally swallow some seawater?" The little rabbit, lying on the boat, had its once fluffy orange and white fur now matted and bedraggled. "Bobber." Bober, Wu, Bober, it whimpered sadly. Wu Jingyu then turned her gaze to the squirrel, which, due to its short fur, was not as drenched but still had its 3 fluffy tails drooping dismally. Squirrel, why didn't you jump off my back? Well, now we're all in this together. The squirrel remained silent, merely lying dazedly on the boat. It regretted following along. Wu Jingyu felt equally perplexed. She had just finished collecting the treasure and was about to leave. Why had the backpack dragged her towards the mist? Was there something within the backpack that attracted the fog, or was it the fog that drew the backpack? Removing the backpack, Wu Jingyu felt its surface. It was waterproof and still dry to the touch. She opened one compartment and was taken aback to see the jade she had placed there shimmering with an unusual brilliance. It hadn't appeared so mesmerizing when she first stowed it away. It seemed likely that their entrapment in this predicament was somehow connected to the jade. However, rather than dwell on how they had been ensnared, her immediate concern was how to escape alive. Sitting in the boat, surrounded by a vast ocean, she gazed into the distance, unable to discern any land. How would she find a way out? The small vessel drifted slowly upon the sea, and with no options left, she turned her attention to the map in her mind. On the map, the entire area was devoid of any markings, save for a red dot indicating her location at the center, surrounded entirely by ocean. Realizing that consulting the map would not reveal her precise whereabouts, she decided to activate the holographic screen in hopes of uncovering information about the misty region. At that moment, she noticed a new line of text beneath her personal profile. Player, Wu Jingyu, age, 22, stamina, 7 health, 10 strength, 7 mentality, 22 luck, 14, note, can be improved, no snail hourglass, cannot extend exploration time. Remaining exploration time in unexplored map, 5 hours 55 minutes. Was her stay here time limited? Wu Jingyu quickly glanced at the clock, 11:40. With 5 hours and 55 minutes left. If she could manage to escape, she would not return until 5:35. Nightfall would arrive at 6 o'clock, leaving her just 25 minutes to navigate back from the depths of the cedar forest to the shelter. Heavens, why was the timeline so tight? Wu Jingyu felt faint, realizing that tomorrow marked the last day of the protection period, and now she found herself in such an unfortunate situation. Gazing at the endless expanse of ocean before her, she wondered what resources could possibly exist in this unexplored map. Aside from fish, what else could there be? Wait a moment. Fish? Suddenly, Wu Jingyu recalled that she had acquired a fishing net just a couple of days prior. She retrieved her backpack and pulled out the fishing net. C-class fishing net. Durability 120. Capable of capturing low-level fish and some mid-level fish. Note, allow it to sit at the bottom for a while before retrieving it for potentially unexpected gains. She had intended to store this net in her storage box, but since she didn't want to carry 2 iron axes, she had swapped one for the net instead. Little did she know it would prove invaluable. Wu Jingyu rubbed her hands together, secured the fishing net to the side of the wooden boat, and cast it into the water. The net immediately sank beneath the surface. Wu Jingyu sat quietly, pulling the bober close and carefully drying its fur. After wringing out her own clothes, she used the hem to pat down the little rabbit's fur, ensuring that every droplet of water was wiped away. With no spare clothing in her backpack, she hesitated to open any treasure chests, fearing that an influx of items might exceed her carrying capacity. Complicating matters further, she would have to make do with her wet clothes. She had contemplated storing items in the storage box and then placing the box back in her backpack, but such a glitchy maneuver had clearly proven futile. The instant she attempted to stow it, everything in the storage box had spilled out, leaving only an empty box within her backpack. With only 25 compartments available, it would be best to wait until evening to open the treasure chests, conserving space wherever possible. Chapter 23, Fishing with Nets. The mysterious blackfish. After meticulously drying off the fur of both Bobo and Squirrel, Wu Jingyu proceeded to wring out her own clothes. Fortunately, her regular exercise on Blue Star had kept her in good shape. Otherwise, plunging into the ocean and being buffeted by the cold wind would surely have led to a bout of illness. Once dried, the fur of Bobo and Squirrel quickly regained its fluffiness, and the 2 little creatures became lively once more, with the rabbit and the squirrel sitting by the fishing net and intently observing the depths below. Meanwhile, Wu Jingyu sat idly beside them. Having allocated her recently acquired attribute points to her mental value, she languidly kicked her feet and flipped through the guidebook. Suddenly, The fishing net beside the wooden boat was pulled in another direction, as if something beneath was dragging it, causing the boat to shudder. Wu Jinyu quickly sprang to her feet, steadying the wooden vessel while pulling the net forcefully from the water. Compared to before she had submerged it, she could distinctly feel that the net was laden with a considerable hole, making it somewhat laborious to retrieve. She recalled the net's description, which suggested letting it rest at the bottom for a while longer might yield unexpected rewards. After casting it down and securing it, she had refrained from disturbing it. Had it not been for the sudden tremor after half an hour of waiting, she might have left it for over an hour before checking. With great effort, she hoisted the net up, her eyes widening at the dense bounty contained within. A wooden treasure chest, along with a multitude of fish. How could there be so many? Wu Jinyu felt a tingle of apprehension. The variety of fish was so extensive that she could hardly identify them. The majority of the catch consisted of juveniles, small and slender, appearing to possess little flesh. She casually picked up a tiny fish, shook it, and tossed it back into the sea. It was far too small, even cooking it would be a waste of fuel. After stowing the wooden chest in her backpack, she crouched down to sort through the catch entangled in the net. The larger and more numerous fish were stored away, while the smaller ones were all discarded back into the ocean. After all, her backpack had limited compartments, and she could not possibly accommodate every variety of fish. Given that live creatures could not be stored in her backpack, any fish caught in the net would perish if not promptly dealt with. After 10 minutes of sorting, Wu Jinyu successfully collected cod 8, mahi-mahi 5, sea bass 5, black sea bream 3, into her backpack before hurriedly scattering the remaining small fish back into the sea. The foggy area didn't seem so daunting after all, and the whole appeared quite promising. Each cast of the net cost her 10 durability points. Glancing at the net in her hands, she calculated that she could cast it 11 more times, which would suffice for her endeavors over the next 5 hours. Wu Jinyu cast the net once more, then leaned against the side of the boat, opening the world chat channel. The protection period ends tomorrow. Does anyone have food? Hey friends, let us work together to survive. Brothers unite. Is there anyone who can trade an axe with me after the protection period? I can offer 2 buns. To the one above, it's already the 3rd day. Don't you understand the market prices? An axe is worth no less than 6 buns. Expand my friend list, expand. Feeling rather bored, Wu Jinyu scrolled through the world chat messages while absent-mindedly stroking the back of the little rabbit. Just as she began to doze off, the wooden boat jolted once more. This tremor was even more intense than the previous one caused by the fishing net. Wu Jinyu turned to look. The net remained still. Where was this disturbance coming from? Suddenly jolted awake, she straightened up, unsheathing her dagger and cautiously peering beneath the water. Below the tranquil surface, a dark figure was swimming beneath the wooden boat. Even with the surface reflections, she discerned that this creature was no small fry. It was at least larger than her boat. Wu Jinyu hastily reeled in the fishing net. This net was her temporary tool for gathering resources, and she could not allow that shadowy creature to ruin it. As she pulled the net, the dark figure seemed to follow, gradually ascending from the depths, its outline becoming increasingly distinct. Seeing it approach the net, Wu Jinyu grew anxious, pulling with all her might to hoist the net up. Along with it, a massive fish head emerged from the water. Wu Jinyu stared at the enormous creature before her, her legs quaking slightly. Why was it not staying submerged but instead approaching her boat? Squirrel, meanwhile, lay sprawled on the boat, legs in the air, calmly gazing at the sky. It knew all too well that the sea was not as simple as it seemed. The last time it ventured in, it had been blessed by its kin, finding a piece of driftwood to cling to for survival. Now, it faced the prospect of perishing alongside the foolish rabbit. Squirrel turned to look at the little rabbit, who, still brimming with curiosity, leaped onto Wu Jinyu's shoulder. Unafraid of the impending danger, despair washed over Squirrel as it closed its eyes. Stupid rabbit, why must you choose to die alongside that 2-legged creature? Wu Jinyu held the fishing net firmly, her gaze fixated on the great black fish swimming in the depths. The fish, too, seemed to be watching her, and the backpack beside her. In an instant, she grasped the situation and quickly retrieved her backpack. Something within it piqued the creature's interest. She tossed 2 of the freshly caught cod into the water, but the black fish remained unmoved, its gaze still fixed on the backpack. ignoring the offerings entirely. Realizing it might be seeking something novel after living in the ocean for so long, she pulled out a red bin bun and tossed it onto the water's surface. This was something it wouldn't find in the sea, a chance to sample something different. The blackfish merely glanced at the floating bun before returning its attention to the backpack, unwavering. Wu Jinyu was at a loss. Such a large creature could easily capsize a small boat with a mere flip. She could neither fight it nor flee. Gazing into its dark eyes, she began to remove items from her backpack one by one, placing them carefully on the boat. Pork floss buns, red bean toast, donuts, an axe, crab shells. Bobo, standing on her shoulder, bounced excitedly. It was the pork floss bun that Bobo adored. Wu Jinyu dutifully emptied her backpack, but the blackfish showed no signs of interest. It was not until she extracted the final jade stone and held it in her hand that the blackfish visibly stirred. Its body writhing in the water, waves surged, crashing towards the wooden boat. Hey, don't flip over. The boat is going to capsize. Wu Jinyu exclaimed, sensing trouble as the blackfish began to roll. She quickly stowed everything she had just taken out back into her backpack, gripping the side of the boat tightly in an attempt to stabilize it. The wooden vessel, already poorly constructed, succumbed to the fish's thrashing, tipping over in an instant, and the trio plunged back into the sea with a splash. Wu Jinyu, who had only just managed to dry her clothes, found herself soaked once more, along with Bobo and Squirrel, whose once dry fur was now drenched again. Fortunately, this time, Wu Jinyu did not panic as she had before. Being a proficient swimmer, she quickly retrieved Bobo and Squirrel after hitting the water, placing them safely on her backpack. Although the wooden boat was not heavy, she lacked the strength to right it alone. Once she had ensured the safety of her companions, she turned to face the great blackfish. Chapter 24 Jade. Tuner Wu Jinyu retrieved the jade she had just stowed away in her backpack, cradling it in her palm. The large fish's gaze remained fixated on the jade, utterly disregarding her presence. Raising the jade before the fish, Wu Jinyu spoke, "Do you desire this?" The fish remained silent, not attempting to seize the jade, but instead tilted its head closer, pressing against the jade. With the two of them in such proximity, Wu Jinyu could distinctly sense the fish's reliance on the jade. Observing that the fish bore no intention of harming her, she extended her other hand to caress its slick head. The texture was somewhat unappealing, a bit rigid, she mused. After sufficiently pressing against the jade, the fish finally allowed a fragment of its attention to drift towards her. Wu Jinyu noticed the deep, dark orbs of the fish fixated on her, comprehending its fondness for the jade in her grasp. It was inconceivable that she could remain submerged in the ocean for the next 5 hours. Gripping the jade tightly, she pointed with the hand holding it towards the nearby wooden boat, boldly inquiring, "Could you assist me in flipping the boat over?" The large blackfish scrutinized Wu Jinyu for a moment before slowly gliding towards the edge of the boat. Wu Jinyu promptly swam away from the wooden vessel, watching as the fish maneuvered beneath it, searching for the right position. With a sudden leap, it nudged the overturned boat, righting it back to the surface of the sea. Seeing her boat restored to its former state, Wu Jinyu swiftly tossed the bobber and squirrel back onto her backpack and then heaved the backpack up as well. Just as her hands grasped the edge of the boat, a force propelled her body, which had been sinking in the water, back to the surface. Looking down, she realized it was the large blackfish that had lifted her. She hurriedly scrambled onto the wooden boat. The blackfish remained beside her, motionless, appearing rather docile. After exerting effort to wring out her hair and clothes, Wu Jinyu repeated the process from when they had first fallen into the water, drying the bobber and squirrel. Having endured 2 falls into the sea, she felt utterly exhausted, cradling the bobber and squirrel against the side of the boat, gazing into the boundless ocean, her thoughts adrift. Falling into this uncharted territory had proven to be a true ordeal. Her clothes had scarcely dried. After resting for a moment, she sat up again, reattaching the jade around her neck. She dared not return the jade to her backpack, as no one could predict whether the large blackfish would toss her back into the ocean if it could no longer see the jade. Retrieving the fishing net from her backpack, she prepared for her second attempt at fishing. However, due to the presence of the fish, the net yielded nothing. Wu Jinyu bit her lip, torn between whether to attempt a third cast. Surely, the large blackfish would not cause any mischief, would it? Yet, aside from fishing, she had no other pursuits at the moment. With the blackfish positioned to her right, Wu Jinyu turned and flung the net into the waters to the left of the boat. After completing her task, she resumed her seat, though this time, she refrained from lounging back to browse the World Channel. No one could comfortably sit beneath the dark, penetrating stare of a large black fish. Seated on the boat, Wu Jingyu repeatedly stroked the back of the bobber, while also pulling the squirrel closer to her, petting them with both hands. After half an hour, she recalled that during her first attempt, the net had stirred within that same time frame. Why was her net not moving this time? Rising, she tugged at the net, instantly sensing that the weight was off. It felt too light, compared to the heft of her first catch. The difference was stark. With minimal effort, she dragged the net up, revealing only a wooden treasure chest within. Not even a single fish was caught. Comparing this haul to her first, the disparity was significant, save for the presence of the wooden chest. She surmised that the presence of the large black fish had likely frightened the fish away, yet she dared not shoo it away. Sighing, she prepared for her fourth cast. A treasure chest would suffice as a satisfactory catch. After stowing the wooden chest, Wu Jingyu lifted the fishing net again, ready to cast it to the left side of the boat. Suddenly, the previously still black fish swam from the right side of the boat to the left, lifting its head to fixate on the fishing net in Wu Jingyu's hand. Wu Jingyu halted her motion to cast the net, gazing at it in resignation. Surely, it wouldn't prevent her from fishing. If so, she might not even manage to retrieve the treasure chest. Unexpectedly, the blackfish merely observed the net for a moment before turning away, swimming deeper into the sea. It was no longer fixated on the jade. Noticing the fish's departure, Wu Jingyu hastily cast the net, suspending it beside the boat, commencing her fourth fishing attempt. With the blackfish gone, she hoped this time she could catch a fish. The squirrel, previously sprawled on the boat, suddenly sprang to life, cautiously gripping the edge of the boat and peering into the sea. That was a close call, narrowly escaping peril. The thought of the large blackfish that had entangled them sent shivers across its tiny frame. With its small stature, it would barely suffice as a morsel for the blackfish. It cautiously leaped to Wu Jingyu's side, clutching her hem, its eyes darting about. Its innate instincts warned it that danger still lurked nearby. The large blackfish was still in the vicinity. 15 minutes later, as Wu Jingyu entertained the bobber, the blackfish quietly resurfaced. Its head and part of its eyes emerged from the water, observing the person on the wooden boat. Just as Wu Jingyu was distractedly playing with the bobber, she felt a chill run down her back. Hastily stowing the bobber in her pocket and turning around, the blackfish had returned. The squirrel, still clinging to Wu Jingyu's hem, dove into her clothing. It had known all along that the fish remained nearby. Wu Jingyu, glancing at the blackfish in the water, quickly reached for the fishing net. The fish would be frightened away again if the blackfish was present. Suddenly, with a loud splash, two massive tuners landed on the wooden boat, flailing vigorously. The boat rocked back and forth from their struggle, causing Wu Jingyu to slide from the left side to the right, nearly tumbling overboard. Swiftly, she unsheathed her dagger, donned her gloves, and lunged forward, pinning one of the fish down with all her might. The fish wriggled violently, its tail almost grazing her face several times. Spotting the glimmering fin at its tail, Wu Jingyu pressed down on its back and plunged the knife into its skull. After a few moments of thrashing, the tuner's body went limp, collapsing on the deck. Employing the same method, she efficiently dispatched the other fish, collapsing onto the boat. Breathless, noticing a sharp pain in her forearm, she raised her hand to reveal a 10-centimeter gash. It must have been the dorsal fin that had grazed her while she pinned the fish down. The wound continued to bleed profusely, and Wu Jingyu quickly pressed her sleeve against it to staunch the flow. Had she been outside the fog-laden area, the dorsal fin wouldn't have inflicted such a deep cut. However, this was an uncharted fog map, and her protection had ceased to function. Furthermore, she recalled that her storage box contained bandages and iodine. Unfortunately, there was insufficient space in her backpack to bring them along. Sighing at the sight of her arm's injury, she turned to glance at the large black fish beside her. She remembered that the two tuners had been expelled from the fish's mouth and onto her boat. Was the blackfish assisting her in her hunt? Chapter 25 Collaborative Efforts. Bountiful Harvest. Wu Jingyu gazed mournfully at the large black fish. The fish, sensing the metallic scent of blood surrounding her, surprisingly diverted its attention from her to fixate on a squirrel that had been flung from the disheveled wooden boat as the tuner struggled. The squirrel's eyes widened in alarm upon spotting the fish's gaze upon it. Cluck, it screeched before hastily burrowing back into the folds of Wu Jingyu's clothing. Meanwhile, she tightened the cuffs of her sleeves, temporarily staunching the flow of blood from her wound. She understood that in such a perilous environment, without the large black fish by her side, her fate would be grim. The scent of her blood might very well attract other ferocious beasts. Previously, she had wished for the large black fish to hasten its departure. Now, she yearned for it to remain close by the wooden boat. Once she had managed to tend to her injury, Wu Jingyu let out a sigh, noticing the large black fish's demeanor of indifference as it refused to look at her. I hold no blame against you. It is my own lack of strength that led to this. You brought the fish for me to slay, and yet I have sustained injuries, as she confessed. Wu Jingyu was acutely aware that even facing a single tuna underwater would jeopardize her life. The fact that the large black fish had brought the fish to her had significantly diminished the capability of these fearsome creatures. The large black fish redirected its gaze to Wu Jingyu, its mouth moving as if it were chewing on something. Initially, she sought to comfort the fish, but upon witnessing its peculiar behavior, a sense of dread washed over her. Did it still have other fish that it had yet to regurgitate? The large black fish then plunged into the depths of the sea, emerging moments later to expel a strange, dark silhouette from its mouth. A girl, a rabbit, and a squirrel clung to the edge of the boat, observing two indistinct shapes in the water. Once the shadow was expelled, it immediately writhed and darted deeper into the ocean. The large black fish did not relent. After spitting it out, it swiftly pursued, delivering two fierce bites before swallowing it whole. This cycle of ingestion and expulsion repeated 3 or 4 times before it finally retained the prey in its mouth. As the large black fish approached the surface, Wu Jingyu quickly pulled the two smaller creatures closer, retracting their heads to avoid being in harm's way. With a splash, a 7-legged octopus landed on the wooden boat, sluggishly writhing, barely clinging to life. Despite its immobility, the octopus slowly dragged itself towards the edge of the boat. Wu Jingyu acted decisively. Swiftly severing its nervous system with her dagger, the octopus continued to twitch, propping itself up with its 7 limbs in an attempt to escape. However, it was soon dismantled into resources and stowed away in her backpack. Turning to the large black fish, which was now blowing small bubbles, Wu Jingyu couldn't help but reach out to stroke its head. It was astonishing that it assisted her in hunting. She recognized that the fish's newfound friendliness stemmed from the jade stone she had brought forth. Ever since revealing the jade, the large black fish had displayed an extraordinary level of camaraderie towards her. What was the true nature of this jade stone? Not wishing to dwell on it further, Wu Jingyu eagerly opened her backpack to tally her spoils. From the 2 tuners she had dealt with, she had acquired iron chest 1, tuna raw meat 20, tuna belly 4, fish paste 4, filtered gills 2, fish bones 2, fish fins 3. The meat from the fallen octopus, while less than that of the tuna, still yielded iron chest 1, octopus tentacles 7, ink sac 2, filtered gills 1. Gazing at the contents of her backpack, Wu Jingyu felt a mix of joy and frustration. The bounty from this excursion was plentiful, yet her backpack had insufficient space to accommodate it all. With the supplies she had brought along this morning and these newfound resources, she was left with only 2 compartments in her backpack. Wu Jingyu tugged at her hair in exasperation, pocketing her dagger and retrieving 2 bags of red bean toast and a crab shell. She offered 2 slices to Bobo and the squirrel, then consumed the remaining bag herself. Before patting the crab shell beside her, when it came time to leave, she could tie the crab shell to her body to save a compartment. Thankfully, she had only brought 1 crab shell with her today. She could manage to secure it later. Checking the time, she noted it was already 2:30 p.m., and over half an hour had passed since her last net haul. Wu Jingyu pulled up the fishing net, realizing that due to the large fish's arrival midway through her casting, this haul had yielded little. Wooden box 1, sea base 2. After reeling in the net and carefully organizing its contents, she cast it out once more, intending to check back in an hour. Seated on the boat with her dagger in hand, Wu Jingyu observed the large black fish nearby, her thoughts drifting back to the earlier tuna. Tentatively, she inquired, "Are there any more tuna or octopus in close proximity to the wooden boat?" It was not that she was demanding too much. Rather, she was genuinely afraid to let the large black fish stray too far from her. Wounded and in this treacherous sea, she could only imagine the horrors that might ensue if another creature caught the scent of her blood. Specifying tuna or octopus was also due to the dire inadequacy of space in her backpack. If new resources were to emerge, she would be at a loss for where to store them. The large black fish stared at Wu Jingyu for a few moments, seemingly in a daze, before flipping and darting eastward with remarkable speed. In mere minutes, it returned, struggling tuna clasped firmly in its mouth. With a splash, the large black fish tossed the tuna onto the wooden boat. This particular tuna was slightly smaller than the previous two, yet it still appeared substantial in comparison to the boat and the person. Wu Jingyu carefully stepped onto its back, avoiding its dorsal fin as she sought the opportunity for a swift kill. After several minutes of struggle, she seized the moment and plunged her blade into the tuna's nape. Wooden chest 1, tuna raw meat 8, tuna belly 2, fish paste 2, filtered gills 2, fish bones 1, fish fins 1, air. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Wu Jingyu sat on the boat, panting. Even with the large black fish delivering the prey for her to dispatch, the exertion was no small feat. The force with which the prey struggled exceeded her expectations. The large black fish, meanwhile, swam excitedly around the edge of the boat, seemingly awaiting Wu Jingyu's signal to continue the hunt. With less than 2 hours left in this location, Wu Jingyu retrieved a bottle of mineral water, savoring it slowly before opening another bottle to share with the two smaller creatures. Once prepared, she extended her hand over the side of the boat, gently stroking the large black fish's head, saying, "Could you bring me another, but not too large?" Upon hearing this, the large observing Wu Jingyu's fervent determination, Bobo's eye sparkled with admiration, while the squirrel looked on in confusion, unable to fathom why Wu Jingyu was exerting herself so. For a creature like it, who often took more leisure than work, it simply did not comprehend the urgency of her efforts. For sustenance, enough was sufficient. Wu Jingyu, however, remained vigilant, her gaze fixated on the surface of the water as she awaited the large black fish to deliver her next quarry. 10 minutes later, the large black fish slowly emerged from the depths, its eyes locked onto Wu Jingyu, its mouth rhythmically chewing. Instantly, she deduced that the large black fish had brought her an octopus this time. Observing its chewing motions, she realized that if the large black fish were to toss the octopus onto the wooden boat like the tuna, she would surely be unable to handle it. Blop. Splash. An octopus was expelled onto the boat, its 8 limbs writhing in a daze. Chapter 26. Encountering the storm. Having swiftly dealt with the octopus, Wu Jingyu shook her aching arms. Wooden treasure chest 1, octopus tentacle 8, ink sac 1, filter gills 2. The octopus, after being chewed on by the great blackfish, clearly lacked the combat prowess of a tuna. Great blackfish, are there any tuna or octopuses nearby? This time, the great blackfish did not plunge back into the sea but instead lingered beside the wooden boat, swimming calmly back and forth. It appeared that there were none in the vicinity. Wu Jingyu settled back down and retrieved a red bin bun from her backpack. The exertion required to vanquish the otherworldly beast had indeed drained her energy, prompting her to think of Chen Linhan. Given the number of beasts he had dispatched, was he truly not finding much treasure? Did he manage to eat well every day? As she savored the sweetness of the bun, Wu Jinyu's thoughts began to wander. She felt the need to procure some vegetables. Her diet consisted solely of desserts and staples. Having gathered a substantial amount of fish meat, she now had carbohydrates and protein, but was still lacking in vegetables. She recalled that she had obtained tomato seeds the previous night and resolved to experiment with planting them the following day. After finishing her red bin bun, Wu Jinyu leaned back against the side of the boat, gazing up at the sky. She noticed that the sky in the misty region bore no significant difference from that outside. Just as Wu Jinyu squinted into the distance, the squirrel that had nestled into her clothing emerged. Its nose twitched as it sniffed the air intently. The great black fish, too, seemed to sense something, as it began to swim alongside the wooden boat, occasionally rubbing its head against the hull. After sniffing for a while, the squirrel suddenly extended its paw, grasping her clothing, and pointed into the distance, chirping loudly, "Dardar, dardar, dardar, dardar." The last time she had seen the squirrel in such a flustered state was when she insisted on venturing into the misty region. Wu Jinyu immediately sat up straight. Even she, despite her usual slowness, understood that danger was imminent. She hastily stowed away all items on the boat into her backpack. There was no time to wait for the fishing net to withstand another hour. She quickly rose and began to haul it out of the sea. Wooden treasure chest 1. After retrieving the fishing net, she cast her gaze toward the distant sea. The clouds began to gather ominously, and the sky darkened gradually. Looking at her small wooden boat, Wu Jinyu felt a sense of dread. With the sky so overcast, it was either going to be windy or rainy. Her little wooden boat did not even possess a sail. Yet, reality granted her little time to react as the wind direction on the surface of the sea became increasingly unstable, and the color of the clouds deepened ominously. Wu Jinyu quickly shouldered her backpack, and Bobo and the squirrel instinctively hopped onto it, clutching the straps tightly. Taking a deep breath, Wu Jinyu realized she was about to encounter a storm. If she remained steadfast on this small wooden boat, she would be shattered along with it. Glancing at the great black fish swimming nearby, she gritted her teeth and turned to the two little ones. Hold onto the backpack. If you can't manage to grip it, shout, I can't just stuff you both into my pockets, you might drown. Bobo. Darda. After giving her instructions, she stepped off the wooden boat and plunged into the sea with a splash. The great black fish adept lifted her from the water. With outdoor gloves still on, Wu Jinyu first stowed the wooden boat into her backpack, then firmly grasped the dorsal fin of the great black fish, leaning forward. Splash! The great black fish swiftly swam away from the storm. Closing her eyes and holding her breath, Wu Jinyu kept her head down, allowing the great black fish to guide her to safety. The ferocious marine storm was beyond her capacity to confront. Once caught in its grip, her fate would be one of rending destruction. She could scarcely fathom what her outcome would have been had she not encountered the great black fish. The great black fish, sensing when her lungs were deprived of oxygen, would nudge its body twice, prompting her to surface for air. The fish's tremendous speed made her arms and face sting from the salty seawater. She had no way of knowing the extent of the storm's reach. In Blue Star, a minor storm might span only a few dozen kilometers, while a severe tempest could stretch for hundreds or even thousands. All she could do was let the great black fish carry her forward in flight. The surging sea and the howling wind she experienced while gasping for air caused Wu Jinyu to bob up and down on the back of the great black fish, her mind spinning. She even forgot the reason for her escape, with only one thought occupying her mind, to hold on tightly. One hand gripped the dorsal fin, while the other clutched the fish's scales, as the waves threatened to make her vomit. She sensed that the two small creatures, originally perched in her backpack, had burrowed into the crevice between her and the bag. Her initial worries for them eased, allowing her to devote herself entirely to clinging to the great black fish. Time stretched on, and she felt her body succumbing to fatigue, though her consciousness remained alert. Slowly, the great black fish began to slow its pace until it came to a halt, surfacing from the water. Her eyelids felt heavy, and her mouth and nose were still filled with seawater. She sensed she had emerged above the surface, feeling the wind on her face and the still churning sea beneath her. Wu Jinyu gradually lifted her head to gaze ahead. The sky had returned to clarity, and the waves no longer rolled ominously but moved in a gentle rhythm. The terrifying storm seemed to dissipate like a fleeting dream, leaving no trace behind. Had the storm truly ended? Wu Jinyu pondered. Suddenly, the tension in her mind slackened, and her hand fell away, causing her body to slip back into the sea. The great black fish, noticing her descent, twisted its body and lifted her once more, allowing her to lie on its back. Her eyes, heavy with fatigue, threatened to close again as she lay atop the great black fish, raising herself slightly to cough forcefully a couple of times. Cough. Cough, cough. The frantic speed of her escape had caused a significant amount of seawater to enter her mouth and nose. After regaining her composure, she remembered the two small creatures behind her and patted the backpack on her back vigorously. Bobo, Bobo, squirrel. Weak voices emerged from her back, and Wu Jinyu instantly relaxed, collapsing onto the great black fish and bursting into laughter. She had managed to survive. Surviving the storm would be a memory she would never forget. With renewed effort, she retrieved the wooden boat from her backpack, but lacking the strength to climb back up, she gently patted the great black fish's back. The great black fish approached the side of the boat and nudged her up, allowing Wu Jinyu to grasp the edge and use it to flip herself back aboard. Lying on the boat, feeling her heart beating, Wu Jinyu closed her eyes and pulled Bobo and the squirrel close to her chest. It felt wonderful to be alive. Congratulations, player, for surviving and completing the achievement Conqueror of the Sea Storm. Achievement points 1. Reward, Iron Treasure Chest 1, A-Class Scuba Diving Equipment, Infinite Durability 1. Congratulations, player, for being the first to survive and complete their Conqueror of the Sea Storm achievement in Huaxia Zone 47. Additional reward. Achievement Points 1, Silver Treasure Chest 1, Assignable Attribute Points 1. Congratulations, player, for successfully opening this previously inaccessible map. The time spent exploring this map is now unlimited. Does the player wish to announce this achievement to the entire server? As Wu Jinyu gazed at the glowing screen before her, she reflected on the achievement she had just completed. Conqueror of the Sea Storm. What a delightfully dramatic title. With great effort, she raised her hand and clicked the button to decline the server-wide announcement, then reopened her personal profile to allocate her attribute points to mental strength player Wu Jinyu. Age 22 stamina, 7 health points, 10 strength, 7 mental strength, 24 luck, 14. Note, can be increased. Unlimited exploration time. Player can choose whether to leave the map immediately. Of course, Wu Jinyu had no intention of leaving just yet. She glanced at the time. It was already 4 o'clock. Upholding her principle of never wasting a moment, she retrieved the fishing net from her backpack and tossed it into the sea before reclining once more. Unbeknownst to her, her acquisition of 4 achievement points in a single day had sparked a flurry of discussion on the World Channel. Chapter 27, Sharing Experiences, Adding Friends. World Channel, is anyone keeping an eye on the achievement leaderboard? Wu Jinyu has obtained 4 achievement points in just 1 day. What's going on? I don't even have enough food right now. How did the expert manage to complete those achievements? Is the expert male or female? Could you please open your profile and disable the hidden feature so we can take a look at your attribute points? Yeah. I've heard that completing achievements grants treasure chests, and there are even iron chests. Where did you get that information from? Seeking a friend slot from the expert. I heard it from a friend on my list. He upgraded his shelter and received the upgrade shelter achievement, which included an iron chest as a reward. Please provide a guide on how to complete achievements. Upon opening the World Channel, Wu Jinyu found herself the topic of discussion among the inhabitants of Zone 47. Being socially anxious, she was unsure what experiences to share regarding her day. Should she suggest exploring the undisclosed foggy map? She feared that such advice would only expedite the dwindling population of Zone 47, which was already sparse. Glancing at the number of participants in the channel, she recalled that just 2 nights ago, the count was below 900, 000. Now, it had diminished to 800, 000. Initially, she had assumed that, with a decrease of 100, 000 each day, the count would fall to 700, 000 by the 3rd day. Evidently, caution had enveloped the populace significantly. Wu Jinyu rested her chin on her hand as she observed the luminous screen, realizing that offering some advice would not pose a significant challenge, especially since her thoughts echoed those of Chen Jing from before. After contemplating for a while and revising her words repeatedly, she finally composed her first message since the protection period began. Wu Jinyu, do not remain confined within the shelter. Venture out to find treasure chests. As you cannot gather enough materials to craft an axe, seeking treasure chests is the swiftest method. I have no substantial experience to share, but I suggest you upgrade your shelters promptly. In this otherworldly realm, everyone was lost, and she could only prioritize her own survival. Moreover, her information was gleaned from her post-protection period intent to procure tangible food from Chen Lihan. Witnessing the long-silent Wu Jinyu finally voicing her thoughts in the World Channel, the ensuing discussion surged to a new peak. The rapidity of comment refreshes rendered individual responses nearly indecipherable. Wu Jinyu, engrossed, scrolled through the comments with her fingertips. Perhaps her sharing had inspired others, as a few players began to contribute their insights. I can only suggest wandering around. Perhaps a treasure chest awaits you just around the corner. Why isn't there a trading marketplace? Didn't he find an axe in the treasure chest? I searched. If only someone could trade with me now. There's a bird near my shelter. It bites me the moment I step outside. What should I do? During the protection period, you're immune to damage. Don't cower in safe zones. Explore dangerous areas for greater rewards. Among the myriad of comments, the ones from Chen Jing resonated most with her. Chen Jing, crafting a D-grade iron axe requires 1 piece of wood and 2 iron blocks. Without an axe, you can't even chop down trees, let alone gather wood or iron blocks. Today marks the last day of the protection period. Hurry out and search for treasure chests. Materials can drop from the beasts. Don't flee at the sight of them. The items dropped from a single beast could sustain you for a day. Chen Jing was a warm-hearted individual, unable to tolerate the declining numbers in the upper right corner of the World Channel. With a limit of 3 messages per day during the protection period, he devoted each opportunity to sharing his insights. Wu Jinyu glanced at her friend requests and, after a moment of contemplation, accepted his. Shortly thereafter, a message from Chen Jing arrived. Chen Jing, hello, thank you for accepting my friend request. Wu Jinyu lay back on the boat, scratching her head, pondering the earnestness in Chen Jing's tone. Wu Jinyu, no problem. After her reply, Chen Jing fell silent. Wu Jinyu intended to shift from the friend module back to the World Channel to continue scrolling when suddenly, the previously quiet Chen Lihan sent a message. Chen Lihan, did you speak in the World Channel? I didn't realize you were such a good person. Wu Jinyu, is sharing an experience enough to be considered a good person? Unfortunately, she was not a good person, nor could she reach the level of altruism exhibited by Chen Jing. If anyone were to be deemed a good person, it would be Chen Jing, who selflessly shared his insights daily. Wu Jinyu merely felt that individuals like Chen Jing, who strive to benefit others, reassured her that goodness still existed in the world. Chen Lihan, previously, Chen Jing urged everyone in the World Channel to gather materials for upgrading their shelters. Many were skeptical. Now you are advocating for shelter upgrades in the World Channel. I hope they heed your advice. In another area, Chen Lihan sat curled up in his shelter, conversing with Wu Jinyu. Suddenly, he recalled her message in the World Channel and hastily added, Chen Lihan, let us be clear, that was your shared experience, not mine. Tomorrow, you owe me food in exchange for the trading information. Wu Jinyu, understood. The food we agreed upon previously will not be shortchanged. After a brief silence, Chen Lihan waited for Wu Jinyu to grow a bit bored scrolling through the World Channel before he interjected again. Chen Lihan, may I inquire how you managed to accumulate for achievement points today? Wu Jinyu, I cannot disclose that. She would never reveal that she had fallen into an undisclosed map and survived amidst the storm at sea to earn those points. Initially, after her fall, she had felt quite comfortable, lying on the boat while casting a fishing net, retrieving treasure chests and small fish every half hour until that dreadful storm shattered her NAVE expectations. She had no idea what kind of advanced vessel could have survived such turmoil. At the very least, she knew her small wooden boat alone would not suffice. Moreover, she did not wish for others to learn of her experience and seek out the undisclosed map, only to meet a grim fate. Wu Jinyu gazed at the chat history with Chen Lihan, contemplated for a moment, and sent one last message. Wu Jinyu, please refrain from asking how I achieved today's points. My experiences cannot be replicated by anyone. Entering that realm is akin to courting death. Chen Lihan, it's that dangerous. I'm being honest, please spare me, I want to ask again. Seeing his response, Wu Jinyu casually closed the screen, retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack, and drank deeply. After rinsing the remaining half bottle of mineral water to alleviate the burning sensation from the sea water's impact, she reorganized her belongings. She planned to pull up the fishing net after another hour and then exit this foggy map. She lacked the energy for any further endeavors. With plenty of time until 5 o'clock, she would make her way back leisurely. As she still had a while before retrieving the net, she sat up straight and addressed the large black fish swimming nearby. Great black fish, are there any octopuses nearby? Wu Jinyu, their king of there, said, gripping her dagger lightly and speaking in a calm tone. Chapter 28, subduing the blackfish and mapping her arms still bore their fatigue from the storm, having clutched the fins of the formidable blackfish moments ago, realizing she could not overpower the tuner, she chose to further narrow her focus on her prey. The blackfish circled the wooden boat a few times before abruptly diving towards the ocean floor, gradually fading from view. Meanwhile, Wu Jinyu remained poised on the vessel, her dagger in hand, waiting. After several minutes, approximately 50 meters from the boat's side, the blackfish leapt from the water. Splash! Its rolling body created waves that surged toward the wooden vessel. Wu Jinyu quickly gripped the edge of the boat and turned to observe the black fish. It had an octopus clamped in its mouth, while another octopus clung to its dorsal fin. Despite its vigorous thrashing, the blackfish was unable to dislodge the cephalopod. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Wu Jinyu shouted urgently at the blackfish, "Come here." Struggling to free itself from the octopus's grasp, the blackfish swam to the side of the boat, surfacing to reveal the octopus on its back. Wu Jinyu seized her dagger and aimed for the creature's head. However, the octopus reacted faster than she could anticipate. It released two of its tentacles, ensnaring Wu Jinyu's right wrist and attempting to drag her into the depths. Feeling the relentless grip of the suckers tightening around her wrist, which soon began to swell, Wu Jinyu hastily used her left hand to retrieve the dagger from her ensnared right hand, thrusting it towards the octopus's head. Yet, her left hand lacked the strength of her dominant right, missing the target and instead piercing the eye between its body and tentacles. Squish! The eye was violently gouged out. Provoked, the octopus squirted ink from its body, releasing its hold on both her wrist and the blackfish in a desperate bid for escape. Furious from the pain radiating from her wrist, Wu Jinyu seized the octopus's tentacle and hurled it onto the boat, pinning it down with her foot. Regaining control of the dagger in her right hand, she decisively ended the octopus's struggle. Treasure chest X1, octopus tentacles X8, filtered gills X1. Without an ink sac, it seemed the creature had expended it when startled. After dispatching the most troublesome foe, Wu Jinyu turned her attention back to the blackfish, which was still chewing away, and patted the edge of the boat. "Stop chewing and spit it out." Reluctantly, the blackfish finally released the octopus it had been gnawing on. The creature, clearly on the brink of death, floated listlessly on the surface. The blackfish approached and tossed it onto the wooden boat with a flick of its tail. Plop. Wu Jinyu gazed at the back. It appeared that the unfortunate octopus's lost appendages had become sustenance for the blackfish. After quickly dispatching the remaining octopus, Wu Jinyu settled back down to recover her strength. Wooden treasure chest X1, octopus tentacles X6, ink sac X1, filtered gills X1. Once she ventured out, there remained a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the sanctuary beyond the fog-laden area. An hour had elapsed since casting the net, and she reached out to retrieve it. Wooden treasure chest X1. It seemed this sea-grade fishing net could only yield wooden treasure chests. To acquire more prestigious treasures, a superior net would be necessary. Extracting a crab shell from her backpack, she secured it to her back with a strip torn from an old pajama top. Wu Jinyu turned to the two small creatures and scooped them up. "Let us go. It's time to leave." The little rabbit joyfully hopped onto Wu Jinyu's shoulder, while the squirrel nestled into her backpack, gazing up at the sky. This adventure with the bipedal creature had been exhilarating, yet it was still alive. With the two small companions in tow, Wu Jinyu leaped into the sea with a splash, stowing the wooden boat within her backpack. Crafted from 6 pieces of wood, it was quite precious. Turning around, she spotted the large head of the blackfish. What had once seemed terrifying, the dark, beady eyes, now appeared less menacing. Had it not been for the blackfish, she might have been stranded in this ocean forever. Gently stroking its head, Wu Jinyu whispered, "Blackfish, I'm leaving now." She planned to return to this region. The abundance of resources in these waters surpassed her expectations. Thanks to the blackfish, she had achieved a bountiful harvest. The blackfish nudged her hand with its head, glancing at the jade pendant hanging around her neck before flipping its tail and turning back towards the deep sea. After watching the blackfish depart, Wu Jinyu activated her light screen, noticing the small text beneath her personal profile. Unrestricted exploration time. You may choose to exit the map immediately. Yes, in an instant, the world spun around her, and Wu Jinyu felt the humid atmosphere transform into dryness, the ocean water gradually dissipating from her skin. Thud. The trio, a girl, a rabbit, and a squirrel, was unceremoniously ejected from the mist. After tumbling twice on the ground, Wu Jinyu groaned as she slowly rose, her back aching from the abrupt landing. The mist was rather violent. The little rabbit and squirrel, cushioned by Wu Jinyu's fall, quickly regained their footing and sat before her. Rubbing her lower back, she turned to face the fog behind her. She felt somewhat disoriented. Had she truly emerged from the sea so quickly? Yet, the water still dripping from her clothes served as a reminder that she had indeed returned. A gust of wind swept past, prompting Wu Jinyu to sneeze loudly, as she felt goosebumps rise on her arms. Resembling a drenched chicken, the fog-laden region was still a distance from home. She wrung out her clothes, tightening the cuffs of her sleeves and the legs of her trousers to prevent the wind from seeping in. A cold would be disastrous. Once prepared, she turned to the two small creatures nestled on the ground, lifted the little rabbit onto her shoulder, and looked at the squirrel. "Little squirrel, it's time to go home." The squirrel, with its glossy black eyes, gazed at the two in front of it and softly chirped, "Chirp, chirp." Wu Jinyu could not comprehend the squirrel's words, but the little rabbit on her shoulder turned its back to the squirrel with an air of arrogance. "Bobo." Chuckling, Wu Jinyu patted the rabbit's back. "What is the matter, Bobo? You look like someone owes you money. Turn around and let me see." The little rabbit stubbornly refused to face her, nuzzling against her neck instead. Observing this, the squirrel leapt onto Wu Jinyu's backpack, casting a glance at the obstinate rabbit before calling out, "A chirp, chirp, chirp." Seeing the rabbit's haughty demeanor, Wu Jinyu sighed. "We're heading home now. No need to twist your head around." With gentle insistence, she turned Bobo back to face the squirrel. Though she could not decipher the conversation between her little companions, she pressed on, walking toward the edge of the cedar forest while listening to the lively chatter beside her. After a series of stops and starts, they finally returned to the cedar tree that housed the treasure chest. Wu Jinyu turned and grasped the squirrel from her backpack. "Is your home in this tree?" Chapter 29. A new addition, returning to the sanctuary. To her astonishment, upon spotting the tree where he slept, the squirrel immediately turned away, refusing to look. After calling out twice, it wriggled free from Wu Jinyu's grasp and scurried back towards her backpack. "I refuse to go back." The little rabbit chirped incessantly at it, and a commotion ensued between the rabbit and the squirrel, leaving Wu Jinyu feeling as though 1,000 ducks were quacking in her ears. "Stop!" She seized the squirrel that had climbed onto her and held it firmly, fixing her gaze upon it. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Initially, the squirrel appeared quite defiant, but under Wu Jinyu's skeptical stare, it gradually relented, emitting soft whimpers. Its small eyes darted between Wu Jinyu and the little rabbit. Noticing the squirrel's indecisive demeanor, she repeated her question. When the squirrel remained silent, her patience waned. Her clothes, imbued with the briny scent of seawater, bore white salt stains where they were slightly dry, indicating her urgent need to return for a wash and a bath. She had no time to squander here. Hanging the squirrel from a cedar tree, Wu Jinyu prepared to lead Bobo back to the sanctuary. Seeing Wu Jinyu about to leave, the squirrel panicked, promptly leaping onto her shoulder. Wu Jinyu turned her head, and the once silent squirrel now bobbed its head in agreement. Bobo, surprisingly quiet, nestled behind her shoulder, observing. "Bobo, do you want it to join us?" Whether it was willing or not was one matter, but if the little rabbit rejected the squirrel, Wu Jinyu feared her sanctuary would not only be noisy but might also be torn apart by the two. Although more mouths meant more food, she felt confident in her ability to care for these two little creatures. She was not lacking in provisions. What mattered most was ensuring harmony between them. The little rabbit, initially hiding behind, was called forth by Wu Jinyu. As it regarded the squirrel before it, its little head was filled with conflict. Should it share its beloved nest with the annoying squirrel? Before Bobo could deliberate further, Wu Jinyu commenced a traditional countdown. "Bobo, 3, 2, 1. The little rabbit, caught in thought about whether to share its cherished abode with the squirrel, could only hurriedly call out and nod upon hearing Wu Jinyu's countdown. Bobo agreed. With the little rabbit's consent, Wu Jinyu patted the squirrel on her shoulder, stretched her limbs, and began walking out of the cedar forest. Homeward bound. The little rabbit perched on her left shoulder, while the squirrel settled on her right as Wu Jinyu exited the woodland. She finally glimpsed the sunlight again. Squinting up at the sky, she internally mused about the refreshing air outside the cedar forest. As was her custom, she plucked a few leaves to serve as Bobo's bowl, and now with an additional member, she gathered a few more leaves. The treasure chest had yet to yield any extra bowls for them, so they would have to make do for now. Upon leaving the cedar forest, she quickly returned to the sanctuary. Wu Jingyu placed Bobo and the squirrel on the open ground before the sanctuary, then retrieved the clothes she had soaked that morning, wringing them out. Grabbing a nearby branch, she propped it up at the entrance to air dry. The fire pit at the entrance could burn for 24 hours, and since she returned earlier today, yesterday's fire still flickered. She took out 2 thick slabs of raw tuna, skewered them with a stick, and set them aside, then filled a bucket with water to place on the fire. After completing these tasks, Wu Jingyu entered the house and brought out her workbench. Would you like to spend 2 wood to craft a large storage box? Yes, crafting successful. Having gathered a considerable number of treasure chests today, a single storage box was insufficient. Observing her backpack now emptied of wood, Wu Jingyu sighed in exasperation. The expenditure on wood was simply overwhelming. Today, she had felled for trees, utilized 6 pieces for a wooden boat, and spent 2 more on the large storage box, leaving her with no wood left in her backpack. Fortunately, the fire pit could burn for 24 hours, otherwise, she would have been unable to enjoy a warm meal upon her return. After crafting the large storage box, Wu Jingyu stuffed all her belongings from her backpack into the box. One set of pajamas was still drying, while another was being worn, so she would need to retrieve another set for her bath tonight. It was best to open a few treasure chests first. Would you like to open 2 wooden treasure chests? Yes, you have received 8 bottles of mineral water, 1 orange juice, 4 honey buns, 2 flour rolls, 2 blueberry toasts, 1 sausage, 1 corn oil, 1 iron bucket, 1 fountain pen, and 1 pair of slippers. Seeing that no clothing had emerged, Wu Jingyu remained undeterred and retrieved 2 more wooden treasure chests. She was determined to find clothing for her bath tonight. Would you like to open 2 wooden treasure chests? Yes. You have received 5 bottles of mineral water, 4 steamed buns, 1 basque cake, 1 set of toiletries, 1 flashlight, and 2 candles. No clothing again, yet toiletries had appeared. It seemed she would not need to rub her hair dry by hand today. Suddenly, hearing the bubbling sound of boiling water, she peeked out to see the water on the fire pit had reached a boil. Stepping outside, she brought the boiling water into the house to cool, then filled the newly acquired iron bucket with another batch of water and placed it back on the fire. After opening 4 wooden treasure chests without any clothing, Wu Jingyu patted the grass and settled down in front of the fire pit. Perhaps she would wait a while before opening more treasure chests, she thought, and then called to her 2 little companions. Bobo, Squirrel, come over for dinner. The 2 little ones, who had been frolicking on the grass, immediately dashed toward the fire upon hearing Wu Jingyu's voice. Bobo, Tardier. Wu Jingyu placed one of the skewers of tuna on a leaf, breaking the meat apart for both to share. Watching them devour their meal with such gusto, she picked up the remaining skewer and began to eat as well. Perhaps due to the size of the hunted tuna, the pieces of meat were quite thick, making the skewer heavy and satisfying. The grilling method prevented the fish from becoming dry. Each bite revealed a rich, oily flavor that was delightful. As she nibbled on the skewer, she mused about how wonderful it would be if she had some salt. After the fire completely extinguished following the boiling of the water, she brought the second bucket of water into the sanctuary and checked the time. 5:50, only 10 minutes until 6. Suddenly, she recalled the seeds she had found in the treasure chests yesterday. Excitedly, Wu Jingyu retrieved them from the storage box and made her way to the open space in front of the sanctuary. With a stream nearby for easy watering, she decided to plant the tomato and pumpkin seeds here. Would you like to plant 2 tomato seeds and 1 pumpkin seed? Yes. Planting failed. No farmland discovered. Wu Jingyu scratched her head. Did it mean that until the ground was tilled, it could not be considered farmland? She opened the guide to search for keywords related to farming. Seeds can only be planted in farmland. She continuously altered her search keywords, yet the same phrase kept appearing. Searching for how to turn land into farmland yielded no results. Drawing from her previous experiences with failed searches, she quickly realized that transforming land into farmland was a challenging task. Just like her previous attempts to find information on crafting a mountain bike, it was futile. However, since the treasure chests could yield seeds, there must be a way to cultivate them. She would have to seek solutions in the future. Returning the seeds to the storage box, she noticed the light in the room was growing dimmer. Peering out the window, she beheld the distant orange-red hues of the sunset as twilight descended. Quickly calling for her two little companions to enter the sanctuary, she swiftly locked the door and lit a candle. The night had fallen. Chapter 30. Opening the wooden treasure chests and the breeds of the two little ones today, there was no surplus wood to fashion a fire pit. As Wu Jinyu gazed out the window, the entrance to the shelter was shrouded in darkness. The absence of a fire made her heart uneasy. Tomorrow, she must chop down more trees. After tidying up her bed slightly, Bobo and Squirrel, the two little ones, chose not to climb onto their bed just yet, instead perching by the window, observing the inky landscape outside. Once finished, she approached the storage box, eyeing the treasure chest within, silently invoking her luck. She longed to obtain clothing for bathing. Open wooden treasure chest 5, yes, acquired. Bottled water 15, sparkling water 2, steamed buns 6, baked flatbreads 4, meat floss snacks 3, whole wheat toast 2, chocolate 2, iron nails 10, C-class iron axe, durability 121, towels 2, raincoat 1, cotton shoes 2, wool sweater 1, double layer wool blanket 1, sports suit 1, stainless steel cutlery 1, soap 2, nail clippers 1. In one breath, she opened all the remaining wooden treasure chests and finally beheld the clothing she had yearned for. The items procured from the 5 wooden chests were predominantly essential supplies rather than food and weapons. She retrieved 2 towels, tossing one into the iron bucket. After dampening the other, she called to the 2 little ones without raising her head. "Stop looking outside and come here." Bobo was the quickest to leap back from the windowsill to the bedside, curiously sniffing the towel in Wu Jinyu's hand. "Bobo. Not a treat." Wu Jinyu lifted the little rabbit onto her lap and proceeded to cover it with the wet towel, vigorously rubbing it down. The little rabbit emitted a piercing scream, attempting to escape her embrace. "Bobo. Bobo. Woo-woo-dot-Bobo." The poor creature, before managing to leap away, was seized by its hind legs and dragged back for further grooming. Squirrel, still perched on the windowsill, was paralyzed with fear at the sight, hesitant to approach. Wu Jinyu meticulously washed Bobo from head to tail, sparing no strand of fur. After 2 thorough scrubs, she finally released the little rabbit. As soon as the pressure subsided, Bobo promptly hopped onto the bedside table, licking its fur, then raised its head to accuse Wu Jinyu. "Bobo, woo-woo." Bobo, having wrung out the towel, Wu Jinyu beckoned Squirrel with a finger. Today, all 3 of them had fallen into the sea and required a good wash. Squirrel remained frozen in place, too frightened to come closer. Wu Jinyu, unhurried, regarded the reluctant Squirrel and remarked, "Only after being groomed can you sleep with Bobo tonight." Squirrel was taken aback. Was there such a rule with this bipedal creature? Seeing that she was unyielding, Squirrel lowered its head and obediently approached. 10 minutes later, the spot where Bobo had sat now also housed Squirrel. The 2 little ones perched atop the bedside table, gazing woefully as they groomed their fur. After stroking them, Wu Jinyu carried the iron bucket to the storage room and indulged in a refreshing bath. While it was labeled a bath, it could only be considered a hair wash and a wipe down with water. She pondered whether the shelter's upgrades might one day include a dedicated bathing area or blueprints for constructing a bathroom. Having rinsed off the salt, Wu Jinyu emerged from the bathing area and collapsed onto the bed with the air conditioning blanket. She buried her face in the soft quilt and let out a tremendous yawn. Her hair was still damp, and after a brief rest, she sat up, raising her hand. She examined the wound on her arm and massaged her aching shoulder. Today's exertion had indeed exceeded her limits. Entering the storage room, she retrieved bandages and iodine, grimacing as she disinfected and bandaged her injury. The iodine was somewhat painful. The roll of bandages obtained from the treasure chest would allow her to change the dressing only twice, but the iodine was in a large bottle. After properly bandaging her wound, Wu Jinyu returned to the bedside to sit. She patted the mattress, and the 2 little ones promptly jumped from the bedside table onto the bed. Bobo had already forgotten about the grooming and was nuzzling Wu Jinyu's hand with its small head, lamenting over her wound. Squirrel, having seen the injury on the biped's arm in the misty region, also let out a low whimper upon seeing the little rabbit's sorrowful demeanor. Rubbing the heads of the two little ones, Wu Jinyu pulled the storage box closer to the bed, sitting cross-legged and retrieving the chocolate she had just acquired. Today had yielded a bountiful harvest, so she decided to indulge in a piece of chocolate for a moment of joy. Upon seeing Wu Jinyu produce a delectable item that it could not comprehend but found fragrant, Bobo immediately leaped onto her lap. Bobo! Bobo! The little rabbit bounced excitedly, staring at the chocolate in her hand. Wu Jinyu looked down, placing a finger against Bobo's nose, and firmly stated, "Rabbits cannot eat chocolate." She recalled that rabbits on Blue Star were forbidden from consuming anything containing cocoa butter. Bobo, however, continued to hop anxiously on her lap, pleading pitifully. "Bobo, woo-woo, Bobo." Bobo could eat. Wu Jinyu furrowed her brow, torn between her resolve and the chocolate in her hand, glancing at the rabbit who was practically shouting, "I want chocolate." It seemed that for many days, Bobo had not consumed any grass-based food. This was not Blue Star, where rabbits predominantly grazed. Since joining her, Bobo had only dined on crab meat, sweets, and tuna, far from a rabbit's typical diet. Stroking Bobo's smooth fur, which was quite well kept, Wu Jinyu sighed and lifted Bobo before her. "Bobo, what breed of creature are you?" The little rabbit, ensnared, did not comprehend the concept of breed and struggled with its short legs in the air, its eyes fixated on the chocolate. Squirrel, sitting nearby, also leaped onto her leg, pointing at the chocolate in her hand. "Squirrel, what breed of creature are you?" Suddenly, she recalled the voice that had echoed in her head when binding the jade stone. "Race." "Human, no tribe, would you like to bind?" Her race was human, but what of these two little ones? Squirrel tilted its head. "Is your race squirrel?" Seeing its confused expression, Wu Jinyu rephrased her question. Squirrel shook its head, then pointed at Bobo, shaking its head once more. In an instant, Wu Jinyu understood. Squirrel meant it was not a squirrel, and neither was Bobo a rabbit. Glancing at Squirrel's three fluffy tails, she blinked. Given the number of tails, it certainly did not align with that of a typical squirrel. Since the two little ones were not ordinary animals, she broke off a small piece of chocolate and placed it on two leaves intended for their meals. She would try a little first to see if it was safe. Bobo, upon spotting the chocolate on its designated leaf, leaped from her lap and bounded over to the leaf, seizing the chocolate in its mouth. With a series of enthusiastic munching sounds, the little rabbit's eyes widened in delight. Wu Jinyu observed Bobo, and seeing that it was unharmed after finishing, she broke off a piece for Squirrel as well. Squirrel enjoyed it just as much. After finishing the remaining half of the chocolate, she clapped her hands. Now it was time to open the iron treasure chest and the silver treasure chest. Chapter 31, A Bounty of Treasure. Gazing at the 7 iron chests and 2 silver chests nestled within her storage box, Wu Jinyu was enveloped by a sense of enchantment. Although she had tumbled into an uncharted map today, fraught with peril, her spoils exceeded those of the past 2 days combined. "Would you like to open the iron chest 7? "Yes, acquired." Bottled water 40, coconut milk 4, steamed buns 8, red bean buns 6, donuts 4, chocolate cake 1, rice cakes 2, popcorn 1, grilled eel 1, beef jerky 4. In contrast, the number and quality of daily necessities and blueprints had significantly improved. To her astonishment, 2 blueprints emerged from the 7 chests. She retrieved the water purifier blueprint from the chest. At this moment, the water purifier was not particularly useful to her, as the bottled water she had acquired could sustain her for 2 months. Water purifier blueprint. While it takes considerable time to craft, it can purify any contaminated water source. The purer the water, the quicker the purification process. Required materials: iron blocks 4, copper blocks 2, plastic 2, disinfectant tablet 6, graphite 4, a disinfectant tablets. She recalled possessing 1. After examining the blueprint, she began rummaging through the boxes and found the previously acquired disinfectant tablet. However, the blueprint required 6, indicating that crafting the water purifier was a distant goal. Yet Wu Jinyu remained unperturbed. She currently had no shortage of water. As for the crafting materials for these blueprints, she would gradually accumulate them over time. However, her enthusiasm waned upon viewing the sled blueprint. Sled blueprint, the sole means of transportation during blizzards. Although it does not provide warmth inside, It allows for safe passage. Required materials: iron blocks 15, aluminum blocks 10, wood 10, iron nails 30, rubber 6, plastic 4, leather 4, engine 1. She had always believed that the treasures yielded from chests were essential for her survival in the future. Did this lead blueprint imply that a snow season was imminent? She could hardly fathom that snow in this otherworldly realm would be as gentle as that on Blue Star. Wu Jinyu sighed as she contemplated the sled blueprint, not due to the impending snow season, but because of the materials required to construct the sled. The initial materials sounded manageable, yet the mention of an engine hinted at an arduous endeavor. The new storage box had become overwhelmed with the plethora of items extracted from the iron chests, causing many to spill out. Wu Jinyu commenced the task of organizing her belongings. She first placed the latex pillow on her bed, then tried on the hiking shoes. Standing at 175 centimeters with a slender build, her shoe size naturally leaned towards the larger end. To her surprise, the men's hiking shoes fit perfectly. She stood up and took a few steps, feeling quite satisfied. And no longer would she be running around in slippers. To create space in her storage box, Wu Jinyu removed all items such as the hair comb, decorative paintings, and soap. Smaller items like the flashlight and fountain pen were neatly tucked into the bedside cabinet. At last, she had managed to free up some space. Observing that one storage box was insufficient for her food supplies, while the second was still full, she lamented, so much food. Yet, as she gazed upon the abundance of provisions, worry crept in regarding their shelf life. Would they spoil if left in the box? Wu Jinyu scratched her head and began to peruse the user manual. Food stored in the storage box can be preserved for an extended period. The manual implied that as long as food remained within the confines of the storage box and was not exposed to the outside, it would not spoil. The rules of this world were indeed peculiar. Although on Blue Star, it was said that freezing ensured eternal life, the reality was that even with a refrigerator, food would eventually decay. With so much food at her disposal, even with her two companions, Bobo and Squirrel, it would take ages to consume it all. Once the trading market opened, she could exchange some of her surplus for useful items, particularly the materials listed in the blueprints. She believed that most people likely did not possess these blueprints, let alone the materials required to craft them. If they stumbled upon these materials in chests, they might not even recognize their worth. She could seize the opportunity to trade for some in the early stages. After pondering her options, Wu Jinyu turned her attention to the last two silver chests, rubbing her hands together. She had yet to open a silver chest, let alone two. Would you like to open the silver chests too? Yes. Acquired: bottled water 5, compressed biscuits 4, chocolate 2, cigarettes 2, salt 2, white wine 2, A-grade dagger, infinite durability 1, hemostatic agent blueprint 1, Lickwing People's archery scroll, beginner 1. As anticipated, her luck value yielded fewer food items but a greater variety of other valuable goods. She retrieved the A-grade dagger, admiring its sleek blade compared to the B and C-grade daggers she had previously wielded. The hilt bore an intricate totem, though the design was too unclear to decipher up close. Yet, in comparison, Wu Jinyu found herself more intrigued by the Lickwing People's archery scroll, beginner. Lickwing People's archery scroll, beginner: a mysterious archery technique passed down orally among the Lickwing people, requiring an exceptional bow to learn. It is said that mastering it allows one to hit a target from 100 paces with ease. Wu Jinyu attempted to unroll the scroll, but the seemingly lightweight ribbon resisted her efforts. Important learning tools are lacking. Unable to learn. Holding the scroll in her hand, she covered her face with a sigh. Although the treasures she had unearthed today were impressive, her current abilities rendered most of them unusable. She felt quite disheartened, resigned. Wu Jinyu placed the scroll into her storage box and casually picked up the hemostatic agent blueprint. Hemostatic agent blueprint, with a potion table and herbs. Even if you suffer excessive blood loss and your health drops to 1, consuming 2 bottles of the hemostatic agent will swiftly stop the bleeding. Required materials: 372, crane grass 1, grinding herb 1. Splendid. Yet another item she was unable to craft. A potion table and herbs, all items she had never encountered before. Wu Jinyu organized them neatly in the same row of slots within the storage box. With the storage box overflowing, she had no choice but to stack lower-grade iron axes, daggers, and other such items in the corner of her room. There was no alternative. Food could not be stored outside the box. Once everything was arranged, Wu Jinyu climbed back into bed, reclining against the headboard in relaxation. Time to surf the internet. Let the exploration begin. Chapter 32, Surfing the Web. Trading plastics. Wu Jinyu first opened her friends list, only to be met with silence. No one sought her out. She had set all her friends to receive messages without notifications. After all, she did not wish to be startled by the sudden vibration of her ring while diligently gathering supplies outdoors. As per her routine, she cleared a multitude of friend requests before finally opening the World Channel. Tomorrow marks the end of the protection period. Is anyone planning to venture out early to gauge the situation? DD, friend expansion. What should I do? Wu Jinyu mentioned upgrading the shelter, yet I still cannot gather the materials today. I opened treasure chests today and finally obtained an axe. To the person above, stop believing every rumor. Residing in a basic shelter is quite sufficient, isn't it? Indeed, why must we upgrade the shelter? It's too exhausting. Without an axe, I have no desire to search for treasure chests. You all are quite stubborn. Regardless, I have gathered the materials for the shelter upgrade today. I trust the experts. I've collected materials for an entire day. I can upgrade the shelter tomorrow. Wu Jinyu observed the World Channel, where some were anxious, others ecstatic, and some completely apathetic, all engrossed in the chatter. The number of participants displayed in the upper right corner showed 780,000 remaining. She wondered how many would still be present after the first day of the protection period ended. Some people were still arguing about whether to upgrade the shelter. Wu Jinyu had long since chosen to ignore such discussions. It's futile to reason with those who are obstinate. Suddenly, she noticed someone in the channel wishing to trade an iron axe. The item he offered in exchange was plastic. She recalled that the blueprints for the mountain bike, water purifier, and sled all required this material. Trading an iron axe, I need one with a durability of over 60. I will exchange it for plastic. To the person above, how many do you think need your plastic? Right now, the most sought-after item is the iron axe. If you were trading an iron axe for plastic, perhaps someone would consider it. However, trading plastic for an iron axe, forget it. Does anyone know what plastic is useful for? Mineral water for wood, mineral water for wood, mineral water for wood. To the person above, let us be friends. Wu Jinyu clicked on the avatar of the player trading plastic for an iron axe. The player's ID was Li Lingling. After sending a friend request, she returned to the World Channel to continue observing. She expected it would take a while to be approved, but to her surprise, within 2 minutes, a notification popped up indicating her request had been accepted. So swift. Switching back to her friend's page, a message immediately appeared from the other side. Li Lingling, is it really you, the esteemed Wu Jinyu? Wu Jinyu, is there someone else in Zone 47 sharing my name? Li Lingling, it seems I have never encountered anyone else, esteemed one. Are you looking to trade plastic with me? Wu Jinyu, you seek an iron axe with durability over 60, no level requirements? Li Lingling, a durability of 60 is sufficient to eliminate a large number of players. Besides, with the current shortage of axes, any level is acceptable. Upon mentioning the scarcity of axes, Li Lingling seemed to open up, launching into a stream of complaints. Li Lingling, many players negotiate axe prices in advance, only to see the value soar and subsequently backtrack on the trade. At this point, I have no idea how much food an axe could fetch. Especially after the esteemed one mentioned upgrading the shelter in the World Channel, the price of axes skyrocketed. I'm furious. If I had known, I would have traded for an axe sooner. Wu Jinyu chuckled at the screen. This girl named Li Lingling was rather naive. They were about to trade, yet she was lamenting the rising value of axes. Shouldn't she be highlighting the rarity of the plastic she held? So sincere that it made Wu Jinyu feel somewhat awkward about haggling. Wu Jinyu, I happen to have a D-grade iron axe, durability 60. How much plastic do you possess? Li Lingling, esteemed one, you truly have an iron axe. What followed was a series of her exclamations. Li Lingling, I could cry, you are the first person I've encountered in days who has offered to trade an iron axe with me. I've added quite a few people, and they all say I'm crazy for not asking for something better in exchange for an axe. Otherwise, could you let me add a bit of food? Wu Jingyu, so how much plastic do you have? Li Lingling, 3. 3 plastics in exchange for 1 axe. Li Lingling hastily added, as if fearing Wu Jingyu might find it too expensive. I got these 3 plastics from opening 3 wooden treasure chests. Each chest yields only 1 piece of plastic. Aside from plastic, there's hardly any food in the chests. 3 pieces from 3 wooden chests, this player, Li Lingling, must possess a high luck value. Hence, the scarcity of food. Wu Jingyu agreed, 3 plastics for 1 D-grade iron axe, durability 60, we shall trade once the store opens. Li Lingling, great, thank you, esteemed one. Wu Jingyu, no need for such formality. Li Lingling, emoji, the esteemed one added me as a friend. IV surpassed 90 of the people in the World Channel. Emoji, Wu Jingyu. Li Lingling, recently, everyone in the World Channel has been discussing who has managed to add you as a friend. They've all sent requests, yet none were approved by you. Wu Jingyu, did you send a request as well? Li Lingling, yes, every 3 hours, I would send a request, and in the end, it turns out you added me first, he. Wu Jingyu was baffled yet greatly astonished. What sort of new competition is this? Just as she pondered how to respond, another flurry of messages arrived from Li Lingling. Li Lingling, esteemed one, do you have mineral water? I'd like to trade it for food. Wu Jingyu, how much food do you have? Li Lingling, well, to be precise, it's not food. It's a seasoning. Garlic. Wu Jingyu, how do you wish to trade? She had returned with quite a bit of fish from the foggy region today. However, she was not particularly fond of fish, especially without ginger and scallions to mask the fishy smell. She wouldn't eat it back on Blue Star, yet here, there was no such thing as liking or disliking food. Any edible food was good food. The fish, lacking ginger but enhanced by garlic, should be much better. Li Lingling, 2 bottles of water for 1 portion of garlic. Wu Jingyu, how much does 1 portion weigh? Li Lingling, image, approximately 1 pound. Wu Jingyu, a deal. After all, she currently had an ample supply of mineral water, and she was quite willing to trade a bit for something to improve her food. Once the transaction was finalized, Li Lingling ceased messaging. After exchanging goodnights, Wu Jingyu closed the screen. Glancing at the time, she noted she had half an hour before bedtime. Today marked the final day of the protection period, and she decided to retire early. There was much to accomplish tomorrow. She placed a blanket beside her pillow, and the squirrel and little rabbit automatically hopped into their nest. Wu Jingyu gently scratched their heads, whispering a few good nights before extinguishing the candle. A new day dawned, and Wu Jingyu was not awakened by the sound of a rabbit's cooing. The newly added squirrel had begun its acrobatics in the room early in the morning, darting about with a squeak. After catching the 2 little ones and tossing them into the blanket, Wu Jingyu finally shook off her sleepiness. It was 10 minutes to 7. After washing up, changing clothes, and tidying her bed, Wu Jingyu tied her long hair up. Examining herself in the full-length mirror, she weighed her backpack. Finally, she looked presentable. Gone were the days of arriving here in pajamas and slippers, hair unkempt. Now, clad in sportswear and hiking shoes, she appeared quite spirited. After feeding the 2 little ones, Bobo and Dardar, each a meat floss bun, Wu Jingyu swiftly finished a breakfast of a bottle of coconut juice and a baked pancake. Carrying the iron bucket containing her pajamas from yesterday, she counted down the time, preparing to open the door just as the shimmering screen in her ring activated once more. The familiar bright-colored orb once again danced energetically across the screen, emitting a series of giggles. The little orb she had first encountered had reappeared. Chapter 33 Farewell, Little Ball, server-wide update announcement. Greetings to the players of Huaxia District 47, it has been a while. Have you all missed me, now that we meet again? As Wu Jingyu gazed at the mischievous visage of Little Ball on the screen, she could easily envision the players cursing in the shelter. The 3-day grace period is drawing to a close. It commenced at 10 a.m. 3 days prior, and thus, it will conclude at the same hour today. Starting from 7 a.m., players will have a final 3 hours to prepare, after which the server-wide update announcement will. Woo Jin-yoo swiftly realized she needed to toss a bar of soap into the bucket, allowing her clothes to soak for a while. For now, washing could wait. She was determined to chop wood immediately. Grabbing Bobo and the little squirrel, she tossed them into her backpack, then seized her axe and briskly headed towards the nearest cedar grove. She recalled that post-grace period, she would need to trade for a campfire with Chen Li-han. However, she had no wood on hand at present. How could she make the trade? Moreover, if the impending task involved an invasion of aberrant beasts, her instincts urged her to place a campfire in front of the shelter. Though uncertain if the creatures will be deterred by flames, the campfire had indeed brought her some solace the night before. With only 3 hours remaining, Woo Jin-yoo wiped the sweat from her brow and wielded her highest-level axe to commence a final woodcutting session during the grace period. While a D-grade iron axe required half an hour to fell a tree, the C-grade iron axe reduced that time by 5 minutes. Woo Jin-yoo hoisted the axe and began her last endeavor of woodcutting during this protective interval. After every 2 trees, she took a brief respite to drink some water. Having chopped down 6 trees, she paused her efforts. With 12 pieces of wood gathered, she had 25 minutes remaining to return to the shelter. She vividly remembered Little Ball stating, players who do not return to the shelter will automatically forfeit their claim to it. Stowing the axe and wood into her backpack, Woo Jin-yoo retraced her steps along the stream. With a bit of time left, she took the iron bucket to the streamside to rinse out her clothes from the previous day and let them dry. After completing these tasks, she returned to the shelter. Standing at the entrance, she retrieved her workbench. Would you like to spend 3 wood to craft 12 planks? Yes. Would you like to spend 12 planks and 1 flint to craft 3 campfires? Yes. 3 campfires appeared before the shelter. She placed one aside and positioned the other 2, one in front and one behind the shelter. Woo Jin-yoo then opened her screen. Upon accessing her friends list, she noticed Chen Li-han had been relentlessly messaging her for the past 2 hours. Little Ball certainly has a knack for precision. The grace period began at 10 a.m. 3 days ago and ends at the same hour today. Oi, brother, with 3 hours left, what will you do? I suppose I'll go chop some wood. I'll need 2 pieces for a campfire trade later. Failed to venture out. There are numerous aberrant beasts near the shelter, as if they have all emerged from the depths of the forest. What are you doing, you overachiever? Don't stray too far from the shelter. Remember to trade with me later. Do not go back on your word. Don't wander too far. You need to survive until our trade. Woo Jin-yoo discerned that the more perilous the situation became, the more frantic Chen Li-han's messages grew. Upon opening her friends list, she was greeted with an overwhelming 99 messages. A chatterbox indeed. Woo Jin-yoo, I'm back. Just went to wash some clothes. Chen Li-han, washing clothes, you seem rather leisurely. Woo Jin-yoo. Awaiting the trading market to open, I've already finished crafting the campfires you requested. Chen Li-han, great. Seeing Woo Jin-yoo finally respond, he fell silent, ceasing his barrage of messages. Woo Jin-yoo closed the screen, retrieving all items for the impending trade from her storage box and laying them on the ground. The workbench had long been set aside, ready to produce what she needed immediately after the trade. Cradling Bobo and the squirrel, she awaited the final moments to parse slowly. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt neither anxious nor afraid. Only excitement coursed through her veins. Drawing her dagger from her pocket, her fingertips glided along the blade, igniting an exhilarating fervor within her mind. Final minute, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The ring swiftly projected the screen, with Little Ball's faceless visage pressed closely against it, grinning mischievously. Everyone, we meet again. The grace period has officially concluded. Welcome to the true realm of the game. Next, Little Ball shall announce the server-wide update. 1. Enhance the coordinate feature, allowing for the marking and saving of coordinates. Additionally, incorporate indicators for date, weather, and air quality on personal profiles. 2. Special resources unique to this game world have been added to the treasure chest. Players are encouraged to continue their quest for treasure. The inhabitants of the Misty Continent have suddenly discovered an influx of new residents, who have long awaited the opportunity to pay you a visit. Main quest issued. Successfully survive for 8 hours. If the shelter's damage rate remains below 30, additional rewards will be granted. Side quest issued. Eliminate aberrant beasts. Defeating aberrant beasts will earn you points. The points awarded for slaying creatures, ranging from the lower tier to elite beasts or exotic plants, are 1, 50, 500, and 5,000, respectively. There is a chance that defeating aberrant beasts will yield a special reward, Frost Grass. The deadline for this quest is by the end of daylight. Players who rank within the top 100 on the regional leaderboard for quest points will receive substantial rewards. Dear players, do not lament. This quest is not a calamity, rather, it is your final boon. The update announcement has been fully conveyed. Now, players, immerse yourselves in the unlocking of this world. The small orb on the screen seemed eager, vanishing immediately after delivering its final words. Once the orb disappeared, Wu Jinyu wasted no time and promptly accessed the trading wall within the functional module. The previously grayed out buttons were now clickable. She promptly listed the fire pits and food required by Chen Lihan, as well as the axe needed by Li Lingling. Suddenly recalling the information that Chen Lihan had sold to her, she pondered what items to set for exchange. Remembering that Chen Lihan had mentioned he would generously gift her some fox meat, Wu Jinyu inquired, "Adidi, how much fox meat will you provide me?" Messages cannot be traded. The trading wall only allows for item exchanges. Chen Lihan replied, 10 portions of fox meat. After setting the necessary materials for these items, she quickly returned to her friend's list. Wu Jinyu urged, hurry and exchange. She needed to acquire leather swiftly to craft a hard crab shell and venture forth to complete her tasks. Chapter 34 Crafting Soft Armor. The leopard cat and the black bear. Chen Lihan and Li Lingling entered the marketplace of Wu Jinyu, successfully exchanging for the items they required. Wu Jinyu also discovered the leather she needed within her backpack. After placing all the exchange items, save for the leather, into her storage box, she turned towards the workbench. Would you like to use crab shell 8, leather 3, nails 10 to craft C-grade hard crab armor? Yes, crafting successful. Congratulations, player. You have completed the equipment crafting achievement, earning 1 achievement point and rewards of 1 iron treasure chest and 5 copper coins. In Zone 47, others had crafted their equipment before her, causing Wu Jinyu a pang of annoyance. The absence of a protection period in the trading marketplace had cost her 1 assignable attribute point. She retrieved the successfully crafted hard crab armor from her backpack and weighed it in her hands. Despite its seemingly cumbersome appearance, the armor was surprisingly lightweight. After shedding her outer garment and donning the armor as the innermost layer, she tightened the straps of her backpack. Aside from essential food and water, along with iodine for disinfecting injuries, her pack contained the toxic scorpion meat and some raw fish she had exchanged from Chen Lihan, along with flint and other survival supplies. Grasping an A-grade dagger in one hand and a spare dagger tucked away in her pocket, Wu Jinyu assessed her backpack's weight before turning to the 2 small creatures resting atop it. Let us embark on our adventure together. If danger arises, you must know to flee, understood? After uttering these words, Wu Jinyu suddenly recalled Bobo's abilities. She seized the little rabbit, imparting with earnestness, of course, fleeing should only be a last resort. Bobo, you must assist me according to the situation, understood? The rabbit nodded vigorously before bouncing back to its cozy spot in the hood of her cloak. With preparations complete, Wu Jinyu pushed open the wooden door. In the open space, a mere 100 meters from the shelter, 2 savage beasts lurked, their eyes fixated on the shelter. Wu Jinyu secured the wooden door, approached the campfire, and aimed her dagger at them. One was a black bear, the other a creature resembling a leopard cat. Although Wu Jinyu was aware that allowing Bobo to continuously release its aura would ensure her safety in completing the main quest, she was reluctant to do so. Despite the 90 damage immunity during the protection period, facing aggressive beasts posed a survival challenge she could not evade. Wu Jinyu observed the 2 beasts circling the shelter, refraining from crossing the fire to attack her. She cast a glance at the fire and slowly stepped forward, dagger in hand. Initially, the beasts remained still, their gaze unwavering. However, once she stepped 5 meters past the fire, the leopard cat lunged forward, initiating an attack. Wu Jinyu deftly sidestepped, slashing with her dagger, a shrill cry resonating as she struck the leopard cat's tail, yet, instead of retreating, it spun around, more enraged than before, charging at her. Before Wu Jinyu could deliver a second strike, the cat leaped into a nearby thicket, vanishing from sight. With her heart racing, sensing imminent danger, Wu Jinyu dashed back towards the shelter without a backward glance. The black bear stood upright, having somehow approached her and assuming an aggressive stance. She sprinted back to the campfire, only to turn and find the bear occupying her previous position, its dark red eyes tracking her movements. Wu Jinyu quickly realized that they feared fire. They would not attack her while she remained near the flames. The leopard cat did not trouble her, but the black bear was a source of great concern, large, powerful, and deceptively quick. With no other options, Wu Jinyu retrieved the toxic scorpion meat from her backpack, embedding it within a fish's belly. Once her abata was prepared, she swung her arm and hurled the fish towards the bear. Plop! The fish landed right in front of the black bear. The creature sniffed the air cautiously before retreating a step, glancing at the fish yet unwilling to consume it. The black bear exhibited a degree of wariness, prompting Wu Jinyu to take decisive action. Gritting her teeth, she charged towards it. The bear, finally enticed by the prospect of fresh food emerging from the fire, crouched low and surged towards her. Wu Jinyu dared not approach too closely, so she turned sideways, avoiding a direct confrontation. The meat was meant to be devoured. She resolved to reclaim the fish she had thrown. The black bear charged forward, shaking its head, but once it sensed that Wu Jinyu had stepped out of its attack range, it abruptly halted, panting heavily, and turned to see her, altering her path. No longer was she visible near the fire. The bear pivoted, fixating on the peculiar-smelling meat before it. How could it endure this? Snatching food from another, the bear immediately reversed course, racing back toward Wu Jinyu. Feigning an attempt to retrieve the fish, she glanced at the black bear in a panic, dropping the fish and retreating towards the nearby creek. Observing her abandon the meat, the bear approached the fish, sniffed it, and then seized it in its jaws, consuming it. Though the taste was somewhat peculiar, it was still palatable. As the bear swallowed, it pondered its next move. Wu Jinyu, observing from the creek's edge, cautiously approached the shelter, uncertain of how the bear would react to the poison. She aimed to reach the safety of the fire first. Just as she neared the protective radius of the flames, the leopard cat re-emerged from the thicket, lunging at her ankle. She attempted to bend down to retaliate, but it was too late. She couldn't even retract her leg in time. However, the squirrel perched on her backpack leapt down, aiming for the leopard cat's eyes. A shrill scream erupted as the leopard cat tumbled to the ground, writhing in pain. The squirrel, emboldened by its success, clung tenaciously to the base of the cat's tail, seemingly intent on tearing it off. Its teeth sank into the flesh on the cat's back, ripping away a piece of skin. The leopard cat attempted to flee back into the thicket, but for the moment, the squirrel hindered its escape. If Wu Jinyu remained oblivious to the unfolding situation now, she would be a fool. The A-grade dagger easily pierced the leopard cat's neck. Immediately, the creature transformed into a resource, vanishing into her backpack. With no time to assess what resources the leopard cat had dropped, Wu Jinyu swiftly turned and raced toward the campfire. The squirrel, which had been clinging to the leopard cat, hopped back onto her backpack as she sprinted. Fortunately, the creek was in close proximity to the shelter. As Wu Jinyu reached the campfire, the effects of the toxic meat began to take hold in the black bear. Its eyes turned an even more vivid shade of red, transitioning from dark crimson to a blood-red hue, its limbs quivering. Yet, the most alarming change was the malevolent glint in its gaze directed at Wu Jinyu. Standing within the fire's protective embrace, she gripped her dagger, counting down, waiting for the moment it would succumb. The black bear swayed slightly but regained its footing, eyes glinting with a chilling light, two fierce glows instilling dread. Just as she believed the bear was on the verge of collapse, it suddenly broke through the fire's barrier, lunging towards her. The girl's pupils dilated as she dashed behind the fire. Bang! The black bear crashed onto the campfire. Chapter 35, Crafting Venomous Meat and Trading High-Value Campfires with Ding Shan is successfully hunted a spirit cat, low level, obtained wooden treasure chest 1, leather 1, successfully hunted a shadow bear, medium level, obtained iron treasure chest 1, toxic bear meat 10, bear gallbladder 1, toxic bear pore 2, leather 2. The black bear perished after consuming poisonous scorpion meat. Does that imply that the meat it drops is also toxic? As Wu Jinyu contemplated, she felt she had discovered a method to deal with the otherworldly beasts. However, recalling how the black bear had reacted to the seasoned pompano, it seemed that the creature could sense something amiss with that food. If she were to mix the toxic meat with the regular meat, would they still be able to detect the difference? Gazing into the distance, she observed that no otherworldly beasts were approaching for the time being. Wu Jinyu set the squirrel outside the wooden door and patted its head. "Squirrel, keep watch here. If any beasts come, call out to me loudly." The squirrel spun around and nodded in agreement. She then entered the shelter and retrieved the food she had gathered from the misty region. She intended to process it. She combined the remaining 3 portions of scorpion meat with the sea base meat. Would the otherworldly beasts consume fox meat? Wu Jinyu prepared some fox meat mixed with the toxic bear meat, ensuring that the ratio of normal meat was higher, so that the resulting mixture still bore the aroma of regular meat. Once completed, she approached the doorway to test her creation, calling out, "Squirrel, come take a look." The squirrel tilted its head at the sea base meat in Wu Jinyu's hands. Is it time to eat? Wu Jinyu smiled and squatted down, waving the sea base and fox meat under the squirrel's nose before moving it away, asking, "Squirrel, does it smell delicious?" The squirrel nodded enthusiastically and dashed into the shelter, dragging out leaves for it and Bobo to eat. Time to feast. As the squirrel looked at the meat in Wu Jinyu's hand, it chattered eagerly while feeling a twinge of regret. If only the meat could be roasted over a fire like yesterday, it would surely taste even better. Observing the squirrel's reaction, Wu Jinyu knew her plan had succeeded. She placed all the crafted meat into her backpack, took out a donut, split it in half, and placed it on the leaves for the 2 little ones to enjoy. These meats could not be left outside. If they were mistakenly consumed, it would lead to trouble. Counting her processed products, as she found a total of 8 portions. Wu Jinyu looked at each thick piece of meat, then pulled them apart to create 16 smaller portions. There was no need for any single piece to be overly large. Watching the 2 little ones eat with delight, she also took a donut for herself. Stepping outside the campfire area, she scattered 10 portions of meat across the area between the creek and the fire. Sitting beside the campfire, she waited patiently. She doubted that only 2 otherworldly beasts would come to visit. After the 2 little ones finished their donuts, they hopped over to sit beside her. With the 2 little ones keeping watch, she felt secure enough to open her communication panel and check for messages from friends. Upon opening the friend list, she was bombarded by a flurry of messages from Chen Lianhan. "Wu Jinyu, what is going on? Why is it 99 again? Chen Lianhan, do you have any campfires left? I need to trade for 2 more. I'm about to explode. Look at my messages." "Wu Jinyu, have you blocked me?" "Wu Jinyu, I'm here, instantly," he replied. "Chen Lianhan, I'm dying." "Wu Jinyu, don't die just yet. How many campfires do you need?" "Chen Lianhan, 3. As if not fully convinced, he added, "You haven't raised the price, have you? For 3 campfires, I'll trade you 6 pieces of wood." "Wu Jinyu, a no price hike." "I'll list them now." She took out her workbench and began crafting campfires. "Would you like to spend 3 pieces of wood to create 12 wooden boards?" "Yes." "Would you like to spend 12 wooden boards and 1 flint to create 3 campfires?" "Yes." Crafting complete. Wu Jinyu listed all 3 campfires in her trading store. The moment they were listed, the transaction was completed. "Chen Lianhan, wait, did you really list them? It shows your store is empty here." "Wu Jinyu, I did. Didn't you just trade for them?" Sensing something was off, Wu Jinyu reopened her trading store. She suddenly discovered that the 3 campfires had been snatched away by a stranger. "Wu Jinyu. Wu Jinyu, the campfires were taken by someone else. Let me list them again. You need to be quick." She repeated her previous actions, crafting campfires and submitting them to the store. Again, they were snatched away in an instant. Chen Lianhan still hadn't secured them, as another stranger purchased the campfires. "Chen Lianhan, seriously, someone keeps stealing my campfires. Check the World Channel, everyone is camping out in your store for the campfires." Wu Jinyu, reading Chen Lianhan's message, opened the World Channel in confusion. "World Channel, Ding Shan, you're a robber. 6 pieces of wood for a campfire. Why don't you just rob us?" What should I do? The otherworldly beasts are attacking my wooden door. Help, does anyone have a campfire? I only have 5 pieces of wood. Dingshan, can you lower the price a bit? I only have 4 pieces of wood, could you sell me a campfire for cheaper? Dingshan, if you have no wood, then don't bother living. Why should I lower the price? If you can buy, if not, then tough luck. Help. You'll reap what you sow for selling human blood buns. Is there anyone selling campfires? The above poster, Chen Jing is also selling, but his campfires sold out in the first half hour. His lighter has limited uses. What should I do? My wooden door is already half broken. Dingshan, Wu Jinyu pondered for a moment, feeling an eerie familiarity with the name. It seemed he was the one who ignited the flames on the World Channel when she and Chen Lianhan first achieved their milestone. He is selling campfires, 6 pieces of wood for 1 campfire. Wu Jinyu clicked her tongue. That was outright robbery. She had initially planned to sell Chen Lianhan 1 campfire for 3 pieces of wood, which she considered quite steep. Little did she expect Dingshan's pricing to be even more outrageous. Chen Jing used a lighter with limited uses to craft campfires, while she relied on flint that had no limitations. Just as Wu Jinyu contemplated whether she should also sell campfires, the dynamics in the World Channel shifted again. Everyone, you can check out Wu Jinyu's trading store for campfires. 3 campfires for 6 pieces of wood. The above poster, is that true? Dingshan sells 1 campfire for 6 pieces of wood, while Wu Jinyu sells 3 for the same price. The above poster, I checked Wu Jinyu's store, and there's nothing available. Image look, I traded for these in his store, 6 pieces of wood for 3 campfires. Chen Lianhan, you little thief, you stole my campfires. I'm heading to the Big Shot's store to check it out. Wu Jinyu watched as Chen Lianhan warned others on the World Channel not to steal his campfires. Naturally, some players were not inclined to accommodate him, leading to a heated exchange of insults between both sides. However, this verbal battle did not last long. Player Chen Lianhan has been muted for 1 day due to violating channel rules and insulting other players. Player Yu Fanghai has been muted for 1 day due to violating channel rules and insulting other players. Player Zhao Lianqi has been muted for violating. Another wave of players received muting penalties. Wu Jinyu observed the dwindling numbers in the upper right corner of the World Channel compared to the death toll during the protection period. The speed at which players were dying sent chills down her spine. She opened the comments section and typed, Wu Jinyu, 4 players in need of campfires, feel free to check out my store shortly, I will try to list more. Chapter 36, The Sale of Bonfires and the Collective Bullying of Wild Boars. After Wu Jinyu uttered this phrase, the atmosphere in the World Channel shifted dramatically. The discourse transitioned from vehemently attacking Dingshan, seeking assistance, and searching for avenues to sell bonfires, to a fervent discussion about her bonfires. Wu Jinyu, disinterested in further engagement, promptly closed the World Channel, gathered all her wood, and commenced her crafting. The flow of conversation in the World Channel noticeably decelerated. It was evident that many had scurried off to the trading mall. The world has long suffered from the likes of Dingshan. Hey, stop being so pretentious. With so many people in District 47, even the bonfires in the Big Shots Mall are subject to competition. It's so hard to snatch them, they disappear in an instant. Wait, didn't I just see someone else selling bonfires, but they are asking for 3 pieces of wood for 1 bonfire. Upstairs, that's a reseller who bought bonfires from Wu Jinyu's mall and is now flipping them. For those who already possess bonfires, could you please refrain from competing? I managed to snag one. Wu Jinyu was acutely aware of this situation. Some bonfires were being purchased multiple times by the same individual, only to be resold at inflated prices in their own mall. If their prices were comparable to hers, or only slightly higher, she would overlook it. However, when certain individuals raised the price of a single bonfire to 4 pieces of wood, double her asking price, she could no longer tolerate it. Wu Jinyu stated, those who resell my bonfires, upon discovery, will be immediately blocked. She lacked the time to individually track each offender, but she would occasionally block those who were reselling at exorbitant prices. Following her warning, the number of resellers noticeably diminished, save for a few audacious individuals. with her hands busy crafting bonfires. She had no time to block each one personally. It was during this process that she discovered the limitation on one-time crafting. She could only add up to 20 crafting materials at once. Any further crafting required a fresh batch of materials. Wu Jinyue's hands never ceased their movement. Chen Lihan continued to send her messages, compelling her to temporarily close the trading mall. As she added materials beside her workbench, she glanced at his messages. Chen Lihan wrote, "I can't snag the bonfires you've listed. Could you extend some benefits to your loyal customers and let me through the back door? If you add a special item before listing, it won't be snatched up instantly. Don't block me, please." Wu Jinyu replied, "What special item do you want to add?" Chen Lihan responded, "Let me see. It seems I don't have anything special. A few days ago, I opened a treasure chest and found a toothpick. Perhaps you could add that." Wu Jinyu agreed. "All right, make it quick. If someone snatches it again, I won't be responsible." Chen Lihan confirmed. "Okay." Wu Jinyu listed another batch of bonfires, but this time, 3 bonfires in a trading slot required 6 pieces of wood and 2 toothpicks for exchange. World Channel, wait, why hasn't a bonfire from the Big Shot's trading mall been snatched? That bonfire requires 2 pieces of wood and 1 toothpick. How many people have toothpicks on hand? Is the Big Shot in need of toothpicks to remove food particles from their teeth? Someone did buy it. Chen Lihan. No way, did he use a backdoor to get the Big Shot to add a special item before listing? Upstairs, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Chen Lihan had already been muted in the World Channel and could not respond. Observing the discussions unfolding in the channel and realizing he could not participate, he decided to shut off the light screen entirely. Cautiously, he moved to the window, peering outside. Point for bonfires blazed brightly, surrounded by a throng of exotic beasts. Even from a distance, he could hear their heavy breathing and the rustling of their bodies through the foliage. He withdrew his head and sat quietly beneath the window, activating the light screen again to find Wu Jinyue's interface among his friends. Anxiety began to consume him as he sent more messages. Naturally, Wu Jinyu paid no mind to these messages. She had long since closed her chat with him, her hands tirelessly crafting bonfires. The bonfires she listed were mostly snatched up in mere moments. Some were even listed at a mere 1 piece of wood for exchange, leaving her with no profit and incurring labor costs instead. It wasn't that she wished to be altruistic. Rather, she was simply too busy and overwhelmed. By the time she realized the folly of her pricing, she couldn't be bothered to change it. With so many bonfires listed, it would take an eternity to amend each one individually. It was more efficient to create new ones. After all, her flint was unlimited. World Channel, I snagged a bonfire for 1 piece of wood. Upstairs, I got 1 too. Damn, how are your hands so quick? The Big Shot is doing charity. Each bonfire now requires 1 piece of wood plus some fire starting tools. This is a loss-making venture to provide benefits to everyone. Upstairs, have you been watching too many live sales? Wu Jinyu had no time to peruse the World Channel's chatter. Immersed in her bonfire crafting, she was oblivious to the accumulation of wood in her backpack. Suddenly, she heard the chattering of squirrels. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. She swiftly raised her head. Outside the bonfire, 3 wild boars had claimed the clearing in front of the creek. Wu Jinyu glanced at them and then turned back to her task. The wild boars loomed outside the bonfire, casting watchful eyes upon her. Their hooves scraped against the earth, producing a rustling sound. Among the 3, 1 boar was significantly larger than the other 2. The bonfire offered insufficient intimidation to this dominant wild boar. The smaller ones kept their distance from the bonfire, while the larger one approached perilously close. Wu Jinyu could hear its heavy breathing, akin to a bellows being worked. They lingered near her sanctuary, their eyes fixated on her standing beside the bonfire. At that moment, the 2 smaller wild boars discovered several pieces of fish meat on the ground. One of the boars nudged the meat towards the largest boar with its snout, presenting it as an offering, as if the meat discarded by Wu Jinyu were being presented before it. The other boar mimicked this action, gathering the larger pieces of meat and presenting them to the largest boar. Once the meat was collected, the largest boar snorted and approached the food. It stomped its hooves heavily, driving away the 2 smaller boars that wished to partake. The smaller ones retreated in fright, too intimidated to come near. Wu Jinyu paused her bonfire crafting, intrigued by the scene unfolding before her. Is there bullying even among wild boars? As she observed the remaining scraps of meat on the ground, Just as she thought the two smaller boars would share and consume them, one of the wild boars opened its mouth and bit down hard on the hide of the other. "Oh!" cried the bitten boar, letting out a sharp yelp as it scurried away, unable to even nibble on the scattered scraps. The two dominant wild boars, heads lowered, feasted heartily, leaving the bullied boar to wander helplessly, occasionally glancing at the meat. Wu Jinyu had not anticipated such bullying within the group. She stowed away her bonfire crafting station and retrieved her dagger, letting out a sigh. What sort of petty group bullying is this among wild boars? She had been diligently crafting bonfires, and now, with one wild boar denied its toxic meat, she was compelled to intervene personally. Standing beside the bonfire, she awaited the two bullying wild boars to succumb to the effects of the poison. Within minutes, the two boars that had consumed the toxic meat began to stagger, their heads swaying as they charged toward her. Chapter 37, Frosty Grass. Master of transactions Wu Jinyu, wary of facing two frenzied wild boars simultaneously, opted to circumvent the campfire and made her way toward another blaze on the opposite side of the shelter. The wild boars, now devoid of fear, charged headlong into the fire, overturning the flames with their snouts. The scene that greeted Wu Jinyu was alarming. While she could comprehend their madness rendering them impervious to the flames, their disregard for the fire burning on their bodies was utterly shocking. Had the tainted meat compromised their nervous systems, though the flames could no longer intimidate them, they still served to hinder their movements. The boars refrained from directly stepping into the fire, instead toppling it with their snouts or hoofs before resuming their assault. Wu Jinyu, too, refrained from initiating a counterattack, instead leading them in circles around the shelter. As long as they did not assault her refuge, she was content. She had prepared numerous campfires yet to be deployed, now arranged in the open space. The wild boars, having managed to topple only a few, soon faltered, their legs bending slightly, bodies trembling. Ultimately, both succumbed. Successfully killed a low-level wild black boar, rewarded with a wooden treasure chest 1. Toxic wild boar meat 6. Successfully killed a mid-level wild black boar, rewarded with an iron treasure chest 1. Toxic wild boar meat 10. Leather 1. Wild boar tusk 1. Frosty grass 1. Frosty grass. Wu Jinyu recalled that the little sphere had mentioned it in the update announcement. Killing exotic beasts has a chance to yield special rewards. Frosty grass. It had indeed dropped after she had slain 5 exotic beasts, confirming its nature as a probabilistic reward. Although labeled as a special reward, the little sphere had not elaborated on the utility of frosty grass. Wu Jinyu retrieved the frosty grass from her backpack, and the ring immediately projected a prompt. "Would you like to plant the frosty grass here?" She observed a wild boar, the one that had not consumed the toxic meat, lingering by the creek. Its leader was gone, and it appeared uncertain of its next course of action. Should it heed its leader's command and continue the assault, or flee back to the cedar forest? Wu Jinyu glanced at the wild boar and pressed the prompt on the display. Yes, planting successful. Gazing at the small grass with serrated leaves sprouting from the soil, Wu Jinyu was still unclear about its purpose. The backpack did not provide an introduction detailing its utility as it had with other items. Nevertheless, she surmised that a reward singled out by the little sphere could not be trivial. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to eliminate the remaining wild boar. At that moment, she noticed the wild boar, which had been wandering by the creek, now meandering downstream. Even as Wu Jinyu approached, it paid her no heed. Only when she reached the creek did the wild boar seem to sense her presence and abruptly turn around. Feeling the shift in the wild boar's demeanor, Wu Jinyu, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, brandished her dagger and prepared for confrontation. The wild boar, upon spotting her, lowered its head slightly and scraped its hind hooves against the ground, as if gathering strength. Aware of the impending danger, Wu Jinyu swiftly darted aside just as the wild boar charged at her with astonishing ferocity, its tusks aimed directly at her. However, upon reaching a certain distance from the shelter, the once aggressive boar suddenly halted, lowering its head to sniff the ground where she had previously stood. Despite her proximity, it seemed oblivious to her presence, merely tracking her scent. The transformation of the wild boar from a fierce aggressor to one seemingly blind to her presence was perplexing. Aside from the frosty grass, Wu Jinyu could not fathom any other factor that could induce such a change. She turned her gaze toward the frosty grass, realizing it was indeed no trifling matter. Observing the wild boar still searching for her whereabouts, she swiftly dispatched it. Successfully killed a low-level wild black boar, rewarded with a wooden treasure chest. 1. Wild boar meat. 6. In previous encounters, she had utilized toxic meat to slay exotic beasts, resulting in the acquisition of inedible toxic meat. This time, she had finally dealt with a beast whose flesh was fit for consumption. Wu Jinyu stretched and approached the frosty grass, prodding its leaves. When she had first retrieved it from her backpack, it had appeared wilted. Yet now, upon being placed in the soil, its leaves unfurled instantly, surrounded by a radiant yellow glow, resembling a plant well-nourished. Wu Jinyu now understood its purpose, to safeguard her shelter, rendering it undetectable to exotic beasts. However, with the need to complete her side quest and accumulate points, planting the frosty grass adjacent to her shelter was not advisable. Thus, she attempted to uproot it from the ground. As she disturbed the soil around it, a prompt immediately appeared. Would you like to remove the frosty grass from this location? Caution: frosty grass is relatively fragile. Transplanting may result in instant death. Wu Jinyue's eyes widened at the prompt, glancing between the display and the relatively fragile of frosty grass at her feet. The risk of death upon removal posed a dilemma for her upcoming side quest. Opening her display, she noted her score of 103, placing her 5th on the leaderboard. For someone who prided herself on her competitive nature, such a rank was dissatisfying. The current top score in the server stood at 310. She could not fathom how, armed with weapons and armor, she could not attain that level. If she intended to amass points, remaining in her shelter fortified by frosty grass was not an option. However, she was reluctant to risk uprooting it. With the frosty grass in her possession, she felt secure from the threat of nocturnal assaults by exotic beasts, eliminating the need to expend resources crafting campfires each night. As long as she survived, she was confident of completing the main quest flawlessly. With the frosty grass, the likelihood of her shelter sustaining damage would plummet to negligible levels. Yet, the side quest presented a conundrum. The protective nature of the frosty grass would prevent exotic beasts from being drawn to her and, consequently, hinder her ability to fulfill the quest. If she wished to hunt exotic beasts, she would need to venture beyond the safety of her shelter. Wu Jinyu contemplated the cedar forest, situated at a considerable distance from her refuge. If she were to seek out exotic beasts, that locale would undoubtedly be her best choice. However, stepping outside her shelter entailed significant peril. Wu Jinyu glanced at her dagger, and as if sensing her thoughts, Popo and the little squirrel climbed onto her backpack. The little rabbit nestled against her collarbone, nuzzling her chin affectionately. After gently stroking Popo's back, Wu Jinyu proceeded to place all the campfires that had not yet been overturned by the wild boars onto the trading market. Suddenly, the ring vibrated. Congratulations, player, for completing the achievement Master of Transactions, earning 1 achievement point and receiving Iron Treasure Chest. 2. Congratulations, player, for being the first to complete their Master of Transactions achievement in Huaxia District 47, receiving an additional achievement point, Silver Treasure Chest 1, and 1 attribute point. As the notification materialized before her, Wu Jinyu felt a wave of bewilderment. How had she achieved an accomplishment so suddenly? Upon clicking on the achievement, she learned that Master of Transactions entailed successfully completing 10,000 trades in the marketplace. Had she truly sold nearly 10,000 campfires? Wu Jinyu was incredulous as she opened her backpack to see 99 pieces of wood displayed in her inventory. Her mind swirled in disbelief. She recalled merely placing wood on the workbench and tossing the crafted campfires into her market. As for pricing, some campfires were set at 2 pieces of wood, while others at 1. She could not remember how many she had sold. The workbench allowed for the crafting of only 20 campfires at a time, and excluding trades with Chen Lehan and Li Lingling, she must have repeated the crafting motion nearly 500 times. What a staggering number! More astonishing than the sheer volume of transactions was the realization that so many had sought her out for campfires. She could hardly believe that, aside from herself and Chen Jing, no one else possessed fire-starting tools. Wu Jinyu decided to check the World Channel, curious if anyone continued her trade of campfires. Upon opening it, a flood of messages inundated her screen. The bickering had resumed once more. Chapter 38, The Black Dingjan and the Cedar Forest. Wu Jinyu, a single campfire only sells 1 or 2 pieces of wood, yet here you are selling for 1 campfire. Where has the big shot gone? I still haven't managed to snatch a campfire. Could the big shot please show themselves? My wooden door is on the verge of being breached by the monstrous beasts. For those in urgent need, you can purchase from Dingzhan. Although it may be a bit pricey, isn't life more valuable? To those upstairs, don't just stand there speaking without feeling the pain. Some people don't even have 4 pieces of wood. Dingzhan, UXXX, your X is XXXX. I can't afford to buy it, but your mockery is just unacceptable. The World Channel buzzed with activity, either searching for her whereabouts or cursing Dingzhan. As she anticipated, there were indeed individuals selling campfires, but the prices were at least double that of hers. While Yu Jinyu observed, she took out her workbench and crafted several batches of campfires to put on the shelves. After trading with others, she would soon set off for the cedar forest. As for those players who failed to snag a campfire, she felt there was little she could do. Some players, upon discovering that Yu Jinyu had restocked campfires, hurriedly purchased them without informing others in the World Channel. By the time they realized that Yu Jinyu had put several batches of campfires back on the shelves, her store had long been emptied. The World Channel erupted in another round of curses. Yu Jinyu packed away her workbench and entered her sanctuary to sort out the items she needed to take with her. Meanwhile, in the World Channel, Dingzhan, noticing Yu Jinyu had ceased to restock campfires, finally interjected. Dingzhan, so, do you see her currently listing campfires in bulk? I'm not a saint, why should I sell them cheap? Initially, I sold 6 pieces of wood, and now I feel like I'm losing out by selling you 4. However, Yu Jinyu had no time to read these comments. Having finished packing her backpack and securely closing her wooden door, she set off towards the cedar forest. Considering the trading market had opened, she could now exchange the materials required for the blueprints with others. For instance, she had opened numerous treasure chests without encountering the likes of plastic or rubber. Opening the World Channel, she intended to call out for anyone possessing these materials and wishing to trade to add her as a friend. To her surprise, the very first message she saw upon opening the World Channel was from Dingzhan. Observing his arrogant words, Yu Jinyu felt a sense of irony, especially since his name was accompanied by the phrase, purchased 3. This Dingzhan had also bought the campfires she had listed. What was the need for him to purchase from her when he already possessed tools to create campfires? Disinterested in engaging with such a person, Yu Jinyu swiftly added him to her blacklist, preventing him from purchasing any items from her store. After blocking him, she typed out a public announcement. Yu Jinyu, I have rubber, plastic, and disinfectant tablets available for trade. Feel free to add me as a friend, but please include a note. After sending this message, she logged off, taking Bobo and the squirrel with her as she stepped out of the protective range of the frost grass. Players who score in the top 100 of this task will receive substantial rewards. Motivated by the rewards mentioned by the little ball, she was determined to join the hunt against the monstrous beasts. Allocating the attribute points gained from her new achievement to her mental value, she felt a surge of confidence as she gazed at her personal profile displaying 25 points in mental value. With just 5 more points, her horse riding skill would be upgraded. Armed with a dagger, she soon arrived at the outskirts of the cedar forest. Bobo, squirrel, you both emerged from here. Yu Jinyu turned to the 2 little creatures. Do you know what kinds of monstrous beasts are present? Relying solely on her own legs to find them would take far too long if she wished to surpass the top score. A mid-level beast yields 50 points, meaning she would need to defeat 4 to match the top score. The squirrel scratched its face with its tiny paw, then nodded. It knew. The little rabbit, however, appeared dazed and shook its head. Yu Jinyu patted Bobo on the head and set the squirrel down from her shoulder. Then squirrel, lead the way, let us see. Standing before the cedar forest, the squirrel glanced left and right, rubbing its tail with its paws. It seemed to not remember the way. Yu Jinyu waited with her backpack for the squirrel. After a while, the squirrel still hadn't taken a step forward, and in confusion, she asked, "What's the matter?" The squirrel awkwardly turned around, its 3 tails spinning like a propeller, and quietly chattered at Yu Jinyu. Yu Jinyu, feeling a headache coming on, suddenly recalled the last time it had been she who carried the squirrel back to the original cedar forest. Squirrel, you can't possibly not know the way, can you? She felt she had stumbled upon the truth. The squirrel, indignant, emitted a couple of sounds before jumping back onto her backpack and hiding. How embarrassing. Seeing the squirrel's turtle-like demeanor, Yu Jinyu felt helpless. Well then, I will proceed ahead. If you sense any monstrous beasts, do let me know. Weighing her backpack, Yu Jinyu stepped into the cedar forest. Since she couldn't find any other beasts, she would have to take a gamble in the misty region. If she could encounter the great blackfish, she would hunt the beasts there. With the assistance of the great blackfish, she still had hope of catching up in the rankings. If she failed to encounter it, she would have to emerge honestly and continue searching for beasts in the cedar forest. She dared not linger inside without the protection of the great blackfish. The atmosphere of the cedar forest felt even colder, perhaps due to the end of the protection period. As Yu Jinyu walked deeper, she sensed an elusive presence swirling around her. The little rabbit at her collarbone remained vigilant, while the once shy squirrel had already emerged, standing atop her backpack to observe their surroundings. As she advanced, she felt increasingly puzzled. Where had all the monstrous beasts gone? After nearly half an hour of walking, she had yet to encounter a single beast or even a habitat resembling one. Thinking of Chenlin Han, who resided among the beasts, she opened the display screen to inquire about the situation. Upon opening her friends list, she was greeted by a barrage of messages from Chenlin Han. Why was he not out hunting beasts but instead bombarding her with messages? Yu Jinyu, why are you bothering me with messages instead of hunting beasts? Chenlin Han. You read online. I'm not bothering you, I'm merely sharing my current predicament. Only then did Yu Jinyu scroll up to see what he had sent her. After a rapid glance, she could only sigh. Chenlin Han truly was the chosen embodiment of misfortune. All the beasts in the jungle had come out, and his sanctuary was conveniently located at the jungle's edge, making it a direct path for the beasts. Without the frost grass, when the beasts spotted his sanctuary, they naturally swarmed around it. Had she not provided him with campfires, his list would likely have turned grey by now. Observing the images he sent, showing the beasts gathering at his sanctuary's entrance, Yu Jinyu recalled her current inquiry and asked, have all the beasts fled from the jungle? Chenlin Han, not all. Some low-level or mid-level beasts have emerged, but high-level and elite beasts should still be deep within the jungle. I counted the beasts passing by my sanctuary today, and not a single high-level beast has emerged. Having gleaned the information she sought from Chenlin Han, Yu Jinyu raised her head to survey the path ahead. She still had a distance to traverse before reaching the misty region. Although her horse-riding skill currently couldn't detect the beasts, she had Bobo and the squirrel guiding her to avoid them. Making her way to the misty region should pose no problem. Just as she planned to close the display screen and continue forward, she noticed another image sent by Chenlin Han. Pausing, she typed out a few words in response. I advise you to venture out and hunt beasts now. You have campfires, and the beasts are temporarily unable to harm you. You've provided me with quite a bit of information, so allow me to share a tidbit in return. Frost grass can obscure the perception of the beasts. Plant it at your entrance, and they won't find your sanctuary. Think it over. After sending her message, Yu Jinyu closed the display screen and continued deeper into the cedar forest. Currently, only a portion of the beasts were congregated at Chenlin Han's sanctuary, but what if she waited 2 or 3 hours? If enough beasts amassed, they could potentially breach the limitations set by the campfires. Just like the beasts that had consumed poisonous meat, feeling the danger within their bodies, they might disregard the campfires and charge in to attack her. She was uncertain of Chenlin Han's choice, but she had engaged in a fair exchange of information with him. As for how he decided to proceed afterward, that was no longer her concern. As Yu Jinyu walked onward, she murmured softly, Bobo, squirrel, if there are any nearby monstrous beasts, alert me immediately so we can evade them. She had no desire to confront any beasts above the mid-level. Her priority was to reach the misty region as swiftly as possible. Chapter 39. Encountering the great blackfish. Bobo and the squirrel softly called out, responding to Yu Jinyu's request. With the assistance of the 2 small creatures, she swiftly arrived at the edge of the misty region. Upon seeing the dense fog once more, her emotions were somewhat complex. She had anticipated that after her last departure, it would be some time before she returned. To her surprise, it had only been a day, and here she stood again. Yu Jinyu took out some food, sharing a portion with the two small companions. One must be well fed to have the strength to work. Bobo joyfully munched on a red bean bun, bobbing its little head. The squirrel held its bun, tearing into it piece by piece. Wu Jinyu gulped down the bread with a bottle of mineral water, then organized the items in her backpack. After confirming that the wooden boat was at the forefront of her pack, she picked up the two small creatures and tossed them onto her backpack. Hold on tight, we're going in. She reached her hand into the mist, feeling the pull from the depths of the fog, and Wu Jinyu closed her eyes. Suddenly, the world spun around her, and with a splash, she and the two small companions plunged back into the sea. Cough, cough, cough. Although she had mentally prepared herself for being thrown into the water, Wu Jinyu still found herself choking on the salty liquid. The entry was as violently abrupt as ever. After releasing the wooden boat from her backpack, she nimbly climbed aboard, wringing out the excess water from her clothes. Once she completed this task, she immediately took out the jade pendant and hung it around her neck. Great black fish, where are you? Wu Jinyu waited for 5 minutes but saw no sign of the great black fish. Adhering to the principle of not wasting time, she decided to cast her fishing net instead. Glancing at the time, it was already 1 p.m. She patiently sat on the wooden boat, awaiting the great black fish to find her by following the aura of the jade pendant. Before long, half an hour had passed. Wu Jinyu stood up and reached for the fishing net. Along with the net, the dark head of the great black fish emerged. Great black fish. You've finally come. Wu Jinyu exclaimed with a mixture of surprise and joy. She set the net aside and reached out to stroke its head. Just moments ago, she had resolved that if the great black fish did not appear soon, she would leave after retrieving her net. Yet, just as that thought crossed her mind, it had arrived. Wu Jinyu gathered the items from the net into her backpack. Wooden treasure chest 1, cod 8, sea base 5. After tossing the net back into the water, she took out her dagger and called out to the great black fish. Great black fish, are there any exotic beasts nearby? Find some and toss them to me. Once she uttered these words, Wu Jinyu recalled the levels of the exotic beasts and added a couple more sentences. No need to find anything too high level. Just bring me what you can handle. If they are of a higher level, can you incapacitate them before tossing them to me? The great black fish stared at her for a moment, then flicked its tail and swam off into the distance. Wu Jinyu sat gripping her dagger, waiting for the great black fish to feed her. Meanwhile, Bobo and the squirrel remained in one corner of the wooden boat, grooming each other affectionately. Before long, the great black fish returned, clenching what appeared to be a squid-like creature in its mouth. Upon reaching the wooden boat, the great black fish first spat it out, then bit down hard on its head. Subsequently, the squid, marked by the imprint of the great black fish's mouth, was unceremoniously tossed onto the boat. After delivering the catch, the great black fish seemed to understand that Wu Jinyu would manage it, and without pause, it turned and dove into the depths in search of more prey. Wu Jinyu adept raised her knife and swiftly dispatched the squid-like beast. Iron treasure chest 1, vampire squid meat 4, red ink 1, filtering gills 1. Just as she finished and intended to take a moment's rest, the great black fish returned with a second exotic beast. It was an exceedingly dark fish, grotesque in appearance, with an enormous mouth. Its pitch-black body emitted a faint glow, and most notably, it had no eyes. This fish was likely procured from the deep sea. The blind fish had a deep wound in its abdomen. As the great black fish tossed it onto the boat, it struggled violently, blood seeping from its wound onto the wooden surface. After dispatching yet another creature, Wu Jinyu took out a bottle of water and drank heartily. Iron treasure chest 1, giant-mouthed fish meat 5, glowing fish skin 2, filtering gills 1. Without her prompting, the great black fish, after delivering the giant-mouthed fish, immediately turned to seek out further quarry. Plop. Another fish landed on the boat. Observing the creature, even more unsightly than the previous blind fish, Wu Jinyu couldn't help but admire the harsh survival conditions of the ocean depths. What kind of environment could produce such increasingly hideous fish? This time, the great black fish had not inflicted much damage on its catch. While firmly pinning it down with her elbow, Wu Jinyu used her dagger to slice open its abdomen. Iron treasure chest 1, whip-ground fish meat 4, fish-eye lantern 1. A fish-eye lantern. Intrigued, Wu Jinyu took it from her backpack, examining it closely. Fisheye Lantern, an ever-burning underwater illumination artifact, you can hold it to see the deepest ruins of the ocean. It felt smooth to the touch, exuding a chill. After placing it back in her pack, Wu Jinyu gazed at the sea surface, eagerly anticipating the great black fish's next offering. After a brief wait of over 10 minutes, the great black fish had yet to return. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Jinyu opened her friend list. Chen Lihan had not sent any more messages marked 99. After exchanging a few messages, he had only sent one, "I understand." Noticing that his chat box remained active, Wu Jinyu realized what his choice must be. Opening the leaderboard, she saw her rank had ascended from 5th place with 103 points to 3rd place with 253 points. The top player's score had also risen, from 310 to 360. Eyeing the player with the ID Hao Yuyun at the top, Wu Jinyu scratched her head. During this time, he had eliminated one intermediate exotic beast, earning an additional 50 points. Such combat prowess was rather formidable. Scrolling through the rankings, Wu Jinyu recognized several familiar names: Chen Jing, Xiao Xiao Xiao, Li Lingling, Chen Lihan. Notably, Chen Lihan, who had previously been holed up in a shelter with a score of 0, had managed to accumulate 28 points in just over an hour. It seemed he had taken down quite a few low-level exotic beasts. Exiting the World Channel, she opened the friend request list. Several players had already sent her requests. Wu Jinyu accepted one and was about to discuss trade terms when the great black fish returned. Wu Jinyu quickly closed the light screen, steadying herself against the side of the boat as she gazed into the sea. A patch of scales at the tail of the great black fish had been lifted, with only the base still attached to its body. Seeing the great black fish's tail, Wu Jinyu felt a pang of sympathy. Such a beautiful tail, how could it have lost its scales? What kind of creature could inflict such damage upon the great black fish? While Wu Jinyu pondered this, the great black fish swam alongside the wooden boat, lifting its head above the surface, looking at her with its mouth puffing in and out. In an instant, she understood. The great black fish had been injured while capturing this creature. Wu Jinyu waited for the great black fish to release the exotic beast from its mouth, gripping her dagger tightly. She was curious about the formidable creature that could injure the great black fish. The previous 2 squids had not harmed it, they had merely entangled its body. Yet, the great black fish was reluctant to spit out the exotic beast, continuously shaking its head towards the edge of the boat. The edge of the boat was where Wu Jinyu had cast her net half an hour ago. Wu Jinyu quickly comprehended the situation. Reaching out, she retrieved the fishing net, and after placing the wooden treasure chest into her backpack, she spread the net open in her hands. With a flick of the great black fish's tail, the exotic beast it held in its mouth was finally revealed. A small seahorse fell into the fishing net. Chapter 40, The Gravity Pearl of the Dwarf Seahorse and the Transaction with Qingju. Wu Jinyu hurriedly ensnared the seahorse in a fishing net, pressing it against the deck of the boat and pinning it down with her knee. She retrieved a dagger from her pocket, forcefully pressing it against the creature's head. To her astonishment, the A-grade dagger was unable to pierce its neck with a single thrust. Clearly injured, the seahorse bore wounds that had turned its flesh a pallid hue, remnants of being torn apart by the large black fish. Despite its small size, the seahorse struggled with considerable strength, making it difficult for Wu Jinyu to keep it subdued with all her might. Fortunately, the large black fish had advised her to wrap it in the net, preventing it from leaping back into the sea for the time being. Unlike before, the black fish did not simply toss the captured fish onto the boat and swim away. Instead, it circled the wooden vessel, occasionally lifting its head above the water to observe the ongoing skirmish. Seeing that the dagger could not pierce the seahorse's neck, Wu Jinyu pressed her other knee down as well. She then redirected the dagger towards its eyes, knowing that the eyes are the most vulnerable part of any creature. Sure enough, after a brief struggle, the seahorse fell still, and its body was automatically absorbed into her backpack. With the immense force no longer pressing down on her knee, Wu Jinyu felt her legs weaken, and she half collapsed onto the boat. What kind of beast was this, possessing such power despite its diminutive size? Noticing the cessation of battle aboard the boat, the large black fish ceased its search for other creatures and continued to swim around the vessel, occasionally lifting its head and flicking its tail to startle Bobo and Squirrel. After resting for a moment, Wu Jinyu rose and rubbed her knees, rolling up her pant legs to reveal blood seeping from both injuries. Glancing over at the large black fish, she retrieved some iodine from her backpack and raised her hand to beckon it. Come here, large black fish. Obediently, the large black fish swam over from the side where the two smaller creatures were, and Wu Jinyu gently patted its tail. Let me see. With a flick of its tail, the black fish presented it to her. She lifted a scale to examine the area beneath, feeling it tremble slightly at her touch. Pouring the iodine carefully into the crevice between the scales, she massaged it gently. Aside from this disinfectant, she had no other suitable medicine at hand. Wu Jinyu sighed, realizing the need to enhance her survival capabilities. After aligning the scales back into place, she patted its body. All done. The large black fish, now free, swam back to Bobo and Squirrel, intent on resuming its previous activities. Only then did Wu Jinyu notice what the large black fish was up to, and with a furrowed brow, she tapped the side of the boat. You mustn't bully them. The large black fish, which had been fixated on Bobo, surfaced with a displeased expression, blowing bubbles. Upon hearing Wu Jinyu's call again, it sank back into the water and returned to her side. Observing the large black fish, Wu Jinyu sensed a hint of grievance etched onto its indistinct face. Shaking her head, she first disinfected her own wounds before lowering her pant legs. She shook her arms to relax the muscles in her shoulders and then tossed the net that had ensnared the seahorse into the sea. Next, she reopened the holographic screen and navigated to her friend list, locating a player named Chi Qingju who had recently sent her a request. Upon accepting, he had messaged, "Rubber for an axe." At the time, she was preoccupied with the seahorse and had not replied. 10 minutes later, he had sent several more messages. Chi Qingju, big shot, your hunting speed has catapulted you from 3rd to 1st place, I'm in awe. Did you really dispatch a high-level beast in the 10 minutes you ignored me? Are you there? Well, it's understandable if you're busy. Upon reading his messages, Wu Jinyu promptly checked the leaderboard. 1st place, Wu Jinyu, points, 753, 2nd place, Hao Yuyun, points, 362, 3rd place, Nailin Yuting, points, 322. Staring at her score, Wu Jinyu could hardly believe her eyes. That seahorse was a high-level beast. No wonder the large black fish had sustained injuries. Remembering that she had yet to examine the loot dropped by the high-level beast, she closed the holographic screen and opened her backpack. Iron Treasure Chest 1, Gravity Pearl of the Dwarf Seahorse 1, Filter Gills 2, Frost Grass 1, another Frost Grass. This time, Wu Jinyu would not carelessly plant it in the soil. Upon returning to the shelter, she would ensure to store this precious frost grass safely in her storage box. Shifting her gaze from the frost grass, Wu Jinyu focused on another item she could not comprehend. Gravity Pearl of the Dwarf Seahorse. Holding this pearl allows you to freely decide whether to float in the air or sink underground. Note, the pearl only guarantees location, not survival. A gravity pearl, what a marvelous artifact. According to its description, if she wished to float in the sky, would it not be as simple as holding it? However, Wu Jinyu dared not attempt it now. In this unpredictable and treacherous mist-laden map, whether soaring into the heavens or plunging into the depths of the sea, the danger factor remained high. It would be prudent to wait until she returned to the shelter to experiment. Contentedly storing all her newfound treasures into her backpack, she suddenly remembered that she had yet to respond to Chi Qingzhou's messages. Wu Jinyu, I was busy earlier. You wanted to trade rubber for an axe. How much rubber do you have? Seeing that Wu Jinyu had finally replied, Chi Qingzhou was filled with excitement. Chi Qingzhou, big shot, what kind of high-level beast did you slay? One high-level beast grants 500 points, equivalent to 500 low-level beasts or 10 mid-level ones. I've only managed to take down a few low-level beasts so far. My D-grade dagger is useless against mid-level ones. Big shot, Wu Jinyu, hold on a moment. We're discussing a trade, please tell me how much rubber you have. Not receiving an immediate response, Wu Jinyu stroked the large black fish beside her and whispered to it, large black fish, go find some beasts, but avoid high-level ones. Just look for a few lower-level ones. Especially that seahorse you just caught, it's far too dangerous, and you got hurt. Upon hearing her words, the large black fish nudged her hand gently with its head before turning towards the depths of the sea. Wu Jinyu then turned her attention back to the holographic screen. Chi Qingzhou, sorry, big shot, I was fixated on the leaderboard and got a bit too excited when I saw you gained 500 points. Wu Jinyu, no worries. Hunting high-level beasts requires more advanced weapons. To take down mid-level beasts, you need at least a C-grade dagger. Noticing Qi Qingzhou's apologetic demeanor, Wu Jinyu kindly shared this information, as it was hardly a secret. Qi Qingzhou, thank you, big shot. I have 3 pieces of rubber and wish to exchange for 1 axe. Do you have a C-grade axe? Wu Jinyu had not brought an axe with her this time. The slots in her backpack were precious, and she had ventured out primarily for the beasts. However, recalling the 2 C-grade axes stored in the corner of her room, she thought for a moment. Wu Jinyu, I have C-grade axes, but they are at the shelter, so it may be tonight before I can trade with you. Whether D-grade or C-grade axes, she had both in her possession. However, after a morning filled with extensive firewood trades, she no longer lacked wood. Axes had become less useful to her. Qi Qingzhou, did you venture out to slay beasts? No wonder you're at the top of the leaderboard. Clinging to the shelter truly leads nowhere, woe is me. Wu Jinyu, please calm down. Chapter 41, Trading Dagger, Fish and Meat in the Trading Mall. Wu Jinyu found Qi Qingzhou's thought process rather unconventional. Just as she was discussing the matter of trading with him, he abruptly shifted the conversation to an entirely different topic. Wu Jinyu remarked, I merely intended to remind you, so do not overthink it. Qi Qingzhou replied, I understand, thank you, esteemed one. Let us conduct our trade once you return to the shelter. Oh, by the way, do you have any surplus C-grade daggers? I would like to exchange. C-grade daggers. Wu Jinyu reached into another pocket. The daggers were relatively petite, securely stowed away in that pocket, zipped shut. This was her newly devised method that did not occupy space in her backpack. The upper portion of her tracksuit featured pockets for holding items, and the hood served as a cozy nook for her 2 small companions. It was exceedingly convenient. She extracted all the daggers from her pocket and counted them. Aside from the A-grade dagger in her hand, which boasted infinite durability, she possessed 3 additional daggers. 2 C-grade and 1 B-grade. Wu Jinyu stated, I have them, what will you offer in exchange? Qi Qingzhou responded, I do not possess much, just a plethora of small items. As she glanced at the assortment of trinkets in the image, her keen eyes caught sight of a packet of chili peppers and a brush nestled in the corner. Wu Jinyu asserted, I wish to exchange for those 2 items. Qi Qingzhou exclaimed, chili peppers and a brush, are you certain you want to trade a dagger for these 2? Wu Jinyu confirmed, absolutely. Qi Qingzhou hesitated, esteemed one, would you not prefer I offer you something else? Trading a dagger for just these 2 items seems rather unbalanced. Wu Jinyu countered, my C-grade dagger has only 35 durability remaining. If you spend a day hunting alien beasts, it will likely wear out. If you insist on this trade, I will take the item in the lower left corner. Qi Qingzhou inquired, are the clothesline in the lower left corner, is that correct? Wu Jinyu affirmed, indeed. Wu Jinyu accessed the trading mall, listing the daggers for exchange. Within moments, Qi Qingzhou completed the trade. As Wu Jinyu examined the items she had received, she contemplated placing them in her backpack, only to suddenly regret her decision. The very reason she had stowed the daggers in her pocket was to conserve space in her backpack, yet now, having exchanged for these 3 items, she had inadvertently occupied 3 additional slots. Her mind had momentarily faltered. Holding the items in her hands, she resolved to place them on the wooden boat for the time being, intending to stow them in her pocket when she ventured out next. At that moment, the large black fish, which had gone out in search of alien beasts, returned. Its mouth was perpetually chewing. However, this time, its cheeks were noticeably fuller, evidently filled with an unknown quantity of alien creatures. Wu Jinyu deactivated the light screen, grasped her dagger, and prepared for a new round of feeding. Pop, 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 the large black fish, akin to dispensing jelly beans, tossed each one onto the boat. Before long, the deck was strewn with small fish. A number of the lesser fish, deprived of oxygen, were already on the brink of death. Wu Jinyu immediately crouched down, dispatching each of these lower-tier alien creatures with a swift strike, collecting the resources into her backpack. However, midway through her task, she suddenly realized that her backpack was no longer automatically collecting resources. Upon inspection, she found that her slots were indeed full. Since these lesser alien creatures were various types of fish, the resources they yielded occupied slots in minimal quantities. Perhaps due to their classification as the lowest tier of alien beasts, even with her high luck value, the number of treasure chests dropped was disappointingly low. From dozens of lesser alien creatures, only 4 wooden treasure chests emerged. Having resolved all of them and gathered everything together, Wu Jinyu reopened the trading mall. During the trading bonfire earlier, she had conceived a strategy to prevent her backpack from overflowing. She could list the meat dropped by the alien beasts in the trading mall. Surely many would be in need of sustenance, even if she were selling raw fish. Some individuals already possessed bonfires, capable of cooking the food. Initially, she thought she could exploit a bug to store items that could not fit in her backpack by placing them in the trading mall, thereby freeing up space. However, she soon discovered that items listed for trade remained in her backpack until a successful transaction was completed. Wu Jinyu gazed at the pile of fish meat in her backpack and on the deck, and proceeded to list everything in the trading mall. Even the fish meat obtained from the 3 alien creatures she had initially dealt with was included. She did not require such an abundance of fish meat to occupy her backpack slots. Furthermore, she still had time to hunt more alien beasts today, accumulating points, so food was not a concern. As the large black fish was out searching for alien beasts, Wu Jinyu propped her chin on her hand, contemplating before the light screen. The items were all listed, yet she had yet to input the trading conditions. What would she seek in exchange for this fish meat? She lacked basic sustenance, but how many high-grade materials could she acquire in return for this fish meat? Having never perused other players' trading malls, she was oblivious to the market value of her fish meat. Thus, she opened the World Channel. Randomly browsing through several players' trading malls, she observed a myriad of items. A half-full bottle of mineral water, edible parts of banana tree roots, a single slice from a whole package of toast. Only a fraction of the players had normal food listed in their malls. Wu Jinyu pondered for a moment and then announced in the World Channel, "In 2 minutes, I will be listing food in my mall. Those in need may trade freely without needing to add me as a friend." Many players flocked to her mall upon seeing this announcement in the World Channel. As they beheld the fish meat still awaiting the establishment of trading conditions, their eyes widened in astonishment. So much fish meat. Meanwhile, Wu Jinyu, overwhelmed by the sheer variety of fish meat, noticed that some were available in only 1 or 2 portions and decided to bundle them with other fish for sale. If it were not for the task at hand, but rather a night spent lying in bed at the shelter, she would have sought out individuals in the World Channel to negotiate trades one by one, maximizing the trading value. However, time was of the essence. With the vast amount of food acquired from the alien beasts today, if she were to negotiate for each trade, she would have no time left for hunting. COD 5 for iron blocks 2, Sea Base 3 for copper blocks 1. As Wu Jinyu engaged in such bulk exchanges for materials, it inevitably drew the attention of some observers. Many recognized that while these materials might not serve immediate purposes, they would undoubtedly hold value in the future. Thus, they too contemplated acquiring them from her. Wu Jinyu did not shy away from allowing them to discern her intentions. Comparing her offerings with those of other players, she was confident that her goods were of superior quality. Some players even sought to emulate her strategy of trading with others. She believed that players wishing to trade would, upon comparison, prioritize her offers, as her items were not something an ordinary player could procure. She had considered breaking down each portion of fish for individual trade, but her current need for basic materials was substantial. If she sold them individually, seeking metal materials would seem trivial, hence she opted to bundle them for sale. To ensure others were aware of her listings, she kindly promoted her offerings in the World Channel. Wu Jinyu announced, "All food has been listed. If anyone seeks to trade for other materials, please feel free to add me as a friend for further discussions." Unbeknownst to her, a certain type of individual had long since emerged in the World Channel. They were vigilantly stationed at her trading mall, eagerly awaiting her listings. Chapter 42, The Deal is Sealed. Sea Serpent World Channel. Has anyone managed to seize the fish and meat from the Wu Jinyu mall? Who on earth has taken all my squid meat? I merely wish to savor the flavor of this vampiric squid. I didn't manage to get any. Nor did I aspire to, it's certainly not because I lack materials to trade emotion. You up there, cease with the smiley emojis, take off your mask, is it possible you're secretly shedding tears? Are you also affluent? There are some trading materials in her mall that I've never even heard of. Stop being bitter up there. If you can't afford the expensive ones, you can always trade for those little fish, just 2 portions for 5 iron nails. Some individuals speculated that Wu Jinyu's high score was due to her slaying of exotic beasts in the sea. They unanimously believed she had established her shelter by the seaside. Only Qi Qingju was aware that Wu Jinyu was not at the shelter at all. Observing the conjectures about Wu Jinyu's score on the World Channel, he quietly turned off the screen. Wouldn't he engage in idle chatter on the World Channel? After all, with the support of the big shots, he might have meat to eat in the future. Exchanging his D-grade dagger for a C-grade one, he pushed open the wooden door and plunged into a new round of hunting. The fish and meat that Wu Jinyu had listed quickly sold out. She opened her backpack and counted the materials she had acquired through trading. Iron blocks 8, copper blocks 3, aluminum blocks 4, iron nails 40. Wu Jinyu nodded in satisfaction. Noticing that the big black fish had yet to return, she opened the leaderboard to study her ranking. After dispatching that swarm of small fish, her score had risen to 784. The scores of Hao Luyun and Nalen Yuting, who trailed behind her, had also increased slightly, yet they were still nearly 400 points behind her. If she could maintain this pace, securing the top position in the entire server should be within her grasp. However, she would not grow complacent, nor could she afford to think that she had amassed enough points to tidy up and return to the shelter. Having ventured into the misty region with great difficulty, she intended to maximize her gains before heading back. Tick-tock, tick-tock, a few raindrops fell onto the screen before her, blurring the text. Wu Jinyu lifted her gaze, observing the sky above gradually shrouded in dark clouds. The dimming light of day merged with the sea. She hastily sat upright in the wooden boat. Was another storm brewing at sea? Yet, as she gazed at the undulating surface of the ocean and felt the moist air surrounding her, the wind showed no signs of intensifying. Just as Wu Jinyu mulled over this, the few raindrops transformed into a dense curtain of rain. The distant sea became increasingly obscured, with only the nearby surface displaying splashes of water, rendered pitch black. It seemed merely a case of rain. Wu Jinyu settled back on the bed, gathered Bobo and Squirrel into her arms, and stowed away all the items from the wooden boat into her backpack. Raising her head to the sky, she noted how the once clear heavens had descended ominously. A solitary boat drifted upon the sea, its presence accentuating an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. At that moment, the big black fish returned from its quest for exotic beasts. The rain-drenched surface of the sea obscured Wu Jinyu's view, making it difficult to discern what creature was held in the fish's mouth. All she could see was a long dark shadow, flailing as it was tossed about by the big black fish. She leaned against the edge of the boat, wiping the raindrops from her face, and called out to the big black fish, "Come, toss it up." The big black fish expelled the exotic beast from its mouth, biting down on its tail twice before finally tossing it up. Thud! An enormous sea serpent landed on the wooden boat. Wu Jinyu stared at the writhing creature before her, a shiver coursing down her spine. The visibility was perilously low due to the rain, and she had barely glimpsed what the big black fish had been carrying. It was indeed a sea serpent, its cylindrical body as thick as her thigh, its vital organ, located at its heart, had been torn open by the big black fish. Through the rain curtain, she could even see its heart pulsating. She hadn't felt this way when she had slain the green snake earlier, but gazing at the yellow and white-banded sea serpent before her sent goosebumps prickling her skin. As she watched it squirm on the boat, Wu Jinyu slowly crept toward its rear. The sea serpent twisted in pain, emitting a hissing sound. Sensing that she was close enough, she lunged forward, pinning it down. The sea serpent, realizing it was under attack, thrashed even more violently. Wu Jinyu pressed her elbow against its head with one hand while brandishing her dagger with the other, furiously stabbing at its exposed heart. Confronted by such a formidable exotic beast, she felt as though her own heart might leap from her chest. The serpent's head thrashed wildly against the wooden planks, while its tail coiled around Wu Jinyu's legs, tightening and swiftly winding up to her thigh. She felt intense pain in her leg. Wu Jinyu was oblivious to her own actions. Raindrops streamed into her eyes, rendering her vision of the sea serpent hazy. Its struggles began to wane. yet Wu Jingyu could no longer manage to control its head with one hand. She tossed her dagger to the opposite side of the boat, using both hands to grip its head as she sat atop its body, exerting all her strength to hold it down. What a terrifying exotic beast! Despite receiving a fatal wound, it still possessed such immense strength. Had Wu Jingyu not witnessed the creature's body being torn apart by the big black fish, its tail even severed in half, and its heart pulsating in the open air, she would have certainly believed that the big black fish had not weakened it before tossing it onto the boat. Gasping for breath, Wu Jingyu glanced at the sea serpent beneath her, still not having transformed into materials for her backpack. Despite being stabbed numerous times in the heart with her dagger, it remained alive. Yet, the dagger had been discarded. Although she sensed it lacked the strength to struggle further, she was momentarily unable to continue her assault. Bobo, squirrel, jump off the boat, leap onto the big black fish, Wu Jingyu commanded while grappling with the sea serpent. She dared not release her grip, fearing that if she did, the limp sea serpent would suddenly lash out at her. The two little ones left on the boat would be utterly insufficient to subdue the serpent. Bobo and Squirrel obediently jumped off the boat. Wu Jingyu observed the seemingly lifeless sea serpent beneath her, her chest rising and falling rapidly due to exertion. Were it not for the game's mechanics that automatically transformed defeated exotic beasts into materials for her backpack, she would have let go. If she mistakenly believed it to be dead and released her hold, she would find herself reporting below. Gradually adjusting her position, she lifted her previously kneeling leg and placed a foot on the creature. Silently counting down in her mind, 3, 2, 1, she swiftly released her hands and flipped into the SEA.in that instant. The sea serpent, sensing its freedom, turned its head and opened its enormous jaws, venomous fangs bared, lunging toward her. Splash! Wu Jingyu dove into the water, where Bobo and Squirrel were already awaiting her, swimming toward her as soon as she leaped in. Smack! Thud! Just as Wu Jingyu intended to shout for the big black fish to take her away, fearing the sea serpent would follow, she heard that sound. She turned abruptly to see the big black fish. With a powerful flick of its tail, it sent the jumping sea serpent crashing back onto the boat. What ferocity! This thought resonated profoundly within Wu Jingyu as she watched the big black fish swim around the wooden boat. She patted the surface of the water, and the big black fish approached. Grasping its fin, she climbed onto its back, striving to steady herself before straightening up to look toward the wooden boat. The sea serpent was still thrashing upon the boat, blood oozing from its wounds. That sea serpent was still alive. Wu Jingyu wiped her face, her eyes widening as she searched for her A-grade dagger. Finally, she spotted it in a corner of the boat. She patted the big black fish beneath her, urging it to help her back onto the boat. She needed to go up there and finish it off. Chapter 43, The White-Spined Sea Serpent and the Map of the Lost Underwater Ruins. Before being flung onto the wooden vessel, the sea serpent had already sustained grave injuries from the massive black fish. Not to mention the lethal stabs delivered by Wu Jingyu, each aimed at taking its life. Twisting on the wooden ship, it coiled itself into a circle, raising its serpent head to gaze at Wu Jingyu. Perched atop the blackfish, Wu Jingyu noticed that the sea serpent was also fixated upon her. Her initial desire to board the ship was swiftly extinguished. This serpent would not grant her the opportunity. As she remained on the fish, the serpent refused to leave the ship. Consequently, she slid down from the blackfish's back and extended her hand to pat it. Blackfish, capsize the wooden vessel, and then fetch me the dagger on board. She was reluctant to part with her A-grade dagger. She harbored no fear of the sea serpent escaping into the depths after falling into the sea. The way the serpent's gaze bore into her assured her that they were now locked in a life-and-death struggle. Even in its current weakened state, confronting it alone would prove exceedingly difficult. Where had the blackfish discovered such a formidable beast? As she observed the blackfish swimming toward the wooden vessel, the blackfish circled the boat twice before diving beneath it. Splash! With a powerful thrust upward, the wooden vessel was overturned, and the sea serpent tumbled into the ocean alongside it. The blackfish seized the dagger the moment the ship capsized, turning to swim back toward Wu Jingyu. Wu Jingyu watched as the blackfish, in its journey to retrieve the dagger, inadvertently slapped the sea serpent with its tail, a smirk tugging at her lips. Were it not for her concern that the blackfish would not yield treasure or supplies upon slaying the serpent, she would have already ordered it to finish the creature off. She pried the dagger from the blackfish's mouth and gave its tail a gentle pat. Can you take me around it while swimming? The blackfish nodded in agreement, noticing the sea serpent approaching them after its fall into the ocean. Wu Jinyu quickly grabbed two small creatures and tossed them toward the overturned wooden vessel. Plop! Upon hitting the water, the squirrel swiftly grabbed the little rabbit and climbed onto the wooden ship. The two small creatures obediently hid behind the boat, occasionally peeking out to observe the unfolding events. Wu Jinyu grasped the blackfish's fin. As the sea serpent neared them, she instructed the blackfish to lead her away, keeping a safe distance. Thus commenced a relentless chase through the ocean between one person, one fish, and one serpent. Whenever the serpent drew close, Wu Jinyu would cling to the blackfish's fin and dash away. If the serpent grew weary and ceased its pursuit, she would seek ways to close the gap and deliver a strike. The ocean was the serpent's domain. She could only engage in a war of attrition, with the blackfish aiding her in swimming. Back and forth they went, with the sea serpent increasingly straining and slowing until it became adrift upon the water's surface. Observing the serpent's evident decline, its exposed heart barely pulsating, Wu Jinyu leaped onto the back of the blackfish, inching closer. With a few swift thrusts of her dagger, the previously unconscious serpent stirred once more, blood gushing from its wounds. The water surrounding the serpent turned a shade of pink. Under Wu Jinyu's relentless harassment, the sea serpent finally disintegrated into a pile of resources, which she promptly stowed away in her backpack. With the serpent's demise, she finally exhaled in relief, her taut body relaxing as she collapsed onto the blackfish. So exhausted. Upon witnessing the end of the battle, Bobo and the squirrel immediately leaped from the wooden ship and swam over. The struggle against the sea serpent had drained Wu Jinyu of her strength. The blackfish, however, continued to support her, swimming in circles around the wooden vessel. "Blackfish, if you can toss the beast onto the wooden ship, can you not do the same for me?" she said weakly. Upon hearing Wu Jinyu's request, Bobo and the squirrel, who had just managed to climb onto the blackfish, leaped back into the water and swam toward the wooden vessel once more. Ultimately, the blackfish did not simply toss her onto the ship. Instead, it swam alongside the wooden vessel and paused, allowing her to rest and climb aboard at her own pace. Nearly half of the ship's deck was stained with the serpent's blood. Once aboard, Wu Jinyu positioned herself away from the blooded area to rest. Just as her eyelids grew heavy, she suddenly remembered that she had instructed the blackfish to capsize the boat. What had happened to her fishing net? With this thought, she sprang upright, climbing to the edge of the vessel to inspect. The fishing net still hung over the side of the boat. However, it floated on the water's surface, tossed about by the waves, remaining above the depths. It appeared that when the blackfish overturned the ship, the contents of the net had also been cast into the sea along with the serpent. She pulled the net back on board. The net still retained 40 durability points, and Wu Jinyu promptly tossed it back into the water. Lacking energy, she opened her backpack to examine the spoils brought by the sea serpent. Iron Treasure Chest 1, White-Spined Sea Serpent Meat 6, White-Spined Sea Serpent Venom 3, White-Spined Sea Serpent Scales 10, White-Spined Sea Serpent Gallbladder 1, Fragment of the Lost Underwater Ruins Map 1. So, the sea serpent was known as the White-Spined Sea Serpent. Such tenacity of life would linger in her memory even in death. The resources acquired from the serpent were mostly comprehensible to her, but the fragment of the Lost Underwater Ruins map remained a mystery. What could it be? Wu Jinyu reached for it. It felt like animal hide, resembling leather, with engravings of roots and incomprehensible script. Fragment of the Lost Underwater Ruins map, the legendary habitat of the extinct Ars clan, rumored to enhance racial talents, a place coveted by every group. Collection progress. 1-4. Map fragment. Wu Jinyu never anticipated that the sea serpent would drop such an item. The complete map consists of 4 fragments, of which she possesses 1. This fragment, upon examination, appears to be quite valuable. No, it is not the map itself that holds worth, but rather the habitat of the Ars clan, which is indeed a splendid location. Yet, she wonders when she will be able to gather them all. She carefully stowed the map fragment into her backpack. Just as she pondered whether to list the white-thorn sea serpent meat on the trading market, she noticed its description. White-thorn sea serpent meat. The flesh derived from the white-thorn serpent, which, despite being cooked or sautéed, remains highly toxic. It seems this meat is not suitable for trade. She must resort to using it as a weapon instead. What surprised Wu Jinyu even more was the description of the white Poan sea serpent S venom. White Poan sea serpent venom, the venom extracted from the glands of the white Poan sea serpent, possessing potent toxicity. A mere drop is sufficient to cause the demise of any race on this continent. The venom is encased within a soft, gelatinous substance, resembling an egg. Each one is about the size of a quail's egg. It is evident that each vial contains far more than a single drop of venom. In contrast, the venom she obtained from the azure serpent only incapacitated its victims. This serpent's venom, however, is lethal. She had been exceedingly cautious when facing this sea serpent, fearing a potential bite. Fortunately, her prudence paid off. Had she been bitten, it would have been a matter of life and death in the blink of an eye. She surmises that the level of this sea serpent is not less than high tier. Chapter 44, A-class scuba diving equipment. Gathering all these items into her backpack, Wu Jinyu beckoned to the two little creatures. Come here, it's time to eat. The two, previously nestled together and grooming each other, dashed over at the mere mention of food. Finally, they could indulge in a delightful meal. Observing the damp little ones before her, she removed her backpack and positioned it at the edge of the boat, creating a small rain-free space for them. After gently nudging them inside, she patted their heads. You two have been drenched in rain and tossed into the sea. Your fur has never dried. Bobo affectionately rubbed against Wu Jinyu's wrist, softly calling out a couple of times. The squirrel, meanwhile, rubbed its head with its paw, casting a glance towards the little rabbit. There were still 2 red bin buns and for meat floss pastries left in the backpack. Both Bobo and the squirrel opted for the meat floss pastries. Wu Jinyu divided one for each of the little creatures, devouring the remaining red bin buns herself. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already past 3 o'clock. The rain had diminished significantly, though it still fell in a misty haze. The sea snake she had just defeated was indeed a high-level beast, and her points had surged to 1284, widening the gap between her and the 2nd and 3rd place contenders, Hao Luyun and Nalan Yuting. Wu Jinyu exhaled, calculating the time left. She had less than 2 hours to continue her tasks. However, due to the intense activity, her entire body ached as if she had been pummeled into the ground. Struggling to sit upright, she wearily gazed at the large black fish swimming joyfully beside her. Big black fish, come here. Wu Jinyu extended her hand, gently stroking its massive head. As she looked into its vacant eyes, the memory of the terrifying sea snake flooded her mind, prompting her to give it a playful tap on the head. Where did you find that sea snake? The previous seahorse stripped off your scales, yet you still went after a sea snake. The big black fish nudged Wu Jinyu's palm with its forehead and blew a bubble. All right, no more seeking out such dangerous beasts. I shudder to think what would happen if a sea snake bit you. Would I ever see you again? Go find some little fish, like the ones you swallowed before. Observing that the big black fish obediently swam away, Wu Jinyu lifted her hand and massaged her aching thighs. Ouch, the pain. As she continued to massage herself, she opened the world channel. Wu Jinyu's points have increased by 500 again. Combined with the previous 500, she has slain 2 high-level beasts. 2 high-level beasts. I can't even handle intermediate ones right now. Has anyone located the coordinates of her shelter? She was just trading fish in the marketplace, so she must be by the sea. She's hiding. No one can see her. The discussions in the World Channel were wildly varied. Some speculated about the beasts she had killed, while others guessed her whereabouts. Wu Jinyu pondered. Her shelter was a considerable distance from this misty area, not directly by the sea. The misty region did not seem to be entirely connected to the outside world, otherwise, she wouldn't always be dropped from the surface of the sea upon entering. It resembled a piece of a jigsaw puzzle that neither belonged to nor fully integrated with this continent. Bored by their fervent discussions, Wu Jinyu swiftly scrolled through the messages, searching for something of value. The excitement surrounding the top 3 rankings remained high, interspersed with requests for campfires. The number of participants in the World Channel had rapidly dwindled to 480,000. This indicated that, within just a few hours, the number of player deaths had surpassed the protection period. Wu Jinyu calculated that she had sold over 10,000 campfires. However, the campfires she sold only covered a portion of the players. Yet, in the channel, most players were engrossed in discussing leaderboard scores, while only a handful were requesting campfires. Campfires were crucial for players under siege by beasts. Could it be that some players were selling campfires during this time? The answer became apparent shortly thereafter. Chen Jing remarked, "Stop chatting, even with campfires, you can't stay in the shelter forever. Go out and hunt beasts. That's how to acquire resources. Those claiming they don't have axes might find treasure chests from defeating beasts. Opening a few is bound to yield an axe. Many who ventured out to hunt beasts have found food and lighters." It seemed that players without campfires had likely been persuaded to hunt beasts. The treasure chests dropped by the beasts had allowed some players to acquire lighters, explaining why so few players were now asking for campfires in the channel. Some were indeed selling campfires. Chen Jing was diligently working to unite the players of District 47. After reminding the players in the World channel, he fell silent, leaving behind a few who continued to debate the leaderboard. Does anyone know whether Wu Jinyu is male or female? Has anyone added the big shot as a friend? Anyone capable of taking down high-level beasts must surely be male. I bet 5 pieces of wood that Wu Jinyu is a male. One player initiated a bet regarding her gender using materials, prompting a flurry of similar comments. Wu Jinyu found it amusing how those players, who were not out hunting beasts, could be so verbose. Observing the ongoing bets about her gender, she noticed some players even began to attack those with opposing views. It was quite chaotic. Wu Jinyu interjected, "Do the bets count? If so, I'd like to place a wager too." Unable to resist, she spoke up. As the main subject of the discussion entered the fray, those clearly trying to stir trouble fell silent. Wu Jinyu swiftly added several instigators to her blacklist. How irritating. Lowering her gaze to the 2 little creatures cuddled together, Wu Jinyu gently stroked them. Adjusting her backpack, she turned her attention back to the sea. Where was the big black fish? After encountering the previous sea snake, she had become quite anxious about the speed at which the big black fish sought out beasts. She feared its prolonged absence meant it was pursuing another dangerous beast. With her body aching, if the big black fish brought back another high-level beast, she would certainly struggle to cope. Reclining back against the boat, Wu Jinyu suddenly recalled her scuba diving equipment, the reward for successfully completing the achievement, Conqueror of the Sea Storm. Springing to her feet, she retrieved it from her backpack. A-class scuba diving equipment, infinite durability. A self-sufficient underwater breathing system that can adjust buoyancy based on varying depths, allowing descent to any underwater region. An A-class piece of equipment, truly a valuable find. Just then, the big black fish returned from its quest for beasts. With a flick of its tail, it tossed a mid-level beast onto the wooden boat, a visibly nibbled octopus. She swiftly drew her dagger and dispatched it. Iron Treasure Chest 1, Octopus Tentacles 7, Ink Sac 2, Filter Gills 1. As the big black fish turned to seek out another beast, she hurriedly reached out to stop it. Big black fish, no need to go looking anymore. Come here, come over here. The big black fish turned back, gazing up at Wu Jinyu, who was holding something peculiar. Quickly donning the diving equipment, she adjusted her backpack to shield the little ones from the rain once more. I'm going to take a look underwater. I'll return to give you shelter from the rain. With that, Wu Jinyu leaped into the sea, swimming towards the big black fish. With this gear, it would be a shame not to explore underwater. Chapter 45, The Mysterious Trench and Seaweed. The 2 little ones gazed anxiously as Wu Jinyu leapt into the sea once more, rushing to the edge of the boat, eager to follow suit. Upon turning her head, Wu Jinyu noticed that the little rabbit had already reached the boat's edge, poised to jump. The squirrel trailed closely behind, ready to leap as well. Hey, you two, don't come down. Return to the boat and lie down. Wu Jinyu waved her hands urgently, calling out to them. She merely intended to dip into the water for a brief moment. The 2 little ones could not breathe underwater. It was best for them to remain aboard temporarily. Moreover, she did not wish to venture into the depths. Her curiosity lay in exploring the waters surrounding the wooden vessel. Bobo and the squirrel were still on the boat, and she could not allow the large black fish to take her far away. In the event of a sudden storm, the 2 little ones would be ill-equipped to cope. Upon hearing Wu Jinyu's words, the 2 little ones retreated, settling at the edge of the boat to observe the lone figure and fish beneath the waves. Wu Jinyu did not immediately plunge into the water. Instead, she meticulously adjusted the various components of her equipment. This A-grade gear was quite complex, with layers upon layers affixed to her diving suit. Only after becoming familiar with the controls did she slowly descend into the sea. The large black fish circled around her, accompanying her descent. The light rain continued to fall, rendering visibility on the water's surface quite poor. The pattering raindrops disrupted the tranquility of the sea, creating the illusion of a dark, murky mirror. Bobo and the squirrel strained their heads to peer down but could see little, and thus retreated to the center of the wooden boat, obediently lying down. The moment Wu Jinyu entered the water, she was momentarily taken aback. From above the surface, the sea always appeared indistinct. To her surprise, upon submerging, she found that the underwater world was aglow. Seaweed, corals, and an array of stones shimmered with light. Some plants appeared extraordinary, their protruding branches unmistakably belonging to exotic species. Occasionally, small fish would swim leisurely past her, their tails brushing against her mask. Unlike the small fish captured at the surface, those in the deep sea seemed acutely aware that they were the true rulers of this realm. Consequently, they showed no fear of Wu Jinyu, occasionally swimming over to intrude upon her line of sight. As she navigated through the school of fish, Wu Jinyu turned to see the large black fish already hunting in the waters ahead, devouring small fish with ease. After adjusting her buoyancy device to stabilize herself, she began to paddle toward the large black fish. She had already employed her skills as she entered the water. The underwater realm was entirely distinct from the surface. Would the map still display only the ocean? Indeed, the maps above and below the water were markedly different. Above the sea, the map revealed nothing but water, while beneath, she could discern treasure chests and varied terrains. Furthermore, the underwater map appeared to be more detailed than that of the land. How marvelous! Upon reaching the vicinity of the large black fish, Wu Jinyu examined the map in her mind. To the south lay a treasure chest. Since she had already descended, why not take a look? She patted the large black fish's back, indicating the direction she wished to pursue. I want to go there. With her mask and snorkel in place, she could not speak, so she could only gesture to the fish. The large black fish, which had been consuming a small fish, promptly spat it out. It circled around her, nudging her shoulder before swimming to her carved stop. Wu Jinyu understood its intent immediately. Straining to lift her legs clad in the diving suit and boots, she climbed onto the back of the large black fish. The gear was still somewhat cumbersome for her. Feeling the human clutching tightly to its body, the large black fish gave a powerful flick of its tail and swam southward. Wu Jinyu looked up to observe the direction. If the fish veered to the left, she would pat its right side. If it strayed to the right, she would pat its left. Wu Jinyu had never imagined, before being transported to this world, that she would ride a fish, having only ever ridden horses back on Blue Star. The sensation was entirely different from when the large black fish had carried her to safety during a storm. The resistance in the water was far greater than that on the surface, requiring her to exert more effort to maintain her grip on the fish. The pace was not as swift, allowing her to take in the breathtaking scenery around her. While guiding it along, she marveled at the bioluminescent creatures below, making her feel as though she were in a dream rather than the ocean. As they progressed, exotic plants occasionally extended their tendrils, attempting to ensnare them, but the large black fish skillfully evaded them. Its speed was remarkable, and it soon reached the location marked on the map. Wu Jinyu slid off its back, floating alongside it. The terrain before her was clearly not a place one would casually explore with a newly donned suit. A prominent trench lay before her, transforming the surrounding starry spectacle into an abyss devoid of light. The map in her mind indicated that the treasure chest was located beneath this very trench. Her hands, which had initially released the fish's fins, tightened once more as she stared into the trench, feeling a sense of foreboding. The atmosphere was far more terrifying than the apprehension she had felt in the cedar forest. It was as if something from the black abyss was watching her. Climbing back onto the large black fish, Wu Jinyu urged it to take her away from this place. Standing near the trench, an inexplicable urge to leap into its depths tugged at her. Something within seemed to beckon her. Obediently, the large black fish swam away, yet Wu Jinyu hesitated to ascend, desiring to further explore the underwater scenery. Noticing her reluctance to surface and instead meander in the water, the large black fish guided her to its feeding grounds, a place teeming with stone piles. Wu Jinyu watched in awe as the large black fish extracted creatures from the stone heaps as if drawing jelly from a container. swallowing them whole. If it encountered clams or similar creatures, it would whip its tail, shattering them to access the meat within. Fascinated by this novel spectacle, Wu Jinyu mimicked the large black fish, though she lacked its ability to extract food or shatter shells. Instead, she gathered shrimp from the stones and seaweed, ensuring she remained within the fish's line of sight. She collected clams as if they were mere stones. The seaweed adorning the stone piles came in a myriad of colors, swirling around her feet. Wu Jinyu felt akin to a little girl gathering mushrooms, diligently collecting every fish and shrimp she encountered. She had always relished eating shrimp back on Blue Star. The shrimp in this world appeared no different from those on her home planet, albeit slightly larger. Their translucent blue bodies, each the length of a palm, looked remarkably plump. The shrimp, initially basking on the stone piles, fled at the sight of her approach. However, the abundance of resources beneath the waves meant that Wu Jinyu did not pursue the escaping shrimp, but instead focused on catching another one resting on a stone pile. She happily tossed them into her backpack, reveling in her bounty. Yet, as she continued her shrimp-catching endeavor, a plant began to view her as a shrimp to be ensnared. The ordinary seaweed that had entwined around her feet had now transformed into vibrant blue seaweed emerging from the stone piles. Chapter 46, The Blue Algae, a familiar technique. The scuba diving equipment was inherently cumbersome, coupled with the kaleidoscopic hues of the algae atop the stone pile, all shimmering brightly. Wu Jinyu initially sensed no difference beneath her feet. The sensation of stepping on the algae was merely slippery, drifting along with the sea currents around her ankles. However, as she tossed a shrimp, nearly burrowing into the crevices of the stone pile, into her backpack, a sudden disquietude gripped her. It was an indescribable feeling, yet if one were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, it would be that her mind issued a warning to flee. Wu Jinyu had always trusted her instincts, which had guided her through numerous perils in this world, enabling her to evade the assaults of monstrous beasts and survive thus far. This innate intuition, honed on Blue Star, had seamlessly transitioned into this realm, with the attribute points awarded for her accomplishments elevating her mental acuity. The increase of 5 points in her mental value had significantly sharpened her instincts. Upon receiving a warning from her brain, her immediate thought was to escape, yet, she remained composed. After depositing the last shrimp into her backpack, she turned her gaze toward the large black fish, which was still foraging amidst the stone pile about 50 meters away. She extracted the underwater whistle from her gear and grasped it firmly in her left hand while her right hand held the buoyancy control device. The blue algae sprawled across the stone pile grew increasingly vibrant, their starlight enveloping Wu Jinyu. The multicolored algae gradually coalesced into a singular hue. Whoosh! Wu Jinyu forcefully blew the whistle, simultaneously twisting the control device counterclockwise with her right hand. The scuba gear propelled her swiftly upwards. The algae, once entwined around her ankles, were severed in an instant. As she ascended rapidly through the water, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Pain throbbed in her chest, accompanied by a faint ringing in her ears. She recognized that such swift ascent from the depths could be perilous. She had descended slowly earlier, hence felt little discomfort. However, the abrupt reduction in pressure during her rapid ascent left her feeling unwell. The scuba equipment had alleviated much of this pressure, yet even so, she struggled to breathe. She dared not gamble that the algae would react when she called for the large black fish. Thus, she resorted to this perilous escape. Fortunately, these symptoms soon subsided considerably. The moment Wu Jinyu blew the whistle, the large black fish swam toward her. It grasped the tank on her back in its mouth and dragged her aside, allowing her to readjust the control device's settings. Grasping the fish's fin, Wu Jinyu endeavored to straighten herself, inhaling deeply. Indeed, the depths of the sea were not a hospitable domain. After a brief respite, Wu Jinyu lowered her head and finally beheld the creature that had set her mind ablaze with alarm. The once vibrant multicolored algae had transformed entirely into a singular shade, a dazzling blue. Countless strands of blue algae extended from the stone pile, undulating as they spread across the surface, intertwining to form larger entities that seemed to seek out Wu Jinyu's presence. When motionless or swaying with the currents, these algae resembled benign plants, yet, when they moved, they instilled a sense of dread, akin to a doll suddenly twisting its head in horror. The once beautiful facade now appeared menacing. Wu Jinyu felt a chill run down her back. This anomalous plant was entirely different from the one she had encountered during her previous escapade. Who would have thought that within the narrow crevices of the stone pile, such a colossal organism could be concealed? It was likely that this aberrant plant, with so many shrimp residing on the stone pile, would indiscriminately seize a few to satiate its hunger. Wu Jinyu observed as the shrimp, originally resting on the stone pile, became ensnared by the creeping tendrils of the anomalous plant, subjected to digestion until they lay motionless, leaving not even a shell behind. This marked her second close encounter with an aberrant organism. The first had occurred only when she attempted to retrieve its fruit. It was difficult to determine which was more formidable, yet both elicited a shiver down her spine. Gazing at the algae before her, Wu Jinyu pondered whether to advance or retreat. Suddenly, the thought struck her regarding the toxic serpent meat that had fallen after she vanquished the sea snake on the surface. Previously, she had fed toxic flesh to an anomalous plant, which had rendered it temporarily incapacitated, demonstrating the effectiveness of the poisonous meat. If she were to offer this vast expanse of algae-like anomalous plant the toxic serpent meat, could it potentially incapacitate them all? With resolve, she retrieved 2 portions of white-spined sea snake meat from her backpack and instructed the large black fish to guide her downward. She had considered having the large black fish carry her down to drop the meat, but she feared that this gluttonous creature might succumb to temptation and indulge before she had the chance to toss it. If the anomalous plant were not poisoned, yet the large black fish succumbed to the toxin, it would be a loss. Despite the extensive territory occupied by this anomalous plant, she doubted whether the serpent meat would drift down to reach it from such a height. The large black fish, still clutching the tank on her back, gradually descended. Once they reached a certain depth, the anomalous plant sensed the aroma of food wafting from above, its tendrils reaching skyward. Though she had prepared herself for this moment, witnessing the anomalous plant up close still filled Wu Jinyu with trepidation. Beautiful yet perilous, after discarding the serpent meat, the large black fish circled above the anomalous plant, waiting for the effects to take hold. The fish swam about, occasionally snatching a bite of passing small fish, while Wu Jinyu sat quietly upon its back, contemplating her mission. After a while, she sensed that the large black fish was indulging in a mischievous streak. It seemed aware of her fear of the anomalous plant below. Occasionally, it would lower her to observe the algae closely or spiral above them, then dive suddenly to startle her. It was only after she playfully patted its head that it seemed satisfied, ascending once more, again and again. Wearing a breathing mask underwater, she found herself unable to voice her disapproval of the large black fish's antics. Realizing that it was merely teasing her, without truly allowing her to engage with the anomalous plant, she acquiesced to its whims. How had she ever perceived the large black fish as fearsome? The more she interacted with it, the more playful it seemed. After some time, Wu Jinyu looked down to find that the serpent meat she had previously discarded upon the algae had been nearly digested. Only remnants of serpent skin clung to the surface. The algae appeared unchanged, still glimmering with an ethereal blue light. Could it be that the white-spined sea snake meat had no effect on it? Riding atop the large black fish for a closer inspection, she discerned no apparent issues. Frustrated by the waste of 2 pieces of serpent meat, she resolved not to squander any more time and patted the large black fish's back, intending to depart. The large black fish released a bubble, flicked its head, and swam towards the direction of the wooden boat, with both hands gripping the scales on its back. The seawater splashing against her mask obscured her vision. The large black fish accelerated, prompting her to pat it forcefully to slow down. After covering some distance, Wu Jinyu couldn't resist glancing back at the patch of algae. To her astonishment, the once sprawling anomalous plant had vanished, leaving only a few strands of algae on the stone pile. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly directed the large black fish to return. Just moments ago, it had been thrashing about, and now it had inexplicably retreated into the crevices of the stone pile. Observing the anomalous plant retracting all its algae strands back into the stone pile, Wu Jinyu was left utterly perplexed, yet she was certain that her white-spined sea snake meat had proven effective. Once dismounted from the large black fish, she circled the stone pile twice, searching for a larger opening, but found none and could not discern the situation within. What was she to do? Just as Wu Jinyu stood pondering, the liberated large black fish darted off to catch fish and hunt shrimp. Reveling in its newfound freedom. As she watched the large black fish frolic, a sudden recollection of its earlier clam-eating antics sparked an idea in her mind. She believed she had discovered a means to unlock the stone pile. Chapter 47, The Hunt for Exotic Flora and the Poisoning of the Great Blackfish. Reaching out to summon the great blackfish back, Wu Jinyu gently caressed its large head. In the depths of the ocean, communication was impossible, thus, she picked up a clam from the pile of stones, pointing at its sizable tail and then at the clam. The great blackfish mistakenly believed Wu Jinyu desired it to crack the clam open for her. It extended its head and nudged the clam from her grasp. With a powerful flick of its tail, the clam shell shattered, revealing the still wriggling clam meat inside. The great blackfish excitedly swam around her twice, pushing the broken clam towards her mouth. After seizing the clam, Wu Jinyu noticed the great blackfish had nudged another clam with its head, preparing to offer her yet another. She quickly intervened, for she did not genuinely wish for the great blackfish to feed her. Embracing the fish's head, she spread her fingers to indicate the shattered clam, mimicking a punching motion, and gestured towards the stone pile, then patted its large tail. Use your tail like a hammer to break apart that stone pile. The vividness of her actions finally conveyed her intent to the great blackfish. Not desiring the clam, but rather the treasures concealed within the stone, though the great blackfish was perplexed, it complied. With two resounding crashes, the once solid stone pile crumbled, unveiling its hidden contents. Just as she had anticipated, the entirety of the stone pile concealed the habitat of the exotic flora. The large stones were merely covered by a thin layer of rock, beneath which lay a hollow space. The vanished exotic plant had now huddled deep within the stone pile. Wu Jinyu drew forth her dagger and slowly swam closer to its side. The great blackfish also spotted the cluster of algae hidden beneath. Spitting out the shrimp shell from its mouth, it circled around Wu Jinyu, swiftly approaching the exotic plant. Glancing around cautiously, just as she was carefully nearing it, the great blackfish suddenly whipped its head and clamped down on one end of the algae. Wu Jinyu halted, momentarily stunned. She watched as the great blackfish slurped up the majority of the algae as if it were noodles, chewing vigorously. Only a portion of the algae remained, still writhing at the base of the stone pile, as most had already been consumed. The great blackfish chewed with remarkable speed. As Wu Jinyu observed its actions, a thought struck her. She had just fed this exotic plant toxic sea snake flesh. During her time at the shelter, she had similarly dealt with various beasts by feeding them poisonous meat. Those creatures, without exception, transformed their flesh into toxic material after consuming the poisonous meat. Would the great blackfish now be poisoned as well? With this alarming thought, she could no longer ignore the remaining algae. She swiftly swam to the great blackfish's side, straining to pry its mouth open. The fish continued to chew, its jaws tightly sealed. Desperate, Wu Jinyu raised her hand and forcefully slapped its mouth several times. "Open your mouth, you foolish fish." The great blackfish, feeling the human incessantly scratching at its mouth while bubbles continued to escape, was bewildered. Wu Jinyu persisted, prying and slapping, desperately digging at its lips. Sensing the pressure at its mouth, the great blackfish reluctantly opened its jaws. In the pitch darkness, the algae were nowhere to be seen. Wu Jinyu grew more anxious, plunging her hand into its mouth, fully extending her arm inside. Yet, she found nothing. Drawing her hand back, she slapped her forehead in frustration. It was all her fault for challenging that exotic plant. The great blackfish, with its round eyes, stared at the human before it, occasionally glancing at the half-eaten plant nearby. It found the morsel delightful, and wanted more. Wu Jinyu noticed the longing in its eyes and struck its back with force, exasperated. "You glutton, now look where you are headed, about to face the same fate as that exotic plant." The great blackfish sensed something was amiss in the human's gaze, an amalgamation of urgency, anger, and sorrow. It did not comprehend. All it wished for was to continue feasting on that crunchy delight. Seeing that the great blackfish remained fixated on the exotic plant, Wu Jinyu's frustration mounted. Releasing her grip on its mouth, she swiftly swam towards the plant. Drawing her dagger, she seized the remaining strands of algae with one hand while puncturing its roots with the other. Having endured the poisonous meat previously and now with the great blackfish having devoured most of its body, the exotic plant was already on the brink of death. After venting her frustration with a few jabs, she forcefully plunged downward, uprooting. Iron Treasure Chest 1, Iron Blocks 10. Congratulations, player, for being the first to complete their Hunt for Exotic Flora achievement in Huaxia District 47, receiving an additional achievement point, Iron Treasure Chest 1, and 1 attribute point to allocate. Upon witnessing the announcement on the light screen, Wu Jinyu felt no joy whatsoever. If completing this achievement meant losing the great black fish, she would rather forego it altogether. Clutching her dagger, she sank back, reclining on the stone pile. What to do now? The great black fish, realizing the algae strands it craved had vanished, blew several bubbles in exasperation. It scanned the surroundings and discovered another pile of stones in the distance, adorned with numerous corals and small fish swimming within. It desired to feast on them. Swimming to Wu Jinyu, who appeared utterly despondent, it nudged her with its head, seeking her company to venture towards the small fish. Wu Jinyu lay on the stones, feeling the persistent nudging of the great black fish. She rolled over to the side, waiting to see how long it would take for the poison to take effect. The great black fish, sensing her reluctance to accompany it, swam anxiously around her. It would glance towards the small fish on the distant stone pile, then back at the human lying before it. The great black fish was vexed. It was truly distressed. It wished to eat fish but also needed to bring this human along. It could not afford to lose her. Thus, it exerted some force, flipping Wu Jinyu over, biting onto her air tank, and dragging her towards the stone pile. Wu Jinyu's knees scraped against the stones, fearing her diving suit might tear. Reluctantly, she mounted the back of the great black fish. The great black fish swiftly swam to another stone pile, herding the fish hiding in the crevices. After a playful interlude, it gulped down the small fish, chewing them a few times before swallowing. Wu Jinyu observed the great black fish for a full 15 minutes as it engaged in this amusement. It took her from one coral pile to another, chasing small fish, occasionally battling with other exotic creatures, all while completely disregarding the human on its back. Wu Jinyu transitioned from her initial despondency to questioning her existence. How could the great black fish still possess such vitality? Was it truly poisoned? Sliding off its back, she swam to its front, scrutinizing its head from above and below. There was no lethargy, no discoloration. It appeared just as it always had, its face still as dark as ever. The great black fish initially allowed her to hold it, but as she continued to poke and prod, it abruptly shook its head, freeing itself from her grasp and tossing her back onto its back. Chapter 48, Spoils of War. A large blackfish. Whoosh! The large blackfish surfaced alongside her. With a swift motion, she removed the breathing tube from her mouth and took a deep breath. Noticing that Wu Jinyu lingered motionless, the fish seized the oxygen tank behind her and began to tow her towards the wooden boat. After much effort, she finally climbed aboard, where Bobo and Squirrel eagerly burrowed into her embrace, chattering animatedly. Squirrel even reached out with its tiny claws to fiddle with the buoyancy device of her scuba gear. Wu Jinyu cradled the two little creatures, gently ruffling their heads before turning her gaze back to the large blackfish. It continued to circle the boat, occasionally blowing bubbles. At that moment, she was truly reassured that the fish had not been poisoned. Silly fish, making her worry. With a beckoning gesture, the blackfish swam closer. Wu Jinyu playfully tapped its head a couple of times. The fish, however, seemed utterly indifferent to her light reprimands. Seeing the fish maintain its carefree demeanor, Wu Jinyu had no choice but to call out loudly from the edge of the boat. Grasping its lips and locking eyes with it, she couldn't help but admonish, "Next time you accompany me into the sea, you must refrain from indiscriminately consuming anything, understood, especially the little fish or moving plants I have fed you. You cannot eat them, do you hear me?" The blackfish nudged her wrist with its head, signaling its comprehension before diving beneath the surface to chase after small fish. With the fish seemingly unscathed, Wu Jinyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She affectionately patted the heads of the two little creatures, then removed her diving gear and stowed it in her backpack. Taking out a bottle of mineral water, she sipped a couple of times, freshening up her face and hair, then popped a meat floss pastry into her mouth. Her stamina had dipped to 3 after this dive. It truly demanded a great deal of energy. Most of her time underwater had been spent riding the blackfish, leaving her little opportunity to swim on her own. Had she ventured to swim a few laps herself, she likely would have experienced the sluggishness that comes with dipping below 2 stamina. After swallowing the meat floss pastry, she pulled up the fishing net from underwater. Wooden treasure chest 1. After stowing the net, she glanced at the time. It was already past 4 o'clock. She had spent nearly an hour beneath the waves. With another drop of the net, it would be time to return. Tossing the net back into the water, she leaned against the boat's edge to rest, closing her eyes to rejuvenate. The two little creatures had not left her side since her return and had snuggled up to sleep with her. After a brief respite, she shifted the two little ones to the shelter of her backpack to shield them from the rain. Rising to her feet, she tapped the edge of the boat with the handle of her knife. "Large blackfish, bring me 2 more exotic creatures, but don't make them too strong." Hearing Wu Jinyue's call while still engaged in chasing small fish, the large blackfish surfaced with a bubbling sound, glanced at her, then dove back into the depths. With the fish now on its way, Wu Jinyu retrieved her exotic plant spoils from her backpack. Green shrimp 42, clam 35. The shrimp and clams she had collected from the sea were quite plentiful. Wu Jinyu had no intention of selling them in the trading market. It had been nearly 2 months since she last indulged in shrimp, and her cravings had grown insatiable. She recalled possessing an iron pot and resolved to cook something delicious once she returned to her shelter. In addition to these seafood treasures, there was another item that piqued Wu Jinyue's interest. Water-repellent pearl. When held in the mouth, it allows for 30 minutes of underwater breathing. The only drawback is that it can only be used once a day. Turning the pearl over in her hand, she contemplated her scuba gear. Both items enabled her to breathe freely underwater, yet each possessed unique advantages and disadvantages. The water-repellent pearl was lighter and could be used simply by holding it in her mouth, but its usage time was limited to a mere 30 minutes per day. Conversely, while the scuba gear was heavier, it allowed for unlimited use as long as she had the stamina. Moreover, when faced with exotic plants earlier, had it not been for her gear alleviating the underwater pressure, she might have suffered a lung injury while surfacing rapidly. In comparison, the scuba gear was evidently more versatile, while the pearl was more suitable for occasional shallow dives. Wu Jinyu carefully stored the pearl, then playfully rubbed the heads of the little creatures, scratching their chins. After another tumble into the sea, both would require a good wash upon returning home. The two little ones, previously sprawled beneath her backpack, suddenly sensed a chill at their backs, as if someone were keeping a watchful eye on them. Armed with her dagger, Wu Jinyu sat patiently on the boat, awaiting the return of the large blackfish. Her spirits were high. Soon she would be able to return and enjoy a warm bath. After a brief wait, she spotted the large blackfish swimming toward her from a distance, clutching an octopus in its mouth. Before the fish even approached, it tossed the octopus onto the wooden boat and turned to swim away. Observing the fish's nonchalant demeanor, Wu Jinyu pondered whether it would become annoyed if she visited every day. With a swift motion, she dispatched the octopus that had landed before her, then resumed her aimless gaze across the sea surface. Wooden treasure chest 1, octopus tentacles 8, ink sac 1, filter gills 1. After sorting through her backpack, Wu Jinyu looked up at the still overcast skies. The rain had fallen for several hours without respite. Bobo and Squirrel's fur had remained damp since entering this map. Whenever a gust of wind swept across the sea, the two little ones could only seek refuge beneath the backpack. Wu Jinyu felt a pang of sympathy. She vaguely recalled that a treasure chest had yielded a raincoat a few days prior, and she resolved to ensure they were well protected the next time she ventured here. Wu Jinyu shifted slightly, attempting to shield herself from the wind whipping across the water. The little rabbit and squirrel nestled beneath the backpack, drowsily succumbing to sleep. After a while, the large blackfish returned once more, this time bringing back another octopus, though this one was significantly larger than those caught previously. However, it appeared to be in a foul mood. As it approached the wooden boat, Wu Jinyu finally got a good look at it. Its head was splattered with ink. Despite floating and sinking in the water, it had failed to wash off the inky mess. The large blackfish stared at Wu Jinyu for a moment, then, as if to vent its frustration, it flung the octopus it held into the air with force. Wu Jinyu watched as the octopus soared skyward, its tentacles flailing wildly. Plop, the octopus fell back into the sea, struggling to escape. However, without 3 of its limbs, it was utterly helpless, repeatedly tossed into the air and dropped by the large black fish. Wu Jinyu hurriedly raised her hand to intervene. Large black fish, stop throwing it. Toss it onto the boat first. She observed the octopus, which was on the verge of succumbing. If it were thrown a few more times, it would surely perish. Reluctantly, the large black fish tossed the octopus into the air one last time before finally depositing it onto the boat, then sulked at the boat's edge, refusing to circle or blow bubbles. Wu Jinyu quickly dealt with the octopus that had been tossed her way. Iron Treasure Chest 1, Octopus Tentacles 5, Filter Gills 2. After dispatching the octopus, Wu Jinyu tucked her dagger into her pocket and beckoned the still grumpy large black fish. Come here, large black fish. Let me see what this ink is all about. Your head was already dark enough, and now I can't even see your eyes. The large black fish obediently swam up to her, straining to raise its head for her inspection. Chapter 49, The Foggy Map. Boiled seafood. As Wu Jinyu drew closer, she discerned the inky substance adorning the head of the large black fish. Though referred to as ink, it resembled more a clump of viscous black mud smeared upon it. The relentless caress of the sea had not washed it away, rather, it accentuated the ink's glistening sheen. Wu Jinyu found herself at a loss as to how to remove this ink, hesitant to touch it for fear that it might cling to her fingers, rendering her predicament dire. She rummaged through her backpack and retrieved a scale from the white-spined sea serpent she had previously encountered. Given the serpent's considerable size, its scales were correspondingly large, each one nearly the size of a palm. Holding the scale with its sharp edge facing inward, Wu Jinyu scraped at the ink with a couple of strokes. It appeared to be somewhat effective. A portion of the ink was removed. The ink indeed scraped off much like mud. As she continued, she felt significant resistance while scraping downwards, akin to digging through sludge. The ink that had been scraped off adhered to one end of the scale, and with a swift flick of her wrist, she sent the entire mass cascading into the sea. After a prolonged effort, she finally paused, observing the large black fish before her, still adorned with several streaks of ink upon its head. She wiped the sweat from her brow. It was undoubtedly a laborious task, seeing that the remaining traces of ink were stubbornly resistant to her efforts. Wu Jinyu ceased her scraping and patted the fish's dorsal fin. All right, I believe we've done enough. You should dive into the sea and see if you can wash away the remnants of ink from your head. The blackfish responded with a bubble released from its mouth before diving beneath the water's surface. Wu Jinyu reclined against the edge of the boat, watching as the blackfish frolicked upon the water's surface, occasionally leaping over the wooden vessel and splashing water onto it. Amused by the fish's playful antics, she decided against asking it to seek out any more exotic beasts. Her backpack was already overflowing. She set about organizing her belongings, tucking smaller items like the water-repellent pearls into her pockets. Those compact and space-efficient treasures were now safely stowed away. The larger and more numerous items, however, remained dutifully in her pack. After one final haul of the fishing net yielded a wooden box, Wu Jinyu shouldered her backpack, secured the smaller items, and called out to the blackfish. Big blackfish. It's time for me to return home. The blackfish, which had been engaged in a skirmish with another creature at a distance, promptly abandoned its foe and swam back to the side of the wooden boat. In an instant, as Wu Jinyu prepared to stow the boat, she plunged into the sea with a splash and swam to the blackfish. Uncertain of her current score, she suspected she had secured the top position, thanks to the assistance of the blackfish. Grasping its head, she affectionately rubbed it before embracing the creature. Thank you, big blackfish. I must return home now, but I shall visit you again. The blackfish wriggled free from Wu Jinyu's increasingly vigorous grip, circled around her twice, and then gracefully sank into the depths, vanishing from sight. Wu Jinyu activated her holographic screen and clicked on her personal profile. Unlimited exploration time, with the option to exit the map immediately. Yes, although Wu Jinyu had mentally prepared herself for being ejected, she could not escape the violent winds of the foggy region. Bang! Once again, she, along with a rabbit and a squirrel, was unceremoniously expelled from the mist. This time, she barely had time to roll before she landed flat on the ground in a graceless manner. The impact felt even more painful than before. Supporting herself on her waist and rear, she rose from the ground. Leaning against a nearby tree, she rubbed her lower back and bent slightly to alleviate the discomfort. Why did it feel as though this foggy map held a grudge against her? Each ejection seemed more forceful than the last. After a moment to recover from the pain in her back, Wu Jinyu straightened up and brushed off her shoulders. Bobo, squirrel. The two small creatures promptly leaped from her backpack to her shoulders, with Bobo even letting out soft chirps as it nuzzled against her neck. Gently patting their heads, Wu Jinyu set off along the path she had come, glancing at the time. It read for :45. She had returned home earlier than usual today. The shelter still had a multitude of tasks left. The land in front of the shelter lay in disarray due to the slaughter of the aberrant beasts, with the two little ones guiding her. They evaded the creatures lurking in the cedar forest, and after plucking a few leaves, the trio finally made their way back to the shelter. Scattered remnants of wood, remnants from the construction of numerous bonfires, littered the ground before the shelter. The claws of the aberrant beasts had also left their mark, turning the soil. Wu Jinyu first set the two little ones down in a nearby thicket, allowing them to entertain themselves. The two bonfires she had lit that morning still flickered with life as she grabbed an iron bucket, filling it with water from the brook before placing it over the flames to boil. After stretching her back, she retrieved an iron pot from her storage box and set it atop the bonfire. She craved seafood, pouring 3 bottles of mineral water into the pot and gazing at the unseasoned liquid. Wu Jinyu opened the world channel and called out, "If anyone has ginger or soy sauce, please message me for a trade." Almost immediately, a few more individuals added themselves to her application list, which had originally been at 99. Selecting one that caught her eye, she traded 4 pieces of wood for a bag of ginger and a small bottle of soy sauce. With a dagger, she sliced a few pieces and tossed them into the pot, sitting beside it as she awaited the water to boil. Opening her friend list, she clicked on Qingzhou's chat interface. "Wu Jinyu, I'm back. Are you still trading rubber for an axe?" Qingzhou, yes. Wu Jinyu rose and ventured into the shelter, rummaging through a corner of the room until she uncovered a C-grade iron axe with a durability of 70. Wu Jinyu sad smiley image. "I'll list this in the trading wall." Barely 2 seconds after listing it, the mall indicated that the item had been traded. Qingzhou, thank you, big shot. Wu Jinyu closed the light screen, pouring some shrimp and clams into the boiling water. She watched as the shrimp transformed from a bluish hue to a vibrant red, and the clams began to open their shells, bubbling away in the pot. Leaning in to inhale the delightful aroma, she turned to the two little ones, calling, "Bobo. Squirrel, it's time to eat." The two little ones, who had been engrossed in a game of chase, immediately halted their activities and hurried towards the bonfire. They were eager for their meal. The two little ones were quite enthusiastic about dining. The flames were nearly singeing their fur, and Wu Jinyu lifted them, one in each hand, placing them on a platter of leaves. After retrieving the seafood, she rinsed it with mineral water, then set 2 shrimp before them. The squirrel quickly extended its paws to grasp the shrimp, devouring it voraciously. Meanwhile, the little rabbit regarded the fragrant shrimp with a solemn expression. Wu Jinyu recognized that Bobo was about to perform a jubilant dance akin to the one it had done upon encountering the sunflower fruit previously. Gently tapping its nose, she too indulged in a shrimp, speaking as she savored it. "If Bobo doesn't eat soon, the squirrel will finish 2 shrimp, and you won't have consumed a single one." Upon hearing this, the little rabbit turned its head to glance at the squirrel, which was relishing its meal. Noticing that the squirrel had already devoured half of its shrimp, it quickly bowed its head, burying its face in the shrimp, and began to eat with fervor. Bobo aimed to consume the most shrimp. Both little ones were now engrossed in their feast, while Wu Jinyu collected the shrimp and clams, placing them in the family's solitary stainless steel bowl. She now desired to cook some rice. A few days ago, she had discovered a bag of rice in a treasure chest, and she wanted to try it out. Seafood paired with rice sounded delightful. She placed the rinsed rice into the pot, adding an appropriate amount of water. Sitting beside the bonfire, she continued to savor the seafood while monitoring the cooking process. The little ones favored the shrimp, yet they showed no aversion to the clams, especially after Wu Jinyu added a few drops of soy sauce to their seafood, which heightened their enthusiasm for the meal. The bonfire dried her clothes, while the little one's fur became particularly fluffy. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed tiny grains of salt sprinkled throughout. She gently ruffled their fur, further solidifying her resolve to give them a bath. Using a twig, she poked at the bonfire before stepping inside the house to retrieve the towels for the little one's fur, draping them beside the iron bucket. The little ones were too engrossed in their meal to notice her actions. Wu Jinyu stood at the doorway, surveying the shelter, which remained intact, nodding in satisfaction. She was certain to receive the additional reward for maintaining the shelter's damage below 30. Yet, upon observing the still somewhat rudimentary dwelling, she checked the upgrade requirements for the shelter. Upgrading from thatched cottage, advanced, to wooden house, beginner, requires wood 60, iron blocks 10, Iron nails 50. Having traded so many bonfires today, she realized that this quantity of wood was more than sufficient for her to upgrade. Chapter 50, Seafood Rice. How Luyun, would you like to spend 60 wood, 10 iron blocks, and 50 iron nails to upgrade the thatched cottage, advanced, to a wooden house, beginner? Yes. Submission successful. Please be patient for 30 minutes, as the shelter is undergoing optimization and upgrades. 30 minutes, longer than the 5 minutes it took to upgrade the thatched cottage. Wu Jinyu sat back down beside the fire, and upon noticing the absence of bubbling sounds from the pot, she lifted the lid. A delightful aroma of rice wafted towards her, with a golden crust forming around the perimeter of the iron pot, resembling crispy rice. Donning her outdoor gloves, she removed the iron pot from the fire. After drizzling a circle of soy sauce over the rice and mixing it in, she added a pinch of salt and some MSG. She then placed the remaining seafood into the pot, stirring it thoroughly before sampling a spoonful. The flavor was delightful, thus, a visually appealing serving of seafood rice was ready to be served. The two little ones nearby continued to enjoy their boiled seafood, heads bowed in concentration. Would you like some seafood rice? Wu Jinyu asked, scratching the chins of the two small creatures. Despite having consumed a fair amount of shrimp and clams, they still showed great interest in the mention of seafood rice. The little rabbit even climbed up her pant leg to peer into the pot from her lap. Bobo, the little rabbit, was eager for seafood rice. The squirrel nodded in agreement, crawling softly from its place on the leaves. Setting the little rabbit back on the ground, Wu Jinyu retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the stainless steel bowl and scooped some rice for them. Go ahead, but once you finish this, you'll have to stop. Look at your little bellies, they're so round. She couldn't resist giving their plump bellies a gentle rub. Bobo, Dardar, the little rabbit and squirrel protested vehemently against Wu Jinyu's playful antics but were unable to resist the allure of the seafood rice. After a couple of protests, they went back to eating. Wu Jinyu then placed the now lukewarm iron pot before herself and began to eat, simultaneously opening the light screen to peruse some entertainment. Why hasn't Wu Jinyu's score moved for so long? This is untenable. The number of beasts seems to be increasing. Has anyone managed to obtain frost grass from killing the beasts? Could someone with experience explain the use of frost grass? Mineral water for wood. Mineral water for wood. Interested parties, please add me directly. As Wu Jinyu indulged in her meal, she scrolled through the comments. Suddenly, a familiar ID caught her eye. Hao Luyun, has anyone successfully added Wu Jinyu as a friend? Isn't he that the second-ranked player? The atmosphere in the channel became lively as players noted someone finally speaking up on the leaderboard. Has anyone been approved? I certainly haven't. Neither have I. 1. I've applied every hour. It must be dozens of times by now. Wu Jinyu only speaks occasionally, and it's mostly about trading resources. She hardly chats. Those discussing trades with her must have been added, but I wonder who they are. Meanwhile, Ji Qingju, having spent an entire afternoon hunting beasts, finally found a moment to rest in the shelter. Upon opening the World Channel, he stumbled upon these messages. He had indeed added her as a friend, but he had no intention of making himself known in the World Channel. After closing the light screen and finishing a bottle of water, he returned to his side quests. Wu Jinyu observed the players in the World Channel, speculating on how many friends she had added. Scratching her head, she realized she didn't know the exact number. She reopened her friend list. Chen Lihan, Li Lingling, Ji Qingju, Chen Jing, and 3 players trading materials. In total, she had only 7 friends. It seemed rather few. For her, friends were merely a means for exchanging resources and information. The quantity mattered little to her, however. Seeing Hao Luyun persistently inquiring about whether anyone had successfully added her piqued her curiosity. She opened her friend request list and found Hao Luyun's name among the applicants. After taking another bite of rice, she clicked to approve the friend request. In the World Channel, Hao Luyun's comments abruptly ceased. Players began to speculate whether he had indeed managed to add Wu Jinyu as a friend, but only he knew if the friendship had been established. Within 5 seconds of Wu Jinyu approving his request, messages from the other side came pouring in. Hao Luyun, are you watching the World Channel? Why aren't you responding to me? Hao Luyun, why hasn't your score moved? Do you think we behind you are incapable of catching up, so you've decided to stop? Wu Jinyu, what do you mean? Wu Jinyu had not anticipated that her mere return from an unopened map, intending to eat, bathe and upgrade her shelter, would attract such scrutiny over her score. Furthermore, she preferred not to post messages in the bustling world channel filled with hundreds of thousands of players, except for resource exchanges. Hao Luyun, you've stopped pushing your score because you find us behind lacking, and it's no longer interesting to compete, is that it? Wu Jinyu, your imagination is quite vivid. Wu Jinyu wished to avoid this topic. She had not returned to the shelter since the map was closed. With frost grass present, hunting beasts was impossible. She merely wanted to know if the second-ranked Hao Luyun had dropped anything of interest while hunting beasts, yet she could not directly ask As the second on the leaderboard. Could he possibly trade something she desired? Temporarily ignoring his messages, Wu Jinyu turned her attention to the leaderboard scores. First place, Wu Jinyu, score 1484. Second place, Hao Luyun, score 632. Third place, Nailin Yuting, score 603. Scores above 600 indicated a considerable number of beasts had been slain. Had she not dealt with that seahorse and sea snake, earning 1,000 points, her ranking would not have surpassed his. Wu Jinyu, hold on, let me ask you something, did you obtain any frost grass? Hao Luyun, I did. Wu Jinyu, did you plant it? Hao Luyun, no, Nailin Yuting advised against planting it, saying that doing so would prevent beasts from appearing in the shelter. Wu Jinyu, isn't he that convenient? I have frost grass planted near my shelter, so my score is currently stagnant. Is there a problem with that? Seeing Wu Jinyu's reply, Hao Luyun seemed anxious, bombarding her with a flurry of messages. Hao Luyun, I thought you understood the purpose of frost grass, that's such a waste of time spent hunting beasts. Sigh, if you planted it, don't uproot it, it might be a waste otherwise. Another chatty individual, much like Chen Lihan, Wu Jinyu mused. Wu Jinyu, even if I planted it, there's nothing to be done, my score is sufficient, and I deserve a break. How many beasts did you kill to obtain frost grass? After I killed the last beast, I found nothing but frost grass. Chapter 51, Communication Breakdown. The two little ones are forced to bathe. Hao Luyun, it seems to have dropped a little over 2 hours ago, after defeating an intermediate beast. It was not just frosty grass that dropped. There were treasure chests and other items as well. Wu Jinyu, the last beast I killed only dropped frosty grass, nothing else came from it. Hao Luyun, perhaps your luck is simply not as high. My frosty grass dropped alongside a treasure chest. Wu low luck, Jinyu gazed calmly at the light screen, continuing to type. Wu Jinyu, that might be the case, after all, I didn't obtain anything noteworthy from my treasure chests either. Hao Luyun, don't be disheartened. Even if luck is not on your side, just look at your points, you've killed quite a few beasts and will catch up in no time. Wu Jinyu, but that doesn't compensate for the disparity in the scarcity of dropped resources. I only receive beast meat, and the treasure chests yield nothing but food. What did you receive? The first statement was a lament, but the latter was her true inquiry. Hao Luyun, my luck isn't high either. I also received primarily beast meat. Treasure chests yielding food is quite good, all I get are edibles, which is why I eat 5 meals a day. On the other side, noticing Wu Jinyu's silence, Hao Luyun propped his head in contemplation. He then opened Nailin Yuting's chat interface and earnestly composed a message. Hao Luyun, do you think it's feasible for me to recruit Wu Jinyu into our survival squad? Nailin Yuting. Are you out of your mind? Wu Jinyu hasn't even accepted my friend request, how could she possibly join us? Hao Luyun refrained from responding to her, redirecting his attention to Wu Jinyu's friend interface to commence his pitch. Hao Luyun, would you consider joining our survival squad? Our team shares information in real time. If you join, you will never again face a situation like today, losing precious time due to a lack of first-hand information on beast hunts. I am confident that your addition to our team would elevate us to new heights. What do you say? Will you join? Wu Jinyu, I'm afraid I am naturally socially anxious and prefer not to team up with anyone. After being rejected, Hao Luyun felt no vexation, merely reiterating the benefits of joining. Observing his relentless entreaties, Wu Jinyu felt a sense of exasperation. Was he genuinely simple-minded or merely pretending? Noting his persistence, Wu Jinyu decided that further equivocation was pointless, thus, she opted for straightforwardness. Wu Jinyu, I will not be joining your squad. Have you obtained any materials from your treasure chests I could exchange for other materials you might need? On the other end, Hao Yuyan scratched his head, bemused by the swift shift in conversation. Flipping through his backpack and storage chest, he realized he had plenty of food and drink, seemingly lacking for nothing. Hao Yuyan, I lack for nothing. Wu Jinyu resigned herself to the situation. Some individuals, like herself, would never disclose their prized possessions to others. Even in exchange, they would remain tight-lipped. Her lengthy conversation had solely aimed to discern what materials he possessed for potential trade. Yet, his final statement left her perplexed. Who could truly lack for anything beyond food? He must have weapons, clothing, and building materials. Did this mean Hao Yuyan was wealthier than her? Wu Jinyu also tapped her head, feeling rather speechless. Without obtaining the desired answer, she lost interest in continuing the conversation, leaving a brief note that she would go eat. She closed the light screen. She decided to focus on her own tasks. Bobo and Squirrel had already devoured the seafood rice on the leaves, with the cooldown for upgrading the shelter yet to expire. Remaining idle at its entrance felt like a waste of time. After washing the pots and pans by the creek, she hung up the clothesline she had exchanged with Chi Qingju. Settling back by the campfire, she gently stroked the backs of her two little companions. As she observed them perched on the leaves, an idea struck her regarding her next course of action. With her left hand grasping Bobo and her right hand holding Squirrel, Wu Jinyu headed toward the now cool iron bucket. After drying out in the sea, you two are covered in salt particles. Come, it's time for a good bath. The little rabbit, still oblivious to the impending bath, was lifted without a hint of concern. However, the astute Squirrel sensed something amiss upon seeing the sinister bucket of hot water, struggling to escape. Upon reaching the iron bucket, Wu Jinyu noticed Bobo's dazed expression and set it aside first. The little rabbit was easy to deceive and would not run away once released. Grabbing a towel, she wrapped it snugly around Squirrel's neck and secured it with a rubber band. The towel and band confined everything below its head. Thus, Squirrel transformed into a makeshift chicken wrap. Bobo, observing Squirrel's predicament, began to bounce around on the grass, attempting to mock Squirrel. With Squirrel bundled up, its head drooped, utterly defeated. Silly rabbit, laughing at me, you'll be the first to suffer soon. Once Squirrel was secured, Wu Jinyu lifted the little rabbit, first wetting the towel with warm water. She then gently wrapped it around Bobo, scrubbing away the salt particles. At this moment, the little rabbit finally realized they were about to bathe. Yet, Wu Jinyu's gentle movements left it somewhat bewildered. It felt far less violent than the previous day's scrubbing, allowing the little rabbit to acclimate. With droplets of water clinging to its fur, she then placed it into the iron bucket. As soon as it splashed into the warm water, its 4 little feet began to paddle awkwardly. The bucket was small, forcing it to flounder up and down. Wu Jinyu retrieved the shower gel she had prepared earlier, mixed it with water, and lathered it on Bobo. The once fluffy fur was now resembling a mango pit that had been sucked dry. The little rabbit detested the foam, utterly uncharacteristic of a swimming creature, and began to struggle. Bobo, woo-woo, Bobo. The small body exerted immense strength, thrashing in her grasp. Yet, resistance was futile. Wu Jinyu meticulously scrubbed the little rabbit from head to toe. Gazing at the foam-covered little rabbit, she playfully lifted its fur, causing the bubbles to stand upright. Bobo, you are now a little hedgehog. Wu Jinyu burst into laughter, caressing the little rabbit's head and scratching its chin. Realizing it could not escape her clutches, the little rabbit resigned itself, lying limply in her palm. Bobo felt utterly disheartened. She placed the little rabbit back into the iron bucket, allowing it to swim and wash off the foam. Reaching for the seemingly dead squirrel, Wu Jinyu did not untie the towel, instead gently submerging it in the water to soak. Once thoroughly damp, she followed the same process as with Bobo, scrubbing it clean from head to tail, ensuring each of its 3 tails received attention. Thus, the 2 little ones swam together in the iron bucket, occasionally splashing each other playfully or engaging in light-hearted tussles. Wu Jinyu sat nearby, observing their antics. At that moment, a chime sounded from the ring on her finger. Congratulations, player, for completing the achievement. Build a wooden house. Achievement points 1, reward. Iron treasure chest 1, copper ingots 5. Congratulations for being the first to complete their Build a Wooden House achievement in Huaxia District 47. additional reward, 1 achievement point, Iron Treasure Chest 1, and 1 distributable attribute point. Chapter 52. Upgrading the shelter and settling rewards. As Wu Jinyu turned her head, she was astonished to find that the humble thatched cottage had transformed into a square and sturdy wooden house. Observing the robust walls and the expanded territory, she quickly scrambled to her feet. Ordinary wooden house, a dwelling constructed from timber, impervious to easy destruction even by an axe, you have now acquired a fundamental understanding of shelter construction. After wrapping the 2 small creatures in towels and cradling them in her arms, Wu Jinyu pushed open the door of the wooden house. A glance around revealed that, aside from the bedding, all her belongings had been displaced. The upgraded shelter had significantly increased in size. The bedroom was more spacious, now featuring a small table and chair against the wall. The storage room's location remained unchanged, still positioned as it had been. To her delight, the wooden house had introduced a new bathroom. Although it lacked a separation between wet and dry areas, Wu Jinyu found it quite satisfactory. However, the bathroom was devoid of a toilet and water heater, containing only several downward pipes and a floor drain. It appeared she would have to install these amenities herself. After her tour, Wu Jinyu placed the 2 small creatures. Glancing at the time, she noticed that dusk was approaching. She hurriedly boiled 2 buckets of water and carried them into the bathroom. With the room's increased size, a single candle was no longer sufficient to illuminate the space. She retrieved 3 candles from her box, placing 1 in the storage room and 2 on the nightstand in the bedroom. Having completed these tasks, she turned and entered the storage room, crafting several large storage boxes to accommodate all the items from her backpack. With her belongings having multiplied significantly, she intended to categorize them to facilitate future retrieval, lest she find herself rummaging through each box as her possessions continued to grow. Once everything was organized, she sat at the small table, her gaze fixed intently on the leaderboard and the countdown timer. The deadline for the task was imminent. As the final second ticked away, the light screen once again sprung to life. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black. It was 6 o'clock. The little ball on the screen continued to bounce playfully, its cheerful voice emanating from within. Hello everyone, it's nice to see you again. Have you missed Qiuqiu? Qiuqiu has missed you all dearly. The first task after the protection period has concluded, and now Qiuqiu will announce the following rewards. Main quest completed, successfully surviving for 8 hours. Players whose shelter damage rate is below 30 will receive an additional reward, 1 teleportation stone. Subsequent dungeons will be opened, requiring players to use the teleportation stone to access them. As the little ball finished speaking, a stone materialized in the center of the shelter, landing on the ground and startling Wu Jinyu, who had been engrossed in the light screen. Bobo and Squirrel, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the stone, quickly leapt off the table and circled it. Wu Jinyu also rose from her chair and approached to pick up the stone. Teleportation stone. As long as you know the coordinates, there is no place I cannot reach. A friendly reminder, please ensure that the coordinates are set to the correct height, or you may find yourself buried underground or plummeting from the sky. This teleportation stone bears no responsibility for such mishaps. The little ball explained that this was a tool for accessing future dungeons. A valuable item indeed. She decided to store it away in the storage box. Her eyes returned to the light screen, where the once perfectly round little ball suddenly extended 2 hands, holding a piece of paper. It appeared to be reading the contents aloud. The transformed little ball, now adorned with black-framed glasses, exuded an air of composure. Side quest, eliminate the monster beasts. As of 6 o'clock, congratulations to the players whose scores have entered the top 100 of the leaderboard. Now, let Qiuqiu distribute the rewards for these players. Players ranked 51 to 100 will receive 1 expansion stone, 1 iron treasure chest, 5 iron blocks, and 10 wooden planks. Players ranked 11 to 50 will receive 2 expansion stones, 2 iron treasure chests, 10 iron blocks, and 20 wooden planks. Players ranked 4 to 10 will receive 5 expansion stones, 1 silver treasure chest, 10 iron blocks, 5 copper blocks, 5 aluminum blocks, and 20 wooden planks. The rewards for the aforementioned players have been distributed. Next, let us hear the rewards for the top 3 players. The little ball held up the paper in its hands, and the cheerful sounds emanating from it filled the light screen. causing Wu Jinyu to feel a twinge of excitement. The silver treasure chest awarded to players ranked 4 to 10 was enough to make her envious. She wondered what rewards awaited the first place winner. The player ranked 3rd, Nalan Yuting, will receive 5 expansion stones, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 black soil, 1 backpack slot, and 1 attribute point to allocate. The rewards for the 3rd place player eliminated all the basic materials, leaving only the rare ones. However, compared to the rewards for other rankings, that single attribute point seemed far more valuable in her eyes. Wu Jinyu rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the light screen, muttering to herself, "Then I suppose I have no basic materials left." After announcing Nalan Yuting's rewards, the little ball produced a small handheld firework cannon as if performing magic. Bang! With a squeeze of its hands, colorful fireworks erupted on the light screen, cascading down in a dazzling display. Wu Jinyu couldn't help but twitch her lips at the abstract yet ceremonious spectacle. After the celebration, the little ball retrieved the paper once more from behind, adjusting its glasses that appeared to lack lenses, and continued. The player ranked 2nd, Hao Luyun, will receive 8 expansion stones, 1 silver treasure chest, 2 black soils, 2 backpack slots, and 1 attribute point to allocate. Since we have just celebrated, we shall forego the festivities for the 2nd place winner. On the other side, Hao Luyun, who was intently watching the light screen, awaited the little ball's celebratory fireworks. Upon hearing the little ball's announcement, he could no longer contain his frustration. Rising from his bed, he pointed at the screen, indignantly exclaiming, "Why does Yuting get fireworks while I do not?" He wished to vent to Nalan Yuting, but since the light screen was controlled by the little ball, he was unable to change the page. Fuming, Hao Luyun sat back down on his bed, continuing to glare at the screen. Next, we shall announce the rewards for the first player on the side quest leaderboard in District 47, Wu Jinyu. Hearing this, Wu Jinyu instantly felt invigorated, straightening her posture to focus on the light screen. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on the screen, which had previously only displayed the little ball. "Would you like to open the camera for sharing?" Wu Jinyu. Before her mind could process the request, her hand swiftly clicked the no option. What a ridiculous proposition. Would she be sharing her camera with the little ball or with other players in the server? The thought was terrifying. She did not want anyone to see her appearance or the state of her shelter. The little ball, upon her selection of no, shook its head in disappointment. Regrettably, player Wu Jinyu has declined to open the camera to celebrate with everyone. Wu Jinyu glared at the little ball on the screen, its tone dripping with sarcasm, gritting her teeth. She knew it was all it's doing. All right, now let me announce the rewards for the player who ranks first in points. Chapter 53, Merging Zones. The Season of Mist. The small sphere rolled the paper in her hand to the very end and adjusted her glasses. Ranked first, player Wu Jinyu. Rewards. Expansion stones 10, silver treasure chest 1, black land 3, backpack slots 3, distributable attribute points 2, teleportation stone 1. Wu Jinyu sprang to her feet, exhilarated by the bountiful rewards. Bang! A gift package appeared abruptly in the sanctuary, much like the previous teleportation stone. She hastily pushed her chair aside and rushed over. The rewards were finally here. As she unwrapped the package, all the rewards she had just mentioned automatically transferred into her backpack. Wu Jinyu opened her backpack. The original 25 slots had now expanded to 28. Everything was neatly arranged within the compartments. Rising, she stuffed them all into the storage box, planning to organize them later. Clicking on her personal profile, Wu Jinyu allocated all the distributable attribute points she had earned today into her mental value. Player, Wu Jinyu. Age, 22. Stamina, 9 health points, 10 strength, 7 mental value, 29 luck, 14. Note, can be improved. With her mental value now at 29 points, a wave of clarity washed over Wu Jinyu. It felt as if the sensation she experienced upon acquiring the steed technique was magnified tenfold. She could distinctly perceive the rhythm of her heartbeat, the movement of her internal organs, and the pulsing of her veins, along with the heartbeat of the 2 small creatures beside her. As she focused intently, a sudden low, hushed sound broke her concentration, a gentle, rhythmic whispering. Turning her head, she caught sight of a strange beast lurking several dozen meters away, illuminated by the flickering firelight. Due to the frost grass, it had not ventured too close to the sanctuary, merely passing by. She was astonished to have heard its sounds from such a distance. Wu Jinyu suddenly realized the true purpose of the mental value. As it increased, so did her perception abilities. Most importantly, with this enhancement, she was now just 1 point away from the mental value required to level up her steed technique. Once she reached 30 points, she would unlock the next tier. Overjoyed, Wu Jinyu scooped up the two small creatures, affectionately ruffling their heads. The little ones looked bewildered, helplessly watching as their meticulously groomed fur was tousled once again. Bop bop, woo, bop bop. Tap tap. Just as Wu Jinyu retrieved a chocolate cake from the storage box and began to celebrate with the two small creatures, sharing the delectable treat, the voice of the small sphere echoed once more through the luminous screen. Wu Jinyu held the chocolate cake, savoring each bite while keeping her gaze fixed on the sphere. Before the next task is announced, this leaderboard will not disappear. The small sphere tucked away the paper in its hands and replaced it with another sheet. Let's see how many survivors remain in Zone 47. Wow, there are still 450,000. That number is significantly higher than certain other zones. The small sphere exaggeratedly twisted its arms together and then spread them wide. Next, the system will update, merging the zones with fewer players into those with larger populations. Zone 47 will merge with Zones 25 and 85. Since your Zone 47 has the highest number of survivors among the three, the newly formed zone will retain the designation of Zone 47. More people will be joining you. Are you excited? The small sphere rolled around gleefully, resembling a playful child. Even though Wu Jinyu could not currently view the World Channel, she knew players would be in an uproar. New players would be joining the fray. After delivering this news, the small sphere resumed fiddling with its papers, flipping through them in search of something. Strange, where did I jot down the new content that needs to be updated? After rummaging through a stack of papers, the small sphere finally found what it was looking for. Once it had gathered the scattered papers from the luminous screen, it cleared its throat and began to speak. For reasons unknown, the continent still in the Daily Time Zone has unexpectedly entered a season of mist, which should not have arrived at this time. Over the next few months, players must uncover the secrets shrouded in this mist. If the secrets remain undiscovered, the season of mist will persist throughout the entire Daily Time Zone until it transitions into the Thorn Time Zone. Players possessing teleportation stones may choose to explore the Mist Island deep within the fog 1 week after the season begins, with a chance to acquire rare resources. Players without teleportation stones need not despair. The contents of treasure chests will be updated with the arrival of the season of mist. There is a chance that treasure chests found within the continent may yield teleportation stones. A season of mist. It sounded remarkably similar to the fog-laden maps. Was there a connection between the two? Wu Jinyu pondered. According to the small sphere, if a player were to uncover the secrets of the mist by tomorrow, would that mean the season of mist would last only 1 day? Just as she awaited further elaboration from the small sphere, it concluded its explanation, folded away its paper, and removed its glasses. It's time to bid farewell to everyone once again. I hope all players can still see me alive next time. The previously serious small sphere returned to its playful demeanor, bouncing around on the luminous screen. That's all for now. I'm heading back to sleep. Players, make sure to enjoy the upcoming season of Mist. After uttering these words, the small sphere extended its hand and forcefully tugged at the edge of the luminous screen. Once the screen completely darkened, Wu Jinyu regained her senses. Another survival challenge awaited. Opening her mouth, she took another bite of the chocolate cake, her expression stoic as she accessed the World Channel. The previously dwindled number of 450,000 survivors in Zone 47 had surged back to 990,000. The message refresh rate had noticeably increased. Why do we have to keep the name Zone 47? I think Zone 25 sounds much better. Greetings to friends from Zones 25 and 85. Anyone want to add me as a friend? So many people. For those questioning why we collectively refer to ourselves as Zone 47, it's because your numbers are too few, understand. The players from the original Zone 47 alone account for nearly half of the population. Let us connect. Players from zones 25 and 85, feel free to add me as a friend. Observing the bustling world channel, Wu Jinyu quickly turned it off after a few scrolls. Finishing the last mouthful of chocolate cake, she patted the two small creatures, who were licking their lips. Was the chocolate cake delicious? The squirrel let out a soft chirp, while Bop Bop raised its head, eye sparkling as it nodded vigorously. Bop Bop loved to eat. After wiping the chocolate from their mouths, she tossed them onto their bed and tidied up the bedding. Rolling up her sleeves, she noted that her injuries from the misty area were nearly healed. Since the sanctuary had upgraded, many items in the room had been displaced. Wu Jinyu decided to gather everything together, taking out all the contents of her backpack and storage box, categorizing and organizing them meticulously. Indeed, whoever does the chores goes a little mad, Wu Jinyu mused. She had only been here for a few days, yet her belongings had accumulated significantly. The two small creatures, having hopped onto the bed, began to engage in a parkour game. With the sanctuary's upgrade, their play area had expanded considerably. Once she finished tidying up, she took her clothes and towel and headed to the bathroom for a shower. A house with a drain is truly a blessing. Finally, she could enjoy a simple rinse instead of wiping down with a damp towel. Wu Jinyu relished a thorough wash with 2 buckets of hot water, then completed her grooming routine before collapsing onto their bed with the two small creatures. Chapter 54, The Jumping Dingshan. After completing all her tasks, Wu Jinyu buried her cheek in the soft belly of the little rabbit, inhaling deeply twice before she opened the light screen, intending to surf the internet for a while. The freshly bathed little rabbit exuded a delightful fragrance of shower gel, and its soft fur felt even more silky. Under the flickering candlelight, the originally orange and white fur appeared even warmer. After enduring so many days of Wu Jinyu's antics, Bobo had long since lost all sense of discomfort. If the two-legged creature wished to touch her, so be it. After brushing her tiny paw against Wu Jinyu's face, Bobo let out a huge yawn. She was ready to sleep. Wu Jinyu clicked on the light screen, only to be taken aback when she discovered that the world channel was once again buzzing with discussions about her. Is it true that Wu Jinyu from District 47 scored so highly in the last side quest, 1484 points? Not only would it take over 1,000 low-level beasts to achieve that score, but even for intermediate beasts, it would require more than 20. Is this score legitimate? It seems rather exaggerated. Surely there must be some special means involved. Has no one mentioned the scores of the second and third place? Over 600 points is also quite impressive. You're right, I recall our first place in District 25 scored around 467 points, and that score was significantly higher than the second place. Don't even compare with us. The combined scores of the top 3 in District 85 don't even match the first place score in District 47. The scores of the top 3 in District 47 are indeed absurd. As the players in the channel continued to debate the points of the top players in District 47, a familiar sarcastic voice emerged. It was Dingshan, who had been silent for quite some time. Dingshan remarked, "You newcomers may not know, but Wu Jinyu sold numerous fire pits at high prices in the last task. She likely possesses the most construction materials in all of District 47. At first, her score seemed reasonable, but then it just skyrocketed. As for how she achieved such a high score, who knows?" On the other side, Wu Jinyu narrowed her eyes at the screen. This Dingshan was like a flea, bouncing around incessantly. Unfortunately, the world channel lacked a feature to block conversations, only allowing her to prevent him from viewing her trading shop. After a long day, she now had to endure his comments in the world channel. How unfortunate. Before Wu Jinyu could ponder how to retort, another familiar name appeared. Xiao 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 chimed in. "Dingshan, that name truly suits you. Is it because you owe a slap that your family named you so? Stop with the sarcasm. Instead of slandering Wu Jinyu, why don't you show us your own first place score?" Xiao Xiao Xiao. This seemed to be the first time she had seen a player who had been silenced. It seemed she had mastered the art of insults, articulating words that were both scathing yet not warranting a mute. Impressive. Lying in bed, propped up on her head, Wu Jinyu watched the verbal sparring unfold in the world channel. To her surprise, many players from the original District 47 began to rally in her defense against Dingshan. "Oh, who is this? Isn't this the unscrupulous merchant, a fire pit selling well at 6 pieces of wood each? Stop criticizing others when your fire pits are priced at double Wu Jinyue's. Ding Shan, how dare you criticize Wu Jinyu? I bought a fire pit for 1 piece of wood from her shop. Have you ever sold at that price? To the person above, 1 piece of wood for 1 fire pit. Is the price in District 47 really that low? I also purchased Wu Jinyue's fire pits for 2 pieces of wood because I couldn't snag the 1-piece option. To the person above, it's not that prices are low. It's that Wu Jinyue's pricing is arbitrary. She even bought a large batch of raw fish for 5 iron nails. You rascal, you stole my fish above. On the other hand, Ding Shan, witnessing so many people speaking up for Wu Jinyu, pounded the bed frame in frustration. Damn Wu Jinyu, she had ruined his fire pit business and now embarrassed him in the World Channel post-merger. He had already discovered that Wu Jinyu had blocked him. Opening her trading shop revealed a glaring message in the center of the screen. You have been blocked by this player and are prohibited from trading. It infuriated him. After scrolling through the comments in the World Channel, he silently noted down the names of those who defended Wu Jinyu. He would ensure they paid for their insolence. Ding Shan declared, you all work so hard to defend Wu Jinyu, but has she ever acknowledged you a bunch of clowns? Don't blame me. Is it wrong to say she has accumulated a mountain of construction materials? Her score is suspiciously high. I suspect foul play. How many of you can defeat intermediate beasts? She single-handedly took down 2 advanced beasts. Isn't he that a bit odd? At this moment, the World Channel erupted in a cacophony of voices. Players from Districts 25 and 85, who had been lurking, jumped into the fray. Even the top scorer from District 25 could not contain herself. Wu Wanqing exclaimed, 2 advanced beasts, that's 1,000 points, who exactly is this Wu Jinyu? As Wu Jinyu observed the discussion intensifying in the World Channel, she noticed players from different districts began to exchange barbs. Gently stroking Bobo's fur, she raised her hand to type. Wu Jinyu wrote, firstly, I extend my gratitude to those players who have spoken on my behalf. There's no need to debate my score. I did indeed kill 2 advanced beasts. So what, I am merely a player forced into this world. And you, Ding Shan, check my homepage. I believe I have long since blocked you, so why are you still prancing about? If you wish to be a flea, perhaps you should knock your head against the walls of that shelter and be reborn. Lastly, I welcome friends from Districts 25 and 85 to join District 47. Let us strive together for survival. After finishing her remarks, Wu Jinyu felt a significant lift in her spirits. She had not anticipated that her pricing in the trading shop would amass such a loyal band of supporters. Whenever she listed items for trade, she found herself perplexed about what to exchange and how to set her prices. She wished to trade ordinary or scarce food for others' rare materials. However, very few players who survived the protection period were NAVE. She was certain that as time progressed, the value of these materials would become increasingly evident. She had merely capitalized on the early abundance of food to acquire precious materials from certain players. As the players from the original District 47 saw their champion finally speak up, they escalated their attacks on Ding Shan. Some even resorted to foul language, leading to their silencing. Ding Shan, you who sell fire pits for 6 pieces of wood, don't expect anyone to trade with you in the future. To the person above, have you seen the items in his trading shop? Ever since others began selling fire pits, hardly anyone trades with him anymore. Players wishing to trade might as well wait for Wu Jinyue's trading shop to restock. Who knows when the Great One might return with some vampire squid meat. That stuff is truly delicious. To the person above, you also stole my fish above. Chapter 55, Xiao Xiao Xiao, the fog has arrived. Wu Jinyu gazed at the World Channel, perplexed, scratching her head. Why were so many people urging her to continue selling seafood? Rubbing her nose, she slowly began to bubble. Wu Jinyu, limited time seafood, and there's no guarantee of a return. The seafood she listed was solely what the big black fish provided her. As for when the seafood would return, she believed it would only be after this fog season had passed that she might consider searching for the big black fish in the fog-laden map. After all, she was unaware of the dangers this fox season might hold. Observing Xiao Xiao Xiao, who was the most vocal in the World Channel on her behalf, she turned to click on her friend request list. She recalled having seen the name a couple of days prior while scrolling. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Wu Jinyu spotted her friend request. She clicked to accept. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao Xiao, who had been cursing heaven and earth, fell silent. Had she imagined it? How could she see the notification that her request to the Big Shot had been approved? Immediately withdrawing from the heated debate in the World Channel, she shifted her focus to her friend list. Xiao Xiao Xiao, Big Shot, why did you suddenly accept my request? Wu Jinyu, wasn't it you who sent the request? Xiao Xiao Xiao, I forgot, people in the World Channel said you don't add anyone, so I thought I'd try sending a request every day. You really do add people. I thought what you said in the World Channel about needing materials to add friends was just a joke. Wu Jinyu, you don't have to continue cursing for my sake. If you get muted again, it will be troublesome when you want to seek help or trade in the channel. Xiao Xiao Xiao, oh, it's nothing, cursing is my pastime. If I really need to trade, I can just ask friends. Don't worry about me, Big Shot. Wu Jinyu, alright then. Wu Jinyu watched as Xiao Xiao Xiao, after concluding their conversation, plunged back into the World Channel to hurl insults. What an intriguing player. After scrolling through the screen for a while, she yawned widely, stretching her body. Turning her head, she noticed both little ones had fallen asleep. Bobo snuggled against her, while the squirrel nestled against Bobo. It was a delightful sight. Carefully placing the two into their cozy nest, she pulled over her air-conditioning blanket, covering her head and closing her eyes. Awoken by the chattering of the little rabbit and squirrel, Wu Jinyu felt a slight headache. Even with her eyes barely open, she sensed it was still too early, her mind still clouded with sleep. The light streaming through the window was noticeably dimmer than it had been in previous days. She reached out to hold down the two little ones, cradling them in her arms. Wu Jinyu mumbled drowsily, be good, it's not time yet, let us sleep a little longer. However, contrary to expectation, the little rabbit and squirrel did not settle down. Instead, they struggled vigorously in her embrace. The squirrel even opened its mouth, nibbling at her wrist with its incisors. A slight sting coursed through her, prompting Wu Jinyu to furrow her brows and open her eyes. She then playfully tapped the squirrel on the head. Naughty little one, why are you still nipping at me? Seizing the moment, Bobo escaped from her grasp, scratched its ear, yawned, and hopped to the head of the bed, its expression serious as it gazed at her, calling out even louder, Bobo. Bobo. No matter how sleepy Wu Jinyu felt, she could sense something was amiss with the two little ones. Rubbing her eyes, she resisted the urge to succumb to sleep and climbed out of bed. Why didn't she feel this tired in the past few days? Raising her hand to check the time, she was startled to find it was already 7:30. Wu Jinyu sat upright, repeatedly checking the system time. How could it be 7:30? Just a few days ago, she would rise before 7, and even if she wasn't awake, the two little ones would make sure to wake her on time. But today was different. She had overslept, and they hadn't called for her early either. Glancing over, she saw the two little ones appeared just as drowsy, perhaps feeling they had completed their task of waking her. Their energy was evidently diminished compared to when they had first tried to rouse her. Bobo had buried its head in its fur, its little ears twitching. The squirrel could no longer maintain its sitting position, having buried its head in her air-conditioning blanket, sound asleep. This wasn't right. Wu Jinyu hurriedly gathered them into her arms, gently stroking their heads. Bobo, Bobo, squirrel, squirrel. The two little ones, half-lidded, responded softly, then turned away, nestling into her embrace, their eyes closing once more. Shaking her arms gently, it was clear they had fallen deeply asleep. Wu Jinyu couldn't help but stifle another yawn. As she gazed at their sleeping faces, she felt the weight of sleepiness herself. In a half-dreamy state, she turned her head toward the window. The fog was thick and enveloping. The fire pit at the entrance illuminated a small patch of ground in front of the shelter, but its reach extended only a mere 5 meters. Beyond that, the mist shrouded everything so thoroughly that even the small stream, just 100 meters away from the shelter, was obscured from view. In the span of a single night, the fog season had arrived, covering the entire continent in a dense haze. After placing the two little ones snugly in their blanket nest, she leisurely descended from the bed, quickly freshening up before returning to sit by the edge of the bed. Uncertain of the situation outside, she hesitated to venture out. Opening the light screen, she began searching for information regarding the fog season. A blank page greeted her. Woo Jin-yu sighed, turning to click on the World Channel. The stark contrast from yesterday was evident. The channel was now filled with only a handful of scattered voices, each brimming with panic. Why is the fog so thick outside? I woke up to find it already reaching my window. Hey upstairs, hurry and put a fire pit at the door. It can illuminate and keep the fog at bay. I only slept 4 to 5 hours yesterday, how come after 8 hours today I still feel tired? Why is the World Channel so quiet? I remember it being bustling yesterday. Hey upstairs, I couldn't sleep last night due to a cold, my nose was blocked, and I was afraid of suffocating, so I stayed awake all night. I can assure you that the World Channel didn't gradually become quiet, it was after 12 today that it suddenly fell silent. Woo Jin-yu pressed her forehead, sifting through these comments, filtering out the unhelpful information before beginning to ponder. The fire pit indeed had a dispersive effect on the fog. However, the 2 fire pits at her entrance had been prepared yesterday morning and would soon extinguish. She would need to create new ones shortly. This fog season could thrust both humans and beasts into a deep slumber, yet it wasn't a perpetual sleep. If one slept nearly double the usual time, they might awaken. The effects had begun the moment the fog season arrived. Staring at the fog outside, Woo Jin-yu felt a headache coming on. How would she venture out to procure resources, although she knew that there were likely no beasts roaming outside? What about the strange plants? Moreover, no one could ascertain what peculiar entities might lurk within the thick fog. Humanity's greatest fear lies in the unseen unknown. More critically, Woo Jin-yu grasped the intricate nature of this survival game. It was a series of interconnected challenges. Should players fail to stockpile sufficient food during the protection period and the previous task, they would face dire consequences once the fog enveloped the entire Xiankao time zone. Even the simple act of eating would become a formidable issue. What's more, no one knew how long the Xiankao period would persist. If it stretched for several months before transitioning to the thorny time zone, while she had accumulated a decent amount of food, it was uncertain for other players. Within a few weeks, a significant number of them would perish. Staying indoors was not an option. She needed to venture out to uncover the secrets veiled by the fog. Remaining in the shelter indefinitely was not feasible. Woo Jin-yu contemplated. Chapter 56, Expanding Stones, Black Soil, and Opening Treasure Chests. Woo Jin-yu swiftly prepared herself, downing a bottle of water and finishing 2 steamed buns for breakfast before shouldering her backpack and opening the door. It is folly to rely on others for hope, rather than depending on someone else to unravel the enigma of the mist. It is far wiser for her to take matters into her own hands. Stepping into the illuminated circle cast by the fire, Woo Jin-yu produced her workbench and proceeded to create several more campfires in front of the shelter. Once the path from the creek to the shelter was thoroughly illuminated by the fires, she paused her efforts. With her mental fortitude reduced to 29 points, she felt particularly anxious about the mist. While she had sensed a vague danger from within the shelter, stepping outside transformed that feeling into something tangible. She could feel the presence of something lurking in the mist. Beyond the protective boundary of the frost grass, she detected several faint sounds. While she did not hear a heartbeat, she could discern the noise made by its movements. It was retreating slowly, away from the fires she had arranged. Standing beside the flames, Woo Jin-yu circled the perimeter of the shelter. Satisfied that every spot was equipped with a fire, she opened the World Channel. Once again, only a handful of individuals were communicating. Without much thought, she typed out a message. Woo Jin-yu, those without campfires, please place one at the entrance. If you have the means, feel free to set down several. There is something in the mist, and a forest fire. This stirred a flurry of responses. A small group of players, previously hiding in the shelter and observing, finally emerged. Big Shot, are you still awake? Could you set up some campfires? I lack the tools to ignite one. I'm too afraid to venture out. Could you describe what lies beyond? Thank you, I just placed a campfire at the entrance, and I feel significantly safer now. You in Zone 47 are quite remarkable. Please, Big Shot, set up some campfires. Embracing the principle of profit, Wu Jinyu listed a batch of campfires for trade in her marketplace, each requiring 2 pieces of wood, with a few priced at 1 piece of wood. Within mere seconds, they were all claimed. After stowing her workbench, she leaned against the wooden door of the shelter and activated her scouting skill. Indeed, the map was shrouded in mist, even the creek's location was unmarked. At level 1, the scouting skill was of little use during the mist season. She had numerous questions but lamented the absence of anyone to provide answers. Remembering Chen Lihan, who resided among the beasts, Wu Jinyu removed him from her friend list. Wu Jinyu, are you awake? Didi, are you up yet? 2 minutes passed in silence. Understanding dawned. He was still asleep. She scratched her head and gazed at the encroaching mist, feeling a twinge of confusion. What else could she do if she didn't venture outside? She wished to explore the mist, yet Bobo and Squirrel were still slumbering. Venturing out alone filled her with unease. Rummaging through her backpack, she discovered yesterday's expanding stones and black soil. Expanding stone. A miraculous stone that can enlarge the area of the shelter. Each stone expands the area by 1 square meter. Taking out all the expanding stones, a shimmering interface appeared before her. Do you wish to use 10 expanding stones to increase the shelter's area by 10 square meters? Yes, usage successful. Upon confirming her choice, the shelter trembled slightly. The perimeter of her shelter expanded, and she gradually stepped back until the trembling ceased. An increase of 10 square meters is neither too large nor too small. Pulling open the wooden door, she surveyed the interior. The layout remained unchanged, but each space was slightly enlarged. To the naked eye, some alterations were evident. After inspecting the interior and checking on the 2 sleeping creatures, she gently stroked them before closing the door behind her and stepping outside. In addition to the expanding stones, she also possessed black soil. Sitting beside the fire, she rested her chin on her hand. Perhaps today was a day for farming. Retrieving the black soil from her backpack, she circled the shelter to determine where to place the 3 plots of land. After some deliberation, she arrived at a central spot between the creek and the shelter. This location appeared promising. Do you wish to place the black soil here, movable? Yes, placement successful. She then took out all her seeds. Tomato seeds x2, pumpkin seeds x1, eggplant seeds x2. Each plot of land could only accommodate 1 type of seed. Would you like to plant tomato seed x1, pumpkin seed x1, eggplant seed x1? Yes. Planting successful. Observing the tender sprouts swaying atop the black soil, Wu Jinyu felt a surge of astonishment. Was that it? She reached out to poke one of the sprouts, somewhat speechless. To sprout immediately upon planting. If such a technique were applied in Blue Star, it would surely earn accolades. Checking their maturation times, she noted that the tomatoes matured the fastest, ready in just 7 days, followed by the eggplants at 8 days, and finally, the pumpkins, requiring a full 10 days to ripen. Having completed these tasks, she found herself at a loss for how to pass the time. With a glance around, her mind continued to sense sounds emanating from the mist outside. Unaware of the situation beyond, the World Channel offered no useful information. She contemplated waiting for Bobo and Squirrel to awaken before exploring the mist together, thus turning back toward the shelter. Chen Lihan had yet to respond to her message in her friend list. Seated within the storage room, she opened each storage box in search of items that might assist her. As she opened the final box, Wu Jinyu stumbled upon a pile of treasure chests. She had forgotten to open them last night. Recalling the words of the small ball from yesterday, she felt a wave of relief. The contents of the treasure chests would be updated with the arrival of the mist season, meaning that if she opened them now, she could obtain newly refreshed items. Having completed 4 achievements in 1 day due to the tasks following the protection period, she had indeed reaped a bountiful harvest. Wooden treasure chests x12, iron treasure chests x17, silver treasure chests x2. Wu Jinyu rubbed her hands together and placed all the chests on a small table. Time to open them. Following her customary ritual of washing her hands and muttering a wish for good fortune, she opened all the wooden treasure chests at once. Would you like to open wooden treasure chests x12? Yes, you have obtained bottled water x35, orange juice x2, steamed buns x10, baked pancakes x5, donuts x4, meat floss mooncakes x5, French bread x4, fresh meat mooncakes x2, matcha cake x1, beef jerky x2, sugar roasted chestnuts x1, honey x2, glass cup x1, goggles x1, matches x2, fire starter stone x1, umbrella x1, sanitary pads x4, lipstick x1, razor x1, stainless steel bowl x2, tissue x2, stew pot x1, C-grade iron axe, durability 120 x1, D-grade iron axe, durability 60 x1, outdoor gloves x1, barbecue rack x1. Pillow x1, men's hoodie x1, sports pants x1, candles x5. The items that emerged cluttered the small table, some spilling onto the floor. Wu Jinyu hurriedly stuffed them all into the storage boxes, organizing them accordingly. She placed the pillow on her bed, ensuring that when she returned at night to surf the internet, she would have something to lean against. Taking a meat mooncake, she took a bite. The flavor was delightful, savory and fragrant. She saved the last meat mooncake for Bobo and Squirrel to taste when they awoke. Although several duplicate items emerged, Wu Jinyu felt quite satisfied. After all, wooden treasure chests rarely yielded anything precious. Once everything was tidied up, her gaze shifted to the pile of iron treasure chests. Chapter 57, The Lost Wizard's Cloak and the Premier Single Bow of the Lickwings. Shall we open the iron chest? 17. Yes. Mineral water 10, red bin bread 5, rubber 2, disinfectant tablets 2, acquired blueprints for intelligent toilet 1, air breathing mask 1, windproof shelter canopy blueprint 1. So little. Wu Jinyu's face was filled with confusion as she reached for the few delicate blueprints resting on the small table, inspecting them from side to side. What on earth is happening? Among these items, which one diminished her chances of obtaining food and other resources? Wu Jinyu leafed through the 3 blueprints. The intelligent toilet and air-breathing mask were both made of slightly thicker paper, while only the windproof shelter canopy blueprint was crafted from the hide of a magical beast. She could vaguely sense that this piece of beast hide was not sourced from an ordinary creature. 17 iron chests, and this is what she received. Wu Jinyu scrutinized the blueprints one by one. Intelligent toilet blueprint. No need for flushing or electrical power. Once crafted, it requires no further considerations. It encompasses every function you can imagine. Materials needed: lime 10, iron blocks 4, plastic 5, copper blocks 2, lime. Yet another material she had never encountered before. She turned her attention to the next blueprint. Air breathing mask blueprint. In places where breathing is impossible or air pollution is severe, simply wear it to inhale the freshest oxygen. Materials needed: iron blocks 5, aluminum blocks 3, disinfectant tablets 3, graphite 3, filtering gills 2. Filtering gills require regular replacement. Wu Jinyu felt a sense of dread wash over her. Gazing at this blueprint, she had an 80% certainty that air pollution would arise in the future. And what about the windproof shelter canopy blueprint? Did it not imply that conditions severe enough to potentially uproot the shelter would manifest? Windproof shelter canopy blueprint. The designated artifact for the shelter's wind resistance. No further explanation required. Materials needed: iron blocks 40, aluminum blocks 30, fiberglass 15, plastic 15, leather 10. Such a high material consumption. She recalled the update announcement made by the small orb before the last mission. It had mentioned that the previous task was not a dreadful occurrence, but rather their final benefit. Upon seeing these items, she indeed felt it was a benefit. At the very least, it granted them an opportunity to venture out in search of supplies and hunt magical beasts. The thought of the impending strong winds, heavy snow, pollution, and other unknown dangers sent shivers down her spine. With a sigh, she carefully placed the materials back into the chest and returned to her seat. She patted her face to awaken her senses and reminded herself that nothing was insurmountable. After all, she had entered this world, and things could hardly become worse. She needed to muster some courage. With her sleeve, she wiped down the last 2 chests. In her heart, Wu Jinyu silently chanted, "My precious chests, please yield something wonderful for her." The upcoming survival circumstances left her uncertain about whether she would be able to continue collecting such a substantial quantity of chests. Shall we open the silver chest too? Yes. Acquired the Lost Wizard's Cloak 1, Premier Single Bow of the Lickwings 1. Wu Jinyu stared at the items unveiled from the silver chests, momentarily stunned. Both were unranked items. Could this be what the small orb referred to as new items following the chest updates? Lost Wizard's Cloak, a rare artifact crafted by a wizard of immense magical prowess. Donning this cloak allows you to seamlessly blend into different races, provided you do not speak or reveal the cloak in their presence. Premier Single Bow of the Lickwings. An essential weapon for those of the Lickwings skilled in archery, the only drawback is that the arrows must be crafted separately. The silver chest contained nothing but these two items, equally sparse as the iron chest. Yet, given her current luck, fewer items were preferable. She lifted the cloak from the table and gave it a shake. A cascade of delicate lights trickled down the fabric. The cloak was not designed with ties but was a one-piece garment. Wu Jinyu turned it over and finally located the opening to put it on. After removing her backpack, she slipped into the cloak, originally a dark purple hue. The cloak brightened instantly upon being worn, with a silver thread adorning the hem. The fabric, though not particularly thick, felt remarkably sturdy. Standing before the full-length mirror, Wu Jinyu ran her fingers over the cloak. It appeared rather appealing when worn, did it not? After a while, she reached to remove it, tugging at the fabric near her collar. Just then, the two little ones stirred awake. First, the squirrel, half asleep, blinked its eyes open as it beheld the tall figure emitting a familiar scent. Initially dazed, it suddenly jolted awake. Who is this? A biped? How can this creature be the same size as a biped? As its mind raced, it extended a paw to pull the blanket over its face. Then, cautiously, it reached out with another paw and vigorously shook the still sleepy rabbit beside it. Rabbit, wake up! Something else has entered the house. No, wait, its kind has come in. The squirrel feigned sleep while stealthily grasping the rabbit's leg and shaking it vigorously. Bobo, ew! The rabbit woke up in no time, its eyes still heavy with sleep, and it let out a tremendous yawn. Bobo was so sleepy. Upon hearing Bobo's voice, the squirrel hastily covered its mouth. Alas, it was too late. The little rabbit had already called out, rolling out of the nest, its tiny feet standing upright, head raised. Bobo. The little rabbit stared blankly at the figure before it, bewildered. Seeing Bobo awake, Wu Jinyu relaxed her grip on the cloak and smiled warmly at the little rabbit. Bobo is awake. To Wu Jinyu's surprise, the little rabbit, who would typically come running at the slightest beckoning, began to retreat. Bobo looked cautiously at the creature of its kind before it. Initially, it felt joy. Bobo had finally found its kin, but as its mind cleared, it suddenly realized, am I not at home? Why has my kin come to find me? The little rabbit scrutinized its fellow creature, its ears perked up, and its entire body bristled like a puffed-up ball. The squirrel, seizing the moment, emerged from the nest and positioned itself protectively in front of Bobo. Understanding the fearful gazes of the two little ones, Wu Jinyu immediately recognized the chorus. It was the cloak's doing. With a firm tug, she yanked off the cloak and tossed it aside. Come here, let me see you after such a long slumber. Wu Jinyu spoke calmly. Now, both Bobo and the squirrel were even more terrified. The squirrel had even grabbed hold of the little rabbit's hind legs and was sprinting towards the wooden door. A biped, farewell forever. Perhaps they would return to find it another time. Bobo, meanwhile, was being dragged along, still dazed as it looked up at Wu Jinyu, unable to comprehend, until the squirrel pulled it to the wooden door. Ooh, Bobo. Wu Jinyu had already anticipated the squirrel's movement to seize the little rabbit's feet and swiftly blocked their path to the door. Where do you think you're going? What is the rush? You haven't even had breakfast yet and already wish to venture outside. Chapter 58, Wins Favor, Learning Beginner Archery. The squirrel, still apprehensive, gazed cautiously at Wu Jinyu. Upon hearing the mention of breakfast, Bobo swiftly kicked off the squirrel's grasp and hopped in front of Wu Jinyu. Bobo. Bobo was eager for breakfast. The squirrel looked incredulously at the little rabbit and rushed forward to tug at it. Silly rabbit. Observing the commotion before her, Wu Jinyu sighed and effortlessly lifted one of them, carrying them both to the small table. She then retrieved 2 meat floss buns from her storage box. Here you go, breakfast. Once you've finished, we can venture into the mist outside. She took a stainless steel bowl from the wooden treasure chest and placed the buns inside. Just enough for the 2 little ones, each getting their own bowl. Noticing that Bobo and the squirrel were still regarding her with slight wariness, Wu Jinyu gently tapped their foreheads. What are you thinking? Hurry and eat your breakfast. I haven't changed. Come, give it a sniff. She extended her finger to touch their noses. Bobo. Todder. Bobo and the squirrel did not immediately dive into their meal, nor did they fully trust her. Instead, they both jumped onto her shoulder, tugging at her clothing to sniff. Wu Jinyu relaxed her body, allowing the two little creatures to frolic freely, sniffing this way and that. After thoroughly inspecting her, the squirrel clutched her sleeve, noticing the scar on her forearm from her previous injury in the Misty region, and nodded. This is indeed a bipedal creature. Bobo merely sniffed her neck before affectionately jumping into her embrace. A bipedal creature. After their inspection, the two little ones hopped back onto the table, glancing at the cloak she had placed on the bed, then turning their gazes back at her with eager eyes. They had just witnessed how the bipedal creature transformed after removing that item. Wu Jinyu naturally caught onto their inquisitive stares directed at the cloak. However, she was at a loss for how to explain. After pondering for a moment, she recalled the last time she had asked Bobo if it recognized the lycanthropes, and its bewildered expression prompted her to cautiously inquire, "Do you know about the lost sorcerers?" The two little ones exchanged glances before nodding. "This cloak was crafted for me by a sorcerer. When I wear it, I can be like you. Do you understand?" Wu Jinyu was unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She had assumed that her vague and simplistic explanation might elude their comprehension. To her surprise, upon hearing the mention of the lost sorcerers, the two little ones readily accepted the cloak. The squirrel even leaped onto their bed, picking up the cloak and feeling its texture. It pointed at the cloak in its paws, then at her, before burrowing under the cloak. Wu Jinyu understood the squirrel wanted her to wear it again. Bobo also squatted on the ground, looking up at her and softly calling out a couple of times. Bobo wanted to see too. Seeing the gleaming eyes of the two little ones, Wu Jinyu comprehended their yearning for her to transform into a likeness of their kin. She was uncertain why they existed alone in the cedar forest. During her search for supplies, she had not encountered any other creatures of their kind, yet, looking into their eyes, she understood their longing for their kin. Putting the cloak back on, she twirled before the two little ones. Bobo could hardly contain itself, climbing onto Wu Jinyu's shoulder and nuzzling against her. The squirrel sat silently on the bed, watching her without uttering a word. Even though she wore the cloak, they could distinctly sense that she was not one of them. After removing the cloak once more, she reached out to gently stroke their heads in a comforting gesture, then sat down on the bed, pulling them into her embrace. "All right, don't be sad. We'll go out more often. Perhaps we will encounter creatures from your kin." The two little ones still wore expressions of melancholy. Wu Jinyu patted their backs and placed them on the small table before dragging out the storage box filled with food. Opening the box, she gathered the two little ones close. "Aside from the meat floss buns, what else would you like for breakfast? Would you care for the chocolate cake we had last night? Your favorite? Oh, and there are fresh meat mooncakes. Would you like some of those?" Indeed, food was an effective means of soothing the heart. Wu Jinyu broke the fresh meat mooncakes and meat floss buns in half, placing them in their bowls. After finishing breakfast, the mood of the two little ones visibly brightened. Wu Jinyu tidied up her backpack and then picked up the exquisite single bow crafted by the lycanthropes. Having just tried the cloak, she was eager to test this as well. What a splendid bow! That was her first impression upon seeing it. The bow was adorned with unknown plants, their vines intricately entwined around it. The curved bow resembled a waning crescent moon. If she were to compare it to an animal, it would be akin to a hunting cheetah. The deep purple bow complemented by the silvery bowstring exuded both danger and beauty. Wu Jinyu lifted it, finding it surprisingly heavy. With this bow, she could finally study the archery scroll. She took out the beginner archery scroll from the lycanthropes. Unlike the last time when the binding stubbornly refused to budge, this time, as she placed the scroll on the small table, the binding automatically fell away. She unfurled the scroll to the right, and a glowing screen sprang forth. On the screen was a creature reminiscent of an elf, holding a bow and smiling warmly at her. "Hello, young one of the Guardian clan, the lycanthropes. Welcome to the archery classroom. I am Feng Yu, your instructor for beginner archery. You may call me teacher." Wu Jinyu was utterly astounded when the elven creature emerged. She had anticipated that the scroll would present her with mere text or illustrations of small figures, but what was this? A video tutorial? Truly, it was a remarkable item from a silver treasure chest. Wu Jinyu quickly arranged the scroll and readied her bow, focusing intently on the glowing screen. The first lesson in archery requires no arrows. Perfect, for she had no arrows at the moment. She had just checked the materials needed to craft arrows. Arrow, iron 2, wood 2, feather 5, plastic 2-inch. Crafting a single arrow yields 10. Yet, even with this knowledge, Wu Jinyu felt a pang of regret. As a consumable item, the materials were precious. She wondered when she would gather enough resources to freely wield this bow. Returning her focus to the lycanthrope Feng Yu on the glowing screen, he began demonstrating stances for standing, holding the bow, and aiming. Wu Jinyu had learned archery back on Blue Star. With her foundational knowledge, she found herself at ease. Feng Yu was remarkably patient, repeatedly correcting her erroneous movements. Whether it was the difference in teaching styles or the buffs of this otherworldly continent, the techniques Feng Yu demonstrated on the screen only required her to practice twice before she mastered them. Drawing the bowstring proved quite challenging. After several attempts, her fingers ached from the frequent pulling, and her forehead was dotted with beads of sweat. Yet, her movements grew increasingly precise, narking the arrow, drawing the string, pushing the bow, aiming. Wu Jinyu endeavored to perfect every motion. She resolved that once her mental energy was sufficient to upgrade her archery skills, she would allocate some attribute points to strength as well. Otherwise, she would struggle to handle this bow with ease. Having completed the first segment of the lesson, she set the bow down, panting for breath. Feng Yu also paused, observing her, before suddenly speaking. "Are you tired? Take a break. You have practiced splendidly and are very talented, young one." As Wu Jinyu took a sip from her bottled water, she was taken aback by his words, her eyes widening in shock, causing her to spit out the water. He could see her. Chapter 59, the information brought by Feng Yu. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Jinyu placed the mineral water on the table, clutching her chest as she coughed forcefully a few times. Feng Yu blinked innocently at her, then readjusted the bow and arrows on his shoulder, gazing at her through the luminous screen. It is not a good habit to drink water in haste. After finally catching her breath, Wu Jinyu coughed even more loudly. "Can you see me?" Once her breathing steadied, she wiped the water stains from her mouth, straightened her posture, and asked in confusion. "Of course, young one. After all this time, do you truly think you cannot see me?" I can see you." Wu Jinyu recalled that this Feng Yu had referred to her as the cub of the Lickwing tribe when she unfurled the scroll. She had assumed the luminous screen was merely a recording, thus she had not given it much thought. Now, realizing it was a live video feed, she found his words perplexing. How could she, a human, be addressed as a cub of the Lickwing tribe? She pondered this and voiced her thoughts. "If you can see me, why do you still call me a cub of the Lickwing tribe?" Unexpectedly, Feng Yu leaned closer to the luminous screen, poking it with his finger while offering a faint smile. "Since you have learned our archery, you are indeed a cub of the Lickwing tribe." Are you saying that even if I am not a Lickwing, as long as I have learned archery from you, I am considered one?" With her face drawn back from the screen, Feng Yu weighed the bow and arrows on his back, refraining from directly answering her question. "Only those races that are fated to be with the Lickwing tribe can wield our bows and arrows, and can see me. Do you not understand the rules of the Misty Continent, young one?" Wu Jinyu was oblivious to any rules. She merely knew that she wanted to learn archery to enhance her abilities. As for whether or not she was a Lickwing, it mattered little, for she did not recognize him, nor he her, through the screen. Mastering archery was her foremost concern, thus, she did not respond to Feng Yu's words, simply nodding in agreement. After a brief respite, she rose from her chair once more, bow and arrows in hand, and nodded at him. "I am rested and ready to continue learning." To her surprise, Feng Yu, appearing rather languid, took out a cloth to wipe his bow. "For the next lesson, we will require feathered arrows. Do you have any?" Wu Jinyu widened her eyes, glancing at her bow. "No. Then you will not be able to learn the second lesson. Young one. Go find materials to make feathered arrows." "I shall take my leave." Wu Jinyu watched as Feng Yu slung his bow back over his shoulder, scratching her head and murmuring softly. "Where can I find materials during the misty season?" "Never mind, I'll just ask in the World Channel if anyone would be willing to trade with me." Just as Feng Yu was about to step out of the screen, he paused, his figure reappearing before her. It seemed he had picked up something that projected the screen, bringing her along. The misty season, I believe it should not be this time of year, correct? Let me think. It should be the time of the daylily zone now, as the misty season appears only in the thorn zone. He spoke while walking. Seeing the incredulous expression on Fengyo's face, Wu Jinyu decided to take the scroll to the window. Look, see, it is indeed the misty season. She stretched out her hand, offering the scroll out the window for him to see more clearly. The previously relaxed Fengyu, upon seeing the thick fog outside, leaned closer to the screen, examining it from all angles while murmuring continuously. Is it truly the misty season? This is bad. Why has it started so early, and why are the eye people out? Wu Jinyu listened quietly, secretly committing his words to memory. This was all vital information regarding the secrets of the misty season. Moreover, what were the eye people? Were they the entities she sensed within the fog? After Fengyu had clearly assessed the situation outside, he returned the scroll to the small table. Wu Jinyu gazed at the luminous screen, speaking earnestly. Teacher Fengyu, I did not speak incorrectly, did I? Fengyu within the screen had halted his steps, sitting beneath a tree with a blade of grass in his mouth. Wu Jinyu could clearly see that there was no fog where he was. The scenery behind the tree trunk was distinctly visible. It is indeed the misty season. But wait, since it is already the misty season, why are you not in slumber? Does your eyes not hurt? Fengyu leaned against the tree trunk, squinting his eyes. I just woke up, and upon opening my eyes, I found the thick fog outside. Teacher Fengyu, could you tell me about the misty season? Wu Jinyu earnestly requested. She felt utterly bewildered by the concept of the misty season. Even if she ventured outside now, she could merely wander about aimlessly, unsure of what to do to unveil the mystery surrounding the onset of the misty season. Having finally encountered a local who possessed knowledge about it, she needed to inquire thoroughly. Fengyu appeared somewhat drowsy, yawning. No wonder I feel so tired today. It turns out it is the misty season. Wu Jinyu remained silent. After a while, Fengyu, seemingly refreshed, opened his outer eyes to look at the screen. If it is indeed the misty season, I suggest you go into slumber now. Except for certain races that naturally require no sleep, others should be in slumber at this time. Even if you do not sleep, do not stray from your group, and do not enter the mist. Remaining too long in the mist will result in losing your eyes, just like the eye people within it. Lose my eyes? Wu Jinyu gasped in shock. She had avoided entering the mist because Bobo and the squirrel were asleep, but had she not had the two little ones, she would have tied it up and ventured into the fog after waking. How terrifying, however, Fengyu merely scoffed, relaxing his body. There is no need to be so frightened, young one. If mere contact with the mist resulted in blindness, then all the beings of the misty continent would be blind. What I mean to say is, do not linger too long. Let me think, it should be no more than 4 hours, but wait, there shouldn't be a specific time limit, it depends on your eye's endurance. Take the jumping mouse tribe, for instance. They can only remain in the mist for a maximum of 2 hours, while the trolls, due to their strong limbs and simple minds, may endure for over 12 hours. Wu Jinyu listened intently, even taking out her pen to jot down notes. Fengyu watched with interest as the small cub moved the dark object about, poking at the screen. What is this? Do you wish to enter the mist, young one? Just as Wu Jinyu finished writing, she looked up at the screen. The misty season was indeed peculiar. She had been awake for a while now, yet her mind felt clouded, as if she had not fully awakened. To prevent herself from forgetting anything he said, she needed to record all of Fengyo's words. Yes, I wish to enter the mist. I want to uncover the secrets behind the early arrival of the misty season, she asserted confidently. What a strange cub you are. Very well, if you are determined to enter the mist, do not overlook the eye people. They may be your best conduit to discovering the secret. Wu Jinyu was certain that Fengyu knew something more. Yet he did not state it plainly, merely dropping hints here and there. Observing Fengyo's furrowed brows and disdainful tone, it was evident that he held a deep-seated aversion to the eye people. After transcribing this information onto paper, she raised her head. Is there anything noteworthy about the eye people? I noticed that there is a bonfire outside your dwelling, which is quite well made. Indeed, the fire can dispel some of the mist. However, it only disperses a portion. I can see that there is still some mist within your shelter, but fortunately, you have enough bonfires to keep you safe from harm. If you plan to venture outside, it would be wise to bring something to cover your eyes, as this will help minimize the damage from the mist. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. But the eye people possess something even more effective at dispersing the mist. Chapter 60. The eyeless being is that the name of the creature's race dwelling within the mist. What is it that can dispel the fog? Wu Jinyu inquired while hastening to the storage box, rummaging through its contents. She recalled having previously unearthed a pair of goggles. Donning the goggles, she swiftly returned to the luminous screen, raising her gaze to continue absorbing Feng Yu's words. Feng Yu observed as the young creature adorned an odd translucent eye covering, completely enveloping its eyes, and nodded approvingly. Indeed, wearing this outside will ease your eyes considerably. Only the eyeless beings can endure the mist for extended periods. As for that object, I have not encountered it myself, but I have heard whispers that it can momentarily disperse the fog. Moreover, its effective range is rather limited. Should you use it in excess, you might provoke an unexpected outcome. After delivering this lengthy discourse, Feng Yu yawned, appearing fatigued, and waved her hand dismissively. That will suffice. I shall take my leave to rest. Call for me once you acquire feathered arrows. If you venture into the mist, remember not to bring those two behind you. I shall be off now. Before Wu Jinyu could express her gratitude, Feng Yu swiftly shut the luminous screen, rolled up the scroll, and secured the strap automatically. She could seek someone to barter for materials to craft feathered arrows right now. However, Feng Yu's speed in closing the screen was astonishingly swift. She barely had time to speak before the scroll was secured. Wu Jinyu sighed, stowing the scroll away, and turned to face the two small creatures. They had long since leapt onto her backpack while she practiced archery, seemingly awaiting her departure. She had intended to take them along once they awakened, but that was certainly not an option now. Thankfully, Feng Yu had informed her of the dangers posed by the mist. Had she been ignorant and taken them outside, she would have been stricken with guilt had they lost their sight. Popo, squirrel, it seems I may not be able to take you with me. She approached the two little ones, gently stroking them. The mist outside is far too perilous, and you lack goggles. I am uncertain how long you could withstand the fog. Be good and stay at home, will you? Wait for my return. Unsurprisingly, both little creatures shook their heads, their claws clinging tightly to the straps of her backpack. Do not abandon me. Wu Jinyu did not indulge them. She simply lifted the two small beings and placed them on the bed. You cannot come with me. You must remain indoors for now. The mist outside can cause blindness. Do you understand what blindness means? It is just like this. She extended her hand to cover their eyes while speaking. Like this, one would never again see anything, only a world shrouded in darkness. She rambled on for a while before releasing her grip and placing them in their nest. Upon resuming contact with their nest, the two little ones yawned once more, yet they still extended their paws, clutching her fingers, their gazes becoming drowsy. Had it not been for Feng Yu's warning about the slumber induced by the mist, she would have certainly prevented the two from sleeping. Now that she understood this slumber posed no harm to them, she decided to let them rest. If you awaken and find that I am still not back, you are not to come looking for me, understood? She reached out to stroke them, placing 2 honeyed buns in their bowls afterward. Wu Jinyu tidied her backpack, the gravity orb and dagger were stowed in her pockets, a bit of food was packed, and she fashioned a torch from a wooden plank. She wished to test the power of her bow and arrow. Thus, she opened the world channel. Wu Jinyu, seeking feathers. If you have feathers for trade, please add me. On the other side, having just awakened and sheltered within a refuge, Ji Qingju quickly noticed the message on the world channel and privately messaged her. Ji Qingju, big shot, I have feathers. Wu Jinyu, how many feathers do you possess, and what do you seek in exchange? Ji Qingju scratched his head, gazing at the dense fog outside, pondering. Ji Qingju, I have 6, I wish to exchange them for food. Wu Jinyu, how much do you desire in return? Ji Qingju, 2 feathers for 1 steamed bun. If you purchase them all, could you also provide an additional bottle of water? These feathers were not particularly rare for him. During the quest, he had slain numerous low-tier golden pheasants, resulting in a modest collection. Trading them for food was just right, especially since no one knew how long this misty season would last. He had a premonition that food would only become increasingly expensive in the future. Wu Jinyu did not reply immediately. Instead, she approached the storage box to check her supply of steamed buns. Steamed bun 57, Wu Jinyu, deal, proceed to the trading mall to complete the exchange. Qi Qingju, understood. In no time, she had acquired the feathers. Would you like to use 2 iron blocks, 2 pieces of wood, 5 feathers, and 2 pieces of plastic to craft 10 feathered arrows? Yes, crafting successful. Wu Jinyu retrieved 1 arrow from her backpack, inspecting it from every angle. The arrowhead was evidently made of iron, sharp and broad, its triangular shape glimmering coldly. The feathers just traded had been fashioned into fletching. Weighing it in her hand, it felt substantial. She placed it on the string, aiming towards the door. Although she and Feng Yu had only attended 1 lesson, the motion felt quite natural. After practicing her aim a few times, she returned the feathered arrow to her possession. Such precious arrows must not be wasted. Now, she would step outside to test the efficacy of her bow. She donned her cloak and exited the refuge. The 2 small creatures had fallen back asleep. Wu Jinyu secured the door tightly and replenished the fire pits before feeling assured enough to depart. With Frostgrass and the fire pits, the little ones should be safe within the refuge. She scrutinized the coordinates of the refuge on the luminous screen, committing them to memory in case she ventured too far and lost her way back. She gradually stepped out of the Frostgrass barrier. Without the fire pits to dispel it, the dense fog swiftly enveloped her surroundings. Thanks to the torch she held, the originally 1 meter visibility expanded to approximately 3 meters. The eyeless beings lingered around her, but unlike in the refuge, they no longer circled her. It must be the effect of the cloak, Wu Jinyu mused. She did not distance herself from the eyeless beings, rather, she followed them by sound, eager to observe what a creature without eyes resembled. Wu Jinyu held the torch aloft, trailing behind one of them. She occasionally paused to attentively listen to its movements. The fog was so thick that she felt as though it flowed like water, swirling around her. The eyeless being continued its wandering, meandering left and right. Wu Jinyu kept pace, attempting to match its rhythm. Sensing the presence of its kin trailing closely behind, the creature approached her before she could catch up. Wu Jinyu raised the torch, watching as a diminutive figure emerged from the mist, its wrinkled skin resembling a humanoid form, yet devoid of a neck and eyes. It was somewhat unsightly, she thought to herself. The eyeless being quivered its oversized ears, seemingly relying on its hearing to navigate. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and let out a loud call, even extending its claws to push against her cloak. Had she, clad in the wizard's cloak, been repelled by the eyeless being? Chapter 61, The Mist Pearl. Wu Jinyu was unaware of what lay ahead, yet she cautiously took a few steps back, extending her torch forward. The flickering flame dispelled the dense fog within its reach, allowing her to discern the figure of the eye being, which stood at the boundary between the mist and the clearing, seemingly watching her. Its hollow eye sockets, devoid of eyes, were directed towards Wu Jinyu, prompting a chill of cold sweat to form on her back. However, the eye being made no further attempts to shove her away. It merely called out to her twice. With each step she retreated, it advanced 1 step closer. After traversing several paces, it once again submerged into the fog, vanishing from sight. Letting out a heavy sigh, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Solitary creatures do not congregate. Should they encounter their own kind, they would likely drive them away, she mused. After some contemplation, she chose not to depart simply because of the eye being's presence. Instead, maintaining a distance that was neither too near nor too far, she continued to follow it quietly. After such a lengthy pursuit, encountering only this singular eye being, she deemed it prudent to observe further. Holding the torch aloft, Wu Jinyu pressed on. An hour later, she sensed that the eye being continued to wander aimlessly ahead, and her patience began to wane. Following it without gaining any substantial knowledge apart from its habits seemed futile. Moreover, after being out for a while, her eyes felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if a clip were pinching her eyelids, causing considerable distress. Since Feng Yu had mentioned that it possessed something capable of dispersing the fog, she resolved to retrieve that item and return to the sanctuary. Wu Jingyu paused, setting up her workbench and constructing 2 fire pits in place. As she arranged the pits, one in front of the other, she discarded her torch and drew her bow and arrows. Swiftly, she removed her cloak and stowed it away in her pack. No sooner had she finished than the eye being arrived at the demarcation of the mist, its dark eye sockets fixated on her. Even though she had prepared herself to encounter this creature once more, Wu Jingyu was still taken aback. The presence of the dense fog rendered its appearance almost immediate, as if they were face to face. Once she steadied her emotions, she slowly knocked an arrow onto her bowstring. Despite the eye being lacking eyes, its pitch-black socket seemed to perceive her with uncanny precision. Drawing her bow horizontally, she aimed at its forehead and released the arrow decisively. Whoosh! The arrow fell short. The eye being, which had remained stationary, instantaneously shifted its position, continuing to glare at her. Was it capable of such rapid movement? Wu Jingyu felt a sense of trepidation wash over her. If its speed was indeed that great, her current archery skills would be inadequate to resolve the situation, let alone engage it in close combat with the dagger. If she stepped beyond the protective circle of the fire pits, this creature would surely come after her. She retrieved another arrow, contemplating the eye being's eyeless sockets, and devised a clever plan. Crouching down, she scooped up a handful of stones and tossed them to the left. The eye being promptly appeared where the stones had fallen, crushing the already fragmented pieces into dust. Wu Jingyu understood now, the eye being navigated by sound. For a creature devoid of sight, its hearing and sense of smell would be exceedingly acute. The air displaced by her arrow would be sufficient for it to sense her presence. With this newfound understanding, Wu Jingyu lifted her bow once more. Just as she was about to release the arrow, she kicked a stone upward with the tip of her foot. Thud! Before the stone could hit the ground, the eye being had already reached its anticipated landing spot. Following closely, her arrow found its mark, embedding itself into the creature's head. Missed Pearl 1, only 1 pearl, no treasure chest. Wu Jingyu opened her backpack and retrieved the pearl. Missed Pearl. A precious gem dropped by the eye being. When thrown into the mist, it will disperse the fog within a 50-meter radius for 15 minutes. Spinning the pearl between her fingers, she observed the wispy substance swirling inside. Was this truly the treasure Feng Yu had spoken of, capable of dispelling the fog? It appeared to be an ordinary pearl, although it could only clear the mist for 15 minutes within a 50-meter range. She still deemed it more advantageous than a fire pit. Torches and fire pits could indeed disperse the mist, but the fire pit's effective range was a mere 5 meters, and it was cumbersome to transport. The torch was even heavier, with an even smaller dispersal range. Feng Yu had mentioned that the eye beings could only dwell within the mist. This pearl's ability to dissipate the fog indicated that it could also repel the eye beings. If she were to acquire a sufficient quantity of these pearls, using them would undoubtedly be more convenient than relying on torches or fire pits. Yet, the drop rate was disheartening, only 1 pearl per eye being. After stowing away the pearl and her bow, Wu Jingyu opened the map in her mind, intending to follow the coordinates back to the sanctuary. The small ball's updated coordinate function meshed perfectly with her map. As she walked, her thoughts wandered. The journey back was still considerable, as she had followed the eye being for quite some time. After munching on a steamed bun and sipping from a bottle of water, she finally returned to the sanctuary an hour before dusk. Bobo and Squirrel were already awake. After finishing the meal Wu Jingyu had left, they were playfully tussling on the bed. Upon hearing the sound of Wu Jingyu opening the door, both little creatures perked up, turning their heads in alarm. Once they realized it was her, they simultaneously leaped from the bed and bounded into her arms. "All right, stop sniffing, I'm unscathed. Let me see if you've finished your food," Wu Jingyu said, gently placing the 2 little ones down at the bedside. The food bowl was empty, so she retrieved another bottle of water to refill it. The fire pit at the entrance still blazed brightly. Counting the number, there were at least 20 surrounding the house, extending all the way to the creek. Even if a small amount of mist managed to seep into the sanctuary, it would pose little danger. The 2 little ones had not ventured outside today, so Wu Jingyu decided against giving them a bath. She fetched 2 buckets of water for herself, boiled it, and quickly washed up. With a towel, she dabbed her damp hair and lit several candles for illumination. Sitting by the bedside, she activated the light screen. The world channel was in chaos, messages flooding in at a speed too rapid for the naked eye to follow. Deciding it was best to shut it off, she turned her attention to her friends list. Chen Linhan had already awakened, with yet another 99 messages waiting for her. Wiping her face, she scrolled up. As her fingers flew across the screen, the endless stream of messages overwhelmed her, prompting Wu Jinyu to concede defeat. Wu Jinyu, you've sent so many messages. I can't scroll to the top, please resend the most recent ones. Chen Linhan, you've finally returned, I hope you haven't left the sanctuary. Don't go out. Several people have gone outside and reported red eyes and blurred vision in the World Channel. They are now lamenting their plight. Wu Jinyu, I'm aware. I intended to ask you about the situation this morning, but you were still asleep. Chen Linhan, this dense fog is peculiar. I usually get no more than 8 hours of sleep, but last night I slept for 15 hours straight, waking up at 2 in the afternoon. Fortunately, I had seen the warnings on the World Channel about not going out, or I would have certainly ventured out for breakfast. The mist is exceedingly dangerous. Wu Jinyu, can you see any beasts from your window today? Chen Linhan, there shouldn't be any. I have frost grass, and there's a distance around the sanctuary without any beasts. Now that the fog has settled in, I can't see a thing. However, I didn't hear any sounds from outside today, so there are likely no beasts nearby. Wu Jinyu, understood. If there were no beasts near Chen Linhan, it was likely they had all retreated deep into the jungle to rest. Wu Jinyu, make sure to keep the fire pits at the entrance well stocked, otherwise, the mist will still seep into the sanctuary. If you have anything to cover your eyes, like goggles, wear them continuously. Chen Linhan, will there still be mist if there are fire pits at the entrance? I didn't notice any when I looked up. Wait a moment, with all this knowledge, have you ventured outside? Oh dear, don't wander around, I spent the whole day watching the World Channel. Many people, desperate for food, went out searching for treasure chests and ended up injuring their eyes in the mist. How are your eyes now? Chapter 62, The Invasion of the Pupils in the Shelter, sharing experiences. Wu Jinyu remarked, it's not too bad. I haven't been outside for long, so there are no issues. You should quickly set up a few campfires. Chen Linhan replied, how many campfires do you need? I don't have many matches left, so I can probably only make 6 or 7 more. Wu Jinyu urged, hurry up. I plan to list a batch now to earn some quick coin. Understood, Chen Linhan acknowledged. After concluding her conversation with Chen Linhan, she turned to the World Channel. Wu Jinyu announced, I will be listing a batch of campfires in 2 minutes. The previously bustling World Channel fell silent, leaving behind a few bewildered players from zones 25 and 85. Wu Jinyu moved her chair to the center of the shelter, retrieved her workbench, and began crafting campfires. As usual, she priced them at 2 pieces of wood each. She shook her hands and stifled a yawn, feeling a bit drowsy. She paused her work on the campfires. Wu Jinyu said, stop the listings, no need to wait anymore, the mist can easily drift into the shelter, those who can should place a few more campfires at the entrance. Boss, I put one down right after you mentioned it this morning. Only placing 1 campfire indeed allows mist to enter. If it's in front, the mist comes in from behind, and if it's at the back, it comes in from the front. Boss, aren't you tired? I've already had 2 rounds of sleep. I'm extremely fatigued. When I woke up in the afternoon, I was only sleepy, but now I'm both tired and hungry. Is there anyone who could spare some food? Boss, did you go outside today? How's it looking out there? Can we get more campfires up? There were too many messages for Wu Jinyu to keep up with. She was indeed very tired today. However, ever since she wore the jade pendant around her neck, she felt much better. Although she still frequently yawned and her mind felt hazy, at least she wasn't collapsing onto her bed to sleep. Noticing that Wu Jinyu had stopped speaking, the discussion about her gradually faded, overshadowed by desperate pleas for help. Many were suffering due to insufficient campfires, with the mist encroaching and the pupils following suit into the shelter. Most players lacked the means to combat the pupils. She herself could only shoot them down from a distance with her bow and the protection of campfires. From the discussions in the World Channel, it was evident that the lethality of the pupils was even greater than she had anticipated. Moreover, those who could speak in the World Channel were a fraction of those who had escaped the pupils' harm. She believed many had already fallen prey to the pupils before they could even seek help in the World Channel. Observing the pleas for assistance, she pondered for a moment, typed, and sent out another message. Wu Jinyu stated, "If any creature enters through the mist, do not panic. If that creature does not kill you immediately, you have a chance to survive. Exit the World Channel and immediately. If that creature is already upon you and there's no time to make campfires, remain still. Calm yourself, slow your heartbeat and wait for it to leave. Those creatures lack eyes but have exceptionally keen hearing. If you're fortunate and follow my instructions, you may have a chance to live." These were the insights Wu Jinyu had gathered throughout the day. She was essentially providing this information to other players without any charge. They lacked protective goggles, and a portion of them did not even have the means to place a campfire in front of the shelter daily, let alone venture outside. They had only the shelter left. If the shelter were to be invaded, they would soon fall prey to the pupils. By sharing some information, she hoped to prevent a rapid decline in the number of players in the server. The recent merging of 3 zones had already instilled a sense of crisis in her. The survival methods in Zones 25 and 85 were markedly different from those in Zone 47. While Zone 47 also had its share of confused individuals, like Ding Shan or others who had yet to make a name for themselves, most were willing to share experiences and trade peacefully. Zones 25 and 85 were evidently different. She had observed the trading markets of some players in these zones, and many resources were priced exorbitantly. The items she had listed recently had low trading conditions. Without hesitation, she could confidently assert that her sale of campfires had surely irked a small portion of players. It wasn't necessarily just those trading campfires, there might also be players trading other goods. She had already received numerous reports in her personal messages. The contents of the reports were varied, some even accused her of dubious activities. The senders of these reports included both the system and fellow players. She had deleted all these reports. As the number of merged zones increased, such situations would only become more chaotic. She did not wish to see an overly tumultuous scenario. She had a premonition that many adverse conditions were yet to come: blizzards, strong winds, and pollution. She believed that as time progressed, players' survival abilities would significantly improve, and the numbers wouldn't drop too quickly, but for now, she was reluctant to see Zone 47 merge with too many other zones. Providing them with some information may not enhance their living conditions, but at the very least, it would offer them a pathway to survival. Wu Jinyu instructed, "If that creature leaves the shelter, immediately place campfires at the entrance. Those who can, should encircle the shelter with them. Frost grass can obstruct it, but cannot completely shield against it. The pupils rely on the mist for movement. As long as the mist density near the shelter reaches a level that allows them to come and go freely, they can still enter, albeit at a slower pace." The World Channel had long fallen silent due to Wu Jinyue's statements. Everyone seemed to be waiting for her to elaborate further on the fog season. After she finished speaking, she paused. Seeing the World Channel remained quiet, she added another remark. Wu Jinyu said, "There's no need to be so quiet, I have finished my explanation." Upon her utterance, the World Channel erupted like water splashed into hot oil. "Boss, I'm not asking if you've been outside. You must have gone out, otherwise how would you know what that creature looks like? What is the situation outside? I went out today and didn't encounter that creature, but my eyes are really bothering me. To the person above, make a torch to take outside. Your eyes will feel much better, and the torch can drive away that creature. Be cautious when venturing out, be cautious. My eyes have been in excruciating pain since I went out this afternoon, and my vision is blurred. Are you also united in Zone 47? To the person above, it's not unity. It is merely that everyone wants to survive and shares survival experiences." Observing the myriad situations players were facing in the World Channel, Wu Jinyu contemplated and added another comment. Wu Jinyu advised, "If you lack protective measures, minimize your outings. If you have any protective eyewear like goggles, wear them and do not remove them." Following her remarks, several players echoed her sentiments. Seizing the opportunity as everyone began to engage, Wu Jinyu took the chance to announce trades. "I have items such as plastic, rubber, leather, fiberglass, disinfectant tablets, and other goods that can enhance quality of life. Feel free to trade with me. Note, please mention my name when adding me as a friend. After delivering these words, Wu Jinyu turned to the friend request interface, selecting players for trading. Chapter 63, Trading Supplies. Among the friend requests received by Yu Qinder, several IDs seemed remarkably familiar. For instance, Nailin Yuting and Wu Wanqing, who was ranked first in District 25. Nailin Yuting was not a new acquaintance. She had been attempting to add her as a friend for several days. Wu Wanqing appeared to be a first-time addition, her note simply stating plastic exchange. She first approved Nailin Yuting's request. Wu Jinyu, what are you exchanging? Nailin Yuting, have I been added? On the opposite side of the continent, within a dimly lit sanctuary, a young girl abruptly sat up in bed, the bright light illuminated her face. She hesitated, typing and deleting in the input box, contemplating her next message. Noticing the silence from Wu Jinyu, she hurriedly confirmed her next text. Nailin Yuting, I have disinfectant tablets, I wish to trade them for food. Wu Jinyu, how many disinfectant tablets do you have? What food can one tablet exchange for? Nailin Yuting quickly leapt from her bed, opened her storage box, and retrieved the disinfectant tablets. After assessing her food supplies, she decided on the quantity for the exchange. Nailin Yuting, for 2 disinfectant tablets, I would like to trade 1 for 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water. Therefore, 2 disinfectant tablets would equate to 4 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water. Wu Jinyu also turned to her storage box to check her food supplies. She needed to ensure that she and her 2 little ones had sufficient food for the upcoming months. Thanks to the big blackfish, her box was filled solely with fresh tuna and octopus tentacles, enough for the 3 of them to last 20 days. Moreover, there were other preserved foods, rice, and the fertile black soil at her doorstep could yield vegetables. Nevertheless, she would need to venture outside starting tomorrow to explore and seek treasure chests. Relying solely on her current supplies was not a sustainable plan. Wu Jinyu agreed. For loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water, I will place the order in the trading mall. Nailin Yuting, okay, I also possess a piece of plastic, but I would need a larger food exchange for it, as it is the only item I have from the treasure chest. Wu Jinyu was naturally receptive to these materials. She first laid out all the blueprints, comparing them to what she could potentially craft. After comparing, only one blueprint's materials were not too far off. Mountain bike blueprint, this will enable you to traverse harsh terrains with ease. The speed of the bike depends on how swiftly you can pedal. As long as you dare to ride, there is no place you cannot reach. Required materials, iron blocks 10, copper blocks 2, leather 2, plastic 6, rubber 8. She was still short 5 pieces of plastic and 3 pieces of rubber. If she could create the mountain bike, her subsequent treasure hunting and encounters with the Eye People would be significantly expedited. Wu Jinyu, how much food do you wish to exchange? You must be aware that during the fog season, everyone has limited food supplies. Nailin Yuting, I understand. I know food is valuable now. I would like to trade 1 piece of plastic for 6 loaves of bread. Could the esteemed one include a bottle of water? Wu Jinyu frowned at the light screen, finding it somewhat exorbitant. 6 loaves of bread, even with her current luck, would require a wooden box. Furthermore, during the fog season, the value of bread would only escalate. Wu Jinyu, 6 loaves of bread is excessive. I can only accept 5 loaves without additional water. On the other side, Nailin Yuting frowned upon receiving this message, letting out a resigned sigh. During the fog season, she would undoubtedly find it far more challenging to search for treasure chests than before. Her food supplies in the storage box were dwindling, and the cost of food would only rise in the future. Nailin Yuting, that's acceptable, but I would prefer a different type of bread instead of steamed buns. Wu Jinyu, that works. She promptly listed honey buns for exchange, and soon, the plastic was in her possession. Nailin Yuting, thank you, esteemed one, I hope to trade again in the future. Wu Jinyu, okay. After concluding her communication with Nailin Yuting, she turned her attention to another friend request from Wu Wanqing. Upon approval, a message promptly arrived. Wu Wanqing, 2 pieces of plastic for a weapon. A weapon, Wu Jinyu, what kind of weapon? Wu Wanqing, a dagger, but I require one of C grade or above. Having just completed a trade for food with Nailin Yuting, This request from Wu Wanqing for a dagger hinted at a possible confrontation with the Eye people. She refrained from inquiring further and searched her treasure chest for the desired dagger. In addition to an A-grade dagger, she also possessed a B-grade and a C-grade dagger, yet, the perceived value of this trade seemed somewhat steep. Wu Jinyu, your offer is too high. My dagger has never been used and still has 120 durability. 2 pieces of plastic are insufficient for my high durability C-grade dagger. Wu Wanqing, then I will add this one. Image Wu Jinyu, what is this? Wu Wanqing, a small cart, equipped with a tow rope that is adjustable in length. Wu Jinyu, agreed, it's a deal. Sitting on her bed, Wu Jinyu was overjoyed upon seeing the small cart. Each time she visited the big black fish, her backpack was never enough to hold everything. She often had to sell a portion of the fish meat. Now, with the small cart, she could transport excess items back easily. With the rope securing it, it should prove quite sturdy. Soon, the plastic and small cart were in her possession. Wu Jinyu eagerly pulled the small cart from her backpack, and the 2 little ones, spotting this peculiar object, could not resist jumping in together. Wu Jinyu then walked a circle around the wall with her 2 little companions. The wheels rolled smoothly, and it was effortless to push, perfectly suited for her. After placing the small cart in the storage room, she returned to her bed. She still needed 2 pieces of plastic and 3 pieces of rubber. She was determined to craft this mountain bike today. Thus, she began sifting through her friend requests once more. Many of the players had either no notes or requests for her to generously assist them selflessly. Players capable of producing these materials were relatively scarce, and even if some could, they might not opt for a trade. After deleting all these messages, she finally found a player willing to trade plastic. A player from the former 85th district, ID, Yuqinder. Wu Jinyu, what are the terms for the trade? Yuqinder, are you the one who ranked first in the leaderboard for the last mission in District 47? Wu Jinyu, does my ranking have any bearing on our trade? Yuqinder, it does. I have 2 pieces of plastic, and I want to exchange them for 10 bottles of water and 15 loaves of bread. Wu Jinyu frowned, remaining silent as she turned to review his trading wall. She was taken aback by the prices. A single brown sugar bread was listed for 8 wooden boxes. Wu Jinyu, have the trading conditions always been this exorbitant in your 85th district? Yuqinder, yes, that is the price. Wu Jinyu remarked, 886. Upon uttering these words, she promptly deleted him. The audacity of requesting 2 plastic items in exchange for 10 bottles of water and 15 loaves of bread, while inquiring if she was the top trader, was undeniably outrageous. The value of food has soared dramatically after the fog season, as she discerned from observing the trading markets of others. If, prior to the last mission, axes and daggers were deemed the most valuable commodities, now, amidst the fog season, food has ascended to occupy the pinnacle of worth in the trading marketplace. She was there to engage in trade, not to dispense charity, and thus, chose to sever ties for simplicity's sake. Chapter 64, Disputes over Trades, Mountain Bicycles. While Wu Jinyu was still rummaging through the trade list in search of potential trading partners, her friend Chen Lihan suddenly popped up in her friend list. Chen Lihan, are you still looking for someone to trade with? Pause for a moment and check the world channel. Someone is slandering you. Wu Jinyu. Chen Lihan, if I hadn't argued with someone yesterday and been muted, I would definitely have given them a piece of my mind. What do they mean by saying that anyone who trades with you is from the same nest of snakes and rats? Ridiculous. Who dared to insult her trading partners? Halting her search for trading opportunities, she returned to the world channel. Yuqinder, you think you can just delete someone because you feel they are overpriced without saying a word? Your trade market in District 47 is nothing but rubbish. What kind of prices are these? It forces newcomers like us to sell our supplies at a loss. Wu Jinyu, if you can't afford the trade, just say so instead of resorting to deleting people. Below, numerous players from District 47 were engaging in heated exchanges with him. Wu Jinyu rested her chin on her hand, observing the chaotic stream of comments in the channel. Many players from Districts 25 and 85 had jumped in to condemn the prices in District 47. Some from these 2 districts likely harbored deep-seated grievances regarding the trading conditions and couldn't resist the urge to bicker with their fellow district players. The player who had just traded with her, Wu Wanqing, was evidently one of those individuals. Wu Wanqing, expensive is expensive. I just completed a trade with Wu Jinyu, and I found it quite fair. 2 plastics and a small cart for a C-grade dagger with over 100 durability, far better than some people in District 25. After all, I previously bought 2 pieces of wood from them for 5 buns. With prices like these in Blue Star, it's a recipe for bankruptcy. Here, you deserve to be deleted, not only deleted but also blacklisted. Wu Jinyu had seen Wu Wanqing's comments in the World Channel before, but they had always pertained to questions about alien beasts or trading supplies, never so charged with anger. Now, she was witnessing her unleashing her fury. She observed the current state of the World Channel with keen interest, those players criticizing the prices in District 47, while ostensibly targeting the pricing, were, from another perspective, directing their ire at her. From the conditions of her previous trades, they were now berating her for seeking to exchange for other materials. Messages announcing players being muted flooded the World Channel. How lively, Wu Jinyu thought. This was precisely why she was reluctant to merge districts frequently. Had it not been for the merging of 3 districts, she would have remained oblivious to how high the trading conditions could reach in other districts. Such elevated trading conditions left her with unwanted items that languished in her possession, while the items others needed remained untradeable. It seemed her blacklist was about to receive an influx of new entries. She had merely deleted Yu Qinder moments ago, yet he had scuttled to the World Channel to shout. Perhaps it was time to blacklist him as well. After promptly blacklisting all those who had been clamoring and making a fuss, she discovered that Ding Shan had also emerged. He was always present whenever there was talk of her. Clicking on his profile, she reported him once more. Within seconds, Ding Shan, who had been lively in the World Channel, fell silent. It appeared her report had been successful. After blacklisting a slew of individuals, Wu Jinyu returned to her messaging interface and began typing. Wu Jinyu, time to stock up on my blacklist again. Let me clarify, this Yu Qinder wanted me to trade 10 bottles of mineral water and 15 loaves of bread for 2 plastics. Are you all in Districts 25 and 85 treating 2 plastics as if they were precious gems? Who doesn't he know how much food prices have skyrocketed lately? If you're unaware, take a stroll through the trading market and see the value of those 10 bottles of mineral water and 15 loaves of bread. Ultimately, I am in charge of my trades. It is entirely justified for me to delete someone who tries to extort me. Don't play the fool here, and all of you supporting Yu Qinder, consider yourselves blacklisted as well. Having said this, Wu Jinyu fell silent. At the moment she finished speaking, the number of people railing against her diminished significantly. Those who remained particularly incensed were soon muted as well. The World Channel returned to its previous harmony. Wu Jinyu felt a sense of satisfaction. After making another call for trading plastics and rubber in the World Channel, she turned her attention back to the friend request list. This time, the requests for friendship seemed far more promising than before, based on their remarks. It was indeed true that some people simply deserved a good scolding. Scooping up Bobo and giving it a good rub, she swiftly traded 1 C-grade iron axe, durability 120, 10 bottles of mineral water, 4 toasts, 5 buns, and 2 red bin buns for 2 plastics and 3 rubbers. Her mountain bicycle was finally complete. Clapping her hands, she retrieved her workbench and the materials for the mountain bicycle. She placed the materials and the mountain bicycle blueprint on the workbench. Would you like to use 10 iron blocks, 2 copper blocks, 2 leather, 6 plastics, and 8 rubbers to craft a mountain bicycle? Yes, crafting successful. A deep black bicycle materialized beside the workbench. With its wide tires and sufficiently sturdy frame, it appeared well suited as a mode of transportation in this world. At that moment, a notification window popped up. Congratulations, player Wu Jinyu has completed the achievement of Junior Blueprint Artisan. Achievement points 1, reward. Iron chest 1, iron blocks 10. Congratulations, player Wu Jinyu is the first to complete the Junior Blueprint Artisan achievement in Huaxia District 47, receiving an additional achievement point, iron chest 1, and 1 distributable attribute point. Before long, another message appeared in the notification window. Congratulations, player Wu Jinyu has completed the achievement of Newbie on the Road. Achievement points 1, reward. Iron chest 1, plastics 3. Congratulations, player Wu Jinyu is the first to complete the Newbie on the Road achievement in Huaxia District 47, receiving an additional achievement point, Iron Chest 1, and 1 distributable attribute point. Gazing at the achievements displayed on the notification window, Wu Jinyu was so elated that she could hardly focus on the mountain bicycle before her. She hastily opened her personal profile, player, Wu Jinyu, age, 22 stamina, 9 health, 10 strength, 7 mentality, 29 luck, 14, note, upgradable. This time, she obtained 2 distributable attribute points. She allocated 1 to mentality and decided to experiment with the other on luck. Reaching out, she tentatively applied one of the attribute points to luck. As anticipated, a message promptly appeared. Unable to upgrade, please seek alternative methods. Just as she suspected, luck could not be enhanced through attribute points. As for the alternative methods mentioned by the notification window, was it referring to that sunflower fruit she had consumed a few days ago? Realizing that luck could not be enhanced with attribute points but only through other resources, Wu Jinyu allocated the attribute points to both mentality and strength. Player, Wu Jinyu, age, 22 stamina, 9 health, 10 strength, 8 mentality, 30 luck, 14, note, upgradable. Once she allocated the point to mentality, almost instantaneously, the jade pendant hanging on her chest began to glow. Wu Jinyu heard the familiar voice in her mind from when she first arrived in this world. Ziz ziz ziz. Bound race. Human, no tribe, talent, horse whisperer talent level, 1 can view range, 500 meters upgrade condition, mentality 30, detected that upgrade conditions have been met. Would you like to upgrade the horse whisperer talent level to 2? Hearing the familiar voice in her mind once more, Wu Jinyu was on the verge of tears. Heaven knows how she had endured these past few days, diligently accumulating distributable attribute points. She was finally on the brink of an upgrade. Chapter 65, Talent Enhancement, Cycling Journey Affirmative. Upgrade successful, talent. Horse riding skill talent level, 2 range of observation, 1000 meters upgrade requirements, strength value, 20, spirit value, 40. 2. Xuanji Fragment 1 Talent Analysis. The higher the level and mental power, the broader the range of perception and the finer the detail of observation. Nothing within this range can escape detection. Note, can evolve. In an instant, Wu Jinyu felt an overwhelming surge of voices in her mind, the sound of footsteps from the outside, the playful banter of 2 little ones within the shelter, and the rustling of wind against the shelter's walls, all intertwined with the sounds emanating from her own body. It was truly marvelous. The fog season's previous confusion dissipated entirely, leaving her mind clearer than ever before. Upon opening her eyes, she could see the thin mist floating above the shelter as described by Fengyu. She could only perceive the mist after her mental value reached 30. Fengyu, separated by a light barrier, also observed the same mist. Did this imply that his mental value surpassed 30 as well? Was the inherent talent of the Lycaoran tribe related to mental power? After setting aside these thoughts, she listened to the sound of the jade in her mind, which indicated that during her talent upgrade, she had acquired an additional Xuanji Fragment 1, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Xuanji Fragment. Was it a fragment of this jade? She had long been attentive to the jade's mention of talent evolution, yet, this upgrade did not specify any evolution details. Could it be that only with jade fragments could she achieve evolution? Where could she possibly find them? Was it conceivable that opening treasure chests might yield such fragments? Wu Jinyu was perplexed. This jade was akin to a personal machine, capable of speech but not of receiving information. The secrets of the jade were hers alone to uncover. Henceforth, she could only take 1 step at a time. If she truly could not find any, there was little she could do. During this upgrade, the jade had not disclosed any special features. Aside from doubling her range of perception, she was unaware of any other changes. Wu Jinyu attempted to employ her seeking steed technique in her mind. The previously obscured map of the fog had now become exceptionally clear. The terrain, the location of the Tongren, and treasure chests were all marked on the map. However, there were no abnormal beasts or plants indicated, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to her level 2 seeking steed technique still lacking the ability to mark them or simply because none existed around her shelter. Regardless, she was already quite content to have the map revealed beneath the fog. With the aid of a mountain bike, she could continue to gather resources even during the fog season. Wu Jinyu examined the map closely, particularly the number of tongren depicted. Within a 1-kilometer radius, there was only one tongren. She had followed that tongren for quite some time today without encountering any others. While this number ensured safety, it was not suitable for her current needs. She sought to collect fog pearls. Players possessing teleportation stones can choose to explore the fog island deep within the fog 1 week after its onset, with a chance of acquiring rare resources. Fog pearls held little significance for players currently in shelters. However, the situation would be markedly different once they reached the fog island. Although she was unaware of the island's size, gathering the strongest players from each region was evidently not a favorable scenario. If the island were small, the likelihood of players crossing paths would significantly increase. Clear visibility was crucial, whether facing players or tongren. After coming to this conclusion, Wu Jinyu closed the map in her mind and turned her gaze to the mountain bike standing before her. Adjusting the seat to her height, she mounted the bike. The two little ones, who had just played with the cart, couldn't resist exploring this new toy, bouncing around and poking at it. When Wu Jinyu began to pedal forward, they instantly leaped onto their bike, standing on either side of the handlebars like mascots, allowing Wu Jinyu to ride them around the small shelter for a couple of laps. It felt quite enjoyable. From now on, if you're riding with me, it would be best if you two tucked yourselves behind my backpack or on my shoulders. Standing in front could spell disaster if I needed to make a quick escape, Wu Jinyu remarked as she halted the bike, addressing the two little ones. Bobo and Squirrel obediently nodded. After pushing the bike into the storage room, the two little ones returned to their bed to frolic, while Wu Jinyu sat at the small table and opened a treasure chest for the achievements she had just completed. Though she hadn't found a treasure chest outside, the achievements had surprisingly yielded for her. Do you wish to open iron treasure chests for? Yes, acquired bottled water 22, honey water 2, sparkling water 1, steamed buns 5, shredded pork buns 3, honey bread 5, donuts 2, beef jerky 2, luncheon meat cans 2, C-grade iron axe, durability 101, C-grade iron axe, durability 131, C-grade dagger, durability 101, headband 1, adhesive bandages 2, gauze 1, essential oil 1, goggles 1, warm gloves 1, rain boots 1, solar flashlight 1, teleportation stone 1. This time, she did not uncover any blueprints but instead acquired a teleportation stone. It seemed that the drop rate for these 4 iron treasure chests had been diminished by the inclusion of the teleportation stone, coupled with the 2 she had received earlier from the small ball. She now possessed 3 teleportation stones. She meticulously categorized all these items into the storage box. After completing her tasks, she glanced at the time. It was time for bed. After tucking the 2 little ones into their nest, she quickly washed up before snuggling into her own blankets. Gently stroking them, she wished them good night before peacefully closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. The next day, Wu Jinyu did not oversleep. Upon opening her eyes, she found the 2 little ones still lost in their dreams. Thanks to the upgrade of her seeking steed technique and the influence of the jade, she had resumed her usual routine. After washing up, tidying her space, and having breakfast, she swiftly completed her preparations for departure. After placing 2 red bean buns into the bowls of the little ones, she sat on the edge of the bed and gently nudged them awake. Bobo, Squirrel, I'm heading out now. Remember to eat your breakfast and don't wander outside. Understood. Still groggy from sleep, they could only hear Wu Jinyu's voice but remained oblivious to the specifics of her words, their minds foggy. So sleepy, the 2 little ones struggled to lift their heads, only to let them fall heavily back down, appearing utterly unable to rise. After tucking them back into their nest, Wu Jinyu donned her cloak, put on her goggles, and pushed the mountain bike out the door. Before leaving, she added another ring of firewood at the entrance of the shelter. In case she returned late, this would ensure that the shelter remained safe from the encroaching fog. Gazing at the mist ahead and then at the torch in her hand, she contemplated how to manage riding her bike while holding it. If she didn't carry it, even with goggles, she wouldn't be able to remain in the fog for long. Conversely, if she held it, riding on uneven ground with one hand would make her prone to falling. Suddenly, Wu Jinyu recalled the strap she had torn from her pajamas to bind the crab shell. Extracting the strap from the corner of the shelter, she measured it against the torch and the handlebars. It fit perfectly here, neither burning her nor failing to dispel the mist. After securely fastening the torch, she tightened her backpack and mounted the bike, riding out of the frost grass barrier. She had now officially joined the ranks of those with vehicles. Wu Jinyu pondered as she pedaled along, looking at the map in her mind. She found no treasure chests or Tongren. She could only proceed at random, following the stream downstream. She retraced the path she had taken on her first day here in search of resources, yet, compared to that time, she now swiftly reached the endpoint she had previously arrived at, moving even further ahead. As she navigated the map, stopping and starting, she finally spotted a Tongren. With a swift turn of the handlebars, she headed directly toward the Tongren. Chapter 66, The New Discovery of the I-Beings and the Strange Phenomenon in the Map. The mountain bike surged forward with remarkable speed. In just a few minutes, she found herself less than 10 meters away from the I-Being. Although she could not perceive its presence with the naked eye, the map in her mind indicated that it lay just ahead, a mere 10 meters away. This time, she resolved to test her dagger to see if she could eliminate it. Yesterday, during their first encounter, she had relied on her bow and arrows in conjunction with a fire to resolve the situation. Hence, she remained unaware of the true strength of the I-Being. Of course, her decision to employ the dagger was motivated by a more pressing concern, the exorbitant cost of the arrows. With 2 iron blocks, 2 pieces of wood, 5 feathers, and 2 plastics, she could only craft 10 arrows. The previous encounter had cost her 2 arrows for a single I-Being. She had initially assumed that the first arrow, which had fallen to the ground, could be retrieved, but upon dispatching the I-Being, she discovered that the arrowhead had become dulled and bent. It appeared that once it hit the ground, it was rendered unusable. The wastage rate was far too high, and she could not afford to expend arrows frivolously. Her A-grade dagger, however, was a different matter. As long as she didn't lose it, it could serve her for a lifetime. Drawing her dagger, she stowed her mountain bike and approached cautiously. Clad in her cloak, the I-Being still mistook her for one of its kind, refraining from attacking her. Yet, as she drew nearer, the I-Being halted its advance. At a distance where she could discern its silhouette, she too came to a stop. She constructed a fire to disperse the mist within a 5-meter radius, allowing her to see the I-Being in its entirety. It appeared just as she had seen before, eyeless and diminutive, now ceasing its forward movement to fix its gaze upon her. In an instant, as she tore away her cloak, the I-Being darted to the boundary where the mist dissipated, coming to a standstill, staring intently at her. Feng Yu had mentioned that the I-Beings could not survive outside the mist. As long as the fire remained lit, she would be safe within its warmth. With dagger in hand, Wu Jinyu gradually approached the I-Being. When she was less than half a meter away, she suddenly lunged forward, aiming the blade at its forehead. The I-Being, however, was no fool and swiftly evaded her strike. Observing the I-Being's agile movements and keen awareness, Wu Jinyu realized she would need to revert to her old strategy, a feint and strike. She tossed a stone to the left while swinging her dagger in that direction. Then, she threw a stone to the right and slashed in that direction as well. This back and forth continued multiple times, yet her dagger strikes were slower than her previous arrows, allowing the I-Being to evade her with ease. It seemed that the I-Being was becoming agitated. Although it maintained an expressionless demeanor, she sensed a coldness in its countenance. The mist began to encroach, invading the 5-meter safe zone created by her fire, causing the density of the fog to rise gradually. The mist, which had been barely visible at first, now obscured the I-Being's face entirely. This realization struck Wu Jinyu like a bolt of lightning. How could the I-Being manipulate the mist? The fog around the fire thickened rapidly, soon reaching a density that enabled the I-Being to traverse freely. The fire was not a foolproof barrier against the I-Being. Provoked, it would certainly find a way to come after her. Quickly stowing her dagger in her pocket, she retrieved her mountain bike and sped away, seeking distance from the I-Being before donning her cloak. Her life was at stake, and she had meticulously studied the cloak's instructions before its use. First, do not speak once donned. Second, do not put on the cloak in the presence of the I-Beings. If she were to don the cloak before an I-Being, it would spell her doom. Pedaling furiously away from the I-Being, Wu Jinyu kept an eye on the map in her mind while also focusing on the terrain ahead. She had no desire to end up in a tumble. The red dot representing the eye being first remained still for a few seconds before charging towards her with terrifying speed. At a sufficient distance, the eye being should not be able to see her. With no time to dismount properly, Wu Jinyu leaped off the bike, rolling to the ground, and swiftly pulled out her cloak, wrapping herself in it. Huff, huff, she gasped, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle her heavy breathing. It was exhilarating. The eye being had encircled her, circling her mountain bike. However, due to the torch on the handlebars, the eye being showed no hostility towards the bicycle. It merely observed without manipulating the mist. The eye being, seemingly no longer irate, appeared considerably more benign. Its previous speed had been astonishing. Within the mist, the eye being moved with the fluidity of a fish in water, able to accelerate or decelerate at will. While it seemed to move at a leisurely pace through the fog, when it pursued her, its speed exceeded that of her bicycle. Lying on the ground, Wu Jinyu endeavored to calm her racing heart and breath, then cautiously crawled away from the eye being. Fortunately, she was quick, otherwise, if it had caught her just as she was about to don the cloak, the consequences would have been dire. As for her mountain bike, she could retrieve it later. With the cloak on, Wu Jinyu was now beyond the reach of the eye being's attack, swiftly crawling several dozen meters away until the sound of the eye being faded from her ears. She lay on the ground, examining the map in her mind, noting that the eye being had moved on from her previous position and continued forward. Wu Jinyu hurriedly constructed a fire to dispel the mist. Lying without a fire for even a brief moment, she already felt discomfort in her eyes. Once the fire blazed, she sat up and rubbed her head with her hands. It became evident that close-range stabbing with the dagger was ineffective. The eye being's hearing was far too acute, and her strikes were too slow for it to evade. Only arrows, with their swiftness combined with a feint and strike tactic, could effectively vanquish it. Having come to this realization, Wu Jinyu stood, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, and took out her bow and arrows, making her way back to the original location. Stowing her mountain bike in her pack, she employed her previous tactic, running near the eye being while cloaked. She lit a fire, then shed her cloak, disrupting the eye being's hearing with stones. She prepared to eliminate it with her bow. This time, there was no need for experimentation. She expended only one arrow. After retrieving the mist beads and arrows, and donning her cloak once more, Wu Jinyu suddenly thought of the two little ones. If only Bobo and the squirrel could accompany her, with them tossing stones nearby while she dealt with the eye being, it would certainly be more convenient than facing it alone. Alas, she was uncertain of how the mist would affect them. It was best not to take that risk. She resumed her journey on her mountain bike, pedaling forward for about half an hour. She noted that the number of treasure chests was distinctly anomalous. Previously, regardless of the scarcity of this area, there would always be one or two chests, yet, after riding for so long, not a single chest appeared on the map. Could it be that the arrival of the mist season had diminished the chances of treasure chests appearing? Wu Jinyu was baffled. She could only meander about, hoping to stumble upon the eye being or a treasure chest by sheer luck. Coming to a halt, she stuffed a red bin bun into her mouth and adjusted the torch on her handlebars. Not long thereafter, she made a startling discovery. Gazing at the map, densely populated with red dots representing the eye beings, and the icons of strange beasts surrounding them, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. Had the map gone haywire? She had ridden for so long and only encountered one eye being, yet the map indicated that just under 1,000 meters ahead, a multitude of eye beings and strange beasts congregated. She recalled that eye beings did not gather in such numbers, and what of the circle of strange beast icons surrounding the eye beings, with so many small dots in motion? Could it not be a nest of some kind of strange beast? Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Jinyu tightened her cloak, turned her bike's front wheel, and sped toward that location. After such a long journey, a new discovery was finally at hand. With her cloak at the ready, it would do no harm to investigate further. Chapter 67, The Cave Filled with Eyes and Strange Beasts. Wu Jinyu swiftly rode to the location indicated on the map. The dense fog forced her to draw closer, revealing a mountain. With a torch illuminating only a 3-meter radius, she discerned that the vegetation at the mountain's base was sparse, predominantly rocky and sandy terrain. The height of the mountain remained uncertain, but the multitude of beast markers on the map suggested it must be several hundred meters tall. An opening on the western side of the mountain resembled a cave, marked by 2 red dots representing the eye beings, which were moving outward. After stowing her mountain bike, she crafted a new torch and cautiously approached. The base of the mountain was characterized by loose sand, transitioning to firm rock only upon reaching the cave. Just as an eye being emerged, it coincided with Wu Jinyue's path. Neither moved. The creature's dark eye sockets were fixed upon her, its expressionless face conveying a silent demand to yield. Observing that the eye being had no intention of deviating, Wu Jinyu shifted aside, allowing it to continue on its course. Turning her gaze back to the cave from which the eye being had come, she meticulously illuminated the rocky entrance with her torch. After sensing no unusual sensations, she pressed onward. The fog surrounding the mountain was markedly denser than that outside, and within the cave, it was even thicker. The torch that had once dispelled fog within a 3-meter radius now only illuminated 2 meters. As she ventured deeper, the map indicated an increasing number of eye beings and strange beasts. Despite having found none outside, they appeared to be congregated within this mountain. Not far along, the cave reached its terminus, where various smaller paths branched off from the main tunnel. The map revealed that some of these pathways connected to clusters of strange beasts, while others led to dense gatherings of eye beings. The eye being she had just encountered likely emerged from one of the paths leading to the eye beings. What puzzled her further was that the strange beasts within the mountain appeared to be moving on the map, contradicting Feng Yu's assertion that they were all in slumber. For 2 days since the onset of the fog season, they had done little but eat and sleep. What was the meaning of this anomaly? Wu Jinyu resolved to first explore the path leading to the strange beasts. Holding her torch, she ascended the passageway, noting an increase in sand underfoot, transitioning from rock to soft earth. The map indicated a strange beast was less than 5 meters ahead. She scrutinized the area with her torch, revealing a ceiling of earth and stone, with the ground composed of sand and mud. Where could the beast be hiding? Embedded in the wall, unable to locate the beast, Wu Jinyu cautiously advanced, but soon her foot pressed against something soft yet resilient. Lifting her foot revealed nothing but sand. Just as confusion clouded her thoughts, the sand beneath her morphed into a coiled snake, resembling a coiling incense. Not large, it had a flattened, triangular head, adorned with a pair of upright horns positioned above its closed eyes, which seemed to be in slumber, its body a brown-yellow hue that camouflaged it against the sand. Is this an illusion? Wu Jinyu pondered. She had just meticulously examined the area, finding no trace of the beast. The map indicated there were more than just the one before her. She dared not contemplate how many of these creatures she might encounter ahead. Finding herself in another's lair, she refrained from drawing her weapon and carefully skirted around it, choosing to continue forward. The mist in the passage lulled them into a deeper sleep. Even as Wu Jinyu trod upon them, they merely stirred slightly, revealing themselves without fully waking. Uncertain of how many strange beasts she had traversed, she noted that she was nearing the end of the path. Unlike the dense fog of the cave, here the mist grew increasingly thin. With her torch held aloft, she could see up to 20 meters ahead. The red dots on the map indicating strange beasts became more active as she progressed inward. A mere 100 meters ahead, one such beast was in motion, holding her torch in one hand and a dagger in the other. She advanced cautiously. She had no desire to slay any beasts here. Her aim was merely to investigate the gathering of eye beings and strange beasts. As she pressed on, a strange beast emerged from a crevice in the rock. Wu Jinyu squinted, slowly approaching. The serpent sensed a kindred presence, its head swiveling as its spiky scales stood erect, gazing at her. This creature seems peculiar. Why is it aflame? With a swift motion, it slithered down from the rock, advancing toward Wu Jinyu. She watched in astonishment as this bizarre serpent circled her, stopping beside her torch-bearing hand. Its scaled eyes blinked rapidly, fixating on her. Wu Jinyu, was the serpent intrigued by her torch? She attempted to move forward, but the serpent persistently followed her. Whenever she halted, it did too, even attempting to climb onto her shoe, seeking to ascend her pant leg. Gazing at its horns and venomous fangs sent shivers down her spine. If it were to bite her, her return today would be rendered impossible. Extinguishing her torch and stowing it in her pack, darkness enveloped her. She retrieved a flashlight and cautiously dislodged the serpent from her shoe, adjusting the flashlight to its lowest brightness before proceeding. No further beasts trailed her this time, and she moved quietly deeper into the cave. With each step, her heart raced, the number of red dots on the map diminishing. It was likely that many of these dots were obscured beneath layers. A single dot could represent the overlapping locations of several beasts. As the fog thinned, the beasts within became increasingly animated, their movements quickening. She dared not consider the implications. Without her cloak, the sheer number of serpents could easily overwhelm her. Time stretched on until she arrived at a fork in the tunnel. The map indicated the left passage was densely populated with strange beasts, while the right led to a more concentrated cluster at its end. A treasure chest lay amidst the strange beasts along the right passage. The choice was evident. Wu Jinyu turned and proceeded down the right path, illuminating her way with the flashlight. She remained vigilant, observing her surroundings. The soil in this passage felt notably more humid than in the previous ones, carrying the scent of earth mixed with a faint, fishy odor. The walls appeared coated with a sticky substance, glimmering slightly under the flashlight's beam. Suddenly, Wu Jinyu sensed something amiss. The pungent odor triggered alarms in her mind. Her instinct screamed at her to flee. Chapter 68, Elite Beasts, Serpent's Den, Hatching Zone. Wu Jinyu dared not linger for even a moment, swiftly turning on her heel to depart. She shrouded the beam of her flashlight with her clothing. The already dim light became even darker when obscured. Its illuminating range was now less than that of the torch she had used earlier. Creak, hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of her body grinding against the sandy earth mingled with the hissing typical of serpents, echoing in Wu Jinyu's ears. A chilling, bone-deep breath enveloped her, clinging to her skin. She dared not glance back, resolutely making her way toward the exit of the tunnel. Simultaneously, the mental map in her mind unfurled. A red dot, denoting a beast, was alarmingly close to her position. The second-tier tracking skill could mark the presence of beasts, yet it remained incapable of indicating their level or type. Wu Jinyu was unaware of the species of the beast that was so closely trailing her. However, the alarm bells ringing in her mind provided the answer. Exceedingly formidable. It was stronger than the high-level beast, the white-spined sea serpent, which Da had previously thrown at her in the uncharted territory. The only beasts that could surpass the white-spined sea serpent were the elite beasts. She could identify no other category. This was dire. Wu Jinyu felt her nerves fraying, her limbs moving in a disoriented flurry as she made her way outward. She could not afford to run recklessly nor dare to make a sound. The beast behind her had yet to recognize her as human. If it did, it would undoubtedly launch a direct assault. Just as she approached the tunnel's exit, arriving at the previous fork in the path, she heard the sound of serpentine bodies scraping against the sandy floor ahead. The map revealed 3 beasts advancing toward her direction. Wu Jinyu felt a surge of dread. Her luck, a staggering 14 points, felt utterly inconsequential in that moment, akin to a mere jester. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, she stood cloaked in her mantle, quaking with fear within the lair of serpents. The precautions regarding her cloak echoed in her mind. Not a single detail could be forgotten. She pressed her lips together tightly, suppressing any sound that might escape her throat. The silhouettes of the 3 beasts were becoming increasingly discernible. Their heads held high, they slithered forward, each one at least 5 or 6 times larger than the serpent that had previously crawled onto her shoe in the tunnel. Wu Jinyu had no knowledge of their species. Since entering, she had not encountered a single one, leaving her with no means to ascertain their lineage from any dropped items. With her left hand, she completely extinguished the flashlight, plunging her surroundings into darkness, save for the faint glow emanating from the earthen walls. She could only make out the general path ahead, prompting her to quicken her pace toward the exit. Wu Jinyu donned the hood of her cloak and sidled past the beast that was inching into the cave. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, a serpentine tail, having approached silently, coiled around her waist. With a powerful flick of its muscular body, she was yanked back into the cave. With a thud, she collided against the wall and tumbled down. Pain shot through her. Fortunately, her back had taken the brunt of the impact. Clad in a shell of hard crab armor, the pain was merely a fleeting discomfort, lacking any serious injury. She refrained from thrashing about violently, instead striving to slow her descent. Her body once again dragged back to the elite beast's side. The cloak was a one-piece garment. Despite being pulled by the serpent's tail, it remained securely in place. Upon returning to the cave, the initial fear and urgency that had gripped her dissipated the moment her cheek met the frigid ground. Swallowing hard, she exhaled deeply, gradually rising from the earth. Since escape was no longer an option, she resolved to integrate herself into the situation, with the cloak shielding her. As long as she remained silent and did not remove it, she would still be safe. She adjusted her cloak, wrapping it tightly around herself, then turned to face the beast that was observing her intently. Without uttering a word or making a move, she quietly lingered beside it. The three beasts from the tunnel crawled toward the one that had ensnared her, and as they did, the serpent lowered its head, adopting a submissive demeanor. Wu Jingyu mimicked this behavior, positioning herself at the same eye level as them. However, her height was distinctly mismatched with that of the serpents, leading her to crouch down, lowering her head to gaze at her shoes. The surface of her shoes felt absurdly mundane. Sensing the elite beast still scrutinizing her, Wu Jingyu did not lift her gaze, instead shrinking further, awaiting its next move. Unless her cloak was stripped away, she was effectively one of the serpents. Indeed, within a few minutes, the elite beast withdrew its gaze, and the surrounding creatures began to move toward the interior of the tunnel. She longed to glimpse the appearance of the elite beast, but she dared not activate her flashlight. Thus, she kept her head down, trailing behind them as they ventured deeper. The further she advanced, the more humid the air became, and the stench intensified. Gradually, the earthy aroma faded, replaced by a nauseating odor that infiltrated her nostrils, filling her lungs with a revolting scent. She felt an urge to retch, but did not dare to do so, pinching her nose as she followed behind. Whenever the urge to vomit arose, she would clutch her neck tightly, stifling her breath in an attempt to swallow down the offending odor. Where on earth was this place? Why was it so foul? Breathing felt akin to consuming putrid food. The viscous liquid smeared across the earthen walls grew more abundant, some resembling stalactites, hanging overhead and occasionally dripping onto the ground. Slowly, she discerned a glimmering light ahead. It was not blinding, rather, it was a soft, yellow glow, reminiscent of candlelight. As she drew closer, she realized it emanated from stones embedded in the walls. With the presence of these stones, Wu Jingyu could finally behold the scene at the tunnel's end. An abundance of eggs. The earthen wall at the passage's terminus was riddled with holes, each containing approximately 2 to 3 serpent eggs. Those afflicted with a fear of clusters would undoubtedly feel as though ants were crawling over their entire body. The eggs within the various holes in the walls were in diverse states of development. Some looked freshly laid, gleaming white, while others had turned a muddy yellow, with some eggs even rolling about. One section of the wall appeared notably different from the others. Some eggs had already hatched, revealing tiny, sand-colored serpents coiled beside their shells, flicking their tongues. In smaller holes, a single serpent, its belly swollen and writhing, could be seen, while those in holes containing 2 or more were engaged in a frenzied battle, tearing at one another. The newly hatched serpents, though short in length, were born killers. They pierced the flesh of their fellow hatchlings with their short, sharp fangs, intertwining with their tails in a desperate struggle to slay their kin. Survival of the fittest. The moment Wu Jingyu witnessed the scene, the term flashed through her mind. Each small hole contained multiple serpent eggs, and the instant they fought their way out of their shells, they had to eliminate their peers to survive. This was indeed the serpent's den. Wu Jingyu felt her mind teetering on the brink of explosion. No wonder the right fork in the map was so densely populated with beast markers. It was evidently their hatching ground. Her mind had consistently urged her to flee. Had the situation been more suitable, she would have truly wished to extract her brain and cleanse it thoroughly. Then she would tell herself, did she not wish to escape? Look at the circumstances. Was this truly a place to flee from? The moment she attempted to run, those beasts would undoubtedly drag her back to feed the serpents. Do not ask her why. She had witnessed the beasts already present, tending to the eggs, tearing apart the bodies of their own kind and scattering the remains to feed the hatchlings. The dismembered serpents were all afflicted with fatal wounds, barely moving, aged and feeble. Their agonized hissing echoed through the air as they were torn apart. Beyond the remains of their kin, the hatchlings were fed a far more grotesque fare. The remains of the eye people, lifeless eye people, lay piled in a corner of the earthen wall. Intermittently, a beast would tear off a piece of flesh to toss to the young serpents. The stench of slime, the eye people, and the beasts permeated the entire tunnel, and Wu Jingyu tightened her grip around her neck. What on earth was this species doing? At that moment, she spotted a treasure chest on the earthen wall above the pile of unhatched serpent eggs, which she had seen on the map. Wu Jingyu could not help but rub her eyes, widening them as she glanced upward. It was, astonishingly, a silver treasure chest. The very beasts that had brought her in now stood before the wall where the hatchlings had emerged, patrolling the area. Chapter 69, The Use of Snake Eggs and Venom. At this moment, Wu Jinyu could finally discern the appearance of the elite exotic beast, illuminated by the glowing stone. The snakes she had encountered in the passage belonged to one species, but those serpents were merely a few dozen centimeters long, with short horns. In stark contrast, this elite exotic beast measured at least 3 meters in length, its body adorned with scales reminiscent of dragon bones, and the black tip of its tail swayed incessantly. Its eyes were positioned on either side of a triangular head, allowing it to survey its surroundings in all directions. The towering horns above its eyes exuded an aura of terror. Suddenly, its gaze shifted towards Wu Jinyu, its eyes rolling as it observed her. In a swift motion, it lowered its head, prompting Wu Jinyu to crouch down once more, her eyes returning to the ground. Here, even with her cloak, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This species was known to consume its own kind. The treasure chest was no longer a concern. Survival took precedence. The elite exotic beast merely regarded her for a few seconds before turning its attention back to patrolling the hatching grounds. The beasts trailing behind it mimicked its movements, occasionally hissing to communicate. Though Wu Jinyu could not comprehend their exchanges, she sensed the elite beast's discontent, as its tail thrashed impatiently against the earth. Each strike sent tremors through the soil, causing some snake eggs to tumble down with a soft thud, exposing their viscous, pale yellow contents. Nearby, an exotic beast overseeing the eggs quickly coiled its tail around the broken shells, presenting the remnants to the newly hatched snakes as nourishment. The little serpents flicked their tongues, eagerly tasting their kin, their round, glistening eyes darting about. Wu Jinyu dared not raise her gaze until she felt the exotic beast's attention shift away from her. Gradually, she lifted her head, following their lead as they inspected the condition of the hatchlings. Observing the multitude of small serpents and the vigilant exotic beasts, Wu Jinyu's mind raced with something was amiss. It felt profoundly wrong. Feng Yu had once stated, except for a few species that naturally require no sleep, the others should be in slumber at this hour. In the mist-laden passage, she had witnessed this species in a dormant state. Why, then, were there so many serpents in the depths of the mountain that remained awake? Aside from the snakes within the passages, the others, despite the campfires outside dispelling the fog, were still required to sleep for extended periods. What was the situation with these serpents? Wu Jinyu felt as though she had stumbled upon the secret of the impending fog season that Xiao Qiu had mentioned. She remained hunched, trailing behind the exotic beasts, her eyes scanning the dimly lit recesses of the snake den. She understood the significance of offspring to any species, yet this one emanated a peculiar duality, both needing and not needing their young. Countless snake eggs were in the process of hatching, but less than half of them would survive. Only those that did not fall and shatter, or those that triumphed after cannibalism, would be deemed worthy of life. Even if less than half could continue, it still represented a terrifying number. She pondered whether this species was inherently vast in numbers or if some other anomaly allowed them to birth such a multitude of lives. With these thoughts firmly lodged in her mind, Wu Jinyu's intellect surged once more. She had gleaned sufficient information about the exotic beasts in this vicinity, and now she yearned to explore the passage leading to the Eye People. Peeking cautiously, she noticed the exotic beasts still patrolling ahead. The foremost elite beast continued to scrutinize the conditions of each passage, observing every serpent. Withdrawing her head, she meticulously examined the mental map in her mind. Beyond this path lay several smaller routes leading to a fork. Descending further at the fork would lead her to the mist-laden passage. Proceeding down that route for a while would eventually bring her to the Eye People's passage. However, the distance was considerable. If she attempted to flee, these exotic beasts could swiftly drag her back. The question of how to escape weighed heavily on her mind. Remaining within this snake den was not an option. The density of fog in the cave was already substantial, and the area densely populated with Eye People would undoubtedly be even thicker. She needed to make a quick reconnaissance before returning to her sanctuary. She had no desire to lose her eyesight, but how could she entice these exotic beasts to leave her side? A disaster involving snake eggs, an invasion by other species. Wu Jinyu contemplated that the only creatures capable of instilling a sense. By sheer coincidence, she possessed an item exuding the essence of a high-level exotic beast. The sea serpent she had slain alongside the great black fish was indeed a high-level exotic beast. The venomous flesh it had shed would likely not evoke a sense of danger, as it was merely a lifeless entity. However, its venom was an entirely different matter. The last time she had merely held it, her mind had gone into alarm mode. With several paths yet to traverse before reaching the fork, Wu Jinyu bent her back and stealthily extracted a vial of the white-spined sea serpent's venom, along with 2 of its scales. White-spined sea serpent venom. The venom from the venom glands of the white-spined sea serpent, possessing potent toxicity, just a single drop is capable of killing any species on this continent. The venom was encased in a gelatinous substance the size of a quail egg, its white and yellow exterior mirroring the hues of the serpents she currently observed. Donning outdoor gloves, she pierced a small hole in the capsule and gradually maneuvered closer to the earthen walls near the snake eggs, all while remaining within the periphery of the patrolling squad. Cautiously, she applied the venom to her glove and smeared it along the walls at intervals. The unhatched snow-white eggs had already transformed into mature yellow ones, and even some had begun to crack. The walls housing the different states of the snake eggs were coated with the serpent's venom. The scent of kin, if not from an elite beast, then at least from a high-level beast, should incite a disturbance, especially within their nesting grounds, tainted by the aroma of other species. Following the patrol team, Wu Jinyu meticulously expended the entirety of the quail egg-sized venom. Concerned that applying venom to every wall would dilute the panic effect, she deliberately smeared it only on every few walls. The quantity of venom on each wall varied. The stronger the little snakes, the more venom she applied. At last, having exhausted her supply, she stowed the empty gelatinous container and gloves in her backpack. Both items, now tainted with serpent venom, would need to be discarded upon her exit to prevent any danger to Bobo and the squirrel back at the sanctuary. After completing her task, she continued to feign compliance, trailing behind the patrol, head lowered, counting her steps. Sure enough, not long after, the foremost elite beast appeared to detect something amiss, sniffing around its surroundings. After all, with only a single vial of venom, the quantity was limited. Yet it was sufficient for it to detect the scent of its own kind. Chapter 70. Escape. As she had anticipated, it wasn't long before the serpent swarm erupted into chaos. The foremost elite beast rose up, surveying the disorderly mass of snakes below. At that moment, Wu Jinyu feigned panic, darting about behind a few serpents. Numerous snakes that had been lurking in the depths of various corridors slithered out, inspecting the area where the serpents had passed. The snakes following closely behind the elite beast also dispersed, searching for the source of the venomous scent. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Jinyu broke away from the main group, distancing herself from the elite beast, and followed other snakes into different passages. She dared not run, fully aware that the elite beast was fixated on all the snakes moving within the nest, with her being the most scrutinized among them. Even draped in a cloak, she still appeared somewhat out of place in the eyes of the highly intelligent elite beast. While deceiving ordinary beasts was a simple task, she felt somewhat odd in the presence of such an astute creature, yet, the aura she exuded indicated that she belonged to the same species. Wu Jinyu trailed behind the other snakes, glancing around as she listened to their hissing sounds, silently nodding in agreement. Eventually, she followed a different group of snakes through several corridors until she arrived at the spot where she had first encountered the snake eggs. The silver treasure chest remained securely embedded within the earthen wall. Given the speed at which the snakes were investigating, they would soon reach the innermost section of the wall, where the most formidable and robust offspring were maturing. Wu Jinyu contributed nearly a third of her venom to the cores, even inserting 2 scales from the white-spined sea serpent into various spots along the wall. The venom served merely as a scent, while the scales were irrefutable evidence of an alien incursion. Feigning interest in the wall, she glanced left and right, and amidst the search conducted by the main group, she discreetly stowed away the silver treasure chest. A visit to the serpent's lair had yielded a silver treasure chest. What a boon! However, the serpents soon discovered the scales from the white-spined sea serpent that Wu Jinyu had tucked away in the corner of the earthen wall. The hissing grew louder, with 2 snakes balancing the scales atop their heads as they swam toward the elite beast. The entire serpent lair erupted into turmoil. The elite beast, now preoccupied with the commotion below among the ordinary beasts, ceased to focus on Wu Jinyu, descending to personally seek out this high-level serpent that shared its kinship. Taking advantage of this distraction, Wu Jinyu gradually maneuvered to the outskirts of the serpent horde, while the other snakes surged forward, following their king in search of the intruder, she tirelessly made her way outward. Whoosh, whoosh, Wu Jinyu twisted and turned, finally. Before her lay the familiar white mist, beneath her feet the familiar sensation of traversing the slumbering bodies of beasts. She retrieved her flashlight, illuminating the passage ahead. Thankfully, she had the steed art. Otherwise, she would surely have lost her way in these seemingly identical corridors. Adjusting her goggles, she glanced at the map in her mind, locating the passage leading toward the Eye People, and resumed her frantic sprint. The gaze of the elite beast upon her felt distinctly unsettling. Initially sensing danger, she attempted to escape, only to be flung back by its tail. Even as the snake horde became disarrayed, it relentlessly kept its eyes fixed on her, regardless of where she followed the other serpents. Fortunately, her insertion of the white-spined sea serpent's scales into the earthen wall had temporarily diverted its attention. With some distance still left to the Eye People's passage, Wu Jinyu held the flashlight in one hand and a dagger in the other, sprinting forward with unprecedented speed. As she approached the Eye People's passage, the mist thickened. Despite her goggles, the intensity became almost unbearable. Coming to a halt, she set up a makeshift torch, panting heavily. The Eye People's passage lay ahead. She intended to take a quick look around before returning to the sanctuary. The world outside the sanctuary was indeed perilous. She felt a pang of longing for Bobo and the squirrel, wondering if they had awakened to eat yet. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Wu Jinyu stepped into the Eye People's passage. The map in her mind indicated that the number of Eye People ahead surpassed that of the beasts. A few scattered Eye People moved down the passage she followed, exiting into the outside world. Those who had ventured out were likely the ones she had encountered after a long time outside. Wu Jinyu quickened her pace, but halfway through the passage, a few scattered red dots representing beasts appeared on the map, encroaching upon her. The second-tier steed art allowed her to see a range of 1,000 meters, meaning these red dots were only a few hundred meters away. Wu Jinyu's mind exploded with alarm. The elite beast had regained its senses and was now searching for her. What had initially been a brisk pace transformed into a desperate dash as her legs propelled her forward before her mind could catch up. The previously tranquil passage was now filled with the clattering sound of her hurried footsteps. The torch weighed heavily, and she discarded it, grabbing the flashlight as she ran. However, the pursuing beasts evidently moved faster than she did. Before long, she heard the sound of serpents slithering over the sandy ground behind her. The map indicated that the snakes were drawing near, and likewise, the Eye People were closing in as well. Straining to breathe, she looked up. The visibility in the mist was less than a meter, thick as water clogging her mouth and nose. Even with the goggles, she could barely discern the path ahead. She could only keep running. Finally, she spotted her first Eye Person, yet, given the visibility, they were nearly face to face, about to collide. The Eye Person showed no intention of yielding, and Wu Jinyu had no time to maneuver around. So, she placed a hand on the Eye Person's shoulder, leaped up, and vaulted over its head, diving into the crowd of Eye People. The Eye People exhibited no awareness of her leap over one of their own, continuing onward as if unperturbed. Simultaneously, the beasts also infiltrated the mass of Eye People. They lacked goggles, and the mist had turned their eyes bloodshot. Following Wu Jinyu's scent, they arrived at this location. The density of the Eye People was terrifying. Wu Jinyu glanced at the map, struggling to navigate through the throng, yet, she did not halt her flight. The alarm blaring in her mind confirmed that the beasts were still nearby. Observing the map, the markers of the beasts and Eye People intertwined, with some Eye People even heading toward the beasts. The beasts encircling the central red dot had lost a few members to the Eye People, and conversely, the Eye People were likewise being decimated in waves by the beasts. It appeared a battle had erupted. The pursuit of the beasts was hindered, as the already dense crowd of Eye People surrounded them, granting Wu Jinyu a moment to breathe. The sole passage was blocked by beasts, forcing her to follow the steps indicated on the map deeper into the throng of Eye People. However, the density of the Eye People exceeded her expectations. Often, before she could leap over one, another would push her backward. The alarm in her mind grew increasingly insistent, and Wu Jinyu could not resist the urge to pound her forehead with her hand, while the other hand continued to push through the Eye People, making her way deeper inside. Her mental energy warned her of escalating danger, yet, aside from the beasts trailing behind, she momentarily saw no other threats. Daring not to close the map in her mind, Wu Jinyu remained vigilant as she walked, fearing the beasts might break through the encirclement of the Eye People. Just then, one of the red dots representing a beast charged toward her. Strangely, however, the points representing the eye people in its path did not disappear. How had this beast managed to come through? Wu Jinyue's feet kept moving, her mind racing. Was it through the air, or perhaps below ground? Chapter 71. Utilizing the gravity pearl on the foggy island, Wu Jinyu had just encountered a serpentine lair, where the serpents she had trampled upon in the passage seemed to emerge from the sand-like phantoms. Was this snake, lunging towards her, attempting to evade the eye people by burrowing up from beneath? A fleeting thought crossed her mind as she hastily retrieved the gravity pearl from her pocket. Fortunately, she had carried along this assortment of supplies. Though she had intended to experiment with the pearl at the shelter, she found herself compelled to employ it in a real-life situation for the first time. Gravity Pearl of the Dwarf Seahorse. Holding this pearl allows you to freely ascend into the air or sink into the ground. A gentle reminder, the pearl only guarantees your location, not your survival. First, she needed to evade the pursuit of the monstrous beasts. Her survival could be contemplated later. Clutching the pearl tightly in her palm, she inhaled deeply and began to ascend slowly. The creatures on the map were rapidly converging upon her position, prompting Wu Jinyu to bend her legs and level her body, allowing herself to drift upwards. The monstrous beast charging at her was now entirely aligned with her position on the map. Just as she pondered how the beast might capture her, a colossal serpent had suddenly intruded into her field of vision from below. Its jaws gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs dripping with a pale yellow venom, lunging towards her. It was that elite beast. To be able to see each other through the mist indicated they were alarmingly close. Wu Jinyu brandished her dagger, piercing its eye with a sharp clang. The beast's physique and leaping ability barely allowed it to reach that position, almost within her grasp. Thankfully, she had acted swiftly with the gravity pearl, she thought. Even after being struck in the eye, the elite beast remained uninjured, merely plummeting back down. As her body continued to rise, she soon reached the top of the passage. Fearing that the beast would regain its senses and ascend after her, she hurriedly clawed at the stone above, drifting towards the exit. She attempted to shake off the pursuing beasts. However, whenever she drifted left, the creatures below mirrored her movement, and the same occurred when she veered right. The red dots representing the beasts on the map became intertwined with the symbols of the eye people. These creatures had evidently learned to evade the eye people's encirclement, burrowing into the sand. It was only a matter of time before they captured her. Most of the beasts lurked beneath her, while the remaining few were entirely blocking the passageway, motionless. Approaching the passage now would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. Wu Jinyu sighed, realizing she had no choice but to feel her way around, consulting the map for any other possible exits. As anticipated, it was not long before the monstrous beasts on the map began to move in earnest. They crawled towards the edge of the passage, advancing in her direction through the misty expanse above. Initially, Wu Jinyu had hoped that the beasts would remain in the thick fog long enough for her to descend safely. To her dismay, they reacted swiftly, climbing up to seize her. Sweat trickled down her forehead as she continued to fumble against the stones, desperately seeking an escape. Her hands groped blindly against the rocky surface and soil. Suddenly, she encountered a cold object. The mist was too dense for her to discern its nature, so she pushed off with her legs, flattening herself against the passage top to inspect it closely. It was a meter-wide opening, dark as pitch, adorned with faint yellow ripples. Just as she was scrutinizing the entrance, an eye person unexpectedly tumbled out, colliding face first with the ground with a resounding thud. Wu Jinyu gasped, her heart racing, struggling to catch her breath. The sudden face-to-face encounter had startled her terribly. Were all those eye people below descending through this very opening? Reaching inside, a light screen promptly materialized. Would you like to use the teleportation stone to travel to the foggy island? Not yet open. Was it the foggy island that would only open a week later? Wu Jinyu clung to the entrance, panting heavily, her back drenched in sweat from her frantic flight. With dangers looming ahead and behind, the unknown foggy island awaited her, while the beasts that had escaped the throngs of eye people continued their relentless pursuit. She had no options left. Gritting her teeth, Wu Jinyu gazed at the light screen. Use the teleportation stone. In the blink of an eye, she was drawn into the opening, vanishing from sight. Half a minute after her departure, a massive serpentine head emerged at her previous location. The elite beast surveyed the empty space before it, baring its venomous fangs in frustration, thrashing its tail. The sand and soil atop the passage cascaded downwards, striking the eye people below. It intended to wait here for its wretched kin to return, yet the dense fog did not permit such indulgence. All its kin were searching for intruders, while it had strayed here and stumbled upon the path to the foggy island, with its ancestral lineage above. This kin must surely be problematic. It was only a matter of time before it captured it, having lingered in the fog for so long. Its eyes had turned crimson and throbbed with pain. In a fit of rage, it lashed its tail towards the entrance, but the dark opening remained resolute, even the patterns above undisturbed. Reluctantly, it had to retreat with the other beasts back to their lair. Meanwhile, Wu Jinyu, after using the teleportation stone, felt as if she had embarked on a thrilling roller coaster ride. After traversing a tunnel adorned with twinkling stars, a pitch-black opening materialized in midair, unceremoniously casting her out. Unconsciously, she kicked her legs, barely suppressing the urge to vomit as she opened her eyes, only to realize she was plummeting downward from the sky. Did this passage bear a grudge against her, tossing her from the heavens? Gripping the gravity pearl tightly, she halted her descent. The wind whipped her cloak, billowing upward and enveloping her head completely, shrouding her vision in darkness. Struggling to pull the cloak down, Wu Jinyu squinted, managing to lower her gaze just enough to open her eyes. Was this passage to the foggy island the route all players would take a week later, or was it merely because she had entered through that opening that she was now falling from above? Had she not possessed the gravity pearl, she would have met a fatal end upon entry. After what felt like an eternity, her feet finally touched the ground, her legs buckled, and she exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. The experience had been overwhelmingly exhilarating, from stumbling upon the serpentine lair to being pursued by the elite beast, and finally arriving at the foggy island. Any deviation along this journey could have resulted in her demise. The cold sweat that had emerged during her descent was swiftly dried by the wind. Wu Jinyu trembled as she stood, shakily retrieving her workbench to craft a torch for herself. Stowing away the gravity pearl, she finally recalled that she could utilize the horse tethering technique to ascertain her current location. First, she checked the coordinates of the foggy island. It was an unfathomable distance from her shelter, akin to a journey of 10,000 miles. Without a teleportation stone, even boarding a plane on Blue Star would not reveal how long it would take to arrive. Next, she examined the map. Within 1,000 meters, the terrain was flat, devoid of treasure chests or monstrous beasts, populated solely by eye people. However, the density of the eye people appeared significantly lower than what she had observed in the serpentine lair. The little orb indicated that the foggy island had a probability of yielding rare resources. What could they be? The eye people. After resting for a while, Wu Jinyu stretched her limbs. Finding no clues on the map, she decided to retrieve her mountain bike, affixing the torch to it, and began cycling around the island. The foggy island had yet to open to other players, and as she pedaled while keeping her gaze fixed on the map, she saw nothing particularly special, with eye people appearing every few steps. Finally, after pedaling vigorously for half an hour, she spotted a treasure chest. However, according to the map, the location of this chest seemed rather peculiar, adjacent to a cliff-like terrain. Chapter 72. Encounter with the strange beasts. The underground serpent lair. With no better alternative and reluctant to utilize the teleportation stone so soon, she resolved to remain on Mist Island until she thoroughly familiarized herself with its offerings before returning, ensuring at least some semblance of gain. Even if she were to be compelled to use the teleportation stone due to pursuit, she intended to make the most of it. As the front of her bicycle turned, she gripped the handlebars tightly, and within mere minutes, she arrived at the precipice. On the map, the cliff was denoted by a sharply descending zigzag line, approximately 100 meters wide. Although its depth remained unmarked, what lay beneath the cliff was not indicated on the map. Wu Jinyu speculated that the map beneath this cliff should resemble the one she had encountered at the Great Blackfish, a map above the water's surface and another below it. A treasure chest was snugly lodged at the zigzag line adjacent to the cliff. First, she stowed her bicycle, her feet hovering over an abyss that seemed to have no bottom. Kneeling, she cautiously leaned over the edge, illuminating the depths with her torch. There, she spotted an iron chest wedged into a small crevice. After thoroughly reviewing the map to ensure no threats lurked behind her, she tossed the torch aside and leaned further out, her fingertips brushing against the chest, which automatically vanished into her backpack. Having secured the treasure, she then prudently distanced herself from the precipice, dusting off the sand from her hands and adjusting the slipping strap of her backpack. At last, she had made her first acquisition. Just as she was about to retrieve her mountain bike and forge ahead, a red dot, emblematic of a strange beast, began to approach her position. Could there still be strange beasts awake during the fog season? Wu Jinyu found this curious. She lowered her hand that was reaching for the bike and cautiously approached with her torch raised. When she was within a dozen meters of the creature, she extinguished the torch with a firm grip and tucked it into her backpack. As she drew nearer, through the hazy mist, she discerned a serpentine form slithering on the ground. It was a snake. As she closed the distance, standing beside the strange beast, she recognized it as the same kind she had previously encountered in the serpent lair. With upright horns and a tawny body, it was not particularly long, likely of a low rank. Had the beast that had pursued her just moments ago trailed her here? Wu Jinyu quickly scanned the map. Aside from the creature before her, there were no other beasts indicated, let alone any elite ones. If that group of beasts hadn't pursued her, then from whence had this one of the same kind emerged? Draped in a cloak, the beast evidently regarded her as kin. Upon noticing her, it did not attack, merely continuing its crawl toward the cliff's edge. Wu Jinyu followed closely behind, curious of its destination. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, the beast did not descend but rather continued onward in the same direction. Wu Jinyu kept pace, her gaze fixed on it from a safe distance away from the precipice. Were it not for her skill in tracking, navigating through the dense fog of Mist Island would have proven quite challenging. At long last, she located the endpoint of the strange beast on the map, a location densely populated with red dots representing other beasts. Had she stumbled upon another serpent lair, the nearer the strange beast drew to that area, the swifter its movements became. Moreover, on the map, she noticed another beast moving toward the same location from the opposite direction. Soon, the two converged, indeed confirming they were snakes with similar horned features. Where they met was a burrow approximately 3 meters wide. Wu Jinyu observed the strange beast swiftly entering the hole, vanishing from her sight. This burrow led downward, to a gathering place for strange beasts, which could be described as another serpent lair. Having just escaped one, she now faced the dilemma of whether to enter another. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved the teleportation stone from her backpack. In accordance with the traditions of the Huaxia people, having arrived, she felt compelled to investigate further. If the situation proved adverse, she could always retreat. After gripping the teleportation stone for 3 seconds, a luminous interface promptly emerged. Input coordinates to initiate teleportation. After utilizing the stone, Wu Jinyu mentally recited the coordinates of her shelter once more before tucking it into her pocket. Once the two strange beasts entered the burrow, they were long gone from view. She crouched, steadying herself against the dry earth, and gradually crawled inside. The previous serpent lair had been situated within a mountain, requiring her to ascend. This one was underground, compelling her to descend like a lizard, using both hands and feet. Upon burrowing underground, the map in her mind underwent yet another transformation. The surface terrain map disappeared, replaced by a schematic of various subterranean cavern distributions. Numerous strange beast dots moved within these caverns, scuttling about like ants. The cave's exits were not limited to the one she had entered. Approximately 600 or 700 meters in a straight line away, another exit beckoned, with several strange beasts crawling in and out. To reach that exit, she would need to navigate through no fewer than 10 branching paths. As Wu Jinyu ventured deeper, she kept her eyes glued to the map. The further she progressed, the dimmer the light became. Drawing from her earlier experiences in the serpent lair, she refrained from producing the torch, instead opting to hold the flashlight in her mouth as she continued her descent. At last, she encountered her first strange beast making its way toward the exit. She sidestepped to allow it to pass before turning to crawl into the passage that harbored the most beasts. Huff, huff, her feet finally found purchase on level ground, and wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, she retrieved the flashlight from her mouth. She had now arrived at the first level of the underground serpent lair. On the map, the areas densely populated with strange beast dots were likely breeding grounds for their young. She had already explored these areas in the previous serpent lair, so she decided to avoid them this time. Instead, she aimed to investigate the regions where fewer beasts congregated. The strange beasts in the underground caves were arranged in a circular formation, with various passages and caverns surrounding a central cave. Some central caverns were teeming with beasts, their numbers alarming, while others contained only a few. Determined to examine the less populated caverns, Wu Jinyu studied the map, raised her flashlight, and set off toward her target. The height of the underground serpent lair was less than that of the previous above-ground one, with the first level only rising half a head taller than her. In certain areas, protruding rocks necessitated that she bend low to navigate through. Each strange beast in the passage seemed to possess specific objectives and directives, moving in small clusters toward different directions. Throughout the lair, not a single strange beast resembled her, wandering around the passage, poking here and there. The passageway was similarly adorned with glowing stones, casting a dim light sufficient to illuminate the narrow path. Given her past experience of being pursued by an elite beast, Wu Jinyu hastily sought out one of the groups moving toward the central cavern and joined their ranks, stowing away the flashlight and leaving only her dagger. Different groups pursued disparate objectives. After switching between 4 or 5 groups, she finally found one whose destination was the central cavern. Chapter 73. The mouse falls into the rice bin. Adhering to the principle that a thief should never return empty-handed, Wu Jinyu stealthily followed the creatures along the path, occasionally pressing her body against the tunnel wall to forcefully detach the luminous stones, which she deftly stowed away in her backpack. The stones were packed securely, to the point that her hands ached from the effort. Upon her return to night, she contemplated whether she could embed these stones into the walls of her shelter, thus eliminating the need for candles. Before long, keeping pace with their strides, she navigated through the encirclement of the bizarre beasts and arrived at her destination. A plethora of mist beads awaited her. Upon entering the central cavern, her mind was awash with thoughts. Each mist bead was piled in various corners of the cavern, forming considerable mounds that reached the height of her thigh. Wu Jinyu's mouth hung agape, unable to fathom the number of people these creatures must have slain on Mist Island. Within the cavern, 3 bizarre beasts were stationed at its 3 exits, one of which was alarmingly close to her. Among the group of 4 creatures that had entered with her, they totaled 5. As the 3 guarding beasts sensed the shift change, they stirred and crawled to the exits. Just when Wu Jinyu assumed they would depart, one creature reared up, its forked tongue hissing as it patrolled the mound of mist beads, seemingly counting them one by one. Once it had surveyed all the mounds, it led the other beasts away. The 3 beasts took the places of their predecessors at the exits, while the remaining one burrowed into the center of the sandy ground, vanishing from sight. After spending considerable time observing this group, Wu Jinyu finally witnessed their unique racial ability. They coiled their bodies into spirals, embedding themselves in the sand, merging seamlessly until they slowly disappeared, leaving only 2 slight protrusions resembling horns above the surface. No wonder she had struggled to locate the bizarre beasts indicated on the map during her previous torchlit searches. They only revealed themselves when stepped upon. To her eyes, those 2 little horns bore no distinction from the surrounding grains of sand. Had she not witnessed the transformation with her own eyes, she would have never imagined those small elevations were their horns. The replaced beast had already crawled out of the cavern, while the other 4 assumed their duties, remaining quietly in place. Feeling rather conspicuous standing in the center of the cavern, Wu Jinyu promptly dropped to the ground, peering through the gaps between the mounds of mist beads, observing the various exits. Occasionally, a few groups would pass by the exits, casting glances inside. For the next 5 minutes, aside from their little squad, no other bizarre beasts entered. It was time to attend to her urgent business. With her chin pressed to the ground, she gently arched her body, using all 4s to crawl to the center of each mist bead mound. In this position, she was hidden from both the beasts at the exits and those within the cavern. Taking a deep breath, she stowed her dagger and placed her palm upon the mist beads. The creatures guarding the beads would count them during their shift changes. She figured it would pose no problem to take only from the outermost layer. Thus, Wu Jinyu moved like a gecko, weaving among the mounds of mist beads. At each mound, she only took from the outer layer, as though she were peeling a layer of clothing off the beads. Soon enough, all the mounds were noticeably shorter, and the mist beads in her backpack had reached 99. While the specifics of how many she had pilfered were obscured, it was certainly several hundred. Ironically, she had previously toiled near her shelter, using her bow and arrow to collect mist beads from the people. Now, this chase had allowed her to reap a windfall. Having maximized the value of the teleportation stone, she returned to the center of the cavern and lay back against the ground. With bizarre beasts guarding the exits, venturing out would reveal her presence immediately, considering she had entered alongside the patrol squad. The defenses and discipline here surpassed those of the previous Serpent Den, with dedicated patrol teams assigned. The bizarre beasts were divided into different squads. The one she had followed was on patrol, leaving her to wonder where the other squads were headed. The secrets of this mist season seemed to multiply the more she uncovered. Wu Jinyu sighed, raising her hand to activate her light screen. The clock approached 3 p.m. She had been out for quite some time. Fortunately, there was no mist within this Serpent Den, allowing her to remain without concern. However, during the period of being hunted by the beasts, her eyes, unrelieved by a torch light, began to sting. Particularly, her eyelids felt as though pricked by needles. She mused that she could not linger outdoors for such an extended duration again. Lying on the sandy ground, she switched to the World Channel. With no clear indication of how long until the next patrol team would change shifts, and unable to exit, she decided to see what other players were currently occupied with. At this hour, most players had risen. Some opted to stay in their shelters, while others, driven by food shortages, were forced to venture out in search of treasure chests. Among them was Xiao Xiao Xiao, who had messaged her 10 minutes prior. Xiao Xiao Xiao, hello, esteemed one. I wish to exchange information for something else. I've run out of food and ventured into the mist to find treasure chests, but I encountered that monster shortly after leaving, and I dare not go further. I have one rubber, and I would like to exchange it for more detailed information about the monster, if possible. The chat box had not yet turned grey, indicating she was still alive. Wu Jinyu, sure. Xiao Xiao Xiao, oh, you finally replied. Let us complete the trade first, and then you can tell me the information. All right. Wu Jinyu casually scooped a handful of nearby sand and placed it into her trading market, setting the trade condition to rubber. Just as she finished setting it up, the trade was instantly completed. The other party required a non-physical virtual item. Such intangible information exchanges truly tested the integrity and trust of both parties. This player, Xiao Xiao Xiao, had vocally defended her against all who attempted to tarnish her reputation in the World Channel. Her eloquence was indeed commendable. Moreover, she had initiated the trade proactively. If she were to renege, it would be her loss. Wu Jinyu was a person of great integrity. After the trade was completed, she shifted from lying back to propping herself up to type. Wu Jinyu, if you use a dagger, it will be quite difficult to kill it. It has no eyes but possesses acute hearing. Unless you have exceptionally fast hands, it would be another matter. Xiao Xiao Xiao, is that all? Since it cannot see, if I distract it and strike from the side, would that work? Wu Jinyu, I assure you, your rubber will not be exchanged in vain. That's a good idea, but still, unless your hand speed is sufficient, the dagger will not find its mark. Furthermore, if you attempt to distract it too many times, it will become enraged. Do not provoke it, even if you have a bonfire or torch. Once angered, it can manipulate the mist, increasing the concentration of mist surrounding the bonfire. When the concentration reaches a level that allows it to move freely, it can breach the fire's protective zone to attack you. Xiao Xiao Xiao. If I follow your advice, how am I supposed to find treasure chests? Wu Jinyu, simply avoid provoking it. Holding a torch is sufficient to disperse the mist in areas it cannot enter. It will merely follow you, and with the torch for protection, you can find the treasure chest and return quickly. If you can kill it, that would be ideal. It possesses an item called the Mist Bead, which, when thrown, can completely disperse the mist within a 50-meter radius for 15 minutes. That concludes the information you can acquire for your rubber. Xiao Xiao Xiao, thank you, esteemed one. I have one more question. If I have no goggles and only a torch, how long can I stay outside? Wu Jinyu, I don't know, I've never tried. Xiao Xiao Xiao, all right then, I'll go search for treasure chests. Goodbye, esteemed one. Wu Jinyu did not respond further, instead turning back to the World Channel to observe for a while. After lying for 2 hours, her back and waist ached, and the patrol team finally arrived. Chapter 74, The Horned Viper and the Captive Eyes. Wu Jinyu, with a slight hunch, crawled up and waited for the strange beasts to finish counting the fog pearls before following the others out of the cave. With 2 hours remaining until 7 o'clock, she intended to search for any additional caves. Detaching from the group and seamlessly integrating into another squad had become second nature to her. She examined the glowing stones, touching here and peering there. In the dim light, she vaguely spotted snakeskins piled beside the passage, with several grasses sprouting in between. And no other locations yielded anything. Only amidst the snakeskins did she find these intriguing plants. Uncertain of their nature, she resolved to stow them in her backpack first. Wu Jinyu swiftly switched to a nearby squad that passed by the pile of snakeskins. As she approached, she discerned the appearance of the grasses, adorned with tiny flowers clustered together in an umbrella-like arrangement, which she could not identify. As she passed, she crudely yanked them up, automatically consigning them to her backpack. She plucked several handfuls before finally stopping, casually collecting some of the snakeskins as well. Snakebed grass 11, horned viper skin 14, so these strange beasts were called horned vipers. After mingling among their kind for so long, she finally learned their name. Having gathered her desired items, she slipped away from her current group and joined another one heading toward the central cave. This time, however, she found herself within a considerably larger assembly. The beasts guarding the flanks of the group were evidently of a higher rank, their horns slightly less impressive than those of the elite beasts she had previously encountered. Upon seeing their own kind join their ranks, they initially tilted their heads in confusion, but ultimately made no move to bar her entry. With two advanced beasts present, Wu Jinyu settled into the group, ceasing her exploration of the luminous stones, and obediently fell to the rear. The elite beasts merely glanced at her twice before turning their attention away. This squad passed through the central cave, and after a while, Wu Jinyu felt the urge to depart. The moment her foot slipped out of the group, the two horned vipers abruptly turned, their bulbous eyes fixated on her. As if frozen in place, she stood rigid for several seconds before quickly pivoting to rejoin the ranks. Goodness, why could this group not leave? The patrol squad that had just ventured to the central cave had allowed her to come and go freely. Where was this squad headed? That entry was permitted but exit was not. Wu Jinyu could only watch as the group bypassed the central cave, ascending straight towards the east. She attempted to make a run for it, but twice in succession, as her foot slipped out, the two elite beasts turned their heads to glare at her. After several attempts, one of the advanced beasts even crawled alongside her from the right flank, simply to keep her in sight. Had it not been for her brain not issuing a warning, she would have assumed she had been exposed. With her endeavor to gather supplies from the central cave thwarted, she now had no choice but to follow the squad. They journeyed for quite some time, and along the way, two additional squads merged with them, forming an even larger contingent. In the underground serpent cave, some passages were inherently narrow, requiring her to bend low to pass through. However, to her astonishment, the squad was not descending but rather heading toward the surface. She speculated that it must be due to the dense fog above, which the beasts could not endure for long, hence they chose to traverse underground. After an hour, they finally reached their destination. The entire squad emerged from the subterranean tunnel, once again encountering the mist. Wu Jinyu gazed at the scene before her, still somewhat dazed. She finally understood the purpose of this squad hunting. No wonder these horned vipers had managed to collect so many fog pearls. They had been breeding the eyes. Before her, the eyes were cramped together, forced into a confined area of swirling mist. The beasts had established a protective barrier with the fog pearls, preventing the eyes from escaping, thereby herding them into one location. The squad that had been led by the elite beasts had now dispersed, taking positions within the protective line, burrowing underground to launch their assault on the eyes. It was only now that Wu Jinyu comprehended the true function of the fog pearls. The description stated they could completely dispel the fog for 15 minutes. Initially, she thought that if there were enough fog pearls, they would indeed be more convenient than torches. However, after her recent encounter with the enraged eye and the scene now unfolding before her, she realized how simplistic her previous thoughts had been. The real power of the fog pearls lay in their ability to entirely isolate the threat posed by the eyes. Even if the eyes were agitated, they could not penetrate the area where the fog pearls had been employed. This was entirely different from the use of bonfires and torches. Thankfully, she had managed to gather quite a few earlier in the central cave. The eyes, under attack from the horned vipers, remained unable to breach the protective line even when provoked. Thus, in the conflict between the eyes and the horned vipers, the latter maintained the upper hand, capable of burrowing into the earth to ambush the eyes. Occasionally, among the horned vipers, one would suffer injuries from the eyes, retreating to the back with minor wounds, while those severely injured would be carried away by their kin. Wu Jinyu finally understood why she had seen those newly hatched snakes feasting on scraps in the previous serpent cave. She had wondered how, during the fog season, there could still be so many beasts, injured and consumed, alongside the corpses of eyes piled against the earthen walls. It was likely that these were the unfortunate casualties from this side, either too severely wounded to continue or slain. Wu Jinyu lingered at the cave's exit for a moment, when several pairs of beastly eyes turned towards her. Not wishing to attract unwanted attention, she dashed towards the protective line, feigning activity at its edge. There was no turning back into this cave now. If she did not take this opportunity to detach from the group, when would she? After circling along the protective line, she positioned herself at the farthest point from the cave entrance, where the beasts were fewest. The creatures around her were engaged in a fierce struggle with the eyes, while she gradually retreated. Like a drop of water merging into the ocean, she re-entered the mist. She retrieved her mountain bike and sped forward until she was far from the serpent cave, at which point she finally stopped. Setting up a small fire, she collapsed onto the ground, pulling out a bottle of water and 2 pieces of torn bread, devouring them ravenously. After a day filled with intense activity, surrounded by beasts, she had dared not bring out food. Finally, seizing the opportunity to eat in peace, she gulped down the mineral water alongside the bread. Crossing her legs, she relaxed her shoulders. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already 6 o'clock, with only an hour left until darkness fell. She resolved to seek another entrance to the serpent cave. Having just acquired so many fog pearls, she relished the thrill of harvesting. Time was short, and the task was urgent. If she could not find another entrance, she would have to return to the shelter. Wu Jinyu retied her hair into a high ponytail, securing it tightly, donned her hood, and mounted her mountain bike to begin her search. This serpent cave was built against a steep cliff. Following the incline, she hoped to yield fruitful results, and indeed, as she approached the serpent cave once more, a new entrance appeared on her map. Considering its proximity to the cave where they hunted the eyes, Wu Jinyu cautiously continued in another direction. Before long, she discovered yet another entrance. This cave, beneath her, showed only a few red dots indicating the presence of beasts. Chapter 75. The Great Escape. She secured her bicycle, adjusted her goggles, and approached the smooth opening of the cave. Gripping the stones on the surface, she executed a swift slide down to the cave's bottom. As soon as she entered, she encountered a strange beast. Time was of the essence. She needed to swiftly gather her belongings and depart. With a forceful shove, she pushed the creature aside and nimbly squeezed into a narrow passage ahead. Consulting her map and drawing from her prior experiences, she adept navigated among various teams. This time, she had learned her lesson. Upon encountering groups with a significant number of creatures or those guarded by formidable beasts, she quickly distanced herself. She had no desire to be led back up to face the eye hunters again. After several changes, she finally joined a team stationed at the central cave. This group consisted of 3 beasts, making a total of 4, including herself. The cave had 4 entrances, each beast guarding one. As Wu Jinyu stepped inside, she couldn't help but swallow hard. This cave was indeed well suited for her. While the previous cave housed mist pearls, this one was divided into 2 sections. One containing incomprehensible herbs and the other filled with various items dropped by the beasts: claws, bones, teeth. These items were meticulously categorized and stacked in heaps, leaving Wu Jinyu dazzled. Which exit should she guard, and from which pile should she extract resources? Before she could ponder further, the other 4 beasts had already instinctively crawled towards the 4 small entrances, curling up and blending into the earth. With no other options available, she had no choice but to bend low and crawl through the larger entrance. Lying flat on the ground, the mound of items before her provided just enough cover to obscure her from the watchful eyes of the beasts guarding the entrances. After a few seconds of silence from the other entrances, she stealthily made her way towards the heap of herbs ahead. There were only 4 types of herbs, each with a few piles. The 2 types closest to her designated entrance were all she needed. She swiftly gathered a handful and tossed them into her backpack. Earthworm 4, Heavy Tower 3. Her blueprint for the hemostatic agent required the earthworm herb. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to collect more. While keeping an eye on the map and remaining vigilant of the teams passing through the cave, she continued to strip layers from the herb piles, stuffing the surface herbs into her backpack. Whenever she noticed other beasts approaching the cave entrance on the map, she would retreat to her post until the area was clear before returning. Having finished collecting the 2 types of herbs nearby, her gaze shifted to the herb pile at another entrance. Just as she was about to act, a commotion erupted from the 4 beasts. Wu Jinyu quickly halted her foraging. Rising from the ground, the 4 beasts, previously curled up, now raised their heads, their eyes fixed on her entrance. Under their collective gaze, Wu Jinyu felt a shiver run down her spine, her hair standing on end. What was happening? She hastily opened her map. Outside the cave, most teams were traversing around the central cave where she was located. However, on the periphery of the map, a team was swiftly approaching her cave. On the map, this team stood out like a red dot forming a direct line toward the central cave. The distance was merely a few hundred meters. An alarm rang in her head. This group did not bode well. Anxiously, Wu Jinyu licked her lips and glanced at the time. Less than half an hour remained until 7 o'clock. There was no time to lose. Fortune favors the bold. It was time for a significant score before heading home. She retrieved a teleportation stone, gripping it firmly for 3 seconds until a shimmering screen appeared. Input coordinates. Initiating teleportation, she swiftly entered the coordinates for the shelter, omitting only the last digit. The team had already reached the cave entrance. After completing her preparations, without a second thought, she leaped to the adjacent cave's herb pile, pressing her palms onto 2 stacks of herbs. Thanks to her backpack's automatic collection feature, she quickly amassed both small piles of herbs. The beasts guarding the cave immediately reacted, abandoning their watch of the entrance and lunging toward her with gaping jaws. Seizing the opportunity during their assault, she rolled her body and tumbled to the far corner of the cave, where she spotted a wooden box and an unknown beast's leg bone. She had noticed this box upon entering the cave, with herbs strewn about like rice on the ground. It was the only item stored in a box, suggesting it was likely more valuable than the herbs. Grasping the wooden box, she promptly inputted the final digit of the shelter's coordinates. A portal opened beneath her, and in an instant, she found herself plummeting through it.I. In the final moment before vanishing, she caught a glimpse of the drool cascading from the beast's jaws and the elite creature that had intruded into the cave. Her encounters with elite beasts had been rather frequent. She had deliberately chosen a different cave to distance herself from the eye-hunting regions, only to be met with an unexpected surprise as she was about to leave. She was aware that this species had 2 elite beasts, one in the snake cave outside Mist Island and the other within. She was uncertain if there were additional snake caves, but she understood that these 2 were closely linked. Otherwise, the snake cave wouldn't transport the corpses of slain eye hunters to nurture their young in another cave. The previous elite beast had sensed something amiss. It was entirely possible that this one would too. Fortunately, she had made her escape first. Upon entering the cave, the elite beast was greeted by the sight of a fallen kin in one corner, while the others attacked it. Just as it was drawn into the familiar portal beneath it, it was swept away. Most importantly, it puzzled over what she was doing. It had only just learned of the intruder's presence from another faction. Upon receiving the news, it intended to patrol the snake cave, only to be met with a startling surprise upon entry. Was this the intruder the other faction had mentioned? As it prepared to lash out and drag her out of the portal with its tail, it was too late. The portal closed, leaving behind a chaotic heap of herbs and a furious beast. On the other side, Wu Jinyu was successfully transported back to the shelter. Bang! A square passage opened in the air of the shelter, depositing her within. The 2 little creatures, previously crouched by the window and gazing into the distance, startled at her return. The squirrel once again grabbed onto Bobo's hind leg, preparing to flee, only to widen its eyes in surprise upon realizing a bipedal creature had returned. The 2 little ones quickly leaped down from the window ledge and dashed towards her. Bobo! Darda! Wu Jinyu brushed off the dust from her cloak, still seated on the ground, as the 2 little ones leaped into her embrace. All right, I'm back, unscathed. Have you eaten well today? Wu Jinyu hoisted the 2 little ones onto her shoulders and stood up. The teleportation stone had indeed proven its worth, a splendid escape tool. Just as she rose, she instinctively squeezed the item in her palm, causing her to freeze momentarily. She recalled that her backpack had an automatic collection feature and, given that her backpack wasn't full, why hadn't the wooden box been collected? Chapter 76. The contents of the wooden box. Gently lifting the wooden box, she scrutinized it closely. The box bore a totem that bore a striking resemblance to the one on her A-grade dagger. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the center of the enigmatic totem, slicing a horizontal line from left to right. As the totem split in two, it effectively unsealed the tightly shut wooden box. The moment the horizontal line cleaved through the totem, an alarm blared in Wu Jinyue's mind. She was acutely aware that her backpack could not contain dead entities. The mere thought of an unknown creature residing within the box sent cold sweat trickling down her back. Until just moments ago, there had been no cause for concern. However, upon its opening, the box had issued a dire warning. The small rabbit nestled on her shoulder attempted to stretch its tiny paws to paw at the box before her, while the squirrel mirrored Wu Jinyue's expression of shock, panic, and trepidation. Though her mind had yet to fully grasp the situation, her body instinctively reacted. She surged toward the wooden door, flung it open, and hurled the box toward the fire pit. In midair, the box seemed to finally succumb to the strain, snapping open with a resounding crack. Several slender golden tendrils spiraled upward, flinging the box away from the flames, only to turn and assault Wu Jinyu. What is this, an alien plant? Panic washed over Wu Jinyu as she darted back toward the shelter. In an instant, those tendrils caught up to her, ensnaring her limbs, binding her tightly and dragging her to the ground. There was no time to reach the sanctuary. She felt the tendrils snake around her waist. A few of them approached her face, slowly coiling around her neck. The box was cast aside, and the tendrils struck it with force, shattering it into splinters before withdrawing. The straps of her backpack were torn away, discarded beside her. The cloak was also stripped from her. The two small creatures were not spared from the clutches of the alien plant either. As Wu Jinyu attempted to toss them into the shelter, they were ensnared as well. Their diminutive forms only intensified the feeling of confinement as the tendrils entwined around them. Wu Jinyu drew her dagger from her pocket, attempting to sever the seemingly delicate vines binding the two creatures. Yet, her efforts proved futile. The dagger could only sever a few tendrils before they were swiftly replaced, re-ensnaring all three of them. The tendrils tightened, twisting her wrists and snatching the dagger from her grasp, forcing her face down against her backpack. With her face pressed into the backpack, her hands bound above her, her goggles yanked away, Wu Jinyu realized this entity intended to suffocate her. The more she struggled, the tighter it constricted. Meanwhile, the two small creatures, despite their minimal struggle, were merely bound and spared from further actions in this moment. Most of the tendrils were focused on Wu Jinyu, wrapping, pulling, and stretching. In the midst of her struggle, she inadvertently opened her backpack. Its contents scattered across the ground: herbs, food, treasure chests. A hand pressed against a treasure chest triggered an instant notification. Would you like to open Silver Treasure Chest 1? This was the chest she had acquired in the Serpent's lair. Wu Jinyu sensed that her limbs were being wrenched away from her body. She could not break free. Was this to be her end? Would this silver treasure chest mark the last treasure she ever opened? Yes, acquired Contract Stone 1. Having struggled for so long, she was nearly devoid of strength. Just as she was about to resign herself to fate, Wu Jinyue's eyes widened, and she strained to look at the item that had emerged from the chest above her. A contract stone. The first time she had encountered Bobo, a golden totem illuminated where she had touched her forehead, indicating she could utilize this stone to form a contract with Bobo. However, at that time, she had not possessed such an object. Now, a silver treasure chest had indeed yielded one. If this item could contract alien beasts, could it also contract alien plants? Wu Jinyu extended her finger, desperately reaching for the purple diamond-shaped stone. Summoning all her strength, she attempted to maneuver the tendrils with her wrist. Upon her fingertip grazing the stone, she seized it, clenching it tightly in her palm while surrendering her body to the tendrils' pull. Its main body remained about 10 meters away, toying with the remnants of the shattered wooden box. The two small creatures watched her being dragged away, frantically calling out and beginning to struggle violently. The tendrils tightened once more. The squirrel managed to endure, but the rabbit could not, letting out a piercing cry. Wu Jinyue's heart ached at the sight, and she shook her head at the two small creatures, but before she could utter a word, the tendrils abruptly lifted her, presenting her before the main body. Her head tilted downward. Wu Jinyu felt as though her brain was about to burst, yet she could not afford to dwell on that. This was her only opportunity. In a final surge of determination, she lunged forward, enveloping the massive tendrils in her embrace, thrusting the arm that clutched the contract stone deep into the tendrils' depths. She had no idea where to touch to trigger the contract notification she had received previously with Bobo. She could only resort to desperate measures. Fortunately, fortune favored her at that moment. Would you like to use the contract stone to contract this advanced alien plant? Mature stage. Yes. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through her head as though someone were stirring a wire within her temples. Wu Jinyu involuntarily let out a muffled groan, her head drooping, yet her arms remained steadfastly wrapped around the tendrils writhed in agitation, attempting to dislodge her, but the strange stone constrained them, preventing any substantial harm to the human before them. It sought to strangle her, yet the tendrils could not muster the strength to do so. Wu Jinyu exerted every ounce of her strength, ensuring the stone remained firmly secured within the tendrils. If the contract succeeded, they would all survive together. If it failed, she would meet her end alongside Bobo and the squirrel at the entrance of the shelter. After a moment, the contract stone before her began to glow, merging into the tendrils and instantly illuminating the once yellow vines. Contract successful. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing the achievement Contract Alien Plant. Achievement Points 1, Reward. Iron Treasure Chest 1, Aluminum Block 10. Congratulations, player, for being the first to complete the achievement Contract Alien Plant in Huaxia District 47 alive. Additional reward, Achievement Point 1, Silver Treasure Chest 1, Allocatable Attribute Point 1. Surviving this contract with the alien plant must have been a perilous endeavor, otherwise, the announcement would not have been so grandiose. Once the contract was declared complete, the alien plant slowly lowered Wu Jinyu, who hung suspended in the air. The contract stone vanished, melting into the tendrils. Wu Jinyu felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for breath, her mind a haze, her hands ached, her feet throbbed, and her neck was in agony. How wonderful it was to have survived another day. Turning her head, the two small creatures were also released. The squirrel grasped the rabbit's hind leg and scurried toward her. Squinting, she spread her arms wide, embracing the two small creatures. She had nearly brought them to ruin. Thankfully, they were still alive. Once the two small creatures reached her, they nestled quietly in her arms. After lying on the ground for a moment, she clutched them and staggered to her feet. The alien plant that had once sought to strangle them had now retracted all its tendrils, transforming into a golden collar that rested around her neck. Wu Jinyu reached up to touch it. Why did it make her feel as if she resembled a character from a mythological tale? At that moment, a series of unfamiliar voices echoed in her mind. Lily, that. The voice as owner was unmistakably the alien plant. Picking up her cloak from the ground, she reached out and patted the collar, saying, "Come out and let me see." The alien plant that had nearly led to the demise of their trio. Chapter 77, Rootless Vines. The rootless vine, feigning death, made a slight movement before timidly extending its tendrils to hover before Wu Jinyu. Observing its cowardly demeanor, she would have deemed it a mere pitiful creature had she not personally experienced its terrifying nature just 2 minutes prior. Rootless vine, Wu Jinyu murmured, fixated on its swaying branches. A voice in her mind confirmed its name. Following their pact, the vine understood her words and nodded twice in affirmation. Its entire being glimmered a resplendent gold, devoid of leaves, roots, or trunk, consisting solely of tendrils resembling strands of pulled noodles. How could such a being survive without roots? When motionless, it coiled around her neck. In attack mode, it would spontaneously split its tendrils to ensnare its foes. What manner of creature was this, residing in the serpent's lair? She had anticipated acquiring something valuable, only to unwittingly bring back a bomb that nearly cost her life. Cursed be it, for she had narrowly escaped strangulation moments ago. Meanwhile, Bobo and the squirrel remained nestled in her embrace, still reluctant to emerge. The rootless vine, noticing the two extraordinary beasts associated with the human before it, recalled how it had just moments ago tightened its grasp around them. Thus, it extended a tendril, offering it to them in a gesture of appeasement. Golden tendrils shimmered with ripples as one gradually expanded, blossoming and bearing fruit. Tiny pale yellow fruits emerged, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The moment the scent wafted to Wu Jinyu's nostrils, alarm bells rang in her mind. This entity was perilous, yet, despite the warning, she could not suppress the urge to swallow. The two little beings, catching a whiff of the delightful aroma, peered out from her embrace. The squirrel remained cautious, its claws gripping her collar while it tilted its head to inspect, yet, the glint in its eyes betrayed its desire to indulge. Bobo, lacking guile, succumbed entirely to the temptation of the fragrance, eagerly reaching out with its claws. Just as Wu Jinyu intended to pull Bobo away, forbidding it to touch, the rootless vine preemptively withdrew its tendril. A voice resonated in her mind. No, you must not eat, you must not eat, must not eat, must not eat, must not eat, must not eat. The rootless vine incessantly chanted this phrase within her thoughts. Wu Jinyu felt as though another presence resided in her mind, prompting her to call for silence. Stop, 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 do not repeat that, the fruit cannot be eaten, correct? Bobo, squirrel, turn your heads away. Do not look at the fruit anymore. Firmly, she enclosed the two little beings in her embrace, turning their heads away. The allure of the fruit seemed too potent for them. Bobo, the little glutton, was obvious, but even the steadfast squirrel appeared momentarily swayed. This demonstrated just how enticing the fruit truly was. She, too, felt a yearning to partake. The rootless vine retracted its tendril, shaking off the fruits, which fell to the ground. It then coiled back into a circular form, resting beside Wu Jinyu's collarbone. All the fruits rolled onto the ground. Wu Jinyu first soothed the two little ones before bending down to collect the fallen fruits, intending to toss them into the fire. Such a thing could not remain near the shelter. It would be disastrous if the two little ones mistakenly consumed it. Lacking a trash bin, burning it was the simplest solution. However, just as she bent to pick up the fruit, the previously subdued rootless vine extended its tendril once more, striking her hand that was reaching for the fruit. Startled by the sudden strike, Wu Jinyu frowned. This fruit cannot be eaten, nor touched. The rootless vine nodded, extending a tendril to lift one of the fruits. Before our very eyes, the fruit was coaxed into sprouting, ultimately transforming into a tendril resembling that of the rootless vine. Yet these tendrils appeared slightly weaker, writhing in an irregular yet agile manner. Watching this living tendril dance upon the rootless vine, she could not help but swallow again. If it merely sprouted, the rootless vine would not prevent her from touching it. If I touch this fruit, will it burrow into my body? Wu Jinyu inquired while observing. The rootless vine nodded, then coiled around the fruits, along with the newly sprouted tendril, and cast them into the fire. Until now, Wu Jinyu had been unaware of its capabilities beyond binding. She was beginning to understand its powers. Fortunately, it had merely sought to strangle her and not employ this fruit. The parasitic ability it possessed was indeed terrifying. And oh wonder the Horned Viper clan kept it confined within a wooden box. She was grateful for the silver treasure chest, for the contract stone, and for her own success in forming a pact. Wu Jinyu gently stroked its tendrils, still feeling somewhat incredulous. It had survived, and they had successfully formed a contract. During the pact, she had heard the light screen declare it an advanced extraordinary plant, and a mature one at that. Moreover, she had suffered a splitting headache at that moment, undoubtedly due to the contract. The higher the level, the more challenging the contract. After pondering for a moment, Wu Jinyu suddenly recalled Bobo was also an advanced extraordinary beast. Why had she not discerned any other abilities from it thus far, aside from its capacity to release the aura of high-level extraordinary beasts? Was it because it was still in its juvenile stage? It certainly had an impressive appetite, and what of the squirrel? What level of extraordinary beast was it? From their previous encounters with the storm and the recent opening of the wooden box, it was evident that, like her, it could sense danger. Beyond this, what abilities did it possess? Wu Jinyu felt that this fog season was severely hindering her ability to explore the potential of the two little ones. Once the fog season passed, she would investigate further. Picking up the wooden box, now reduced to splintered fragments, she attempted to reassemble it into its original totemic shape. She had not forgotten that it was due to the shattering of this totem that the extraordinary plant had emerged. It had been resting peacefully in the cave. How had trouble arisen the moment she brought it back? Yet, with no leads concerning this matter, she could only place the fragments into her storage box for now. Patting the rootless vine resting at her collarbone, she remarked, "Let us find a different place to stay. Do not bind my neck, it itches." Reluctantly, the rootless vine extended its tendril, coiling around her right arm instead. Wu Jinyu was quite pleased with its adaptability. "All right, from now on, you shall be called Lily. Do you remember your name now, Lily?" She unconsciously murmured the words it spoke in her mind as its name, making it easy to remember. Seeing the rootless vine nod, she felt satisfied as she stroked it. When she had collected the squirrel, she had wanted to name it Darda, yet for some reason, when she called it Darda, it did not respond at all. Conversely, when she simply called Squirrel, it would immediately answer her. She had been quite vexed, believing her naming skills to be lacking. The rootless vine's affirmative nod suggested that her method of naming was indeed quite effective, similar to Bobo, who also seemed fond of the name she had given. Wu Jinyu gathered all the scattered items into her backpack and, after circling the fire pit once more, stepped into the shelter. Nightfall was approaching, and she needed to hasten to take a bath. Quickly boiling a bucket of water, she brought it inside and secured the wooden door. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and she instinctively reached for the candle on her bedside. Suddenly, she recalled the stones she had extracted from the serpent's lair, those luminous stones embedded in the passage. Chapter 78, The Pet Satchel. She rummaged through her backpack, emptying its contents onto the floor. Gensher, a luminescent stone, once the beloved toy of the troll child, when held in the mouth, it emits a glow that penetrates the mind. She had gathered a total of 22. Initially, she contemplated adorning the walls of the shelter with them as candles. However, she suddenly realized that the light from these stones could not be extinguished. She found it intolerable to have even a faint light nearby while sleeping, let alone this bright illumination. Stroking her chin, she placed a few on her bedside. She couldn't affix them all to the walls. For now, she would use them for lighting, but they would need to be put away when it was time for bed. After tossing the two little ones onto the bed and setting them beside her, she carried hot water into the bathroom and quickly finished her bath. Once she emerged, towel drying her hair, she approached the storage room and called out, "Bobo, Squirrel, come for dinner." The two little ones, still playfully poking each other, tumbled off the bed. Bobo also extended its branches, making its way to the storage room. Wu Jinyu squatted beside the storage box and retrieved 2 bags of grilled eel. She placed one bag into her own bowl and divided the other into 2 portions for the little ones. After adding a steamed bun to her bowl, she stood up beside the storage box. Noticing Bobo crawling in, she remembered that the shelter had gained a new member. She beckoned with her finger, allowing it to coil around her wrist, and inquired, "I almost forgot about you. What do you wish to eat?" She was uncertain whether this being required sustenance. If it did, how had it fed while confined in the wooden box? Tentatively, she asked, receiving a confirming response in her mind. "Eat. Bobo wants to eat." It did need food. Wu Jinyu opened the storage box again, thoughtfully rubbing her forehead, then retrieved the fish she had acquired from the big black fish earlier. "Can you eat this?" Cod. Before she could finish speaking, Bobo's branches wrapped around the fish, encasing it completely. Eat, must eat. Well, it certainly could consume food. Now, with another mouth to feed at the shelter, she would have to work even harder to gather resources. Wu Jinyu stood up with it, and under the sparkling gazes of the two little ones, she carried their bowls, along with her own, to the small table. "All right, come and eat." The two little ones scrambled onto the table, diving into their meal. Bobo descended from her wrist, clutching the cod and crawling to a corner of the table to begin digesting its fish. Wu Jinyu also took out her designated chopsticks, lifting her bowl to start her dinner. This grilled eel was indeed delicious. It must have been grilled first before being prepared with sauce. Eating it with the steamed bun, either dipping or wrapping it, was truly delightful. Wu Jinyu quickly finished her dinner, wiped her mouth, and turned to retrieve her backpack, settling down at the edge of the bed. She had been eagerly anticipating opening the treasure chests since her bath. 2 iron chests and 1 silver chest awaited her. First, she allocated the attribute points gained from her achievements to her strength. Her strength had risen to 9 points. She would enhance her spirit once it reached 10. After all, the next upgrade for her equine technique required both strength and spirit to meet specified values. Today, her 2 ventures into the serpent's lair had been made easier by the equine technique. The passages and caverns within the lair were labyrinthine. Without a map, she would have struggled to exploit the resources of the viper family. With a sense of delight, Wu Jinyu pulled out the 2 iron chests. "Would you like to open the iron chests too?" "Yes, you have obtained bottled water 12, toast 2, flour rolls 2, matches 1, beef jerky 2, plastic 1, men's work pants 1, cotton socks 2, cotton swabs 1. The haul was modest, but the acquisition of plastic was quite favorable. The real prize lay within the silver chest. The last silver chest had nearly cost her life at the hands of Bobo. In a moment of desperation, she had opened a contract stone that saved her. Each time she had opened a silver chest, it had never failed to impress her with its contents. Rubbing her hands together, she silently invoked the favor of fortune. Would you like to open the silver chest 1? Yes, you have obtained. Pet Satchel 1. Pet Satchel, capable of carrying any sized pet. The internal space of the satchel is independent of the external environment. Whether you ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth, your pet shall always accompany you. The satchel's internal space being isolated from the outside meant that mist could not penetrate within. A perfect solution for the foggy season, addressing the issue of exotic beasts being unable to follow. As an exotic plant, Bobo should have no trouble accompanying her to Mist Island. Initially, she had intended to leave Bobo and Squirrel behind in the shelter until her return, yet, the silver chest had granted her a pet satchel. Truly, it was perfect, exceptionally perfect. Wu Jinyu gritted her teeth and stuffed it into her backpack. Damn it, why was there only one? Had there been 2 pet satchels, she would have been overjoyed beyond measure, but with just this one, how could she fairly divide it between Bobo and Squirrel? Should she take them both or leave them behind? Wu Jinyu turned to observe the 2 little ones, who were happily devouring their meal. Since they had joined her, they had not been apart for a single moment. Perhaps it was best to wait. There were still 5 days until her journey to Mist Island. She would decide then. She packed all the items from her backpack into the storage box. Today, she had gathered 4 types of herbs from the viper. Apart from the snakeweed growing on the serpent's shed skin, the other 3 were collected within the caverns. Sanguisorber, Chuanxiong, by G. Her blueprint for the hemostatic agent required Sanguisorber. The remaining 2 herbs were uncertain in their utility. Having amassed such a collection, she wondered when she might put them to use. Wu Jinyu firmly believed in seizing every opportunity, never one to be picky. Regardless of their usefulness, she would gather them first. With each step taken toward gathering the materials required for her blueprints, Wu Jinyu cheerfully stored the herbs in a separate storage box. After tidying up all her belongings, she yawned and went to the bathroom for a quick wash. Cradling the 2 little ones, she climbed into bed. Bobo had already finished digesting the cod, curling up at the head of the bed. Opening the light screen, she first accessed her friends page. Noticing a considerable number of new friend requests after 2 days of absence, she lacked the time to frequently check the World channel for other players' comments. However, from the notes accompanying the friend requests, she could discern the resources and materials they currently sought. They were trading teleportation stones. After the last task, players who survived for 8 hours with a shelter damage rate below 30% received 1 teleportation stone as a reward. The condition of maintaining a damage rate below 30% was neither overly difficult nor exceedingly simple, yet, a portion of players still did not meet the requirements and were left without teleportation stones. She wondered if other players had managed to open teleportation stones from treasure chests during the past 2 days. Nevertheless, it was known among other players that as the top-ranked player from the last leaderboard, she was granted an additional teleportation stone. The little orb had mentioned that exploring Mist Island carried a chance of acquiring rare resources. To other players, it appeared as though she possessed surplus teleportation stones. Consequently, players without teleportation stones began seeking trades, many approaching her. Indeed, combined with the 1 acquired from the treasure chest, she originally had 3 teleportation stones, yet, she had already used 2 of them in a single day. Wu Jinyu scratched her head. Teleportation stones were indeed invaluable for escaping peril. Now, with only 1 teleportation stone left, she could not possibly trade it away. Chapter 79, Herbert Cranes Bulchiaoli closed the Friends page and opened the World channel. Trading Iron Nails. Trading iron nails, bottled water for iron nails. Is there anyone who can spare me some food? I'm trapped in the shelter, begging for a kind soul to offer a morsel. Does anyone possess weapons ranked A or above? I am willing to trade for teleportation stones. My pants were torn by that monster. Is there anyone willing to trade for pants? I can offer 2 buns in exchange. Upstairs, I have added you. That person above, who traded the teleportation stone. I didn't see it in the World channel. You arrived too late. That person has been advertising the trade for teleportation stones. Please provide an ID, I will check out their trading shop. Xiao Li, just search for it yourself. Someone is trading teleportation stones. Wu Jinyu, like the other players, followed the ID to find this player's trading shop. The items in her shop were scarce, mostly comprising trinkets dropped by exotic beasts. Among them was the teleportation stone she had listed, with trading conditions set at an A-grade dagger or an S-grade dagger. Wu Jinyu couldn't help but gasp. With such trading conditions, very few players in the entire server would be able to comply. She indeed desired this teleportation stone, but regrettably, the only weapon she possessed above A-grade was her dagger. The other was an unknown grade Lickwing single bow, which she was even less inclined to trade away. Players with higher grade weapons likely also held teleportation stones to the Mist Island. Having hung the stone for so long, it probably wasn't an urgent necessity. It was likely a treasure chest drop. After browsing through her trading shop, Wu Jinyu noticed a trading option that piqued her interest. Herber Crane's bill 1 for Iron Block 10, another herb for the hemostatic agent. Wu Jinyu straightened her posture, repeatedly clicking on this trading option, feeling a twinge of desire. She wanted it, but the price was exorbitant. She clicked on this player's profile and sent a friend request. Trading in the shop could be done without adding friends, but she was keen on this herb, yet the price far exceeded her mental benchmark. Before long, her friend request was accepted. Xiao Li, the trading conditions for the teleportation stone will not be lowered, that is the price. Before Wu Jinyu could even inquire, the other party preempted her with a message. It seemed that many had added her as a friend during this time, attempting to haggle. Wu Jinyu, I'm not here to trade the teleportation stone, I'm here to trade for Herber Crane's bill. Would you consider trading it for 5 iron blocks? Xiao Li, the trading conditions for Herber Crane's bill are the same, they will not be lowered. After finally spotting a material needed for a blueprint, Wu Jinyu was not discouraged and continued to ask. She wished to save a few iron blocks. The materials required for upgrading the shelter's windbreak blueprint were astonishing: 40 iron blocks, 30 aluminum blocks, 15 fiberglass, 15 plastic, and 10 leather. To upgrade the shelter, all these materials were necessary at the workbench. Thanks to the last mission, she had amassed a considerable amount of wood, but for these materials, aside from a few earned from achievement rewards, her stock was quite limited. She didn't know when a severe windstorm would occur, but it was always prudent to be prepared. Wu Jinyu, I can offer 5 iron blocks and add a few other supplies to trade. On the other side of the Mist Continent, a woman who had just finished practicing with her knife set it down and took a swig from her water bottle. Other supplies, it seemed she lacked nothing aside from materials and weapons at the moment. She knew that her counterpart was ranked first on the last mission leaderboard, so resources were certainly not an issue for her. After pondering for a while, she sent a message, Xiao Li, do you have disinfectant or similar items? Wu Jinyu leaned against her bed, furrowing her brow in distress. She had iodine, but only a small amount left. She had used some during her last injury and hadn't replenished much. She was reluctant to part with it. Wu Jinyu, I don't have any, can you suggest another option? Xiao Li, anything disinfectant related will do, or other medicinal supplies. Wu Jinyu propped her head on her hand, mentally reviewing the supplies in her storage box. Medicinal supplies, she had very few, only a couple of bandages and plasters remained. Just as her thoughts drifted to kitchen supplies, she suddenly remembered that she indeed had something that could serve as disinfectant. Baijiu, previously, she had opened 2 bottles of high-proof Baijiu from a treasure chest, contained in tiny 100 ml glass bottles, very little indeed. She didn't drink, so she had categorized them among her kitchen supplies, intending to use them when she had the opportunity to cook. Wu Jinyu, I don't have any medicinal supplies, but I do have Baijiu. Xiao Li, Baijiu, no way, you possess that. Initially seated by her bed, Xiao Li jumped up upon reading this message. Goodness, as expected of the top-ranked player, she even managed to obtain Baijiu. Xiao Li, send me a picture, if you have such a fine item, why didn't you mention it earlier? She had intended to exchange for some medicinal Baijiu. Since arriving in this cursed place, her palate had dulled, and she hadn't had a drink in ages. Baijiu, wait, wasn't she seeking disinfectant? Why was she suddenly thinking of drinking it? Xiaoli couldn't help but slap her cheek, trying to regain her composure. Soon enough, Wu Jinyu sent a picture. Wu Jinyu, image, in a glass bottle. Wu Jinyu had taken a close-up shot of one of the baijiu bottles, ensuring it was enlarged. Xiaoli, that doesn't look like much, it's only about 100 milliliters. After examining the image, Xiaoli zoomed in and out repeatedly, based on the bubbles that hadn't dissipated after a gentle shake and the visual contrast of the bottle. After a thorough assessment, she concluded that this baijiu was indeed not much, at most, 100 milliliters. She could down it in one go. Wu Jinyu facepalmed. She had specifically enlarged the photo for clarity, yet the other party could still discern it. Was she perhaps a heavy drinker? Wu Jinyu, the focus is on trading Herber-Cranesville. The iron blocks are the main attraction. The baijiu is merely a supplementary item. Are you expecting several liters? Xiaoli sighed in disappointment. She would indeed like several liters, but that was simply not possible. Xiaoli, all right, 100 milliliters it is. List these items in your trading shop, and I will exchange for them. Wu Jinyu began to realize that her counterpart had a penchant for alcohol. Weighing the baijiu in her hand, she did not immediately list the item for trade. Wu Jinyu, do you have any more Herber-Cranesville? Xiaoli, what's wrong, are you not trading anymore? Xiaoli was already eager to get her hands on the baijiu. Wu Jinyu, let us hold off on the trade for a moment. I want to know if you have any extra. I can offer other items in exchange. Xiaoli, what's the matter, do you have more baijiu? Even if I did, there's nothing to trade for. This is the only one, which I snatched from an exotic beast. The herb grew in its lair, and I fortuitously discovered it just before the mist season. It took me an entire day to clear out the entire family, and I exhausted a C-grade dagger in the process. Xiaoli tried to emphasize the difficulty of obtaining the Herber-Cranesville. For something so hard to acquire, asking for 5 iron blocks and a bottle of baijiu wasn't unreasonable, was it? Well, she had thought it might be obtained through treasure chests or found in specific regions. Wu Jinyu felt that she needed to explore the lairs of exotic beasts more often. Good things were always found in the homes of others. Wu Jinyu, all right, if you find more in the future, feel free to reach out for a trade. Xiaoli, no problem. Would you like to see other items in my shop? How about the teleportation stone, affordable and trustworthy? Finally encountering a potential big customer for trade, she needed to promote her offerings. Chapter 80. Outing with Lily. Wu Jinyu remarked, I am not short of teleportation stones, what I require is the Shinher grass. Xiaoli replied, all right, I almost forgot you are the top-ranked player, with 2 teleportation stones in your possession. Come, let us hasten the trade. Once everything was listed, she finally acquired the Shinher grass she so desired. A plant with feather-like leaves and tiny flowers atop was placed into her backpack. After carefully stowing it away in her storage box, she leaned back against the headboard once more. The white wine, which could be consumed in a single sip, surprisingly equated to 5 iron blocks. On the other side, Xiaoli, having finally secured the coveted white wine, extracted it from her backpack. Unscrewing the cap, she brought it to her nose to savor the aroma. This was indeed the scent. She poured a modest amount into a cup, carefully setting the remainder back into her backpack. She needed to refrain from overindulgence, for she had not forgotten the purpose of this white wine. It was intended for her use on Misty Island. Enjoying the last remnants of the wine, she sighed contentedly at the quality before nimbly climbing into bed. Tonight, she could relish a restful slumber. Meanwhile, having completed her transaction, Wu Jinyu turned to her own trading shop. Her blueprint for the hemostatic agent was missing. Only the herb Sanji. She had called out several times in the World Channel, yet no one had added her. Listing some food items along with unnecessary iron axes and matches, she altered their exchange conditions entirely to Sanji. Let them remain posted, perhaps someone would trade. After completing these tasks, she patted the quilt and let her hair down as she lay back. The 2 little ones had already fallen asleep, nestled closely together in their cozy nook. Lily, resembling an oversized rubber band, hung from the headboard, swaying gently. As she stored the clear stone in her backpack, the room was plunged into darkness. The rootless vine crept down from the headboard, winding around Wu Jinyu's shoulder. Why did Lily enjoy coiling around her so much? With her eyes half closed and feeling somewhat drowsy, Wu Jinyu gently pushed it away and placed it atop the headboard. After a day of heightened focus and concentration, she was finally able to close her eyes and rest, fatigue washing over her, swiftly leading her into unconsciousness. However, as Wu Jinyu lay peacefully asleep, the previously motionless rootless vine began to stir stealthily, extending its tendrils to cling to her hand. Her right arm became ensnared in spirals of vines, while a cluster of tendrils circled her neck. Thus, upon awakening, Wu Jinyu found herself ensnared by Lily. From her ankles to her neck, the bindings were not tight, easily falling away with a gentle tug, which explained why she had not noticed them while asleep. She unwrapped the vine-like tendrils from her body, twisting them into a bundle and tossing them towards the foot of the bed. After yawning, she rose from the bed, sluggishly attending to her morning routine. Sitting at the small table, she finished a savory flatbread, donned her cloak, put on her goggles, and grabbed her backpack, pushing her mountain bike outside. Today, she would not feed the little ones. Instead, she would venture out in search of a treasure chest, expecting to return swiftly. As she pushed the bike, Lily climbed from her ankle to the handlebars. The misty season would induce slumber in the beasts, yet the strange plants seemed. Wu Jinyu pondered as she rode. The moment Lily's branches brushed against the mist, it became invigorated. It used Wu Jinyu's arms as a bridge to climb, one moment on her backpack, the next tangled on the handlebars. Stay still. Obediently climb onto the backpack and refrain from incessantly pawing at the handlebars. Are you intending to ride the bike yourself? Wu Jinyu released one hand from steering the bike and grabbed Lily from the handlebars, tossing it backward. With a swift motion, it extended its tendrils, securely gripping the backpack strap and settling down quietly. The probability of discovering treasure chests during the misty season had noticeably diminished. Wu Jinyu pedaled for quite some time before finally spotting one. Next to the marked treasure chest on the map was a being known as the Eye Person. Since her visit to the Serpent Cave the previous day, her interest in the Eye Person had waned. They did not yield treasure chests, only mist pearls. After harvesting a considerable amount from the Horned Viper clan yesterday, she was reluctant to waste her feathered arrows on them. Riding her mountain bike, she swiftly reached her destination. The chest was perched atop a tree, approximately 3 or 4 meters above the ground. The beasts could not see the chest, nor could the strange plants. Wu Jinyu attempted to instruct Lily to climb up, and given her poor climbing skills, she was disinclined to ascend the tree herself. On the day she collected the squirrel, she had faced a similar situation, needing to climb for another chest. The rough bark had left her legs aching. Since she could not have Lily retrieve it, she decided to let it assist her in reaching the tree. Grasping the rootless vine on her backpack, Wu Jinyu swung her arm twice to build momentum before throwing it upward with force. Perfect, it landed near the treasure chest. Drop the branches down and pull me up, she beckoned. Once contracted, Lily was in sync with Wu Jinyu's intentions. She required no explanations for her words and actions. As soon as Wu Jinyu finished speaking, it swiftly split its branches, wrapping around her shoulders and pulling her upward without requiring any effort on her part, reaching the desired height with ease. It was far more efficient than an automatic elevator. Upon reaching the tree, Wu Jinyu extended her hand and stowed the wooden chest into her backpack before instructing Lily to lower her down. Acquiring a wooden chest would suffice for her sustenance for at least an entire day. If she were alone, she would have certainly returned to the shelter after collecting it. After all, having spent too much time outside the previous day, her eyes were quite fatigued. However, at present, her entire shelter was home to 4 mouths to feed, while others only needed to satisfy themselves to ensure their families were fed. She was tasked with nourishing several. Thus, she had to seek out another treasure chest. Wu Jinyu remounted her mountain bike, intending to press onward, yet at this moment, Lily began to fidget restlessly, its tendrils yearning to climb toward the east. The map indicated the presence of an Eye Person in that direction, perhaps due to some contract. Unlike the previous instance with Bobo, it did not immediately proceed but instead communicated with her mind. Lily, over there, over there. I want to eat. Lily wants to eat the Eye Person. Yes, no. It wants to eat. Lily's linguistic ability was truly lacking. It could speak, yet struggled to convey its meaning accurately. In the future, she would need to encourage it to communicate more clearly, avoiding vague expressions that left her guessing. To clarify Lily's intentions, Wu Jinyu had no choice but to temporarily set aside her forward momentum and ride toward the I-Person. The I-Person was already quite close. After a brief ride, Wu Jinyu halted her bike, intending to approach and discern what Lily truly desired. Lily, on the other hand, was exceedingly excited by her arrival. The moment Wu Jinyu stopped, it sprang from the backpack, darting into the mist. Upon reaching the I-Person, she observed it lying motionless on the ground, while Lily curled up, clutching the mist pearls tightly. Seeing Wu Jinyu approach, Lily reluctantly gathered the mist pearls it had been hoarding, presenting them to her with a sense of pride. As Wu Jinyu's gaze passed over the mist pearls, she noted that Lily paid no heed to the forlorn I-Person, its focus entirely consumed by the allure of the mist pearls. In that moment, she understood, Lily did not wish to consume the I-Person, rather, it craved the mist pearls.